Chapter 0001 Prices devalued 100 million times. Starting from 0 o'clock tomorrow morning, global prices are devalued by 100 million times, and as a system host, the value of your wealth remains unchanged. That means, starting from 0 o'clock tomorrow, your $1 has a purchasing power of 100 million. If it's $10, it's $1 billion of purchasing power, and so on. This global price devaluation of 100 million times lasts for 3 days. Hearing this news, Cui Baoyu directly jumped up from his bed in the rental house and looked at the clock he had retrieved from the yard sale. The time on this clock wasn't quite accurate, but the difference between up and down was just 10 minutes. The clock's time showed that it was 10 o'clock at night. Cui Baoyu hurriedly looked at the cell phone he bought a few years ago again, and it was 9:45 p.m. In other words, in another 2 hours or so, the world's prices would depreciate 100 million times. If Cui Baoyu had $100, that would be 10 billion in purchasing power. Although $10 billion, compared to the rich and powerful of the Dragon Country, was still a bit of a distance, but $10 billion, in the Dragon Country, it would be more than enough to buy a villa, a luxury car, and a new cell phone. After all, in the Dragon City where Cui Baoyu was located, the price of a set of top-notch villas was about $1 billion, and it was a few thousand square feet, luxuriously decorated large villa. The location was even in the second ring road. This was the neighborhood of the original king's residence, and Cui Baoyu lived outside the 6th ring road, rented or bungalow, less than $1,000 a month. In terms of the Beijing drifters and Longcheng, is definitely a loser's typical. Now Cui Baoyu, the whole body not to mention $100, even $10 may not come out. A few months ago, Cui Baoyu was not so poor and embarrassed. Cui Baoyu, who graduated 3 years ago, had a good job and his income was not low. There was also a girlfriend who had been in love for 1 or 2 years, whose name was Qin Dan. 3 months ago, Cui Baoyu learned that his best classmate and hometown friend, Cui Hao, wanted to get married and buy a house, and his mother-in-law gave Cui Hao an ultimatum that he had to buy a house in Longcheng before Cui Hao was allowed to get married to his girlfriend who was born in Longcheng. The house in Longcheng, even the 4th ring house, more than 100 square feet, the down payment is more than 3 million, so Cui Hao began to borrow money everywhere. And after learning that Cui Baoyu had hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings, he directly kneeled in front of Cui Baoyu, kneeling for half the night. In desperation, Cui Baoyu lent his entire savings, a bank card. In fact, it is also in the face of the hometown as well as friends. More hope to help Cui Hao. Cui Hao was also righteous enough, not only paid the loan note, wrote a promise to return the interest. Only 3 days later, learned that Cui Hao on the road was hit by a car, directly paralyzed. Originally said that the wedding naturally did not, and Cui Hao borrowed money, also all turned into medical expenses. So far, Cui Hao still lying in the hospital bed. Cui Baoyu know this news, is also a bolt from the blue. Their money is likely to not come back, and Cui Hao's fate is even more saddening. Cui Baoyu's girlfriend learned that Cui Baoyu lent all the money to Cui Hao, but also in Cui Baoyu a big fight, and then proposed to break up. Cui Baoyu, who was also in a trance, made a big mistake in one of the company's proposals, and was directly deducted from all the annual bonuses, not to mention being fined $10,000, and then fired. Lost his job. Cui Baoyu is looking for a job, suddenly found his credit card was swiped 30,000 yuan, which realized that the breakup, Qin Dan took away their own a large amount of credit cards. According to Qin Dan, this is a little compensation for the 2 years with him, but also Cui Baoyu should pay. So, Cui Baoyu admitted it, and there was no better way to do it than to hurry up and call to stop the credit card for the time being. Having lost his job and owing the bank $30,000, Cui Baoyu had a wretched few months. Looking for a friend, he first did an installment on his credit card of more than $30,000, and then moved out of his 2-bedroom house and found a bungalow outside of the 6th ring road, where he temporarily lived. What makes Cui Baoyu most helpless is that his luck is also incredibly bad, and after a few months, he has not found a new job. Seeing that he couldn't pay back the credit card installments, and that the rent had been delayed, and that he was going to live on the streets, Cui Baoyu was really without tears. Some time ago, Cui Baoyu was sadly holding a bronze vessel that looked like a pen holder and accidentally hurt his hand. This bronze vessel, which looks like a small tripod, was left to Cui Baoyu by his grandfather. Grandpa was a barefoot doctor in the countryside, but once when he went up the mountain to collect medicine, he mysteriously disappeared and was never found. So Cui Baoyu took what looked like a tripod and kept it with him, using it as a pen holder for many years. Just 10 days ago, Cui Baoyu's hand shed blood, and the blood dripped onto the bronze. It then opened up a fantastical experience. Then, the small tripod magically disappeared, vanishing into Cui Baoyu's body. Cui Baoyu fainted at once. Then in his dream, or in a state of seeming sleep, he saw that there was an additional golden glittering tripod inside his body, with a disc similar to a large spinning wheel flickering on top of it. That was the first time that Chui Baoyu kept having a dream that the big carousel turned to a position that said that whenever the other party received a call from Chui Baoyu, they would be startled with extreme fear. Woke up from the dream of Choi Bo Yak, still surprised. In the end, what is the meaning? The result found that the bed more than a white card. Written host to get the first ability. Congratulations, congratulations. The other party will be startled when they receive your call. Valid number of times, 10 times. There were also 10 numbers written on it, and the color was yellow. Chui Baoyu was really baffled. The card couldn't tell what it was made of, and in his own rental house, he hadn't come into anyone. Dream and reality overlapped. With 100,000 parts of curiosity, Chui Baoyu picked up his own cell phone and made a call to a familiar friend. As a result, just as the call got through, he heard the other party let out a terrified ah and directly hung up the phone. Chui Baoyu was also very puzzled. What was going on here? With greater curiosity, Chui Baoyu directly called a telecom service call. After all, the phone bill costs money, while the service call is free. The result was still the same. The other party had just picked up Chui Baoyu's phone when he heard an ah sound, and then the other party was in shock for half a minute, as well as all sorts of miscellaneous noises. In the end, Chui Baoyu realized that just when Chui Baoyu made the call, the other party's computer suddenly caught fire, and almost had a big problem. It also apologized to Chui Baoyu one after another, and even gifted a few G's of traffic to Chui Baoyu, which was also considered a kind of compensation for the lack of service. As a result, Chui Baoyu has not been disconnected recently. After all, this side of the bungalow, even the broadband is not installed, and it was only 2 hours later that the owner of the first phone call, one of Chui Baoyu's acquaintances, the homeroom teacher of that year, called back and told Chui Baoyu that when he answered the phone just now, the cat in the house suddenly jumped up on the table and knocked over the hot water on the table, almost scalded himself. Not only that, in order to avoid the hot water, the homeroom teacher let the power cord get tangled right up and fell on the floor, almost having an accident. Sure enough, when they receive a call from me, the other party is taken aback, and with the emotions on my side, I can control the degree of the other party's fear. As for the reason for the fear, it must be the reality that an accident will happen. Looking at the 10 times usage period, which turned into 8 times, Chui Baoyu realized that this bronze was afraid that it was not simple. Only, if this thing was a system, this result of calling the other party and being startled was too chickenish. It could even be said that there was no meaning to it. Whether it was to the homeroom teacher or the telecom service staff, Chui Baoyu felt a bit embarrassed and did not continue to use this ability. In the next few days, Chui Baoyu had different dreams, which actually meant that he had obtained different abilities. Only, these abilities, one more than the other, were ribald and boring. Chapter 0002 Borrowing money is the best way to know people's hearts. For example, the next day, Chui Baoyu obtained another ability. When traveling with someone, everyone is automatically half a step behind. Again, it was a white card. This time, the number of times for the ability was as high as 99, but for Chui Baoyu, it was really more boring and ribald. For this reason, Chui Baoyu did go to the park, as well as places with a lot of people to try a few times. Sure enough, no matter how many blocks the other party walked, as long as Chui Baoyu and the other party walked together, the other party was suddenly half a step behind. This ability would be good if he were to participate in the games. Only, Chui Baoyu was neither an athlete nor was there a walking sport in the world. The only one was the sport of race walking, but it was a pity that Chui Baoyu was not a professional athlete, and race walking also required skill. What's more, Chui Baoyu didn't have any chance of proving himself by being able to join a race walking team. As for the third time, the supernatural ability that Chui Baoyu obtained was even more ridiculous. It allows the opponent to mimic the cries of animals. It was still a white card, and there were dozens of different animals on the card. In other words, Choi Bo Yul held this card and thought about a certain animal on the card, and the other party would imitate the call of that animal. Such an ability was meaningless to a poor young man. After acquiring several meaningless abilities, that night, Choi Bo Yul finally had a turning point in his life. Starting at 0 hour, global prices were devalued 100 million times. Getting up, inside the rental house, after searching for half an hour, he finally found $20. After the 0 hour, these $20 were $20 billion of purchasing power. Chui Baoyu looked at the time. There was still more than an hour. It was 0 hour. $2 billion? Is it enough? A set of villa, a few $100 million, and then buy a luxury car, and then buy a new cell phone, computer, yes, new clothes, shoes. After 10 minutes of calculating in his mind, Chui Baoyu vigorously hit his face. Am I stupid? Chui Baoyu muttered. I want to borrow money. Borrow a few $100s or not. tomorrow these few $100 is tens of billions. With these tens of billions, I'll buy a few more villas and more gold in these 3 days, and after 3 days, I'll return the hundreds of dollars to the other party. Double dozens of times is good. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu hurriedly opened his old cell phone and started to flip through his address book. There is still more than an hour's time. This several $100. To whom to borrow? In case he couldn't borrow it, in Cui Baoyu's opinion, the loss was just too great. Parents can't be borrowed. Even if it's a few $100, parents will feel that they are not doing well outside. Relatives? Even more so. He couldn't borrow. He was a talented student from a famous university. He had always been the pride of his hometown and his parents. In case he borrowed money from them, he would become a joke in his hometown. Then only classmates. Looking at the classmate book and the classmate group, thinking about the first few months, when Cui Hao borrowed money everywhere, he still felt that Cui Hao was really humble. However, Cui Hao borrowing money everywhere had given Cui Baoyu some inspiration. Tomorrow I have an emergency. I'm in a hurry to go to the hospital. Borrow $500. After 3 days, I'll return it to you. Cui Baoyu was also brazen this time, and directly chose to send a group message, which was sent to more than 50 classmates. Then is waiting for classmates back to the message. Cui Baoyu believed that there would always be a few classmates who would care about themselves and lend them money. What if? Cui Baoyu opened his cell phone again, thinking about who else he could borrow some money from. Former co-workers? Or Qin Dan? Qin Dan knew that he had lent out all his money and lost his job, but he also swiped $30,000. Cui Baoyu has actually always been grudging. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu opened WeChat and sent a message to Qin Dan. I have an emergency. I need $1,000. Lend me and I'll pay you back after 3 days. By the way, I will pay you back 2,000. Only to look at the large red exclamation mark. Only to realize that Qin Dan had already deleted himself. Cui Baoyu's mood became incomparably worse again. Just then, Cui Baoyu heard a knock on the door. Xiao Cui, I'm the landlord. I know you're at home. Open the door. Auntie will have a word with you. Hearing the words of the landlord's aunt, Cui Baoyu's heart was even more nervous. According to reason, the rent should have been paid a few days ago. Only, after Cui Baoyu paid off this month's credit card, he really didn't have any money on him, so the rent was never paid. It seemed that Auntie Fan had come to ask for rent. With a stiff upper lip, he opened the door to his room and looked at the landlord aunt in her 40s. Cui Baoyu smiled helplessly and awkwardly. Only, this time, Auntie Fan didn't ask for rent as soon as she opened her mouth, but instead, with a slight smile, she walked into the house, looked at the extremely simple house, and said to Cui Baoyu, young man, Auntie knows that you are also in a difficult situation and have no money recently. The rent can be paid a few days later. Auntie is not short of a few $100. Auntie came to find you this time. It's another matter. As soon as he heard that it wasn't about rent, Cui Baoyu was relieved. Auntie Fan looked at Cui Baoyu and smiled faintly. I seem to remember that you are a senior student from Longcheng Unnamed University? Cui Baoyu nodded his head. The matter of himself being a graduate of the unknown university was not something that Cui Baoyu himself talked about. It was only once when Cui Baoyu was packing up his things. It was just when his landlord's aunt came over and sought his certificate of graduation that he realized the fact that he was a graduate of the unknown university. Auntie Fan smiled again. Xiao Cui you sit down. It's like this. With Auntie Fan's story, Cui Baoyu realized the cause of the matter. It turned out that Auntie Fan wasn't easy. Being a single mother, her only daughter, Fan Linger, was raised by her mother with great hardship, and it was not easy to go to a university that was still considered okay, and she was close to graduation. The teacher suddenly called Auntie Fan, saying that Fan Linger's academic performance had taken a sharp turn for the worse and that she was facing a situation where she would not be able to graduate. Even Fan Linger's mental state was a bit off, and she might even have dealings with people in society. No, the school called again, asking me to go to the school early tomorrow morning, Auntie Fan said with a sigh. But I have an urgent matter on my side. It's really an urgent matter. The property side urgently notified me that I must go to a meeting tomorrow morning. As if there's something going on. I have several houses. I have to go. Xiao Cui tomorrow morning, you help Auntie go to the school. Just say that you are Linger's cousin. Linger has seen you before, and heard that you're a college student at Weiming University, and has a good impression of you. If you go to Linger's school this time, you can help Auntie and ask Linger what's wrong with her lately. If Linger is really having an affair with someone in the society, you should persuade her. I don't understand the affairs of the young people, especially those internet languages, Linger said. I really don't know how to answer. At your age, you and Linger should have a common language. Sort of. Auntie begs you for a favor. This month's rent will be waived. Just give it to Auntie next month. Looking at Auntie landlord's expression, Cui Baoyu couldn't help but nod his head. Auntie, that's good. I'll make a trip to Linger's school early tomorrow morning. Auntie, Auntie Fan smiled. Auntie knows you've been nervous lately. This is $1,000. You take it, give Linger 600. You two go to the coffee shop and talk. The remaining 200 is considered your errand fee. Chapter 0003 $100 billion and $1 trillion. Receiving anti-fans $1,000. Cui Baoyu was a little excited. There was still an hour or so to go before midnight. This 1,000 immediately equaled the purchasing power of $100 billion. $100 billion? Villas can be bought at will. Luxury cars can be bought at will. And even cell phones. Directly by the latest one with IT capacity. Clothes? Buy a car full of the latest international brands. And you'll only spend a few tens of millions. Look at this point of interest. Cui Baoyu in the bottom of his heart laugh at himself. Just know to buy clothes, there are 1,000 million. But also think of buying clothes, people. Live in the end is how humble are. Until Anti-Fan left with a few more words of advice. Cui Baoyu is still calculating. More than 100 billion. The next 3 days, how to become real estate, or investment products. After all, after 3 days, the miracle of prices devaluing 100 million times would be over. It was really pointless to keep $1,000 for himself. Changing it into villas, cars, and gold was the most appropriate. Thinking of this, once again looking at the time, there is still half an hour to the early hours of the morning. Cui Baoyu also no longer sleepy. Open his own laptop, thinking to plan $100 billion. How should be realized within 3 days? Must be realized. The key is time, only 3 days. Cui Baoyu, a person, also must scramble to spend this 100 billion. A poor man with $100 billion. How to spend it was a difficult problem. However, Cui Baoyu had also read a lot of web novels, and the web novels formula was clear. How rich people spent their money. Cui Baoyu had definitely fantasized about it before. Finally, this time it was sort of using his imagination. Originally, Cui Baoyu was only thinking of buying a set of the most luxurious villa worth about $1 billion. But now that Cui Baoyu had over 100 billion, his thoughts changed. Going online, he searched for a famous real estate company in Dragon City. This real estate company wasn't the biggest, but it had recently built a set of villa areas near Xishan. The name of this real estate company is called Farhang Real Estate. The owner's name is Zhou Yuanhang. The company's market capitalization is more than $60 billion. This is an astronomical figure for Cui Baoyu, who lives in a bungalow outside the 6th Ring Road and can't afford the rent. But with over 10 billion, Cui Baoyu's idea was to hold this real estate company and become the largest shareholder. With a market capitalization of more than $60 billion, Cui Baoyu believed that if he took out $50 billion to take a stake in the company and become the largest shareholder, any of Zhou Yuanhang's pride would definitely not be rejected. After all, although Cui Baoyu's major was market economy, he had also taken finance, a company with a market capitalization of $60 billion. It would be good to have a cash flow of a few $1 billion. The so-called market capitalization, in fact, is a bubble. Without cash flow, several trillion companies, the collapse is also in an instant. Some time ago, the South has a total assets of trillions of dollars of real estate companies. Suddenly the company went wrong. Is the problem of cash flow? As for the so-called total assets, it is the same as buying something worth tens of thousands of cell phones. The assets are tens of thousands, but as long as the unpacking, according to the price of the second hand, at most worth 8,000. After a month of use, it's worth 6,000 would be good. After 2 years, it may not even be worth a few $100s. So the so-called company with a market capitalization of $60 billion, if Cui Baoyu was really willing, it wasn't impossible to directly use the market capitalization to buy it down. Cui Baoyu thought that he must use price leverage to become the largest shareholder of this Farhang company himself. Also, using another $5 to $10 billion, buy a car 4S store, so that there would be no shortage of luxury cars in the future. Also, buy a shopping center, comprehensive commercial building, 5-star, also need more than 10 billion. There is also some gold to be bought. Buying too much would make it easy for people to trace the source of funds. Just buy a few tens of millions. 3 days later, these tens of millions of dollars worth of gold, in Cui Baoyu's opinion, is to give himself the bottom line. In addition to these, should I buy a catering store? Cui Baoyu thought, if there was still a surplus of 100 billion, he would buy a catering store that wasn't too big or small. With a catering store, it was equal to having a small boss status for himself, and also having an additional cafeteria where he could dine at any time. Clothes, food, shelter and transportation were all there. Cui Baoyu thought about buying his parents a big house in his hometown, and then give his parents a car. After all, he has his own car 4S store. By the way, there was the landlord aunt. This $1,000 was given by her. Besides having a good chat with Fan Linger himself, Cui Baoyu was also prepared to send an expensive gift to the landlord aunt. What exactly to send? Chui Baoyu thought about it and was prepared to send a car to Auntie Fan and some designer clothes and cosmetics. Although Auntie Fan had only given herself $1,000, it was $100 billion to herself. Besides, Auntie Fan had treated herself well, so she should know how to return the favor. In this way, with $100 billion, Chui Baoyu was the major shareholder of a real estate company, the owner of a commercial building, the owner of a car 4S store, and the owner of a restaurant. He had become the big shot of his dreams overnight. Although big shots couldn't be measured in terms of money, with this much money, Chui Baoyu would have to work at least 50 years less. This was still a case of his own luck. If he knew how many people who had worked hard for 500 years might not be able to become a 100 billionaire. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Chui Baoyu's mouth. What Chui Baoyu didn't realize was that just over an hour ago, after he sent a message to his classmates group, they were of different minds. Because of Chui Hao's matter, most of the classmates also knew about Chui Baoyu's matter. Especially a few classmates also knew that Chui Baoyu had lent all of his savings of more than $300,000 to Chui Hao, and now Chui Baoyu's situation should not be very good. A few students thought that they should help Chui Baoyu, but there are also a few thought, this time lending Chui Baoyu a few $100s, but not much. What if Chui Baoyu borrows money again? To borrow or not to borrow? The other half of the classmates, because of the matter of lending money to Chui Hao, had already sworn that they would never borrow money from others again. Although they are not like Chui Baoyu, all the money to Chui Hao, but also borrowed some, the most also lent Chui Hao 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, thinking that this money will not come back. These students for borrowing money, there is some once bitten by a snake feeling. So, in fact, thinking of borrowing money to help Chui Baoyu's classmates, but only 3 or 5 people. But these 3 or 5 of them also thought that they would wait until tomorrow to contact Chui Baoyu and then give him the money. After all, they were either working overtime or busy with other things tonight. Only a male student called Zhang Fan, who had a good relationship with Chui Baoyu when he was in school, received the message and after a little hesitation, transferred $300 to Chui Baoyu. At this time, Chui Baoyu is researching how to spend 100 billion. WeChat also did not set timely reminder, is because the recent life is too wretched. Looking for a job is not smooth, so these days, chose to escape. A lot of settings of the switch to turn off. After all, with 100 billion, Chui Baoyu has temporarily forgotten to send group text messages to classmates. Whether his classmates borrowed money or not, it was no longer important at this time. Seeing that there were still 5 minutes to go before midnight, Chui Baoyu was a little nervous. I wonder how, exactly, the 100 million times devaluation of global prices works. After all, the previous times that he had gained supernatural abilities, they were all passive or needed to be triggered by himself. This time, global price depreciation 100 million times, it must be an active triggered ability. Just at this time, Chui Baoyu's cell phone rang, and the screen was a familiar and unfamiliar name. Hey, classmate Chui Baoyu, I received your message, and it just so happened that I had a sum of money in my hand, so I transferred $10,000 to it. The other party's voice was like heavenly music. You're not in a hurry to pay me back, just use it first. Chapter 0004 $100 billion alarms the banks. Chui Baoyu hurriedly clicked on collect while talking to this girl called Ding Yining, who was also his best classmate in college. $10,000 then successfully entered Chui Baoyu's electronic wallet. At this time, the time was already 11:59 in the evening. After saying a few words of thanks to Ding Yining, Chui Baoyu also hurriedly hung up the phone. The time came to the early hours of the morning. That is, 0 o'clock. Chui Baoyu saw a burst of golden light that flashed in front of him, and a voice appeared in his ears. Global prices have been devalued 100 million times, and the purchasing power of the original money, except for the host, has appreciated 100 million times. The host's original paper banknotes and coins, with a purchasing power of 100 million times that of the original, have been altered by the system to become new banknotes and coins. The host's current wealth is $11,020, which is equivalent to the purchasing power of the original world, $11,020 billion. Hearing this, Chui Baoyu hurriedly took out his original $20. This was Chui Baoyu's own property, which was now equal to $20 billion. The original $10 bill, as well as the 10 coins, were really different from the original. The $10 bill was just like it was made of gold. Yes, it was gold, and there was a more advanced anti-counterfeiting technology in Chui Baoyu's opinion. The 10 coins, too, had become gold coins, and they all had unique numbers. After all, a random coin is equal to the purchasing power of $100 million, is able to buy this world a top luxury car, as well as a global limited edition watch. 10 coins would allow Chui Baoyu to live a life of clothing and food for the rest of his life. As for the $1,000 that Auntie Fan had just given to Chui Baoyu, it was even a material that Chui Baoyu couldn't understand either, glittering with a strange luster. and even Cui Baoyu clearly perceived that this banknote, fireproof, waterproof, and vandalism proof, and that each banknote was a symbol of identity. A banknote was $10 billion. In this society, it would be strange if it wasn't a symbol of identity. Soon Cui Baoyu also knew the numerical unit of the banknote in the next 3 days after this price devaluation by 100 million times. The dollar is still a dollar, but the purchasing power is 100 million times more than the original, and any $1 gold coin is registered at the bank with a unique code, a symbol of absolute wealth. A $100, 10 billion, bill is even more of an honored status symbol of this world, and anywhere, especially banks and financial institutions. As long as you take out a $100 bill, you automatically become a super member, enjoying presidential level treatment in this world. And now the 100 millionth part, which is the original designation of $1, has become 1 nano, yuan, block, jiao, hair, cent, centimeter, millimeter, silk, ku, micro, nano. These are the units of money for the next 3 days, which represent the previous 100 million, 10 million, 100, 000, 10, 000, 1, 000, 1, 000, 1, 000, $10 and $1, respectively. In other words, 1 nano is equal to the original $1, 1 micro is equal to the original $10, and 1 chu is equal to the original 100. By analogy, a dollar, block, of money is the original 100 million, a penny, a dime, is the original 10 million. Cui Baoyu counted half a day, is in accordance with their own have 100 billion to plan. As a result, the goddess of the university, Ding Yining, who went abroad after graduation, gave herself $10,000, which made Cui Baoyu a little surprised. At school, Cui Baoyu and Ding Yining were actually on good terms at first, only, later learned that Ding Yining unusual origin, often by the bodyguard in a luxury car to the school. Cui Baoyu also cut off this continue to socialize ideas. After all, the university life is also colorful, and Ding Yining graduated and went abroad, although also in the group of students, but never spoke. This time, Cui Baoyu also did not expect the best for himself, but is more than 3 years without contacting Ding Yining, and it was still a girl. When Cui Baoyu sent the group message, he didn't pay attention to the fact that Ding Yining had been in the group. Opening his cell phone, Cui Baoyu found that there was another classmate, also known as Zhang Fan, who transferred 300 lu, or the original $300, to himself, only, because Cui Baoyu did not accept the money in the early morning. The money was not considered to be Cui Baoyu's, so it was devalued 100 million times. Although he didn't accept the money, Cui Baoyu was also thankful for Zhang Fan's gesture and thought, in the next few days, he would also ask Zhang Fan what kind of help he needed. With $1 trillion property, or cash, Cui Baoyu believed that he would be able to help Zhang Fan. After all, the richest man in the Dragon Country state right now, although it was said that he was worth hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars, but he also definitely could not get $1 trillion in cash. In addition to banks, financial institutions, and some hidden super rich people, just from the perspective of cash, excluding cultural relics, Cui Baoyu believed that his own 1 trillion was almost the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. This night, Cui Baoyu almost stayed up all night, planning the next 2 or 3 days in detail again. Early in the morning, Cui Baoyu went out, directly spent 100 nano, the original 100 yuan, that is, a negligence, chartered a special car, from outside the 6th Ring Road, directly to the entrance of Fan Linger's University. In front of the university, Cui Baoyu saw a bank, and it was the biggest bank in the Dragon Country, that is, the Dragon Country International Bank, and this bank was open to the public 24 hours a day. It was also one of the few banks in Dragon Country that was open 24 hours. It was probably because there were foreigners in the school and there was also an embassy district nearby. Cui Baoyu saw that it was still early, so he prepared to deposit his money in the bank. After all, next, he was going to buy a company, a building, and a car for a store, and it was really unsafe to carry over 100 billion in cash on him. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu walked into the Dragon Kingdom's International Bank with faith. At this time of the day, the bank was a few staff members in addition to 2 security guards, and there was no need to queue up. Seeing the bank come in a customer, the security guards did not ask questions. After all, although Cui Baoyu was dressed in ordinary clothes, he did not look like a bad person. Sitting in front of the bank's window, looking at the staff across the street, Cui Baoyu thought for a moment and said, I want to make a deposit, a huge sum of money, but I hope that my information will be kept strictly confidential. If you can't make the decision, please also report it to your superiors. This staff member, called Fong Jing, froze when she heard Cui Baoyu's words, but when she saw Cui Baoyu take out $1,000, still called yuan, with a purchasing power of 100 billion, refer to the description of the unit in the previous section, as well as a few gold coins, she almost screamed out. She had worked in this bank for more than 3 years, and had handled business for many rich people as well as important customers, but she had never seen one that directly took more than $1,000 and came to do business. Although more than $100 billion could not buy this international bank, but to buy a few private banks, it was more than enough. It can even be said that taking more than $100 billion to deposit the entire territory of the Dragon Country, decades have never been, and with over $1,000, each bill was a symbol of identity. Not only could one become a supreme customer of an international bank, but there were even many privileges. Some of these privileges, some of which Fong Jing was also unaware of. So Fong Jing hurriedly said, "Esteemed sir, let me verify your paper money first. I'm going to contact the head office, and the head office side will send someone to deal with you as a supreme customer, as well as the related privileges." The reason for this was to first determine the authenticity of the banknotes. In case Cui Baoyu was a mental patient, this matter would be left to the security guards. But in case this more than $100 billion is true, Fong Jing made a strong effort to press out the nervousness. Still cannot believe that Cui Baoyu is a super rich man. However, sure that the more than $1,000, including the coins, were real, Fong Jing hurriedly called the head office. "I'm Fong Jing from the branch of the University of International Business and Economics. Over here at our branch, there's a distinguished user, extremely distinguished, worth at least $1,000 of money. Chapter 0005 Ex-girlfriend making a fool of herself." The vice chairman of the head office of the International Bank was a little surprised to hear Fong Jing's words, but not very much. This was because just in the early hours of the morning, the financial institution had already received an extremely insider's news. This news was that within the Dragon Kingdom, there was a mysterious tycoon with trillions of dollars, or a young man. This was naturally due to the fact that the system had changed the prices of this world, but Cui Baoyu's acceptance of Ding Yining's $10,000 had caught the bank's attention. At any time, on any financial platform, with a transaction value of $10,000, $1 trillion, it was impossible to say that the banking system did not warn them. Only, after the tracking of the bank and the financial system, the account was normal, and even Cui Baoyu's more than $1 trillion, the source was not a problem. Out of the protection of the super rich, as well as not to cause the other parties disgust, the bank did not bother Cui Baoyu. But on the side of a few executives of the International Bank, they had also already thought about whether or not to use their privileges to make good relations with this young man. And after receiving Fong Jing's call, Vice Chairman Zhao Qianxian hurriedly reported the matter to Chairman Luo Tianhua, and then drove his car and came directly towards this branch. Fong Jing told Cui Baoyu to wait a moment, and she immediately arranged for the staff to prepare the VIP room, so that Cui Baoyu could go to the VIP room, and also told Cui Baoyu that for the bank's super VIP customers above $1, the bank had also launched a series of wealth management businesses. Although Fong Jing didn't dare to directly sell the business to Cui Baoyu for fear of causing Cui Baoyu's resentment, Fong Jing also knew that she received such a high stature user. Even if Cui Baoyu this was a deposit, she also had a substantial bonus. Thinking of this, Fong Jing even intentionally straightened her chest. After all, her face value and body are first class, quite resistant. Fong Jing was known as the bank's one flower. In these years every year the bank's end-of-the-year performance, Fong Jing could be the quasi-number one host, not to be the second person to think. Just as Fong Jing contacted the staff to arrange a VIP room for Cui Baoyu, on the bank's side, 2 more customers came in. One of the customers was not very old, and her figure and face value was barely passable, but compared to Fong Jing, one was a swan, and the other was the ugly duckling of the family. These 2 people, one of them, was none other than Cui Baoyu's ex-girlfriend, Qin Dan, the one who swiped Cui Baoyu's $30,000 after the breakup and then pulled Cui Baoyu's blackout. The other one was also a young woman who looked somewhat close to Qin Dan. As soon as Qin Dan entered the door, she saw Cui Baoyu who was still wearing last year's style clothes. In Qin Dan's opinion, this year, Cui Baoyu didn't even have the money to buy new clothes for the summer. With a slight hum, Qin Dan said to Fong Jing inside the counter, "I want to withdraw money." Fong Jing looked at Qin Dan and was about to speak when Qin Dan spoke again. "This is an international bank. I'm a big customer of the bank. Some time ago, I just deposited 50 milliards, $500,000, in the bank. How come anyone can come in the bank now? This person looks like a poor man. I am very worried that after I withdraw my money is not safe to keep on my body." Qin Dan's meaning was clear. That is, she asked the security guard to drive Cui Baoyu away. After all, she had stolen and swiped Cui Baoyu's 3 milliards, 30,000, of money. In case Cui Baoyu pursued the matter, Qin Dan's heart was very unsettled. "I heard that Cui Baoyu has not worked recently, and when she met Cui Baoyu, Sheen Dan even wanted to properly humiliate him. After all, she is now a small rich woman worth tens of milliards, and her annual income is more than 30 milliards. Today came to withdraw money, is thinking to go to see a set of house. This set of houses must pay 5 milliard deposit in cash. Sheen Dan early to this side is to withdraw money directly to the nearby sales center to pay the deposit. Fong Jing, who was going to do business for Sheen Dan, heard Sheen Dan's words and was so scared that she directly dropped the pen in her hand on the ground. It was important to know that although Cui Baoyu was dressed in ordinary clothes, he was worth more than $1,000, and according to the vice chairman of the head office, his worth could be even higher. It was the super-duper supreme customer of the Dragon Country International Bank, and it could be said that Cui Baoyu's deposit alone was almost the total task of the international bank for 2 or 3 months. If Fong Jing knew that Cui Baoyu didn't just have more than $1,000 billion, but also $10,000 billion, I wonder how she felt. If Cui Baoyu asked her to give her body in return, Fong Jing probably wouldn't refuse. After all, to be able to give service to a super supreme client who was worth $10,000, Fong Jing would naturally receive a lot of benefits. Sheen Dan, on the other hand, was nothing more than a client worth a few tens of milli, and in Fong Jing's opinion, was nothing more than a standard bank depositor. In front of Cui Baoyu, she didn't even have the qualifications to lift her shoes. Therefore, before Cui Baoyu could get angry, Fong Jing expressed her attitude. This young lady, please watch your words. This is a bank. This esteemed gentleman is our supreme customer. If you upset this Mr. Cui, our bank will immediately pull you into the bank's blacklist, and even issue a notice to financial institutions across the country, and other banks will pull you into their blacklists as well. Fong Jing's words naturally had an element of intimidation. However, if Fong Jing knew that Cui Baoyu was worth more than $10,000, this intimidation was no longer intimidation and could turn into reality at any time. Sheen Dan and her best friend, called Huang Yuan, both laughed when they heard Fong Jing's words. Huang Yuan was Sheen Dan's friend, and a super rich woman worth $200 million, with several catering companies under her own banner, and her own branch in the famous Wangfujing mansion in Dragon City. Sheen Dan was now a department manager of the Huang Yuan Hotel. The reason why she became a department manager is naturally because of Huang Yuan's distinctive hobbies. Sheen Dan threw herself into Huang Yuan's bed, and then, as a matter of course, she got an annual salary of more than 30 milliards per year. You know, the boss who can open a store in Wangfujing, the insight is naturally also different. So looking at Cui Baoyu who was dressed really plainly, hearing Fong Jing's words, Huang Yuan smiled coldly. This manager, I believe that this poor boy is your relative, right? Or is he here to apply for a job as a security guard? Oh, even if he is a security guard of your bank, I have a deposit of 10 cents in your bank, but the real big customer of your bank, I don't want to see the security guard here. Seeing him makes me feel completely insecure. Please ask him to leave. If it was usual, when faced with a big customer who had a dime, $10 million, deposit in the bank, Fong Jing must have been extremely friendly as well. Today, Huang Yuan and Sheen Dan actually offended a supreme customer who wanted to deposit $1,000. Fong Jing naturally knew who was light and who was heavy. The vice chairman of the head office are on their way. I think I offended Huang Yuan. Zhao Qian will also give himself backing. Thinking of this, glancing at Cui Baoyu whose face did not look too good, Fong Jing coldly said, this lady, I've seen a lot of deposits with a dime in our bank. It's just a pity that in front of this honorable gentleman, you don't even have the qualifications to speak. If you don't want to conduct business here, you guys can leave at any time. No one is stopping you. Security guards, take these 2 users who came here to conduct business and invite them out. Chapter 0006, The Eyes Can't Recognize a True Landlord. Fong Jing's words directly angered Huang Yuan. She took out her cell phone and dialed the 400 number while saying to Fong Jing, fine, you're a small counter manager. How dare you offend a big customer who deposits 10 cents? I'm going to complain to your superiors. Not just me. I'm asking all the employees in our organization to refuse to use your bank's business and block you completely. After all, there are nearly 1,000 people in my company. If I block you, I believe that your bank can't bear the responsibility. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Fong Jing also froze for a moment. The other party had a dime's worth of deposits. Although it was a big customer, losing such a big customer, just one person didn't have much of an impact on the bank. But the other party had a company of thousands of people, all of whom did not use their bank's banking services, and even made some attacks on the company on the internet. As an account manager, this in itself was a dereliction of duty. It would even face serious penalties from the bank. Seeing Fong Jing's expression, Sheen Dan and Huang Yuan felt that they had pinpointed the other party's 7 inches. Glancing at Fong Jing, Sheen Dan even had a sarcastic expression. After offending our Mr. Huang, You will immediately have the company's employees complain about the bank's services. By the way, I've already recorded your work number and name. This matter must be apologized to us. As for this relative of yours or the security guard, tell him to get lost. Fong Jing was a bit hesitant at this point, and while she was hesitating, another man came in from the bank side. Can only say that this world is really too coincidental. This man who came in is exactly the Zhang Fan who lent Chui Baoyu 3 negligence, $300, last night. Among the dozens of classmates, besides Ding Yining, Zhang Fan was the first one to lend Chui Baoyu $3. Only, Chui Baoyu was in the excitement of getting $1,000, 100 billion today, for various reasons and forgot to collect. But the other party was definitely a good classmate and a trustworthy friend. There was no doubt about it. Zhang Fan entered the bank and saw a few people on this side of the bank, gawking at the somewhat bizarre atmosphere. As Chui Baoyu's good classmate, Chui Baoyu's girlfriend Qin Dan, Zhang Fan is recognized. Not only do they know each other, but several people have also eaten together. After all, at that time, Chui Baoyu's work was also good, and he often organized parties for everyone. Seeing the scene inside the bank, Zhang Fan did not know what had happened, but still gave Chui Baoyu a hurried greeting. Baoyu, what a coincidence. Why did you come to the bank so early? Is there really something urgent? Why don't I lend you another 5 negligence? As you know, the last time Chui Hao's matter, I also lent him money, and now I can't get it back, so I'm not in a good position right now. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Huang Yuan laughed. 5 negligible money and still need to borrow. This Chui Baoyu who looks like a poor man is definitely the security guard here without a doubt. So looking at Chui Baoyu and Fong Jing, Huang Yuan became even more reckless. This manager surnamed Fong. As a customer with a dime deposit in your bank, I demand VIP treatment. Hurry up and prepare a VIP room for me. I want to withdraw my money immediately. In addition, I am very dissatisfied with this security guard of your company. That is, this security guard named Chui Baoyu. I want to file a serious complaint to your bank. Chui Baoyu did not pay attention to the self-righteous Huang Yuan and patted Zhang Fan's shoulder with a smile. Zhang Fan, why did you come to the bank so early as well? Looking at Qin Dan and the others, Zhang Fan let out a small sigh. Let's talk about it later. What? After your breakup, you got involved in money issues? Most of Chui Baoyu's classmates knew that Chui Baoyu had fallen out of love and broke up with his girlfriend, but not many knew that after the breakup, the credit card was also swiped by the other party for $30,000 nowadays. 3 milliards. What Zhang Fan knew was that Qin Dan was not a simple girl, and after the breakup, it might not be impossible to ask Chui Baoyu for some youth loss fee or something like that. Oh, I knew that you are a person who is not capable, and also a person who is not worth trusting, Qin Dan said even more coldly. Chui Baoyu, just now also posing as a big customer of the bank, called what the supreme customer. Simply treat me and Mr. Huang as a little cutie. Thanks to the fact that I broke up with you 3 months ago, how can a man like you be worthy of someone as noble as us? Fong Jing on the side heard Zhang Fan's words, but she was full of doubts. A super rich man who had $1,000 would still need to borrow 5 lu money from Zhang Fan? This matter is absolutely impossible. To know the surrender and bank account money, in yesterday's time, there is only less than $100, but there are also $80. In terms of purchasing power today, that is 80 billion. How could a big man with $80 inside his bank card go borrow money from his classmates? The only possibility was that Chui Baoyu was using this tactic to test his classmate. Fong Jing had seen a lot of similar things. Rich people always had some special fun, using money to test friendship and love. This one called Qin Dan was most likely the one who hadn't been tested and thought that Chui Baoyu was a poor boy with no money. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Fong Jing was surprisingly happy. The other party had just broken up a few months ago, and there was still a possibility that he didn't have a girlfriend yet. A man who was so rich, so handsome, and so low-key was the Prince Charming of my life. Thinking of this, Fong Jing's face turned red. Just at this time, one of the bank's staff jogged over. Manager Fong, the super VIP room upstairs is ready. Which customer is it? Huang Yuan and Qin Dan heard the staff member's words, and Huang Yuan proudly raised her neck. Since the VIP room has already been prepared for us, I won't make an announcement within the company about this matter. As long as I send a message in the company's group, our company's finance and thousands of employees will immediately block your bank. Let's go. Go to the VIP room. I know. The tea in the VIP room is good. Qin Dan, come along. You are right to break up with this poor boy. A poor security guard. A month is only 3 silk, 3,000 salary. How to deserve the annual salary of a few tens of milliard you. Follow me well. When the end of the year, I'll give you a raise. By then, you'll be a little rich girl who earns 100 mil a year. As she said that, Huang Yuan even pinched Qin Dan's face, and Qin Dan's face also reddened. After all, the relationship between the two women was indeed extraordinary. and suddenly being so intimate in public also made Qin Dan a little embarrassed. In fact, this also proved that Qin Dan was not yet a woman who was shameless to the extreme, but just a little bit too poor to love the rich. And seeing Qin Dan and Huang Yuanyuan's expressions, Zhang Fan inwardly sighed for Cui Baoyu. When Zhang Fan was about to say something, Cui Baoyu smiled. Zhang Fan, thank you for giving me 3 kuai last night, he, I just remembered that I still have some change in my hand, and this is $1. I'll give it to you. Suddenly, he saw Cui Baoyu pulling out a few gold coins from his pocket. These were gold coins that had an individual number and had to be registered at the bank headquarters. $1 gold coin. Huang Yuanyuan and Qin Dan, who were about to go to the VIP room, froze. Although Huang Yuanyuan was a rich woman, so-called $2 or $3 worth, but the bank's real deposit is just more than 10 cents. It was absolutely impossible to keep a few dollars in gold coins casually on her person. Even the super rich people that Huang Yuanyuan knew would not be able to carry a few dollars of gold coins around with them. This is fake, right? Qin Dan sneered even more. Don't think that after being a bank security guard, you casually take a few dollars of fake coins to pretend that you're a rich man. Chapter 0007, Hysterical Ex-Girlfriend. After all, this world also has money similar to practicing coupons, including gold coins, and there are similar ones in the night market, which are naturally fake and are children's toys. Qin Dan and Huang Yuanyuan, the two definitely did not believe that the gold coins in Cui Baoyu's hand were real, because the gold coins that Cui Baoyu casually took out just now were not just 1, but 10 or so. If Qin Dan knew that Cui Baoyu was a super rich man with $10, there was absolutely no way she would break up with him. With $10, what's the point of working? Directly buy a big house, buy a luxury car, and then casually take out a few dimes to start a business. A few cents to start a business can do many things. Even though Fang Jing had just verified the authenticity of Cui Baoyu's gold coin, she was still a bit nervous when she saw Cui Baoyu take out the gold coin so gently. The two security guards next to her, who had just heard Huang Yuanyuan and Qin Dan's sarcasm towards the security guards, were even more furious, looking at Huang Yuanyuan and Qin Dan. One of the security guards said coldly, "This honorable customer, the $1 gold coin in his hand is a genuine gold coin, and it has just been verified by the bank system. Oh, this is the most supreme customer of our bank. The gold coin in his hand is really just change to him." Cui Baoyu looked at the security guard, smiled, and said to Fang Jing, "Manager Fang, deposit this $1 for my classmate. The rest is fine to be deposited in my bank account." Fang Jing was even more shocked, casually giving $1 to her classmate. How rich should this be? However, thinking that Cui Baoyu had more than $1,000, Fang Jing's heart was relieved. It wasn't just Qin Dan and Huang Yuanyuan who were surprised. Even Zhang Fan was so nervous that he stuttered a little. "Baoyu, where did you get so much money? Last night and I borrowed money." I was indeed a bit nervous as well. I actually came to the bank to ask if there is any loan business. Anyway, something happened in my family, too, and I need a few milliards of money urgently. This $1 is also really some too much. Once again patting his classmate on the shoulder, Cui Baoyu said unconcernedly, "Let's go to the VIP room. With this $1 deposit, in the future you will also be a super VIP of the International Bank." Fang Jing also nodded. A customer with a $1 deposit was indeed considered a super VIP of the bank. Even for international banks, there were actually not many users who could actually have a $1 deposit. Those with a 10-cent deposit were already considered big customers, like Huang Yuanyuan. Huang Yuanyuan looked at Cui Baoyu and suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this man. When she looked at him just now, she just felt that her dress was really ordinary, not like a rich person at all. But when the other party was holding a dozen or so gold coins in his hand, looking at him again, it felt like both his face value and temperament were so different. There was even an indescribable flavor in his body. Huang Yuanyuan, who had always liked women, suddenly had a very special feeling for Cui Baoyu. This feeling was also indescribable. It was as if the other party suddenly had the ability to pay money and attracted herself all of a sudden. Zhang Fan still had some questions. "You really have $12? Give me $1? But I may not be able to pay it back in this lifetime." "No need to pay it back." Cui Baoyu thought for a moment and had to instruct Zhang Fan that this $1 had better be bought as gold. Otherwise, 3 days later, this $1 would be $1, and definitely lost its purchasing power of $100 million. Just at this time, Qin Dan suddenly looked like she was going crazy, directly rushed to Cui Baoyu, directly reached out and grabbed Cui Baoyu's hand, picking and pulling the gold coin in Cui Baoyu's hand. "You liar, how could you possibly have $12? This must be fake. It must be fake, right?" Between words, the $3 gold coins were grabbed in Qin Dan's hand, and several gold coins fell to the ground. Qin Dan looked at the gold coins in his hand, the number on top of the gold coins. Although he hadn't seen a real $1 gold coin himself, there was still an inexplicable feeling in his hand. and Qin Dan felt that it was possible that the $3 gold coins were real. I've been with you for about 2 years, and I swiped $3 million from you when we broke up, Qin Dan said loudly. That's far from enough. This dollar is considered a breakup gift for me. Fong Jing, who saw this scene, was really shocked, knowing that if this huge sum of $3 was suspected of robbery, Qin Dan would be sentenced to life imprisonment. Cui Baoyu looked at Qin Dan and said to the 2 security guards, I was robbed of $3 in your bank. This matter is definitely not trivial. Oh, catch her for me and get my $3 back. The 2 security guards themselves didn't have a good feeling towards Qin Dan. Hearing Cui Baoyu's words, they nodded vigorously. The 2 of them surrounded the list in the middle. Even one of the security guards had already gripped the rubber stick. This young lady, how dare you rob a supreme customer of $3 in our bank? This matter is very serious. Hurry up and hand back the $3, or else we will have to report this matter to the security office. If the guards come, things will become complicated. Huang Yuan was also shocked. If the 3 gold coins were real, Qin Dan dared to snatch the other party's $3. This crime would be too big. So Huang Yuan hurriedly stopped the 2 security guards and pulled Qin Dan's hand again. Are you confused? $3? You know that robbing $3 is punishable by life imprisonment. Hurry up and return the money to your family. With those words, he reached out his hand and was about to take back the $3 in Qin Dan's hand and give it to Cui Baoyu. Only, when Qin Dan thought that she even broke up with Cui Baoyu, and Cui Baoyu even had $12, her heart was on the verge of collapse. Why should I give it to him? He was with me for a year or 2, and his most expensive gift was buying me the latest model of cell phone. Cui Baoyu hummed. The latest model cell phone. Yeah, I'm still using a cell phone from a few years ago, and I bought you the latest model. And of course there's your makeup, and your clothes, which have been swiped on my credit card for the past 2 years. The most you swiped me was 8 silk, $8,000, almost half my salary, and I didn't say much. 3 months ago, you knew that I had lent all my money to my classmates, lost my job, and was penniless, when I couldn't even pay the rent. You stole my credit card and swiped my 3 mil. Oh, Qin Dan, now that you know I'm rich, you're blatantly robbing me? Security guards, bring back my $3. The 2 security guards had already gripped their rubber sticks and said to Qin Dan, this young lady, if you don't give the money to the other party, we will call the police right away. Okay, you call the police? Qin Dan was a little hysterical. Have the ability to call the police to arrest me? Indeed, to arrest you, a thick man's voice from the door of the bank came. Dare in our bank snatch our supreme customer's $3, and also swipe our supreme customer's credit card. This matter must be alarmed to arrest you. Chapter 0008, The World of Super Landlords. The person who walked into the bank was naturally the vice chairman, Zhao Qian. Although he was in a hurry to get to this side, and the head office was not far from here, but there was some traffic in the morning, and it was hard to get there. Seeing Cui Baoyu, Zhao Qian rushed forward and shook Cui Baoyu's hand. Honored supreme client, I'm the vice chairman of the bank. My surname is Zhao. I heard all your words just now. Since you are a valued customer of our bank, if you have proof that the credit card was stolen 3 months ago, we will also help you defend your rights. As for your $3, security guard, I'll rush to get the supreme customer's $3 back and call the police immediately. The security guard nodded, while Zhao Qian's aura also shocked Qin Dan. Huang Yuan hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity, snatched the $3 back from Qin Dan's hands, stole a couple of glances, and handed it to Cui Baoyu. Zhao rich Huang Yuan is recognized, after all, as an entrepreneur, to participate in a certain activity when met this vice chairman. How many bosses who were worth several dollars had to be respectful when they saw Zhao Qian? After all, as the vice chairman of the Longwei International Bank, who also held the right to lend money, it could be said that he was the big brother behind the scenes of many entrepreneurs. Zhao Qian's expression and respect when facing Cui Baoyu was definitely not feigned. That would mean that Cui Baoyu was definitely not a simple character, and might be the descendant of some big family that had practiced outside. Thinking that Qin Dan even had the eyes to recognize him. Huang Yuan sighed. Chairman Zhao, there should be some misunderstanding in this matter. There's no need to call the police. Mr. Cui, you see, this matter. Cui Baoyu now had a value of tens of thousands, billions of dollars, and naturally, he would not dwell on what had happened. At that moment, he said faintly, Chairman Zhao, this is my classmate, Zhang Fan, let's go upstairs and talk. Watching Zhao Qian respectfully walk behind Cui Baoyu and Zhang Fan, the 3 of them went upstairs to the super VIP room. Qin Dan wiped her tears, still somewhat refusing to believe, facing the other side of the quiet. This surname Cui, does he really have more than $12? Fong Jing hummed, we have the obligation to maintain confidentiality for our clients. What business do you want to handle? Withdrawing money, is it? Just withdraw the money here. Now the entire second floor is going to serve this Mr. Shui. If you guys go to withdraw money, hurry up and do it on the first floor. Zhang Fan was in an apprehensive mood and followed Cui Baoyu into the bank's super VIP room. Speaking of which, this VIP room was even more luxurious than what was seen on TV. Zhao Qian personally poured tea for Cui Baoyu and Zhang Fan. Dear Mr. Shui, Mr. Zhang, this is the Mingqian that was just picked this spring. It is also the tea garden contracted by our bank, handpicked and fried by ourselves, although not into Mr. Shui your eyes, but the market price is also a few cents a kilogram of good goods. A few percent of the money is the original hundreds of thousands of kilograms? Cui Baoyu can only say, the original time poverty limits their own imagination. Only now, he has the purchasing power of trillions of dollars, and purely in terms of money, he can be said to be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Qian looked at Cui Baoyu. Mr. Shui, your $1,000, if it is purely used as a fixed savings, it actually does seem a bit inappropriate. You see, looking at Cui Baoyu who didn't look like he was impatient, Zhao Qian added carefully, our bank has a professional investment and financial management team, so for the most esteemed Mr. Chui's more than $1,000, we will also come up with a scientific investment and financial plan. Hearing the other party's words, Cui Baoyu smiled. After all, he had so much money in his hands, just what he needed to invest. It seemed that after having money, there were people to run errands for themselves in many things. Just in time, the family's intention is also to let me experience myself outside. I'm also thinking of doing some investment work. Hearing Cui Baoyu's words, Zhao Qian also smiled. Hearing that Cui Baoyu was going to invest in a real estate company, as well as an automobile 4S store, and then he was going to purchase a large commercial building, Zhao Qian was even happier like a child. Mr. Shui, these investments you mentioned, we will also send a professional team from our side to make a detailed investment plan according to your $1,000 plan. Cui Baoyu interrupted Zhao Qian's words. I don't need any investment plan. For this $1,000, these things I said must be completed within 2 days. If the money isn't enough, I still have $10,000. All of it can be given to your bank to take care of. What I want is to be fast. As for whether it is cost-effective or reasonable, it is not within my consideration. Sure enough, this is a super rich man that has $10,000. Zhao has money, nervous palms sweating. Even if it is the Dragon Country's international bank, the death of the annual deposits of the depositor deposits are only more than $10,000. The other party has $10,000, not to mention to buy a real estate company. Is to buy 10, is an easy thing. This, Zhao Qian hemmed and hawed. Originally, we also have the obligation to keep our clients' secrets. But, Mr. Shui, since you have more than $10,000, our bank has the business to help you with your financial management and investment. Do you know that there is a Yuanhang real estate company in Longcheng? Yuanhang real estate company? Cui Baoyu froze. Last night he had been studying this company. This company with a market capitalization of $600 billion. He had been thinking of being able to hold a controlling stake. I've heard of it. A small company with a market capitalization of $600. Ignoring Zhang Fan's eyes, Cui Baoyu said indifferently, I want to become the absolute majority shareholder of this company. If it can be done today, I can give you all of my other $10,000 to take care of. Zhao Qian once again nervously wiped his hands with his clothes and hurriedly said, this Yuanhang real estate company, his chairman is called Zhou Yuanhang. Some time ago, because of the development of a large villa project, he gave our bank a loan of several dozen dollars. Originally, his company's development was also good, and we were not in a hurry to recover the several dozen dollars. However, I do know that Zhou Yuanhang's company funds are relatively tight for various reasons, and now it wants loans everywhere. If Mr. Cui wants to become the absolute majority shareholder of Farhang Real Estate Group, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I can get it done for you today. As for Mr. Chui's Car 4S store, this matter is even simpler. As long as you take out $30 and make a phone call directly to the headquarters of a certain car brand, they will give you your 4S store. After all, Mr. Cui has the strength of this capital. You know that nowadays, Car 4S stores, as long as there is a boss with capital, is the god of fortune of their car brand? Cui Baoyu nodded. Then the matter of the real estate company and the Car 4 store will be handed over to Chairman Zhao. I also want to buy a building, a large commercial building. Even if I take out $300, $500, I'm bound to get it. It's still the same rule. It must be done within 2 days. Complete all the formalities. Don't care about the price, including the lawyer contract, all aspects. You come to give me full responsibility. Chapter 0009 Life is good when you have money. Zhao Qian thought about it and picked up his cell phone. The building you're talking about. I have a friend who is the chairman of a commercial building, and is actually a client of mine. He has invested in several mansions on this side of Dragon City. Generally speaking, his mansions are only for rent and not for sale. However, for the sake of my Zhao Qian's face, as well as the price Mr. Shui you can afford, I believe that I can become the absolute majority shareholder of this commercial building, that is, more than 90% of the shares, and leave 10% of the shares for this one of mine. I, Zhao Qian, am still 7 or 8% sure of it. Cui Baoyu gently shook his head. Since you have such connections and resources, 7 or 8 points of certainty is not enough. It is required that you must be 10 points of certainty. Tell this friend of yours, if $500 is not enough, then 801,000. Only, I ask for 100% of the shares. After all, for the price I'm offering, this friend of yours can go ahead and build the same 2 or 3 more commercial buildings. By the way, Chairman Zhao, if this matter is accomplished, according to the rules of the industry, I will also give you a 50 cents appreciation fee, a fee that is also due to me. 50 cents? Even though Zhao Qian was really rich, it was still a bit surprising to get 50 cents for a random phone call. The most crucial thing was that Cui Baoyu was really too rich. This friend of his, if he really sold the commercial building to Cui Baoyu for a few $100s, his friend must have given himself even more benefits. Zhao Qian just said that the commercial building is not for sale. Naturally it is a half-truth. As long as there was a sufficient price, conscience could be sold, let alone a commercial building. Looking at Cui Baoyu, Zhao Qian was like looking at a golden god of wealth. Esteemed Mr. Shui, what else do you need from my side? To help you? Cui Baoyu glanced at Zheng Fan, who was already dumbfounded, and said softly, I only went to the bank side with the gold business. I want to buy gold, a large amount of gold into my hands. How about taking out $5,000 and buying gold? $5,000 of gold? Zhao Qian's breathing became a little short. $5,000 was actually $500 billion. Such a large amount of a transaction, and it was still buying gold. Even Zhao Qian couldn't just agree to it. After thinking about it, he hurriedly said, $5,000 of gold business. This is something I personally can't do. I have to report to the chairman immediately. Mr. Shui, I would like to ask, why do you want to invest in the gold business? Cui Baoyu smiled. I just think that gold will preserve its value. You immediately report to the chairman's head office. What is the amount of gold I can purchase within today? Tomorrow is also possible. That is the total amount of purchases within 2 days. I can transfer the money immediately. Zhao Qianshan wiped his sweat, poured tea for Cui Baoyu and Zheng Fan and whispered, please drink tea. 2 gentlemen, I'll go to the office to make a call. Watching Zhao Qian leave, Zheng Fan froze for half a minute before touching Cui Baoyu's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Where did you get over $10,000? And what family? $10,000. As if the richest man in our country is worth more than $6,000, right? That's still a calculated value. If it's just cash, I'm sure he's worth a couple thousand at most. Which big family are you from? I've been in school for several years. Why don't I know? Cui Baoyu smiled. Don't ask about this matter. Just show you my balance. Looking at the balances of Cui Baoyu's various accounts, he determined that Cui Baoyu really had more than $10,000, when he still had more than $1,000 on him. Zheng Fan was stunned with fear, and would never have thought that this classmate beside him, who had to borrow money last night, was actually a super rich man. It was very likely that he could be ranked as a rich man in the whole world. Cui Baoyu smiled. I'm going to buy a real estate company, a Carrefour store, and a large commercial building. Of course when I go out later, I'll also buy a small restaurant. It will be our cafeteria in the future. You also resigned. You look at the above units. You are willing to go to which side as general manager, or vice president can? I said, when the time comes, I'll give you an annual salary of a few hundred milli, 10,000. Do you think it's okay? A salary of several hundred milliards per year? As a young man with a monthly salary of more than 1 milli, who had just graduated 3 years ago, he wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thought. Only, it was not like Cui Baoyu was lying. Plus, Cui Baoyu's bank balance did make Zheng Fan move. I'm just worried about the lack of ability. Zheng Fan said shyly. Why don't I start as a department manager and just give me 2 or 3 mil a month? I believe that after a few years, I will be able to afford an annual salary of a few hundred mil. Cui Baoyu nodded. Anyway, just go ahead and resign. I bought these companies. I definitely need to have my own people. I don't feel comfortable with others. On your side, ability is one aspect. The most crucial thing is trustworthiness. I will buy you a few dimes of gold first in a while, as a thank you for the money you lent me last night. With these few dimes, you will first be able to buy a house and a car in Dragon City. Oh, there is no need to buy a house and a car. When I buy the real estate group and the Carrefour store, I will send you a house and a car. Zheng Fan once again almost fainted. How many young people dare not dream of things, but it is about to be realized. Last night you said that borrowing money was actually a test? To Zhang Fan's question, Cui Baoyu could not answer well. After all, he borrowed money last night, he really needed money. Even if any of his classmates gave him $100, he would have repaid it today. Only Zhang Fan gave himself 300 lu, and Wan Ding Yining gave himself $10,000, making himself absolutely wealthy. Ding Yining's favor was even more to be repaid. While thinking about it, Zhao Qian hurriedly went back to the VIP room again. Hurrying to Cui Baoyu, he said, Mr. Cui, I've reported with the chairman. Generally speaking, the daily personal purchase volume of gold is at most $20. After all, if the personal trading volume is too large, it will even directly affect the entire international gold market. A personal trading volume of $5,000 is just too big. Since Mr. Cui is a super VIP on our side, the chairman of the board means that for 2 days, you can purchase $100 of gold. We will also actively coordinate with the various banks, including the vaults, to get the $100 of gold ready. The chairman's meaning is that since Mr. Cui wants to invest, he can become a shareholder of our bank. You buy real estate companies, buy Carrefour stores, buy large commercial buildings, including the purchase of gold. In fact, all the costs add up to only $2,000. The remaining $9,000 or so can become a major shareholder of our bank if you take shares in our bank. The shares could even reach 30%. Only. Cui Baoyu looked at the nervous Zhao Qian and said, It's fine, go ahead. Zhao Qian said, In fact, now the bank is not as glamorous as the people think. Our bank itself actually has the pressure of funds. After all, there are too many small and medium-sized enterprise boss loans now. If you put your $9,000 to our bank to become our bank's major shareholder, this money is not allowed to use within 10 years. This way, Cui Baoyu was actually curious. 3 days later, the contract that he signed with the other party should be valid. Only what kind of words it would turn out to be, Cui Baoyu actually didn't know. After all, one's own investment, buying something, was a few $100s. After 3 days, would these several $100s also become several $100 million in terms of text? If it didn't change, then it would be too unreasonable. This system would be too retarded. Also, as long as within 3 days, all the things I said can be done, the morning after tomorrow, I can become the major shareholder of your bank. $9,000 can be given to your bank, and I won't use it within the next 10 years. Chapter 0010, Problematic Girl Fanlinger. Cui Baoyu's words caused Zhao Qian to breathe a sigh of relief. To be able to turn $9,000 into shares in the bank, this was also a great feat for a vice chairman of a bank. In these past few years, the international bank's funds had actually tightened up quite a bit, and with this $9,000, the bank would definitely be in full bloom in the next few years, both in terms of performance and shares. As the bank's vice chairman, when the chairman retired in a few years, he himself would have great hope, and this hope was what Cui Baoyu across the street gave himself. I will first deposit all the money in your bank, Cui Baoyu said. Those things I said, the sooner the better. Get it done for me, and I'll be back again this afternoon. Call me anytime you need me to sign and transfer money. I'll Fong Jing do it for you. Zhao Qian smiled. Mr. Cui, is this tea okay? When you leave, take a kilogram. There are also a few phones and computers of the latest model. Also a gift for Mr. Cui. A while ago, I couldn't expose my wealth yet, said Cui Baoyu. That's why the car wasn't bought. And it's not convenient to hold it if you send me something. I'll arrange a car for you first. Zhao Qian nodded and said, just let manager Fong Jing, close service, be your driver today. Do you think it's okay? Cui Baoyu thought about it and nodded. Soon, in the VIP lounge, all the deposit procedures were done. And Cui Baoyu did not forget to give Zhang Fan the benefit. Really bought 50 cents of gold first, gave it to Zhang Fan and put it under his name. Cui Baoyu looked at the time. It was almost time to go to school. Today's main task was to meet Fan Linger. After all, this was what the landlord's aunt had instructed. Watching Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing, as well as Zhang Fan leave, Zhao Qian hurriedly picked up the phone. Chairman, things are almost very promising. With this $9,000, giving out 30% of the shares, that is, the shares of the original few old guys, will allow them to quit the management, as well as the board of directors. The next step for you, chairman of the board, will be better. But next we have to think together. A real estate company. I have thought of it. Immediately call Zhou Yuanhang and tell him to pay back our bank loan immediately. If he can't pay back this loan, tell him that someone is ready to buy his company at a high price and give him enough favors. After all, his real estate company is now an empty shell. It's those villas that are still worth a little money. There is also my friend's commercial building. I am going to let my friend make more money as well. After all, this Mr. Cui doesn't care about the price. When this matter comes to fruition, Chairman, my friend will also thank our bank. Zhang Fan went to the company to go through the resignation. while Fong Jing put a lot of gifts in the car for Cui Baoyu. This is all the super treatment of the International Bank for the super VIP. Tea worth tens of milliards, customized cell phones worth 2 milliards, computers, and even a full designer suit worth 50 milliards. Of course, today, Fong Jing's task was to be a personal private driver for Cui Baoyu, making sure to keep this superb client satisfied. When he learned that he was going to meet a college student, Fong Jing patted his chest. Mr. Cui Baoyu interrupted her. Just call me by my name directly. Otherwise it sounds weird to keep calling Mr. Cui. This girl is my landlord's aunt's daughter. She's also graduating from college this year, so I don't know what's going on. Let's go see their teacher first. Soon, Fong Jing and Cui Baoyu found the teacher's office. This teacher, surprisingly, was also a big beauty whose face value didn't belong to Fong Jing, but was just slightly older. There was something in her 30s, wearing a pair of glasses, and her temperament looked very elegant. Mainly, a woman in her 30s had a different kind of flavor, making this teacher fatally attractive to men. The teacher, whose name was Zhang Yi, should have received a call from her landlord, Auntie Fan, and looked at Cui Baoyu. You're Fan Linger's cousin, right? Fan Linger will come over in a while. Her problem is more serious. If it's a normal problem, as the class teacher I wouldn't be willing to call out the parents. After all, she's a college student, not an elementary school student anymore. Cui Baoyu had no choice but to nod in agreement before asking in a small voice. I remember student Fan Linger. Her previous academic performance was still very good. How come all of a sudden her academic performance dropped so much? Her mom indeed couldn't come because of something important, but also once again urged me, just to know what exactly is going on. Wait for her to come over. Zhang Yi glanced at Fong Jing. Who is she again? It seemed like beautiful women always had an inexplicable hostility when they met beautiful women. Fong Jing glanced at the more mature Zhang Yi and said faintly, I'm the private secretary of our Mr. Cui. Zhang Yi froze. You're the boss of a company? How come it doesn't look like it? Fong Jing added hastily. Rich people nowadays keep a low profile. Those who look like thugs may not be rich. Mr. Cui, are you right? Cui Baoyu smiled. It's better to settle Fan Linger's matter first in a while. Fong Jing laughed and looked at Zhang Yi, who pushed up her glasses and said nothing more. Soon, the office door was pushed open. Fan Linger, wearing a red dress, scraped into the room like a gust of wind. Seeing Cui Baoyu, who should have also received a call from her mother, the corners of her mouth smiled slightly. Cousin, you're here. Cui Baoyu hummed. Your mother was in a hurry last night and didn't sleep all night, and today the property side is looking for him for something urgent, so he couldn't come. Speak up, what's going on? You're almost graduated, and you used to have good academic performance. How come you've made the homeroom teacher have to find your parents now? As a girl from Dragon City, Fan Linger had a height of 1.72 m tall stripes, and also had an extremely brisk personality. Hey, it's fine, I recently just found a part-time job. It's not also an internship, it is in a big hotel. Originally thought to do waiter. The result that the boss said I have the talent to sing. Let me go to the hotel every day to sing. This does not know some customers who go to the hotel to spend money, sometimes to send me flowers and so on. There are also two big and small cuties. Send me cell phones and cosmetics, and bags. At first I didn't want them, but then my friends told me not to take them for nothing. I didn't have any interest or feelings for them anyway, so I took their gifts. Zhang Yi slapped the table angrily. So, you just missed class a lot and went over there to sing during the day as well? And, I also heard that you were drinking with them? Even going to follow them to travel abroad? Fan Linger bristled. My little Ai, big beautiful teacher, am I not lying to them? Who's going to travel abroad with them? It's not like I'm a little cutie. Besides, isn't this also going out for an internship when I'm absent from class for this period of time? The school originally also stipulated that we are now the time for internship. You're less sophomoric. Zhang Yi slapped the table again. Where's your internship paper? You're the only one in the class who hasn't submitted it yet. Also, if you go back to school in the middle of the night, if the dormitory manager finds out that you've been drinking, I won't be able to issue you a graduation certificate. You're so young. What have you become now? There's something I haven't told your mom yet. Tell me, a few days ago, did you go to a hotel with someone at night? Chapter 0011, Fellow students come to speak out in righteousness. Cui Baoyu froze, and Fong Jing looked at the boldly dressed Fan Linger and frowned gently. Beautiful teacher. You're overthinking it, Fan Linger said unconcernedly. The Grand Hotel where I interned. People already had rooms and a large buffet. I sang in the lobby, and sometimes when someone got drunk, I helped out with the waiters and sent them inside the guest rooms. How could I, Fan Linger, be that kind of girl? Besides, my family isn't short of money. My mom collects rent every month, as well as running a business, and we earn nearly 100 million a year. Am I right? cousin? Chui Baoyu looked at Fan Linger. Zhang Yi had already spoken again. Fan Linger, straighten up your attitude. I know you sing outside. Even though it's a job for you to sing outside. A teacher went to that hotel and saw you sing. They showed me the video of you singing, and I couldn't believe that it was you. And you were telling yellow jokes on stage. And you were doing a face dance with a male customer. You. Fan Linger gently shook her head. My beautiful teacher. What era is this? Those segments are some internet segments. How is it a yellow segment? Besides, what's so great about dancing with customers? I danced with male classmates in school, too. Teacher, I'll definitely give you my graduation thesis as soon as possible. Okay, cousin? Don't tell my mom about some things. Anyway, I know in my heart that I won't sell my soul for money. Zhang Yi looked at Fan Linger and then at Chui Baoyu and said angrily, you as a cousin, since the matter is already known, go ahead and say it. As a student's parent and relative, you should at least give me a promise. I don't want my student to become a problematic girl, especially to have problems in that area. Chui Baoyu thought about it. Teacher, then I'll go out alone with Linger to talk? Even if it's just a half-day vacation, do you think it's okay? Zhang Yi pushed up her glasses and sighed. Go on, make sure you give me a promise, and come back and sign a pledge for me then. Fan Linger, from today onwards you are not allowed to go to that hotel for internship. Give me peace of mind to write my thesis at school. Chui Baoyu pulled Fan Linger and walked out of the office. Let's go. Go to the cafe outside the school. I'll buy you a coffee. Fan Linger hummed. My mom said to give you a sliver, 1,000, of money, of which 6 neglect, 100, is for me. Looking at you, you can't even afford to pay the rent, so I don't want the 6 coup. I'll give it to you. However, don't tell my mom what our teacher just said. Just tell her that I didn't pay for my paper. If you dare to tell my mom what I just said, I'll raise your rent. Your house is like 9 coup a month, but if you offend me, I'll raise it to a smidge over 200 coup for you. Let's see if you're scared. At Fan Linger's words, Fong Jing shook her head vigorously on the side. Chui Baoyu was really a descendant of a big family who had experienced in society. Fan Linger surprisingly didn't even know that. How ho was Chui Baoyu? This was a super giant with a value of over $10,000? How could Fan Linger even use 6 lugs of money to buy a super giant? Which hotel are you going to again? Chui Baoyu pulled Fan Linger back. I promised Auntie Fan that I would talk to you, so the two of us must have a good chat then. I'll treat you to coffee. Let's go. Humph, you're buying me? Fan Linger gently shook her head. Isn't it still the money my mom gave you? I promised that hotel owner today that I would go over and sing. I don't have anything to talk about with you either. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I just go to sing. Every day the hotel boss give me 5 lu money. Ha, although the money is not much, but calculate a month is equal to a white-collar income. I Fan Linger although the university has not graduated, but also able to rely on their own talent to support themselves. My homeroom teacher, though better looking, is an old fart. Let's go. I won't talk to you. When the time comes, just come back and sign a pledge and give it to me. I really have to go sing today, so I won't talk to you anymore. Chui Baoyu shook his head and pulled Fan Linger's hand. 5 neglects is it? I'll give you this money. You come with me to the cafe and we'll have a good chat? Fan Linger was a bit upset and wanted to shake off Chui Baoyu's hand. I don't want the 6 neglects that I said just now. You give me 5 neglects. What kind of meaning is that? Let me tell you, this isn't a matter of 5 lugs of money. It's about my internship, and after graduation, that boss promised me that she can let me go to her hotel to be the head of the PR department. Give me 20 mil a year. Can you afford to be responsible for delaying this job in my future? Fong Jing couldn't help but say, little girl, let alone 20 milli, even 20 centi. Mr. Chui doesn't care about it. You talk more with Mr. Chui, you might be able to find a better job. Fan Linger looked at Fong Jing and froze. A bank staff? Mr. Chui, what do you mean? Chui Baoyu, but I know that you've been looking for a job lately, and you can't even pay your rent. What kind of general manager Chui are you again? Chui Baoyu laughed. I can't tell you clearly. Go to the cafe with me. I have to have a good talk with you today. As for the matter of having to go to the hotel to sing, don't even think about it. And your teachers have all said that they won't allow any more internships over there. Fan Linger was really unhappy. Suddenly she looked at the few male students not far away and said loudly, molested. Zhou Jinnan, quickly help me. A few male classmates not far away, seeing this scene, trotted over. Linger classmate, what's going on? Who is this man? Fan Linger shook her head vigorously. I don't know him. He pulled my hand and asked me to accompany him for coffee. I didn't want to go, so he kept refusing to go. You guys hold him back. When I come back this afternoon, I'll treat you to dinner. The classmate called Zhou Jinnan, who was a full meter 8 tall, was similar to Chui Baoyu, except that there were several other classmates around them. Looking at Chui Baoyu, he sneered, How dare you be rude to our female classmates in our school? Hurry up and let go of your hands. I, Zhou Jinnan, am from the Taekwondo Association. Oh, meeting my Mr. Zhou, be careful that you'll suffer today. Linger, are you alright? Do you want me to just waste him? Or let him wear pants and learn to bark in school? This Zhou Kinnan didn't look like a guy who was easy on the eyes either. College students played quite flowery as well, and Fang Jing couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Cui Baoyu looked at Fan Linger, certain that this little girl was definitely not simple, lying as if she was drinking plain water, and I'm afraid that this job she was interning in wasn't as simple as singing. I'm Fan Linger's cousin, Cui Baoyu said coldly. On behalf of the parents, I came over to have a meeting with the class teacher, and I'm here to find Fan Linger. Go talk to her about something. You guys mind your own business. Zhou Kannan was stunned, and Fan Linger said again, classmate Zhou, he's not my cousin. He's just a boring man. I have to go to work. I really don't have enough time. You let go of my hand. I'll count. 1, 2, 3. Before Cui Baoyu could say anything more, Zhou Jinnan had already waved his fists and started moving against Cui Baoyu. After all, he had always liked Fan Linger. Only Fan Linger had always been nonchalant towards him. Suddenly having such an opportunity, how could Zhou Jinnan be willing to miss it? Get him killed. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Zhou Jinnan had already rolled up his sleeves. Give me on. Cui Baoyu also didn't expect that Zhou Jinnan would even say that he would make a move. Just at this time, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd. Stop. Chapter 0012. It's not desirable to judge a person by their appearance. The person who shouted to stop was none other than Fang Jing. Fan Linger, Mr. Chui's time is calculated at a few cents a minute, and he came to chat with you in his busy schedule only because he was commissioned by your mother. Mr. Chui has many things to do these days. All of them are big business of hundreds and thousands of dollars, and he still has to find you to chat. That's your honor. And you, this student, I know you. Is your father's name Zhou Yuanhang? Is the chairman of Farhang Real Estate? Zhou Kinnan was none other than Zhou Yuanhang's son, and by the looks of it, was also a big customer of the bank. Fang Jing knew Zhou Kinnan. Naturally Zhou Yuanhang's details were in the bank's database. Zhou Kannan glanced at Fang Jing, slightly shocked by Fang Jing's charm, but since the other party knew him, he knew his identity, and raised his head proudly. Since you know I'm Zhou Yuanhang's son, tell him that I'm someone he can never afford to offend. If you don't want to be cleaned up by me, get lost and don't harass classmate Linger here. Linger, don't worry. This kid, I'll make him crawl all over the place in a while. Right, I'll drive you to work in a while. Let's have dinner together in the evening. Fang Jing smiled. I naturally know you, Mr. Zhou. It's just that you don't recognize the person in front of you. Do you know that if your father met Mr. Chui in our bank, he would also respectfully call him a big brother? Oh, Duke Shou, if you dare to offend Mr. Chui, it would be best to ask your father about it. Looking at Fang Jing who was wearing overalls, Zhou Jinnan was also slightly stunned. As Zhou Yuanhang's son, he also knew that there were super VIPs on this side of the international bank, and there were corresponding services. Could it be that this Cui Baoyu was really a super VIP of the bank, an existence that even his own father could not afford to offend? Student Zhou, don't believe this woman's words. Fan Linger grunted. This man is called Cui Baoyu, and he is a tenant of our family. He's so poor that he can't even pay his rent of 900 ku a month. How can he be compared to your father? Don't be fooled by them. Maybe this woman is just a liar, wearing the bank's overalls only. Hearing Fan Linger's words, Zhou Jinnan laughed. So it's two swindlers. My honorable Zhou Gongzi is also considered someone who has seen the world. He. I was almost fooled by you today. I'd like to see how my dad has to say a big brother even when he sees this Mr. Chui. You're calling my dad? If you have my dad's phone number, you're at least a famous person in Dragon City. If you don't have my dad's phone number, kid, dare to take my dad's name and cheat outside, I'll break your third leg. Do you believe me? Yeah. Zhou Yuanhang's Yuanhang Real Estate had a market value of $600 anyways. Zhou Yuanhang's own fortune also claims to be tens of billions to the outside world. Zhou Yuanhang's private phone number was not something everyone could have. Cui Baoyu looked at Zhou Kinnan, who already had a card in his hand, then asked Fang Jing in a low voice, do you have Zhou Yuanhang's cell phone number on your side? Although Cui Baoyu's voice was small, several people on the opposite side heard it. Fan Linger and Zhou Jinnan both laughed out loud. So you really don't even have Chairman Zhou's phone number, and you're still bragging about being some big shot? Zhou Jinnan looked at Fang Jing, thinking that in a moment, he must ravage Fang Jing properly. As for Cui Baoyu, just beat him half to death. After all, there were so many people around, all of them could testify to him, not only harassing female students, but also a liar. No matter how he or she cleaned up the other party was not too much. Fang Jing, however, is a little hesitant. As a business manager of the bank, serving many large customers, Zhou Yuanhong's cell phone number. She has, only, apart from finance and work, normally people at her level couldn't casually call these clients, because if you call each other, first of all, it is easy to make each other misunderstand that you are a big beauty after all. There was another point in case one offended a big client. It was also something that violated discipline. So looking at Fang Jing hesitating, Zhou Jinnan had already rushed over, ready to strike. Go on, get this kid killed, then I'll treat you to a seafood dinner at noon. Fang Jing stopped in between Zhou Jinnan and Cui Baoyu and said coldly, of course I know Chairman Zhou Yuanhong's phone number, but under normal circumstances, one shouldn't call him. Only, Mr. Cui is a big customer of our bank, so in order to safeguard Mr. Cui's interests and reputation, I have to make this call. With those words, Fang Jing took out her cell phone. Cui Baoyu stopped the call that Fang Jing was about to make and took out his own cell phone. His own used cell phone. Seeing Cui Baoyu's phone, Zhou Jinnan even laughed out loud. Mr. Cui, ha 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 ha, this phone of yours is at the very least 3 years old, right? Ha 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 ha, the person that my father has to respect is still using such an old model cell phone from 3 years ago. And look at your clothes. In my opinion, you should have purchased them from the farmer's market on the side of the road, and your whole body shouldn't cost more than 500 ku, not even the price of a pair of my underwear. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you two crooks have up your sleeves. Wait, if these two crooks can't get through to my dad's phone, this woman will be given to me, and you guys will just waste this man for me. The bank had already sent 2 cell phones to Cui Baoyu, both of which were global customized models. A cell phone worth around 2,020,000, only, because Cui Baoyu's cell phone still had personal information in it after all. He hadn't had the time to replace it yet, coupled with the fact that Cui Baoyu also did not have the time to change his clothes, so both the clothes and the cell phone gave the other party a reason to despise him. Looking at Zhou Conan, Cui Baoyu said to Fang Jing, I'll make this call just fine, give me the number. Looking at the number in Fang Jing's cell phone, Cui Baoyu entered his own cell phone and dialed it. The number you have dialed is empty, please dial again later. Because Cui Baoyu directly used the speakerphone, the clear voice reached everyone's ears. Zhou Jinnan was even laughing and covering his stomach, almost passing his back, surprisingly dialing an empty number to trick me. Humph, buddy on. Just as the minions around Zhou Jinnan were about to make a move, Fang Jing raised her cell phone and sneered, your father's number, see if it's real? Zhou Jinnan looked at Fang Jing's small, white and tender hands, extraordinarily action, and thought to take the opportunity to touch each other's hands. Only, Fang Jing's action was even faster, directly lighting up the cell phone screen in front of the other party's eyes. Looking at the number in Fang Jing's cell phone, Zhou Jinnan froze. His father's number was a 4-digit 8888 serial number, which was a symbol of his identity, and this girl in bank overalls had a real number in her cell phone. At the same time as he froze, Zhou Jinnan let out another cold laugh and stopped the movements of a few minions. So what? My father's cell phone number isn't one that answers anyone's calls. Looking at you guys, you don't know where you got my dad's phone number from, but your numbers are not on my dad's whitelist, so when you call it, it will definitely prompt an empty number. It means that the two of you are just two crooks, not any famous characters. Cui Baoyu looked at Zhou Jinnan, suddenly radiating a unique aura. Manager Feng, call your Zhao Qian and tell that Zhou Yuanhang to call me immediately. Fang Jing looked at Cui Baoyu's angry appearance and inexplicably suddenly felt a bit scared. Even Zhou Jinnan suddenly felt that the aura around him was also a bit weird, but after all, he felt that this was his home turf and smiled coldly. I'd like to see what kind of tactics the two crooks can actually have, if it is determined that you guys are crooks. When the time comes, I don't need to do anything. Directly call the police. I believe the guards will handle this matter. Right at this time, Fang Jing had already called Vice Chairman Zhao Qian and put this side of things in 3 words, then hurriedly said, Mr. Cui is angry and wants Zhou Yuanhang to call him personally. Zhao Qian was shocked on the other side. Zhou Yuanhang is just a small customer who owes himself more than $10. Compared to Cui Baoyu who has more than $10,000 in his bank, it can be said that it is really not worth mentioning, and the bank in order to let a few on the board of directors a few old guys out, but urgently need Cui Baoyu's $9,000 into the shares. Offending Cui Baoyu, the bank's loss was really too great. The key was that Zhao Qian had already promised the chairman that he would make sure that Cui Baoyu's matter would be implemented perfectly. I've already arranged for someone to call Zhou Yuanhang to collect the money. Zhou Yuanhang called me a few times just now, and I purposely didn't answer. Zhao Qian said, I'll let that boy Zhou Yuanhang call Mr. Cui, call his child. Chapter 0013, can't afford to offend the big guy. Zhou Kannan watched this scene and smiled coldly, thinking about how he would poke these two crooks in their true colors in a while. Only, this female liar surnamed Feng, looks too good looking, so we just need to take this male liar surname Chui, and clean up a good meal, then find a reason to get the phone number of this surname Fong, and then ruthlessly threaten. Be sure to put this female con artist in her place. Thinking of this scene, Zhou Jinnan unexpectedly became a little excited. Just at this time, Zhou Jinnan's cell phone rang. Upon seeing that it was his father's call, Zhou Kannan frowned and hurriedly picked it up. The voice of Zhou Yuanhang on the opposite side was like a machine gun. Zhou Kinnan, who have you offended? I, Zhou Yuanhang, have worked hard for half of my life, and my greatest achievement is to have a real estate company of my own. But the biggest failure is you. You have to know that although Dad is a man of honor out there, worth hundreds of dollars, but in reality, his real assets are actually just a few dozen dollars. This is still relying on the international bank so that I can take a few plots of land. Our Zhou family owes the bank a few dozen dollars, and the bank has been calling me for payment today. I've been begging their vice chairman to give a few days grace, but just now, their vice chairman called and told me that I must pay back the loan of a few dozen dollars within today. The other party told me that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. The other party's name is Chui. This person, even the chairman of the international bank have to call a Mr. Chui. Tell me, what the hell is going on? If you want me to go bankrupt, I'll be the first to send you to Africa to dig for minerals. You hurry up and tell me, what kind of people did you offend out there? Hearing Zhou Yuanhan's words, Zhou Jinnan's face turned white with fear. One must know that although Zhou Jinnan was known as Zhou Gongzi outside and was not afraid of the sky and the earth, the one he was most afraid of was his own old man. This so-called Zhou Gongzi got into trouble. Zhou Yuanhang angry, Zhou Jinnan tied up, hard with a belt whip. From childhood, can be said to have grown up in the shadow of his father. In the last 2 years, Zhou Yuanhan's career seems to be flourishing outside, and he expects a lot from this son. But this son is always not competitive, and Zhou Yuanhang knows it very well in his heart. Chui Baoyu was supposed to use the first ability he got, which was that the other party would be scared and terrified when they received their call. But Chui Baoyu also now realized that after he had so much money is money ability, and sure enough, one of his own instructions went down, and Zhou Jinnan changed his face when he answered the phone. Zhou Jinnan is just relying on his father's name. There are a few juniors in the school as a bully, but when it comes to the chairman of the international bank, in the opinion of this little yakuza, it is an unattainable existence. But this Mr. Chui on the other side was such a terrifying big shot. Hearing his father's stern and angry voice across the phone, Zhou Jinnan hurriedly said, Dad, I'll figure it out. I'll apologize to the other party. Don't be angry, you brat. Don't offend the other party. Zhou Yuanhang's tone eased slightly. It is said that the other party is a big shot with an extremely terrifying value. Find a way to make friends with the other party. I'm going to get to know the other party and give Dad a chance. Remember, whatever the other party tells you to do, you do. Let you learn to bark like a dog, you learn to act like one too. After hanging up Zhou Yuanhang's phone, when he looked at Chui Baoyu again, Zhou Jinnan surprisingly also saw that the other party had a terrifying temperament and aura. Carefully keeping his little brother a little farther away from Chui Baoyu and Fong Jing, Zhou Jinnan bent down and bowed at almost 90 degrees. Mr. Chui, hello, just now I was unintelligent and didn't know that you were. You're a big shot. I hope you're generous and don't see eye to eye with me. Fan Linger, what nonsense did you say just now? This Mr. Chui, is it not something you can slander? Mr. Chui, why don't I talk to my father and invite you to dinner tonight? I don't know if you have time. I don't know if you have the time, but I'd appreciate it. This kid was not stupid. His father's task, he still knew to fulfill it. Thinking about acquiring Zhou Yuanhan's Yuanhang real estate as soon as possible, Chui Baoyu said indifferently. Originally, I didn't want to expose my identity. Humph, I've really been busy these past 2 days. There are too many people who want to invite me to dinner. I remember what you did just now when you were rude to me. It's just that I really don't have to be general with you. You write down my phone number, whether it's you or your cheap dad. Remember to put my phone number in the whitelist. Let's wait for my call for the dinner thing. It also depends on whether I'm in the mood and have time. Remember, when you see me again in the future, be honest. Your father's matter. I naturally know. Some people are destined to be. You can't afford to be offended. Sweating on his face, Zhou Jinnan carefully wrote down Chui Baoyu's phone number, then once again bowed vigorously and carefully left. Seeing this scene, Fan Linger was somewhat speechless. This Chui Baoyu was clearly someone who had no job and couldn't even afford to pay the rent. But looking at Zhou Jinnan's appearance just now, could the other party really be a big shot hidden in the folklore? Go, follow me to the cafe. Chui Baoyu still grabbed Fan Linger's wrist. I promised your mom that this matter must be taken care of today. As for the loss of your part-time job, I will definitely pay you. As for after you graduate, you have to work at the other party's hotel. It seems to me that the owner of this hotel is not a decent person either. Since I promised your mom, I will also be responsible for the matter of you finding a job to the end. Fan Linger's tone suddenly softened. That, Brother Chui, you also know my mom's situation, to my family's situation. In fact, I am also heartbroken. My mom these 2 years is very hard, since taking care of me, guarding a few sets of houses, but also day and night to open a small restaurant. I am also thinking, as soon as possible to be able to earn their own living, to help my mom to share the pressure. Brother Chui, why don't we go to that hotel for coffee? It's the hotel where I'm working part-time, and there's a cafe over there too. The main thing is that if I don't go today, I'll have to give someone a vacation as well. The boss still owes me several days of pay. Hearing Fan Linger's words, Chui Baoyu thought about how he was now worth trillions of dollars and had a huge psychological advantage when facing the boss of a big hotel. It was also just right to take this opportunity to take care of Fan Linger's matter. It was also considered a final explanation to the landlord. Auntie Fan, Fong Jing naturally had no opinion. Her job today was to drive for Chui Baoyu and be a good assistant at the most basic level. After walking a few steps and seeing that the car Fong Jing drove was a couple of luxury cars worth a few $1 million, Fan Linger was somewhat convinced that Chui Baoyu might not really be a simple character. And seeing the cell phones, computers, clothes, and tea in the car, Fan Linger was even more surprised to say the least. Brother Chui, are these all your things? Chui Baoyu said indifferently. I deposited some money in the bank. This is a gift from the bank. Let's go. Go to the hotel you said. Soon, the three of them arrived at the downstairs of a big hotel. One Grand Hotel? Choi Boyak looked at the hotel. This is where you're interning? Fan Linger nodded. Yes, the owner of the hotel is called Huang Yuan. She's a super rich woman, and she's very good to me too. Chapter 0014, The Bullied Fan Linger. Huang Yuan? A rich woman? Chui Baoyu laughed and could only say that this world was really small. He just met this Huang Yuan just now at the bank, and by the looks of it, Huang Yuan's orientation are a bit problematic. Although Fan Linger was still a college student, she did have a convex front and curvy back, full of apple muscles, a real little beauty. This Huang Yuan might have other thoughts about Fan Linger. Maybe. Let's go, Chui Baoyu said. I can also help with your work, and the other party owes you a few days' salary. Make sure to get it back as well. Don't intern here in the future. In case your mom finds out, she'll really be worried. Fan Linger stopped retorting and entered the hotel's lobby with Chui Baoyu. Chui Baoyu looked at the front desk and said to Fan Linger, contact your supervisor, ask for your paycheck back, and tell the other party that you won't be coming in the future. Just leave the matter of your work to me. Fan Linger said carefully. Then you send me a latest model cell phone? I can like the cell phone in your car. This little girl, who also looked like she had 800 heart eyes, was definitely not a little girl who could be easily deceived. Chui Baoyu nodded helplessly. Settle the matter of your job first. Don't let your mom worry, and stop letting your teacher keep contacting your mom. It really wasn't easy for your mom all these years. Fan Linger got Chui Baoyu's promise and took out her cell phone. Supervisor Lu, I'm Fan Linger from the internship. Because there's something going on at school, I came over to look for you. You come over and talk. In less than 2 minutes, a woman in her 30s appeared in front of Fan Linger. Supervisor Lu, there's a change on the school side, so I won't be able to work part-time over here starting today. Luna looked at Fan Linger and said indifferently, if you terminate your internship, you have to greet the company side a month in advance. You told me today that you won't be coming to do part-time work, and according to the rules, you can only terminate the agreement today next month. Otherwise, it's a breach of contract and you have to make compensation to our hotel. Looking at Luna, Fan Linger froze. Supervisor Lu, we didn't even sign a contract at that time. We simply had a verbal agreement, and all the interns, the hotel said they were free to come and go. There was no such thing as saying hello a month in advance, and there wasn't even a contract. So how can you say I'm in breach of contract again? Luna smiled coldly. The company is a big company. The boss is worth a lot of money. The contract is naturally there. It's all an electronic version of the contract. It's just that it hasn't been given to you. Since you propose to terminate the contract, hurry up and go to work. Today next month, naturally, you cannot come. If you don't come to work now, according to 3 times your income, compensate 3 months' salary to our hotel. Fan Linger was even more surprised. Supervisor Lu, I didn't even see the contract, but even said that I violated the contract. Moreover, you still owe me a week's salary. The daily wage is 5 Lu money. A week is 35 Lu. Last week, the manager said that I performed well, and also accompanied the guests to dance, and said that he would give me a bonus. I don't want the bonus. Give me a week's salary. Tomorrow I won't come. Luna's face changed. Fan Linger, do you not understand what I'm saying? Give you face and you don't want it. I said, even if you are an internship part-time job, you have to report to the hotel a month in advance. Otherwise, It's a breach of contract and you have to triple compensate our hotel. A month's salary is 1,050 nanas, yuan. This unit is rarely said. It is yuan. If you compensate 4,500 nanas, tomorrow do not come. Otherwise, our hotel will also give you school contact. Just say that both your personal ability and quality are extremely poor. I believe that with our boss's influence, your school's evaluation of you, as well as your graduation, will also be affected, right? Fan Linger got angry. Luna, who are you calling shameless? You're just a small supervisor. I think you're the one who's being shameless. I'll directly call Manager Chin. I don't believe there's no place for reasoning. With those words, Fan Linger directly called Manager Chin's phone. Manager Chin, I'm Fan Linger. I'm an intern here. I'm in the lobby of the hotel. There's something urgent to find you. Luna looked at Fan Linger with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Manager Chin? The rules on this side of the hotel were set by Manager Chin. The other party was just an intern. She was a redhead in front of her boss. Even if it was Manager Chin, surely he would be towards himself. How could he be towards an outsider? Cui Baoyu looked at Fan Linger and thought that it would be good to let the other party receive a little more refinement in society. When Fan Linger graduated and went to work for a company under his own banner, he himself would soon have a real estate company, a Carrefour store, and a commercial building. Giving Fan Linger a chance to work, that was definitely no problem. Only this so-called Manager Chin. Could it be Chin Dan? Sure enough, Chin Dan quickly rushed over, and seeing Fan Linger, as well as the smiling Cui Baoyu, Chin Dan's face was ugly. Fan Linger, we are a big hotel company, so the company has company rules. If you suddenly offer to resign, you must also give the company a time to recruit. This time is about a month or so. If you were to resign now, you would have to compensate the company for the damage you caused. Or if you leave your job next month, the company will definitely not make things difficult for you. Fan Linger looked at Cui Baoyu anxiously when she heard Chin Dan's words. Big brother Cui, they bullied me. Cui Baoyu glanced at Chin Dan and said faintly, call Huang Yuan here. There are some things I'll say to her personally. Luna sneered. Our chairman is very busy. There's no need to bother her with this kind of small matter. Manager Chin, I'm sorry, it's this little girl who doesn't know any better. Such a small matter even troubles you. Chin Dan hummed. Then follow the company's rules. You either work in the company for another month or compensate our hotel for the loss. Supervisor Lu, you take care of this matter. Cui Baoyu looked at Chin Dan about to leave and let out a cold smile. Manager Chin, it's best to call out Huang Yuan. A supervisor can't handle this matter, and you can't handle it either. I want to acquire your hotel. Understand? Luna looked at Cui Baoyu who was wearing a few hundred lu clothes. This hotel is worth more than $1. It is even more so. Fan Linger sighed. Some inexplicable. Kid, I'm afraid you still don't know. How valuable is this hotel? And our boss will definitely not sell this hotel. Besides, looking at the clothes you're wearing, you're worth less than $5 negligible all over. And you still want to buy our hotel? Dream on. Manager Chin, should we just call for security and kick this psychopath out? Cui Baoyu laughed and took out $2 of gold coins from his pocket. $2? I want to acquire your hotel. $3 if $2 doesn't work. This hotel of yours is worth more than $1 at most. If Huang Yuan knows that I took out $2 or $3 to acquire this hotel, and you guys even stop it, I'm sure that Huang Yuan will definitely sweep you guys off your feet. Chapter 0015, Temporary Acquisition of Grand Hotel. Luna looked at the gold coin in Cui Baoyu's hand and sneered. This is a copper coin bought at the night market, right? You still have $2 for this bear? Chin Dan had just not long ago, but she was the one who had received a violent attack, and she knew that Cui Baoyu's gold coins were real. Once again holding back her inner rage, Chin Dan sneered. Cui Baoyu, I know you are rich. Is being rich amazing? Our hotel is owned by Mr. Huang. It's not for sale. Cui Baoyu looked at Fang Jing. Call Zhou Yuanhang and ask him if he knows Huang Yuan. If he does, give me Huang Yuan's number. Fang Jing hurriedly called Zhou Yuanhang, who learned that it was Mr. Chui's intention and immediately said that he was a big customer of the Hope Hotel and was familiar with Huang Yuan, and immediately sent over Huang Yuan's phone number. Call Huang Yuan, Cui Baoyu said. Tell her that I can offer $2 or $3 to acquire her hotel or take a controlling stake in it. Tell her to come downstairs and meet me immediately. Fang Jing nodded and called Huang Yuan's phone. Huang Yuan was in her office at the moment, looking at a photo on her cell phone. This photo turned out to be Cui Baoyu's. It was at the bank when Huang Yuan quietly stole a photo of Cui Baoyu. Although the clarity of this photo was not particularly high, but looking at Cui Baoyu's appearance, Huang Yuan was actually a little stunned. With a value of $2 and a bank balance of more than 10 cents, Huang Yuan's figure was a perfect fit for a woman in her 30s. But because of her successful career, Huang Yuanyuan's figure was a perfect fit for a man of her age, but precisely because of the successful career, Huang Yuanyuan has always been distrustful of men. In the past few years, taking the opportunity of work, she has been with the hotel woman Love. Aha, love. Suddenly seeing Cui Baoyu, Huang Yuanyuan herself cannot say what reason. There is a special feeling. Thinking of this, Huang Yuanyuan couldn't help but put her hand into her clothes. Just at this time, Fong Jing's phone call came in. Hearing that the other party was the Mr. Cui she had met in the morning, Huang Yuanyuan didn't even hear the words that followed and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll be right downstairs." On this side of the lobby, Luna looked at the scene in front of her and was also exceptionally surprised. Looking at Cui Baoyu's expression, he seemed to really have a few dollars. Could it be that this was a big shot that he could not afford to offend? After all, Zhou Yuanhan's name was naturally known to Luna. As an entrepreneur worth a few $100s, Chairman Zhou was a really big customer of the hotel. Every time he came to the hotel, Huang Yuanyuan greeted him personally and was allowed to enjoy the hotel's highest-class private rooms. Cui Baoyu spoke of Zhou Yuanhang as if he were saying the names of his subordinates. This Cui, is he really a guy with deep pockets? On Qin Dan's side, her emotions were even more complicated when she learned that Zhou Yuanhang had given Huang Yuanyuan's phone number to this bank's account manager. Qin Dan knew that Fong Jing was the account manager of the international bank as if she was a fake. After all, he had met her at the bank himself earlier, but looking at the way it was now, this manager Fong, as it were, had become Cui Baoyu's assistant, the one who could make the bank's account manager directly an assistant. Huang Yuanyuan couldn't do it either. Cui Baoyu's wealth is really a scary number. I can't believe I missed this good man. Thinking of this, Qin Dan coldly glanced at Cui Baoyu. Surname Cui, remember this, our hotel will not be sold. Cui Baoyu smiled faintly. I know, naturally I won't sell it for $1, but when I offer $2 and $3, I believe that Huang Yuanyuan has something in her heart. Just at this time, Huang Yuanyuan had hurriedly trotted down from her office. Seeing Cui Baoyu again, Huang Yuanyuan's heart involuntarily jumped twice. Mr. Cui, if you have something to say, go to my office. It's not convenient to talk about things here. Cui Baoyu looked at Fan Linger and said indifferently, first take care of this cousin of mine. She interned at your hotel. Originally, there was no contract, but this supervisor and your manager Qin have made things difficult for this little girl in all sorts of ways. After hearing about Fan Linger, Huang Yuanyuan crossed her eyes at Qin Dan, then said in a cold voice, Supervisor Liu, you've been in charge of the interns. I remember very clearly. Interns are free to come and go. Why do they still need to greet each other a month in advance? Since the other little girl's school has an arrangement, hurry up and arrange for the finance to give the other party their salary. In addition to giving the other party a bonus of 500 nanas, just say it was me who said it. Luna also dare not say, this system is Qin Dan developed. After all, Qin Dan is now only red. If they offend the Qin manager, although said not to dismiss, but to wear small shoes is certain. Hurry up and nod. Mr. Huang, okay, I'll go and arrange it. Huang Yuanyuan then looked at Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing with a smile. Mr. Cui, let's go to my office to talk. Cui Baoyu said to Fan Linger, you go get your paycheck first, then go wait for me at the cafe. Arriving at Huang Yuanyuan's office, Cui Baoyu realized that Huang Yuanyuan's taste was really good, and the layout of the office was really very elegant. Even a tablecloth was made from a world-famous silk scarf. The tea was not tens of milliards a kilogram, but it was also an excellent dahongpo, worth at least $1 million a kilogram or so. I'll be blunt. I'm thinking of acquiring your hotel. Cui Baoyu fell right to the point. Your hotel is worth more than $1. I can acquire it for $2 or $3 and become the absolute majority shareholder of the hotel. Huang Yuanyuan pressed down her nervousness and said to Cui Baoyu, Mr. Cui, you know, I'm just a small woman who has worked hard for these 10 years or so, and it's not easy to have this business of my own. My entire capital, as well as my time, is here in this grand hotel. If you buy this hotel, I won't sell it. I know Mr. Cui is rich, but no matter how rich you are, as the founder of the hotel, I have the right not to sell. Huang Yuanyuan's attitude was resolute and Cui Baoyu nodded his head. Good, I cannot acquire it. However, I want to achieve absolute control over the hotel, and you are still responsible for the daily management of the hotel. I won't be involved in the management except for some big things. I'll invest $3, and I'm going to possess 90% of your hotel's shares. As for the dividends, for me is not very meaningful, although I occupy 90% of the shares, but I only need half of the annual dividends. Oh, with my $3, you can absolutely open 2 or 3 more of the same hotels in a short time. At least you will save more than 10 years of startup time. This matter, if you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. I will also give you the $3 directly. To me, This is just a small investment. Chui Baoyu's words silenced Huang Yuanyuan. The real value of her own hotel was just over $1, and it had also faced fierce competition in the past 2 years. After all, many real estate companies were now starting to do hotel business as well. If one could indeed get $3 of investment, and this hotel was still their own responsibility, the benefits to them would be obvious. However, Mr. Shui, you invested $3 and want half of the dividends, said Huang Yuanyuan. This matter is beneficial to me, but you have 90% of the shares, with absolute controlling power. I, as a small woman, am very insecure. Chui Baoyu laughed. Oh, sense of security, well said. Within 3 years, I hold the controlling right. The management of the hotel is completely decentralized. After 3 years I will participate in the management. What do you think? Chapter 0016 Chairman of Faraway Real Estate. Huang Yuanyuan ultimately did not stand the temptation of $3. At Chui Baoyu's insistence, she signed a share transfer agreement with Chui Baoyu. As for the legal benefits, with Fang Jing around, nothing was a problem. The only thing I'm going to insist on is not doing illegal business, Chui Baoyu said. In the future, any girls are not allowed to accompany guests to dance and drink, and anything else is up to you. Looking at the $3 gold coin in her hand, Huang Yuanyuan also soothed her nervousness and nodded vigorously. What I should sign has already been signed, Chui Baoyu said. The staff of the bank and the lawyers for the other things, they will go through all the processes in the next 2 days. Also, tell your staff that you got a $3 investment. Just keep my identity a secret for now. Huang Yuanyuan nodded vigorously once again. Mr. Shui, you are right. I will definitely keep your identity a secret. Today at noon, let's eat at the hotel. I'll arrange for a chef to make a big meal especially for you. Chui Baoyu rubbed his belly and was about to speak when Huang Yuanyuan's cell phone rang. Huang Yuanyuan's eyes said sorry and hurriedly picked up the cell phone. 2 minutes later, Huang Yuanyuan hung up the phone and said to Chui Baoyu, Mr. Shui, Zhou Yuanhang is here. He knows that you are at the hotel and hopes to treat you to a meal at noon today. Chui Baoyu thought about it. Good, it's just as well. I have something to talk to him about. Huang Yuanyuan's hotel. Chui Baoyu was also on a whim, so $3 by the way to acquire it. But to acquire a real estate company, in fact, it is also their own to have a set of villas, and then their more than 1 trillion purchasing power as soon as possible to realize. Although real estate cars and commercial buildings may not be the best fixed assets, but in this society, it is also the most considerable fixed assets. To spend trillions of dollars of purchasing power in 3 days, many people actually couldn't do it. If he hadn't inadvertently gained support from the bank side, Chui Baoyu's operation alone would actually be a bit troublesome. The one who spoke was Fang Jing. Taking advantage of the gap between going downstairs, she whispered to Chui Baoyu, Mr. Shui, you can go inside the car and change into the clothes that were given to you. That's the latest international brand, and it also just arrived at our bank last week. The price of a suit is also around 50 million. Although Mr. Shui, you don't care about appearance, but people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Many times clothing is also a kind of respect to the other party. Feeling that Chui Baoyu was not an unreasonable or even uneducated rich second generation, Fang Jing reminded Chui Baoyu kindly. Chui Baoyu laughed. It's fine. Wait, after acquiring Farhang real estate, I have my own villa. It's not good for me to change my face again. This outfit has accompanied me for several years. It was actually quite expensive when I bought it. The expensive that Chui Baoyu said is just graduated a few years ago. Chui Baoyu spent more than $2,000 to buy. As a freshly graduated college student, this amount of money was indeed quite a lot. Only that after a few years of wearing this outfit, first of all it was a bit outdated, and in addition it was pressed when moving, and had never even been ironed, so it looked but wrinkled, like a ground floor product. Fang Jing became more and more unable to see through Chui Baoyu, and followed Huang Yuanyuan to the large private room of the Far Grand Hotel. The private room had a painting of a contemporary celebrity, and although it wasn't a so-called masterpiece of the ancients, the value of the painting was actually worth a dozen milliards. Huang Yuanyuan still had certain requirements for the quality of her hotel. After all, this hotel had spent thousands of milliards on its own decoration. Outside the private room, Zhou Yuanhang had been waiting for a while. Seeing Chui Baoyu in plain attire, as well as Fang Jing beside Chui Baoyu, Zhou Yuanhang was also somewhat impervious. If Zhao Qian hadn't personally called Zhou Yuanhang and told him that Chui Baoyu was a big shot with a horrible value, I'm afraid Zhou Yuanhang would have believed that the other party might just be a fraud who cheated on his food and drink. Chui Baoyu took his seat, looked at Huang Yuanyuan and Zhou Yuanhang, and said indifferently, Dong Zhou, just order the food. It's my treat for lunch today. By the way, to tell Dong Zhou, just now, Mr. Huang and I have signed a contract. I have taken a controlling stake in this Yuan hotel. Only the daily management is still in charge of Mr. Huang. If Dong Zhou needs money, we can all just talk. Investing dozens of dollars for you. Hundreds of dollars. It's all a small amount to me. Zhou Yuanhang got a little excited when he heard that dozens and dozens of hundreds of dollars, in Cui Baoyu's mouth, was like a few nanodollars. He was worth a lot of money, but he owed the bank tens of dollars, and the bank had already given him an ultimatum. If he can't pay back the bank's loan in these 2 days, the bank will issue an announcement. His real estate company will immediately face bankruptcy. It would even face seizure by the court, as well as auction. The efforts of these 20 to 30 years would be zero. Maybe he would also be restricted from high consumption, and the villa he lived in would also be recovered. Thinking about all this, Zhou Yuanhang's forehead saw sweat, and carefully said to Cui Baoyu, Mr. Shui, eat first, it must be my treat. Mr. Huang, put on the best set seafood, the best wine. I will definitely accompany Mr. Shui to drink a couple of cups. Huang Yuan smiled. This is all Mr. Shui's business. Now Mr. Shui is the major shareholder. Whoever treats is fine. I also toast Mr. Shui. Huang Yuan hurriedly went to make arrangements. Cui Baoyu smiled faintly. Dong Zhou, my time is very tight these 2 days, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to acquire your Yuanhang real estate company and become the absolute controlling major shareholder. As for the price, just name a price. As long as it's suitable we can sign a contract immediately. I will immediately transfer a few $100s to you. Cui Baoyu's directness made Zhou Yuanhang directly freeze. After freezing for 2 minutes and glancing at Fang Jing who was smiling on the side, Zhou Yuanhang said, Mr. Shui, you want to acquire my real estate company. This matter is a bit difficult. Although the real estate company is mine alone, my villa properties, as well as my company's employees, and I all have extremely deep feelings. Recently, I've also been negotiating to build a new large condominium outside the 6th Ring Road. Some have already been invested in, and the contract has just been signed. And when all is said and done the market value of the development is almost $100. This is all my years of hard work. If I sell my real estate company, I've struggled so hard for 20 or 30 years, and I feel that I've lost my meaning. Mr. Shui, you also know that although money is a good thing, for a man of my age, my status and career, I can't give it all up at once. Cui Baoyu nodded. Zhou Yuanhang and Huang Yuan both thought the same thing. A person can't just have money and not do anything. Otherwise the person living would indeed be meaningless. It's also possible to acquire your villa development, as well as this apartment project you mentioned, Cui Baoyu said indifferently. That is, it's the same as transferring these projects directly to me. The company is still yours, and the employees are also yours. I bought you these projects at a high price. You have a few $100s in your hand, and with your ability and connections, you can casually develop new projects again. The reason I'm doing this is just to fulfill the family's mission. We can negotiate about the money. If it works, if it doesn't, I'll take this money and go acquire another one. Chapter 0017, 500 Huge Investments. Zhou Yuanhang was silent again this time, until Huang Yuan came back. Zhou Yuanhang said, to acquire a few of my projects, it's negotiable. After all, I've just started opening up, and those few projects are still basically in my hands. Even for the few villas that have been sold, I can give them a greeting from my side and say that the developer and property are fully transferred. As long as Mr. Shui can do a good job with the next property services, that's the price of the transfer between us. Cui Baoyu smiled. The villa you developed in West Mountain has a total investment of about $150. According to the market, you need to at least double the profit. That is, $300. I'll give you $450 directly for the villa project in West Mountain, and that apartment project outside the 6th Ring Road, which you said was worth over $100. That's the market value. No matter how much you put into it, I'll give you $50 straight away. These two projects add up to $500. If Zhou Dong agrees, after dinner in a while, we'll go directly to the bank. There are professional staff and lawyers over there. We'll sign the contract directly. Zhou Yuanhang completely froze. Seen rich, but definitely have not seen so rich. He invested $150 in the villa. In fact, the real investment is also $100 out of the head. The publicity of $150 only. The other side of the opening is $450, equivalent to their own all of a sudden gain 3 times the profit, and villa also do not have to sell their own, equal to their own built up lying counting money. To sell the villa to more than $400, Zhou Yuanhang knows that it is absolutely impossible. Besides, villas in Longcheng are not so good for sale now, and the vacancy rate is high for sure. As for the apartment project outside the 6th Ring Road, he had only just talked about it more or less. In fact, he had just invested just 80 cents. Although it took a lot of time, but 80 cents into $50 is dozens of times the profit. This project is equal to a gold mine. The other party's opening was $50, which simply subverted all of Zhou Yuanhang's imaginations of wealth and investment. Huang Yuanyuan and Fang Jing looked at Zhou Yuanhang. Huang Yuanyuan smiled. Dong Zhou, your company now has a market value of over $600 to the public, and you are worth a few $100. By letting out these two projects and having $500 in cash, your stature is equal to almost $1,000. The company's market capitalization will definitely break through $2,000, or even more. What's there to hesitate about with a business like this? It's the same with Mr. Chui buying my hotel just now. Money is all just numbers to Mr. Chui. You have to realize that there won't be this store after this village. For your project, besides Mr. Chui being able to afford this price, I believe that in the whole world, I believe that there is no one else who is so generous. Zhou Yuanhang was silent again for 2 minutes and said, Mr. Chui, in that case, I do have an idea. You don't want 500, just give me 400. The other 100 can be invested in my real estate company, and I'll give you 49% of the shares. I know that this share figure, Mr. Chui may not find it particularly ideal, but the company I want to have 51% of the shares. This is also out of the company's control needs. Mr. Chui, I mainly want to make you a friend, and I promise to run my company well and give Mr. Chui generous dividends every year. Chui Baoyu only wanted fixed assets. As for the shares of Zhou Yuanhang's company, in fact, at the beginning, Chui Baoyu didn't think that he must get them. After all, something like shares, if the company was well run, it had value. Once the company was not well run, the so-called shares were all a mirror image. However, with $500, he could get a villa, an apartment project, and almost the average shares of Zhou Yuanhang's company. Chui Baoyu was also satisfied. The key was that this matter must be done quickly. After 3 days, Chui Baoyu's more than $1 trillion would be gone. Who could know how strange the next alien power would be again? Thinking of this, Chui Baoyu smiled. Since Dong Zhou is so open-minded, then I won't beat around the bush anymore. We'll go to the bank after dinner and sign everything that needs to be signed. And give me all of your Shishan villa and apartment project. Your company's shares, give me 49%. But, remind Zhou Dong, not always busy with work. Your child's education work. The worry also have to worry about. Hearing Chui Baoyu said Zhou Jinan, Zhou Yuanhang hurriedly nodded his head. His own son and Chui Baoyu age difference is not a few years, but a heaven and a hell. It seems that the education of Zhou Jinan really needs to be strengthened. Huang Yuanyuan saw the scene. For Chui Baoyu, in addition to curiosity, is that kind of feelings become more and more intense? After all, casually taking out $500, acquiring a villa and condominium project, and also obtaining the shares of Farhang Real Estate. There were not many people in Longcheng who could do such a big deal. What exactly was this Chui Baoyu? In fact, Fang Jing was also very curious. Only, Fang Jing also knew that when facing a character like Chui Baoyu, it was best for her not to pry into each other's privacy. However, just at this time, Chui Baoyu's phone rang, and when he picked up the phone, Chui Baoyu's face changed. Looking at Huang Yuanyuan, he said faintly, Mr. Huang, your people really don't know too much. Huang Yuanyuan was also stunned and hurriedly asked, What? On your cousin's side, things were handled unsatisfactorily? Chui Baoyu hummed. Your finance gave my cousin 1 nanas of change. All change? You know, my cousin's weekly salary is 3,500 nanas, and you gave another 500 nanas of bonus. That's 4,000 nanas. That's 4,000 nanas, all in change. You don't know about this? Huang Yuanyuan, who was about to give Chui Baoyu a toast, immediately became angry when she heard Chui Baoyu's words. Mr. Chui, I really don't know about this matter. It must still be the supervisor and the finance intentionally. I will call the finance immediately. Definitely will deal with this matter, so that you can give your cousin an extra 1,000 nano bonus. In the opinion of Zhou Yuanhang and Huang Yuanyuan, 1,000 nanas is just 1,000 nanas, not worth mentioning at all. But this little girl on the other side was Chui Baoyu's cousin, a big shot that he could not afford to offend. How terrifying the existence behind Chui Baoyu was, one wouldn't even dare to think about it. If one really offended the other party, not to mention one's own company, one might immediately face a terrible disaster. After all, Chui Baoyu was too rich, and money could definitely make a ghost push a mill. Huang Yuanyuan picked up her cell phone and scolded the finance, demanding that the finance immediately take care of the matter and get the hell out of there. Then she looked at Chui Baoyu with a smiling face again. Your cousin hasn't eaten yet, right? Let her come here to eat together? Chui Baoyu thought about it. It's better to let him wait for me at the cafe. The less people know about our side of things, the better. Huang Yuanyuan nodded, and Fang Jing also felt more and more that Chui Baoyu's mysterious identity was really something to ponder. After a simple meal, Cui Baoyu then came to the cafe. Having gotten an extra 1000 nano bonus, Fan Linger was also a bit happy, but seeing that Cui Baoyu had only just arrived, she deliberately pretended to be unhappy. Waiting for you for 2 hours. You're really busy. Cui Baoyu smiled. It's okay, I'll go to the bank right away in a while. Recently, you can write your thesis in school without worrying. You must graduate successfully. In addition, I'll take care of your job, but it still depends on your ability. If you have enough ability, I will definitely let you get a high income. That's all for now on this matter. More than that I won't talk to your mom. You've eaten, right? Let's go? Fan Linger hummed. Eat? Cui Baoyu, what kind of person are you? So rich? Chapter 0018 Ross Rice Flagship Store. Cui Baoyu didn't answer, took Fan Linger, got into the car, and said to Fong Jing, you send her back to school, we'll wait for you at the bank. After all, the school was right next to the bank, so Fong Jing would not detour much. Cui Baoyu sat in Zhou Yuanhang's car and arrived at the bank. Zhao Qian saw Cui Baoyu come back, and learned that Cui Baoyu spent $500, bought 2 of Zhou Yuanhang's projects, as well as took possession of 49% of Zhou Yuanhang's company's shares, and even some waves. After all, Cui Baoyu was a person with more than $10,000, and spending a few $100s to acquire a company was really a small thing. Under the supervision of finance, lawyers and other people, all the agreements were quickly signed, and Cui Baoyu was relieved. Zhou Yuanhang got $500. It can be said that from now on raised eyebrows. The next few years will not have the pressure of money. His Yuanhang real estate could sail away and make waves in the industry. Zhou Dong, since you got $500 of investment, then we take a few dozen dollars of loan, and there is no hurry to pay back. Zhao Qian heatedly smiled. In the future, Zhou Dong is estimated to not need our bank's loan, but I hope that the company's deposits are still in our company, in addition to being able to handle more business on our side of the company. Zhou Yuanhang straightened his back. 2 or 3 hours ago, he was still worried about his company going bankrupt and being seized by the court. Suddenly there was more than $500. This change, or from Cui Baoyu. Mr. Cui doesn't have time in the afternoon either. I'll personally take you to the field to see the villa and apartment projects, especially the condominium project. I just signed a contract and will be developing it recently. Since the project is given to Mr. Cui, I still need to introduce you to a few of the local people in charge. Cui Baoyu gently shook his head. There is no hurry. I still have some things to do in the afternoon. The field to see the project thing. You wait for my call is good. Cui Baoyu did have things to do. He had to tell Auntie Fan about Fan Linger as soon as possible, so that Auntie Fan could rest assured. The other thing was that Cui Baoyu was also thinking about the fact that he had the villa area and Huang Yuan Grand Hotel. There was another important thing, which was to get the matter of the Carrefour store done as soon as possible. Zhao Qian told Cui Baoyu that he had contacted a famous international automobile brand, and learned that the bank's supreme customer wanted to invest in a 4S store. And this famous automobile brand said that as long as $100, it could transfer one of the company's directly managed stores within the Third Ring Road, directly to this supreme customer. Even what requirements the supreme customer had, he could communicate with the automobile group headquarters. So, Cui Baoyu first had to take care of the matter of the automobile 4 store as well. After all, his own money, the validity period was only 3 days. Speaking of which, there were only 2 more days. Soon, Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing arrived at this Auto 4S store located within the Third Ring Road. Zhao Qian was very clear that it really wasn't much fun for him, a half-old man, to be with Cui Baoyu. And when facing Cui Baoyu, it was a bank's vice chairman who inexplicably felt an invisible pressure. Maybe Cui Baoyu is too rich. Zhao Qian is worried that if he says something wrong, the other party is not happy. Then it can cause trouble. Fong Jing was young and pretty, and also a flower of the bank. Letting him receive Cui Baoyu was much better than receiving him himself. Moreover, Cui Baoyu's deposits in his bank, as well as his future investments, the really big credit would definitely be on his head. Fong Jing would also get the credit, but at most, she would just get a bonus. The most luxurious office building in the third ring of Dragon City. On the first floor, this is the showroom of this Ross Rice automobile, as well as the global flagship store. As a matter of fact, the main role of this store is image, not sales, but the cars in the showroom were worth tens of dollars. The most expensive one, a Ross Less, was worth more than $2, and was the standard flagship product of the global automobile industry. Looking at more than 100 cars, Cui Baoyu was also a bit dazzled. Thousands of square meters of showroom is even more glorious. Staff clothing are also special customized. Service. Cui Baoyu didn't know that this Rosales car showroom had actually been losing money. Rent and staff wages investment is really too expensive to lose a few dollars a year. So many years have added up to a loss of more than $30. Chui Baoyu gave an investment of $100, which would not only make up for all the losses over the years, but also a huge profit. So as a famous international company, it was also hard to meet such a bold buyer, so it went straight through a special channel and immediately said that it could be transferred to the public. Go in, Choi Bo-yeol whispered as he looked at his clothes. This outfit of mine, doesn't it really not go well with the environment here? Fong Jing was indifferent this time. I say Mr. Shui, with your worth, it actually doesn't matter too much what you wear anymore. Chui Baoyu also smiled and nodded, and Fong Jing raised her head, entering this car for store. Naturally, it was also one of the largest and most luxurious car flagship stores in the world. Seeing Chui Baoyu's attire, sure enough, the staff of this automobile flagship store, as if they had seen air, did not look at Chui Baoyu in their eyes at all. Even though Fong Jing had an outstanding temperament and was indeed a rare big beauty, because of the work clothes she was wearing, the staff in the showroom thought that she had come over for some other purpose and stopped taking care of her. Fong Jing smiled, and Chui Baoyu walked to the front of the most expensive car, whispered, Mr. Shui, this car, there are only 3 in the world. One of them was sold to the Queen of the Eagle Kingdom, and it seems that the Queen rarely uses it. It's just placed on the royal side, for show. There seems to be another one that was sold to a global oil tycoon. This one is the only one in the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, there was a buyer, but the company has certain requirements for the identity of the buyer. That buyer was a famous coal mine owner thug. This enterprise was worried that the Queen of the Eagle Kingdom side would have a problem with it, so it hasn't been sold. Chui Baoyu nodded. Fong Jing was indeed in contact with the bank's big clients, and knew quite a lot about the allusions to many things. Turning his head, he looked at Fong Jing. Manager Fong, I do think that you are a bit of a condescending person in the bank. Why don't you? How about working in my company? Just in my villa project. You can be the general manager of the villa project. How much is the current treatment? I'll give you double. How about it? Fong Jing's face reddened and she shook her head vigorously. I alone can't say anything about the job. My family let me work on the bank side. Mr. Shui, let's go. I'll call the general manager of the Car 4S store. He should be waiting for us right here. Chui Baoyu nodded his head. Just at this time, only a bang could be heard at the entrance of the showroom, as if something exploded. Everyone inside the showroom, as well as outside the showroom, was startled. Chui Baoyu was also stunned, and right at this moment, he saw a runaway car that crossed the railing, and actually rushed in towards the car showroom. Chapter 0019 Once got a sting eating. There was a meter-high railing outside the showroom and several security guards. Just now, it was this out-of-control car that hit a few railings and then rushed towards the showroom. The several security guards in the showroom had never encountered this kind of situation before, not to mention that the speed of this car was not slow, and they didn't dare to move forward to stop it. Seeing the car broke through the door of the showroom, the door, which is worth tens of millions of dollars, was crashed into pieces, and then the car did not stop, directly crashed into several luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars, before stopping. The security guards hurriedly surrounded, and the staff of the showroom, although not injured, but also repeatedly exclaimed, especially the manager of the showroom, whose name was Lin Sin, saw that inside the out-of-control car was 1,000 beautiful women, and Lin Sin had some other ideas. This beautiful woman, who was even more beautiful than Fong Jing and Zhang Yi and Huang Yuan, also did not expect her vehicle to go out of control at all. It was just as well that the vehicle was out of control, but it had even crashed directly into the 4S store of the automobile. Their own car crashed into at least 3 cars, worth the value of the Rothless automobile. This woman is aware of, but things have happened. This woman thought, it is better to call home to say, only the phone hadn't been found yet. Lin Sin had already surrounded up with the security guards. Lin Sin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at this beautiful woman who was just too beautiful and her size was just too moving. Miss, you crashed our gate and 3 of our cars, Lin Sin sneered. It adds up to at least $1 or so. Moreover, it damaged the image of our car showroom and delayed us from receiving important customers. Next we have to meet with our lawyers to discuss about the compensation. Chui Baoyu also saw this scene, a bit far from this car, and didn't think much of it at first, only thinking that he was about to become the owner of this Car 4 store. His store was actually wrecked, so he still rushed over to take a look. Walking over to the accidental car, everyone surrounded the woman inside the car, but no one paid attention to Chui Baoyu. Ha! Chui Baoyu froze. This is Ding Yining? It had been almost 3 years since graduation, and Ding Yining had just graduated and left for a foreign country, and then she had never seen each other again. But last night, Ding Yining, the person he hadn't seen in over 3 years, didn't even confirm if his account was stolen and directly transferred $10,000 to himself. This amount of money would have been quite a lot. Not to mention that today this $10,000 is $1 trillion of purchasing power. Make yourself the richest man in the dragon country. Seeing the increasingly beautiful, almost angel-like Ding Yining, anxiously searching for her cell phone in the car, Cui Baoyu felt that this encounter, too, was really some coincidence. Watching Ding Yining fumbling around looking for her cell phone, Lin Sin even sneered. "This young lady, your cell phone is at your feet. You can also contact your lawyer now. Our lawyer will be here soon. We are still talking next. How to compensate the problem." Picking up the cell phone from under his feet, Ding Yining thought about it and did not call. The matter of losing control of one's own vehicle was not normal in the first place. After all, his own car is also a luxury car with a lot of value. His own driving skills are not a problem. The vehicle is out of control. What the hell is going on? Lin Sin looked at Ding Yining and said to the security guard, "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her get away. Our general manager and lawyer will be here soon." The general manager said that there is a valued guest coming today, and with this incident, all the damages caused must be borne by this young lady. Ding Yining looked at Lin Sin, listening to the other party's words. His heart was even colder. Although the Ding family did not lack this piece of money, but just at this time he even had an incident, which was extremely unfavorable for himself and his father. Even seeing the staff of the showroom take out their cell phones to photograph themselves, Ding Yining hurriedly put on a pair of large sunglasses and hurriedly looked for a mask, definitely not letting the other party photograph his proper face. Only, Lin Sin had already ordered the security guards and a few staff members to film all of this scene just now, which also included Ding Yining's face. Ding Yining hurriedly said, "For the compensation, I will naturally have a lawyer on my side as well, but you guys, hurry up and delete all the photos and videos taken just now. You have no right to infringe on my portrait rights." Lin Sin grunted. "This young lady, you should know that it's no longer a matter of portrait rights. The damage you caused to our car showroom is not a small number. It's better to hurry up and contact your lawyer, or your family, to complete the compensation as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might even face jail time." Ding Yining was in a hurry, completely at a loss as to what to do. When Cui Baoyu spoke, "It's just a few cars, it's only worth $1 or so combined." "Forget it, Yining, it's me, Cui Baoyu." Only then did Ding Yining look up and saw Cui Baoyu behind the security guards and staff. Only, thinking about last night's events, Cui Baoyu borrowing money from everywhere, and with these clothes on him, Ding Yining knew very well that Cui Baoyu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself. As soon as Lin Sin turned around and saw Cui Baoyu, he said coldly, "Kid, worth more than $1? You say it lightly. This $1 or so is just a direct loss. Today our store is going to come to a big shot. Now the showroom is like this. Once the big shot comes over and creates a bad impression on the big shot, it's not something that can be solved by $1. Miss, hurry to get off the car. Go to the office with our security guards, to discuss the matter of compensation." Lin Sin thought, in a moment, first go to his office, intimidate the other party, look at the other party's skin and body. He took the opportunity to take advantage of a little bit. That is definitely absolutely no problem. After all the responsibility is now on the other party, and he himself is taking advantage of the sky, even if the other side said he took advantage of. Now in this situation, as long as they do not recognize the other side to take their own, absolutely no way. But this compensation thing, this side of the monitoring, there are staff proof. The other party is absolutely cannot escape. Thinking of this, Lin Sin was even more pleased. "Security, come 2 female security guards, bring her to my office." Cui Baoyu looked at Lin Sin and said in a cold voice, "I've just said it all. This matter is just a matter of $1 or so. As for the big shot you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, the big shot that your general manager and lawyer are going to wait for, is me. So when you say that it creates a bad impression, I don't think so." Cui Baoyu's words directly caused Lin Sin to laugh a little perversely. "Kid, you're saying that you're the big shot that our general manager is going to greet, wearing clothes worth a few hundred ku? Big shot? I'm afraid you won't be able to earn enough money to buy a car in your entire life. If you are the big shot, I will eat all the cars here." Cui Baoyu smiled coldly. "I'm just afraid that your teeth are not that good." Then Fang Jing said, "Hurry up and call Mr. Smith and tell him that we have arrived." Chapter 0020. Sure enough, Plastic Sisters. Mr. Smith, naturally, was the general manager of this Carrefour store. If this deal could be reached, Mr. Smith could take a few $dozen and retire with peace of mind. After all, the mission given to him by the international headquarters was to turn a loss into a profit within the next 10 years, and then he could get half of the profits. The pricing of the vehicles, no matter how high it was, didn't really cost that much for this automaker. Cui Baoyu is going to give this store $100 investment in this auto showroom, which will naturally turn around and be very profitable from a profit standpoint. Smith was happier than Zhou Yuanhang to have brokered this deal. It's a pity that Lin Sin didn't feel the same way. He heard that the other party knew the name of the general manager, glanced at the cultural wall on the wall, and laughed even more coldly. Our general manager's name, even if you see it from the wall. So what? It seems like you and the lady who crashed the car know each other. Even if you know each other, the money that should be compensated should still be compensated. Oh boy. If you dare to make trouble. Security guard, arrest him for me. This time, Ding Yining hurriedly got out of the car, and Fang Jing also stopped in front of Cui Baoyu. What kind of international joke was this? If something happened to Cui Baoyu, this matter would become terrifying. A super rich man who was worth more than $10,000 could never have something happen in front of his eyes. Ding Yining looked at Cui Baoyu, somewhat embarrassed. Classmate Cui, what a coincidence. Just now I didn't know what was going on. The car suddenly malfunctioned. I can afford to pay more than $1. I'll call my father right away and let him send a lawyer to solve it. Cui Baoyu stopped Ding Yining and laughed. It's fine. It will be fine. I've already prepared this for store. These few cars you wrecked. It doesn't matter. In addition, I'm also going to give you the most expensive car. Oh, sort of a gift in return for the money you lent me yesterday. Ding Yining froze. She even thought, did Cui Baoyu have a fever? Although Ding Yining never spoke inside her classmates group, she always paid attention to the news of a few classmates. The one she was most concerned about was Cui Baoyu, who had the best academic performance. After all, during her freshman year, she and Cui Baoyu had a good relationship. It was only a pity that later on, Cui Baoyu didn't know what the reason was and took the initiative to alienate herself. As a girl, college life was also really wonderful. So Ding Yining, too, passively gave up this relationship. Just for Cui Baoyu, Ding Yining's young girl's mind, more or less still has some waves. Otherwise, last night would not have lent $10,000 to Cui Baoyu. Cui Baoyu's words were also heard by Lin Sin, who looked at Cui Baoyu like he was looking at a psychopath. Security guards, this kid could be a psychopath. You guys must keep an eye on him. Don't let it damage our vehicle or the scene. This young lady, it's better to go to the office with me. Cui Baoyu looked at Fang Jing, who had already gotten through, and smiled. This Mr. Cui, I think you'd better wait until Mr. Smith arrives. Otherwise it'll be too late if you regret it. Humph. Nerves. Lin Sin no longer cared about Cui Baoyu. Looking at the heavenly Ding Yining. Miss, let's go to the office and discuss the next compensation. Ding Yining also no longer believed Cui Baoyu, but prepared to call her father. As a result, he saw that his cell phone was even turned off, moved the button to turn on a few times but did not turn on. It should be the violent impact just now, causing damage to the cell phone. Then he hurriedly said to Cui Baoyu, Mr. Cui, lend me your cell phone. I'll give my dad a call. Cui Baoyu thought about it and took out his cell phone. Seeing Cui Baoyu's cell phone, not only Lin Sin, but all the staff members in the entire exhibition hall had a sarcastic taste in their mouths. The people they came into contact with were naturally all rich people, and the cell phones that rich people used were just those few models. Apart from the most expensive ones, it was the souvenir models. Cui Baoyu's cell phone, at a glance, was a model from a few years ago, and it looked just a little too old. Ding Yining didn't bother to look at the model of the phone and hurriedly called his father. Lin Sin watched the scene with cold eyes, thinking that next, as long as this woman wasn't behind a super big family, he must find a way to take advantage of it. Cui Baoyu and Fang Jing, on the other hand, knew best in their hearts. There was no doubt that Cui Baoyu was going to spend $100 to buy this for store. As long as Mr. Smith came over in a while, this matter would be resolved smoothly. Only, before Smith came, inside the showroom, a few customers wearing world-famous brands came. These few people were all driving luxury cars and wearing designer labels. They looked like rich people. In fact, Ding Yining's car was also a luxury car, and the dress was also worth a lot of money. But as a client, Ding Yining was now in an extremely passive position. Everyone was only concerned about how to compensate for $1. For Ding Yining's identity, on the contrary, not many people cared. There were 5 or 6 people who came in, and one of them, who was also a young woman, even had a 4 or 5 point resemblance to Ding Yining between her eyebrows and eyes. Only, if it was someone who had studied physiognomy, they would have realized that the woman who came in later, the seductive intent between her eyes and eyebrows, commonly known as flirtatiousness, compared to Ding Yining, was just too much. This woman, who entered the car showroom and approached the crowd, saw Ding Yining and suddenly fussed. Big sister, what's going on? The car that grandpa gave you, why is it here? How did it get wrecked? Another man, looking at Ding Yining with a flash of desire in his eyes, also feigned surprise and said, Yining, how can you talk to big sister like that? Big sister, what the hell is going on here? How did your car appear in here? Ding Yining looked at the suddenly appearing Ding Yijing, and Ding Yijing's boyfriend, this young master of the Long family called Long Aojuan, and became a little puzzled in her heart. Why did something suddenly happen to his own car? And this car was a birthday gift from Grandpa. Whether it was for Grandpa or for himself, the significance was very great. Something had just happened to himself, and then his own sister and this young master of the Long family suddenly appeared. This revealed some bizarre flavors everywhere. Cui Baoyu also felt that things were a bit unusual. Ding Yijing was undoubtedly a person from a large family. This one called Ding Yijing was definitely Ding Yining's sister without a doubt. But this person surnamed Long, whose eyes revealed some desire for Ding Yining, was well captured by Cui Baoyu. When Lin Sun saw the appearance of Ding Yijing and the others, he said even more nonchalantly, "This young lady, when driving outside our showroom, the car suddenly lost control, not only crashing our gate, but also 3 of our cars. The total value is at least more than $1. Since you are this young lady's friends, then hurry to discuss the matter of compensation. This young lady, if you don't call your family, then let these few people relay the message to your family. Ha, compensation can't be avoided." Ding Yijing listened to Lin San's words, with a slightly so little surprise in her eyes, but still said deliberately, "Big sister, so it's like this. Since you crashed into someone's gate and vehicle, the compensation is just that. Although you do not have $1 of cash in hand, but after all, you have the family's shares. Ha, do you want our shares temporarily transferred to me? I will pay the money for you. In that case this matter will not have to tell the family, or grandfather knows. It is estimated that it will affect your position in the family. I say big sister, you are also really too careless in doing things." Chapter 0021. It's easy to give away, but hard to invite back. Ding Yining let out a long breath. Shares? Ding Yijing was so straight to the point, it matched her intelligence. Long Aojuan, on the other hand, felt that being so blunt would inevitably make the other party suspicious. Yijing, big sister, a piece of money should still be there. After all, after 2 years abroad, it is said to have manipulated several financial projects. Ding Yining smiled. Yes, $1, I can still get it out. Lin Sun heard this and sneered. This lady, the direct loss of our vehicle and gate is $1, but there are other losses. For example, the image loss caused to our brand. Humph, $1 is probably not enough. In my opinion, it needs to be at least $1.20 for this matter to be resolved. Since you have money, it's good to say, directly meet with the lawyer, sign the compensation agreement, and this matter will be settled. The reason Lin Sun said this was because he felt that Ding Yining didn't look like an ordinary girl. It might be the descendant of a big family, so it was better to try to mess with her as little as possible lately. Let's get the compensation matter settled first, and then the other things will be fine. As for whether he can take advantage of the other party, Lin Sun is also thinking about it. As long as he enters his office, Cui Baoyu coldly watched the sister's performance and said again, "Yining student, it's just $1. It's fine, this store is mine, I don't care. By the way, your car is also wrecked. I will arrange for someone to fix it for you. The most expensive one over there, worth $3, will be given to you. Just drive it if you want." The moment Cui Baoyu's words came out, Lin Sun and the staff, the security guards, couldn't help but laugh. He, I say this Mr. Cui, if your brain has no problem, strange immediately mellow out of here, Lin Sun said coldly. Security guards, give me to drive this kid out. Several security guards with rubber sticks and electric batons had already surrounded. Fang Jing had stopped in front of Cui Baoyu, but was pulled away by Cui Baoyu and said indifferently, "Lin Sun is it? Oh, I'll leave now, but after I leave, it won't be so simple for you to invite me back later." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. "I invite you back? Oh, boy, who do you think you are? Even if it's my grandpa, it's time to get lost. Tell him to get lost. Hurry up." Cui Baoyu looked at the transparent elevator upstairs that was already running downwards, but he pulled Fang Jing and left in a hurry. After exiting this car showroom, Cui Baoyu smiled. "It's fine, Smith will definitely call you in a while. Tell Smith to forget about Ding Yining's matter. As for this Lin Sun, in a while I will let him know who in the end is the master here." Fang Jing looked at the slightly angry Cui Baoyu and whispered, "This beauty is your classmate? It's so good looking, and at a glance, he's a child of a big family. His car is also worth at least 20 cents, yuan, and his clothes are all world-famous brands. Sure enough, a woman's perspective is different." Cui Baoyu just smiled gently. "Let's go. Let's walk a little farther. We can't let Lin Sun find us easily in a while." Inside the store, the people who were arguing had already seen that the general manager of this store, and in fact the general manager of this brand's Longboi region, Mr. Smith, had already hurriedly walked out from the elevator. Despite also seeing the scene in the showroom, Smith still looked around and then asked loudly, "Just now, your guest said that he has arrived at the showroom. Manager Lin, come over here." Lin Sun was about to take Ding Yining to his own office when he suddenly saw Smith. Then hearing Smith's words, he hurriedly jogged to Smith's body. "General Manager, hello, this matter, it was purely an accident. Our loss is around $1. The other party has promised. Smith waved his hand and stopped Lin Sen's words. You can just deal with the small matter of these cars. How much should be compensated? The two honored guests I mentioned, they have already arrived, and they called me from the showroom just now. One of them is a beautiful lady wearing the uniform of the Dragon International Bank. Smith's words caused Lin Sen to directly tremble twice. Although his first target was Ding Yining, but Fang Jing's face and figure were naturally unforgettable to someone like Lin Sen even after a single glance. The other party was indeed wearing the uniform of the Longwei International Bank, and besides Fang Jing, there was no one else wearing the same uniform. That kid just now, saying that he was the honored guest, Lin Sen refused to believe it. Seeing Lin Sen's appearance, Smith looked around again. Let the onlookers disperse in a hurry, and first cover the several cars that were crashed with a red cloth. The two honored guests I mentioned. Did you see them or not? As he spoke, Smith also took out his cell phone, ready to contact Fang Jing. Lin Sen gritted his teeth and whispered, General Manager, the distinguished guests you mentioned, how old are they? Smith grunted. They are all young, very young. One of them has a fortune that almost says he can be rich as a nation. What's the matter? Have you seen it? Smith had already gotten through to Fang Jing. Fang Jing, by this time, had passed through another staircase, entered the building, and went up to the second floor of the building, picking up Smith's phone. Mr. Smith, I'm the account manager of the Longhua Bank, Fang Jing. Our bank's supreme customer, the esteemed Mr. Chui has already arrived at your showroom, but there was a manager surnamed Lin, who directly let the security guards kick us out. Oh, now Mr. Chui is very angry, for investing in the acquisition of our car forest thing, said to reconsider. After all, $100, in Longcheng want to invest in a 4S store. A lot of car brands will rush. By the way, Mr. Chui also said that the girl who had a car accident in your car showroom, called Ding Yining, was his classmate. Let's forget about this matter. Mr. Smith, you'd better take care of the company's business first. Mr. Chui said that he won't forgive Lin Sen for the fact that he was kicked out. Smith's eyes were filled with anger inside when he heard Fang Jing's words. As the general manager of Dragon Country Nation himself, he had been losing money for the past few years, and was actually becoming more and more marginalized in the company. It was not easy to have a chance to turn the corner and retire 10 years early, making this foreigner, who was used to enjoying himself, feel like he was possessed by a koi carp all morning. Suddenly, he was dragged down by Lin Sen. Thinking of this, without waiting for Fang Jing to finish her sentence, Smith wasted no time and kicked his foot towards Lin Sen. Lin Sen also didn't expect the general manager to suddenly get angry at himself, plus the fact that Smith worked out every day, so the strength of the kick was really not small. Lin Sen was directly kicked to the ground by Smith. Smith did not even pay attention to Lin Sen again, directly walked to the scene of the accident, said loudly, all personnel disperse immediately and hurry to get a big red cloth. Just cover up all the vehicles in the accident. Excuse me, which one is MS? Ding Yining? Chapter 0022 Classmate Identity Fade Doubtful Guessing. Ding Yining was preparing to summarize his money into an account to compensate the other party with more than $1. Thanks to that, there was a spare cell phone to contact the bank. While Ding Yijing and Long Aojuan watched this scene, thinking that after returning home in a while, they must talk to Grandpa about this side of things, especially seeing Ding Yining's helpless expression. Ding Yijing was really happy in her heart. Hearing Smith's voice, Ding Yining raised his head from the surroundings of the security guards. When Smith saw Ding Yining, he was also shocked hard. There was such a beautiful girl in the world. However, thinking that this girl was a classmate of his honored guest, Smith's face piled up with smiles. You are Miss Ding Yining, let's forget about these cars. In itself, it's also related to the unscientific setup outside our store. Are you alright? The moment Smith's words came out, everyone froze. Ding Yijing even looked at Smith, knowing that this was the general manager, and spoke directly. Mr. Smith, how can you say forget about such a big thing and forget about it? When something happens, the responsibility must be taken. Smith looked at Ding Yijing, the old fox. He heatedly smiled. Little girl, I Smith is the general manager of Ross Rice Longweigua. A few cars of things I say. If you have a problem with the beautiful Miss Ding Yining, you can compensate for her. Miss Ding Yining, please come with me. How about I send you a car to take your place for now? Ding Yining was more than a little confused. She had absolutely no idea. Why did this scene happen? If this 50-something-year-old Smith wasn't interested in herself, could it be that she was confused with fever? As a general manager of a world's top brand in the country of Longhua, he shouldn't be a confused person. Thinking of this, Ding Yining took 2 steps back and said to Smith, Mr. Smith, my sister is right. Since the matter started because of me, I will compensate what should be compensated. I will also bear the responsibility that should be borne. The loss is about $1.20. I will sign the compensation agreement with your company and transfer this money to your company. Thinking about Chui Baoyu's $100, as well as his own retirement plan 10 years ahead of schedule, Smith hurriedly filled his face with smiles once again. MS. Ding. This matter, I'm in charge. It's really fine. Just now, one of your classmates, has he already come to the showroom? Classmate? Chui Baoyu? Ding Yining nodded her head. My classmate, who originally just said a few words for me, was kicked out by your manager and security guards. This, looking at Lin Sin who climbed up from the ground and trotted over again, Smith was even more furious. Manager Lin, you took my most recent honored guest and drove him out of the showroom. The damage caused is difficult for me to measure myself. You think of a way to invite back the distinguished guest that you just drove away. If you can't do it, don't blame me, Smith. In addition to dismissing you, I will also investigate all your work in the past few years. As long as there's any misbehavior, I'll make sure you're taken to court. Lin Sin originally didn't know what was going on, but Smith's words woke him up in a flash. He himself had thrown out his honored guest? That young man wearing 500 nano clothes and using a second-hand phone was the distinguished guest that Mr. Smith was waiting for? Smith looked at Lin Sin and said coldly, it's a staff member of the Dragon Country Bank, and another gentleman surnamed Shui. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that real people don't show their faces. Manager Lin, it seems like you're not as good at Dragon Kingdom culture as I am. In the past few years, I did hear that you used your power to get many young models to come to the showroom at night to take pictures. Do you know that there are a few places of surveillance in the showroom that you don't know about, which truthfully recorded this scene? For this mistake alone, I can make you pay at least a few dimes in compensation. Lin Sin was so scared that he directly fell to the ground. If this showroom still had surveillance that he didn't know about, then wouldn't Smith know all about the things that he had done at night with the young model? In the showroom, some things are really unseen. Still don't hurry to think of a way to invite your guest back? Smith snapped. Even if you kneel on the ground to invite them back, you have to invite them back for me. In fact, Ding Yining was beside him and was extremely surprised. Ding Yining was a child of a large family. Naturally, he had insights, and Mr. Smith's status position. Although he was only the general manager of an automobile brand, the people he had contacted and the vision he had, was definitely not comparable to an ordinary general manager. The person who could let Mr. Smith treat him as an honored guest was definitely not an ordinary person. Associated with some of the words Chui Baoyu said just now, Ding Yining became curious about Chui Baoyu's current identity. Ding Yijing and Long Ao Jun, hearing Smith's words, were even more shocked. That guy who looked like a poor boy just now, was really Mr. Smith's honored guest? Lin Sin looked at Ding Yining and whispered, beautiful honorable lady, your classmate, what is the phone number? Inside Ding Yining's spare cell phone, there was actually an address book. Inside the address book, there was naturally the contact information for Push Baoyu. Only, Ding Yining was also dissatisfied with Lin Sin's approach just now and said coldly, I broke my cell phone. The phone numbers are all inside that cell phone. I don't remember my classmate's number. Lin Sin was even more desperate. He looked at Smith whose eyes were about to kill, and gritted his teeth. I'll go out and look for it. They just went out. They should not have gone far. Smith stopped Lin Sin. Your IQ is quite offline. I believe that if you go to look for them alone, the other party won't give you face. Lin Sin froze, then hurriedly stopped and said fawningly to Ding Yining, beautiful young lady, let's forget about your matter. Since Mr. Smith has said it was an accident, I would like to ask you to do me a favor and go outside with me to invite your classmate back. Ding Yining was naturally curious about Chui Baoyu's identity as well. She had lent Chui Baoyu money last night, firstly because of the kind of haze that the two had in school. Everyone had had a good teenage era. Another most important reason was that Ding Yining really didn't care about the $10,000, a milliard nowadays, even if it was to say goodbye to youth. This was Ding Yining's thought, but if Chui Baoyu returned this money to himself, Ding Yining even thought that the two of them might even cross paths. After all, as the eldest sister of the family, although she was not so much as to say that she was in trouble on all sides, but she did need the support of the young people as well. Glancing at Smith, whose eyes were full of expectations, and Lin Sin, who had changed his face, Ding Yining said indifferently, Mr. Smith, I seem to remember that the girl beside my classmate just now called you. From this, it could be seen that Ding Yining was also definitely not an average girl. Even in the midst of such an environment and facing such a significant matter herself, she still remembered almost all the details of the scene just now. Hearing Ding Yining's words, Smith's old face flushed. MS. Ding, it is because of this rude manager Lin that caused your classmate to be very upset right now. Your classmate, his visit is important to me. Really important. Saying this, Smith felt even more angry and kicked out again. This time, although it wasn't very hard, Lin Sin still cooperated and took 2 steps back. lowering his head without saying a word. Ding Yijing watched this scene and was a little lost. It was so hard to find a moment to deal with Ding Yining, but now the situation, it seemed to have reversed. Long Aojuan also whispered to Ding Yijing, that classmate of your big sister's, seems to have an unusual ID. This matter, let's take a look at it. Ding Yining took a look at his sister, who was whispering on the side, as well as Long Aojuan, and sneered, the two of you have also offended my classmate. I only hope that the two of you don't commit a crime in the hands of my classmate. Otherwise, with my classmate's identity and status, I believe that the two of you will have to eat your words as well. Chapter 0023 Lin Sen's Attack. Long Ao Jun was so scared that he took half a step back. Yes, Smith was such a respected honored guest, in case he offended the other party. If the other party wanted to deal with him, there might be many ways to do so. Smith glanced at Ding Yijing and Long Aojuan and also sneered. There was no telling how this honored guest's temperament and disposition really was. This matter had to have Lin Sen come out to take the fall and gain the other party's forgiveness. The matter of the other party's investment of $100 absolutely could not have any accidents. In fact, at a window on the second floor, Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing were watching this scene on the first floor. Guess, what should Lin Sen do? Cui Baoyu was also a little surprised when he watched Lin Sen flopping down and kneeling down for Ding Yining. It was said that there was gold under a man's knees. This Lin Sen was not an ordinary person. As the store manager of such a high-end brand, it was reasonable to say that his insight and wisdom were superior. It is a pity that this time he met with an accident. To say accident, is also really accident. Just one day ago, Cui Baoyu absolutely do not dare to come to this Carrefour store, and even think that he could not have such a car in his life. Living in a bungalow with a rent of less than 1,000 naira, Cui Baoyu's dream was to hurry up and find a job with a monthly salary of 1 million. Overnight he became a super rich man. This is what Cui Baoyu would dream of, waking up with a smile. Downstairs, Ding Yining, seeing Lin Sen kneeling at his feet, froze for a moment and said to Smith, Mr. Smith, since the matter was caused by Manager Lin, let Manager Lin take care of this matter and at the very least apologize to my classmate. Mr. Smith, I can't make a decision for my classmate in this matter either, but what I can guarantee is that my classmate is not an unreasonable person. Smith nodded and looked at Lin Sen on the ground and said coldly, wait, let me ask. How does the other party want you to apologize? Calling Fong Jing's phone again. Fong Jing glanced at Cui Baoyu and picked up the phone. Mr. Smith, is the matter of the showroom taken care of? Smith nodded repeatedly. The matter of Mr. Cui's classmate, I've already given it a solution. As for our store's manager Lin who offended the esteemed Mr. Cui, I wonder how Mr. Cui wants Lin Sen to make amends and apologize? Fong Jing laughed. Mr. Cui is going to invest in this showroom. So naturally he doesn't want to see him because he will be in a bad mood if he sees him. Smith hurriedly nodded. Good, then I will dismiss him immediately. Please Mr. Cui meet with me as soon as possible. Regarding the transfer of this store, we should still sign the contract as soon as possible. Cui Baoyu took the phone. Mr. Smith, this is Cui Baoyu, $100 to invest in this store. No problem. Only, apart from this store, I hope you can cooperate with me. Submit a form to me with the information of every single employee of this store, as well as their daily performance. Smith nodded repeatedly. Mr. Cui, it's better for us to meet and talk about it. All the things you said are things that I should do. Cui Baoyu smiled back. Okay, you take care of things a bit more. 10 minutes later, we'll see you at the showroom. Hanging up the phone, Smith said to Lin Sen who was kneeling on the floor. Manager Lin, given your performance in the company over the past few years, you have been dismissed. Please go to the labor department immediately to complete the formalities. As for your suspected malfeasance, I will also have my lawyer contact you. Lin Sen knelt on the ground, too scared to stand up, because he knew very well that as long as Smith still had a few other monitors in the showroom, his own matter was definitely not trivial. Although Ding Yining did not know, Lin Sen in the end did what? But after all, she is also the management of the enterprise. Think this Lin Sen body must not be clean. Smith said to Ding Yining again, your car, I will arrange for someone to, immediately, repair it for you, guaranteed to be exactly the same as the original car. Your classmates will come over in a while, please wait here for a while, I promise to send you a car, temporarily as a substitute. I hope Ms. Ding will be satisfied. Ding Yining nodded her head. For her, although she could afford $1 or so, this matter being handled in such a way was considered a perfect ending. For Cui Baoyu's curiosity, Ding Yining naturally had it. Lin Sen was on the ground, stabilizing his emotions, clenching his fists vigorously, thinking about the possibility that he would have to spend the next time in prison. Looking at Ding Yining, evil was born out of fear. Standing up, he rushed towards Ding Yining. It's all you, you stinking woman. Everyone froze as this scene suddenly happened. A few security guards had quickly brought a red cloth. Actually a huge red carpet. After all, the last thing the showroom lacked was a red ground cover, and they were working on covering the broken few cars. Therefore, Smith was also startled when he saw that Lin Sen was actually going to turn against Ding Yining. But Smith was farther away from Ding Yining and was too late to react in a moment. Seeing that Lin Sen rushed to Ding Yining made a sideways turn and then a high kick. A kick that actually hit Lin Sen's chin. Only a crunching sound could be heard. Lin Sen's jaw had obviously been kicked off, and Lin Sen was in pain, falling to the ground with a thud, his mouth shouting, "Oof, I've been abroad for 2 years. The bad guys I've met are much better than you." Ding Yining moved her waist and said in a cold voice, "If you think Auntie is easy to bully, you're looking at the wrong person." Ding Yining's 1-meter-long thighs, kicking up was really good looking. Smith was even more surprised that this girl, between her hands and feet, had the demeanor of a superior person. Unable to help himself, he stretched up his thumb. "Beautiful ms. Ding, you are a master." Ding Yining smiled faintly and said to Ding Yijing next to her, "Sister, if you still want to watch the action, feel free to do so here. In a moment, when my classmate comes back, I hope that the two of you will apologize to my classmate." Ding Yijing skimmed her mouth and was about to say something when she was pulled back by Long Aojuan, who said, "Let's go. If we are over here, in a moment when her classmate comes back, there might still be some conflict. Today's matter, we can't get any good. Let's go. Let's talk about it some other day. When we get home, we still need to tell your grandpa about Big Sister's car crash." Ding Yijing was dragged along and hurried to leave when Smith spoke. "Several of you, since you have offended our honored guests, Rosalie's will pull you into the blacklist. From now on, it will be impossible for any of you to be purchasing vehicles from Rosalie's." "Che," Ding Yijing whispered, "who likes the same? I'll buy other brands. What do you care?" Watching his sister leave, Ding Yining did not say much. The security guards went up to Lin Sen and dragged him away. It seems that his end is not destined to be good. Just now, he suddenly attacked Ding Yining, and the showroom surveillance recorded it all truthfully, together with the previous charges. It seems that Lin Sen will undoubtedly spend the rest of his life in prison. On the second floor, Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing, seeing Ding Yining's stance, Cui Baoyu unexpectedly stroked his chin. "This classmate of mine, his stance is really not simple." Fong Jing laughed. "Mr. Cui, I'm also a 6th degree black belt? This assistant of yours isn't just knowledgeable in finance." Chapter 0024 Fong Jing's heart moves Cui Baoyu. 10 minutes later, Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing, who had returned to the showroom once again, received an extremely grand reception. In just 10 minutes, Smith had also shown great public relations skills, as well as professionalism. The welcome speech on the big screen, as well as the car accident scene that had been completely covered by the red carpet, even completely unable to see that there had been a car accident just now. Cui Baoyu's attire, Smith did not feel surprised. After all, in foreign countries, billionaires also often wear sweatshirts, shorts, and ride a bike on the street to skate. In Smith's opinion, Cui Baoyu was definitely a descendant of a big family and a deep-rooted high achiever. Cui Baoyu was also in a hurry, so he didn't continue to dwell on minor things. He quickly signed the contract and took this automobile showroom under his own banner. Ding Yining saw this scene from the side and completely couldn't believe that this person was his classmate. Only Fong Jing acted extremely calm. Just $100. In just half a day, Cui Baoyu had already bought a big hotel, a real estate company with several projects, and a famous car for his store. Having invested more than $600, this huge amount of money spent, Cui Baoyu didn't even blink an eye. Cui student, today's matter, thank you. Ding Yining also wanted to go home. Today she had an accident. Her car broke down. This was the vehicle that her grandfather had sent her, so she had to hurry home to explain. "Ms. Ding, your car has been sent to you for repair." Smith smiled. "Promised to send you a car thing." Cui Baoyu waved his hand. "This showroom is mine now. Just take the most expensive one. It's sort of my way of thanking you for lending me the money." "Only," Ding Yining shook his head, "Grandpa doesn't let me be too flashy. That car is just a bit too expensive. Just give me an ordinary car that's worth a few hundred milli. When my car is sent for repair, I'll be sure to ask a professional to give me an appraisal. I suspect that my car suddenly lost control, and that someone has tampered with my car." Smith rushed off to make arrangements, while Cui Baoyu was in a hurry to go home and declined the request to have dinner together. Watching Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing leave, in the office of Smith, kissed vigorously the transfer contract of this showroom, Ding Yining also said goodbye to Cui Baoyu and left. "I'll take you home," Fong Jing said. "Take all of your contracts and it's best to put them in our bank's safe deposit box. After all, these contracts are really too valuable. In case you lose one, it's all a very troublesome matter." Fong Jing had a point, thinking about the fact that he lived in a bungalow. In case these contracts were bitten by rats, Chui Baoyu couldn't even cry. On the way home, take a trip to your bank, Chui Baoyu said. Luckily your bank is open 24 hours a day. Let's go. Put down these materials. If you're off work, you don't have to send me. I'll just take a taxi back. Fong Jing shook her head. I'm your assistant for one day today. It's also my job and honor to serve our supreme clients. Returning to the Longhua Bank, entrusting all the information to one of the bank's safe deposit boxes, Fong Jing drove and took Chui Baoyu towards the 6th Ring Road. You don't live close. Fong Jing laughed as she looked at the long line of traffic jams in front of her. With the villa, you can choose a villa and move over to the villa as soon as possible. Chui Baoyu also thought the same thing, having been living in a cottage, especially now that it was summer. Not only were there mosquitoes and flies, but it was also very humid. I live in a bungalow and the rent for a month is 900 nanas. Chui Baoyu laughed. The conditions are very poor. I've been living there for 3 months. Fong Jing did not ask why. In her opinion, many big families had a variety of ways for their offspring to experience. Fong Jing had also heard that there were some ancient great families in the Dragon Kingdom who had amazing financial resources. This was also the first time that Fong Jing had seen that the descendants of a great family were truly extraordinary. Moreover, Chui Baoyu was still single now. Thinking about this, Fong Jing blushed a little. My landlord, Fan Linger's mother, is a single mom, Chui Baoyu added. She's a good person and has taken good care of me during this time. I'm going to give her a car. Then tomorrow I'll buy the commercial building to come and prepare to give her some clothes and cosmetics. Fong Jing nodded. A car was all but a drop in the bucket for Chui Baoyu. Vice Chairman Zhao said. Fong Jing said, that commercial building matter. I will give you an answer tomorrow morning. Chui Baoyu also nodded. Zhao Qian was so enthusiastic about his matter, or he was looking at his trillion-dollar fortune. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. If one has lots and lots of money, one can even make the gods push the mill for them. Manager Fong, what do you think? What gifts should I prepare for my family? When Fong Jing heard Chui Baoyu's words, she was more than a little nervous. Why is he mentioning about his family to me? Chui Baoyu himself had trillions of dollars of wealth. How luxurious and unimaginable should his family's situation be? Fong Jing's family was actually not bad, and her parents were also people with more status in Dragon City. But compared to Chui Baoyu's wealth, it was just not worth mentioning. Seeing that Fong Jing did not answer his question, Chui Baoyu smiled faintly. Actually, aside from money, my parents' biggest wish is for me to get married as soon as possible. Oh, but the more this happens, the more I have to have my own principles. Fong Jing tensed up again. Why is he telling me this? Could it be that he doesn't have a good feeling about me? If there is a favorable feeling, shouldn't he himself show it as well? May I ask? Mr. Chui, you are only 27 years old this year, right? Fong Jing whispered. Men at this age, it's a good time to make a career, so there's no rush to get married. But finding a girlfriend is indeed necessary. After all, at this age, you need a girlfriend who is in love with you, and the two of you together is actually a kind of warmth. Chui Baoyu nodded. However, with Qin Dan's previous sign, Chui Baoyu knew that the best test of love was wealth. Manager Feng, if I really am a poor boy who has nothing and can't even afford to pay the rent, do you think that I still deserve love? Fong Jing's heart became even more agitated and whispered. Mr. Chui said, call me Baoyu. Chui Baoyu laughed. Colleagues and friends call me that, and I also consider you a friend. Thank you for staying with me today and driving me. When we arrive near our home in a while, let me treat you to dinner. Fong Jing nodded happily. I thought you weren't hungry. The food at noon was too fine, so it was digested rather quickly. What shall we eat this afternoon? I live in the middle of the city, Chui Baoyu said. Right near my home, there is a good dumpling store. Dumplings are my favorite. Let's eat them together. Sure. Fong Jing nodded happily. I like eating dumplings too. However, when Fong Jing and Chui Baoyu arrived at Chui Baoyu's neighborhood, they saw a large number of young men dressed in black with rubber sticks in their hands, telling all the businesses to close their doors. The dumpling store that Chui Baoyu said was closed was stopped at the entrance by several black-clothed men. It's closed for business. It's closed. Go go go. Go far away. This urban village has been bought by our black master. It will be demolished soon. Chapter 0025 No Useless Alien Abilities. Master Black, naturally, was not surnamed Black, but M.O. It is a famous social person in Dragon City. Because he was ruthless and had several security companies and real estate companies under his banner, he was known as Master He in the jungle. Chui Baoyu actually hadn't heard of Master He's name, but Fong Jing, because of the people she had contacted more, had heard of Master He's name, sort of slightly. Master Black's people, Fong Jing whispered. There's no need to offend them. Let's go. Change the house. Chui Baoyu also nodded. But just at this time, a shout came from the dumpling store. No one can make me demolish the place. I, Wang Dana, am deaf, and will never agree to demolish the place. All of you get out. Get out. Get out. Then, Chui Baoyu saw that the owner of this dumpling store, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with 2 kitchen knives in his hands, rushed out directly from the dumpling store, facing a few black-clothed men. This dumpling shop of mine, as well as my courtyard, adds up to more than 600 square feet, and you guys gave me 3,000 naira per square foot, a total of 180 milliards, just to get rid of me, less than 200 milliards. You can't even buy a small 1-bedroom apartment in Longcheng. How do you expect me, Dana Wang, to survive? Go back and tell your boss that I, Wang Dana, will be the first to oppose the demolition and will definitely not sign. A few black-clothed men sneered, and one of them said, Wang Dana, don't give your face, do you believe it or not? If you don't sign tonight, maybe a burst of fire will come from somewhere and burn this store of yours, or you go out to buy goods, accidentally hit by a car. Oh, our boss will come over right away. If you don't sign this word, chop off your fingers and make you sign it. Wang Dana was really angry. He said to the woman behind him, inside, don't come out, I'll fight them. Wang Dana's daughter-in-law, inside the store, looked tearful, wanting to stop her husband, but thinking that the demands made by the other party were too much, so she was also a little angry, and said to a few men in black through a curtain, if we must be demolished, in addition to giving us 100 mil, just give us another 200 square feet of stores. After all, this dumpling restaurant we have now is actually doing quite well. If you guys want to demolish it now, at the very least you'll delay our business for a year, so giving us a store would be considered fair, wouldn't it? A black-clothed man who stopped at the door hemmed and hawed, wait for our boss to come over. You and our boss will confer. Soon, a man with a height of 1 meter 9 and stern eyes arrived outside this dumpling restaurant. He was Master Hay's #1 hitman and the vice president of Master Hay's company. His name was Bai Chiu, with Master Black known as Black and White. A few years ago when Master Black had not yet set up a real estate company, it was relying on demolition to fight a large piece of the country. It is said that the number of people who have been crippled by Bai Chiu, no less than 2 digits, also established the reputation of Bai Chiu and Master Black in the Jianghu. Bai Chiu looked at Wang Dana, who was holding 2 knives, unconcerned, and even lit a cigarette and said coldly, Wang Dana, isn't it? This place is outside the 6th Ring Road, and the price for demolition is just that. If you don't sign, tonight I guarantee that you'll have to leave here in a wheelchair. As for your family and children, I also guarantee that they'll be just like you, leaning on their wheelchairs for a living from now on. Wang Dana had also heard of Bai Chiu's reputation, but thinking that once this place was demolished, it would cut off his own source of income, and he wouldn't even have a house of his own in Longcheng in the future, so his heart was crossed. Surname Bai, I don't believe it, you dare to take me what? Oh, I'll put my strength together, and I'll go through life and death with you tonight. It would be better if there is a human life. I believe that if there is a human life, the demolition of this place will be suspended. Humph, you black-hearted bosses, 3,000 nanas a square meter, just like tearing down the whole place. Dream on. Bai Chiu laughed and threw the shirt on his body, revealing a chunk of muscle, as well as a scar on his body. Surname Wang, since you are looking for death, and even threatened me with a kitchen knife, then tonight I am going to let you know the cruelty of the Jianghu. Saying that, Bai Chiu's muscles, eye to eye, bulged up, like inside his body, there was a worm moving. Just when Bai Chiu and Wang Dana were on the verge of a fight, Chui Baoyu spoke. All stop. Chui Baoyu's voice was very loud, and when he spoke, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly stirred up. It was as if a stone was suddenly thrown inside the lake. In fact, hundreds of people had already surrounded the area by this time, because in addition to Wang Dana, many residents are also reluctant to sign. After all, this demolition compensation given by Master Black is really too low, and this location is precisely because it is outside the 6th Ring Road, so the households were originally very large. For example, Chui Baoyu's landlord, Auntie Fan, has 5 or 6 houses in her family, as well as a breakfast store and a kiosk, add up to more than 1,000 square meters. If a square meter is only 3,000 nano compensation, Fan Auntie can get, is only more than 300 milli, 10,000. In the 6th Ring Road this side, barely able to buy a small 2-bedroom house. This is also extremely unfair to Auntie Fan. Bai Chiu saw Chui Baoyu who made a sound. Thin, young, the clothes are even more so that Chui Baoyu's identity is obvious. It is likely to be the poor people who rent a house here. Fong Jing beside Chui Baoyu, hurriedly stopped in front of Chui Baoyu's body, as a Taekwondo 6 Dan assistant. Indeed also has the responsibility to protect Chui Baoyu's safety. Chui Baoyu still walked out and said to Fong Jing, it's okay, trust me. Thinking of the power behind Chui Baoyu, Fong Jing was slightly relieved. Chui Baoyu glanced at Bai Chiu and said to Wang Dana, Boss Wan, put your knife down first. I'll handle this matter for you and help you get justice. Then he said to Bai Chiu, you give Master Black a call. Just tell him I'm looking for him. Chui Baoyu's tone and demeanor made Bai Chiu freeze. Which onion are you? Chui Baoyu sneered. I'll let you call Master Black. I'll give him a few words and you'll know who I am. Bai Chiu suspiciously glanced at Chui Baoyu, somewhat confused. What exactly is Chui Baoyu's reputation? Said to a black-robed man beside him. Watch out for me. This side must all sign tonight. One cannot be left behind. Those who do not sign, give me directly break the legs, or chop off the fingers. Give me fingerprints. Then took out his cell phone and called Master Black's phone. Master Black, it's me. There's a kid. Chui Baoyu waved his hand. Speakerphone. I'll talk to him. Master Black was still a little impatient on the other side. What things still need to trouble me? Tell you. This urban village. As long as we get the signature tonight, this land is our brother's. At this time, Bai Chiu had already opened the speakerphone. Chui Baoyu held a card in his hand and said coldly, surnamed Black, it's me, Bai Chiu, as well as the crowd. From the loud speakerphone sound, they heard the opposite side of the Black Master suddenly and then and then a few more sounds. I, tell your people to go back immediately, Chui Baoyu said coldly, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Across the street, Master Black's phone had hung up, but Bai Chiu heard extreme panic in Master Black's voice. In Dragon City, there were only a handful of people who could make Master Black so terrified with a single phone call. The key was why Master Black hung up the phone directly. This matter was really fishy. When Bai Chiu called again, Master Black's phone was unexpectedly turned off. Chui Baoyu faced Bai Chiu and said in a cold voice, I told you to take people away. The demolition matter will be discussed tomorrow. Do you hear me? Bai Chiu hesitated. Master Black's reaction just now, extremely abnormal, even directly shut down the phone. The opposite side of this kid. In the end, what is the Holy Spirit? Chui Baoyu pointed to a few men in black and said again, do not go is it? All of you learn to bark for me. Bark 3 times. Get lost. Chapter 0026 Black Master Strange Car Accident. A dozen black-clothed men suddenly woofed and barked. They had no idea why their bodies were out of control. Bai Chiu was still puzzled as to what the other side really meant. When he suddenly heard his men learn to bark, he found the matter unbelievable. And you, bark some more. Chui Baoyu pointed at Bai Chiu. Bai Chiu was still sneering. How could he possibly learn to bark like a dog? Suddenly he felt that his body was not under his control, and he opened his mouth and started barking. The sound is very big, and the sound of the dog's barking is learned in a perfect way. The surrounding people, as well as the Black Master of the Black Man, are scared silly. Just now, the Black Master directly hung up the phone. Bai Chiu is a can fight 10, even the other side of a sentence, directly into a dog. Just now, he himself also turned into a dog. This is too scary. If you don't get lost, believe it or not, I'll let you bark at the side of the dog for a night. Chui Baoyu looked at Bai Chiu with cold eyes. If there's something going on, you can go back and talk to Master Black, then you'll know what's going on. Bai Chiu was able to learn how to bark for about a minute. His voice got louder and louder. His voice was almost mute before he stopped. When he looked at Chui Baoyu he was a bit intimidated. Bai Chiu was an expert, and precisely because he was an expert, he had seen all kinds of strange characters in the Jianghu, but no matter how strange the characters were, they were not as scary as this young man across the street. When Bai Chiu learned to bark like a dog, the surrounding onlookers laughed out loud. In their opinion, the invincible black and white irregulars had turned over in a gutter in a city village. There were also people around who knew Chui Baoyu, whispering in low voices. They didn't know why this happened. Bai Chiu clenched his fists and was about to strike when Chui Baoyu added, not convinced are you? Learn to crow like a chicken for me. Bai Chiu's clenched fists suddenly loosened, and then made the sound of a chicken crowing. The sound was so godlike that the usual Bai Chiu would never be able to make such a sound. After almost half a minute of learning to crow like a chicken again, Bai Chiu stopped and gasped for air. May I ask? This Mr. Chui, what is his name? Chui Baoyu said coldly. You're not qualified to know my name. Get the hell back and look for your Master Black. By the way, remember to see Black Knight and have Black Knight give me a call. Bai Chiu once again let out a long breath, jotted down Chui Baoyu's phone number and said to the people around him, tell everyone to go back to the company and meet Master Black. With that, everyone made phone calls, packed their things, and hundreds of black-clothed men walked out of the city center village, got into a car, and left. As these men in black left, the people around them began to applaud. Wang Dana was even more happy and his palm was red. Buddy, come eat dumplings inside me. Wang Dana greeted warmly. I've wrapped all the dumplings, just waiting for the pot. Chui Baoyu nodded and said to the people around him, don't worry, the demolition of this place won't be 3,000 nanas a square meter. I'll handle it. You guys go and get busy. It's fine. Plus Bai Chiu, hurry back. Their company was the earliest demolition company. See real estate pen demolition company more money. So directly set up a real estate company. The company's name is also very cultural, called Mozi Real Estate. These 2 years in Longcheng is also considered a not small company, although it is not as good as a large company like Farhang Real Estate, but because of the extremely ruthless means, Black Master's current value, at least a few dozen dollars, by Chio almost to the company. Suddenly the phone rang. Look at the number is the Black Master side of an assistant. The name is Bai Xiaojie, or a distant cousin of Bai Chio. Bai Chio picked up the phone. Xiaojie, I will return to the company. Bai Xiaojie said hurriedly. Brother, you go directly to the hospital. Master Black had a car accident and is over at the 402 hospital. Bai Chio froze. A car accident. Letting the others go back to the company, Bai Chio drove a car and hurriedly arrived at the 402 hospital in the North 3rd Ring Road. Into the hospital, Bai Chio realized that the Black Master is driving. Opposite the Black Master's car suddenly lost control, crashed into a large truck on the opposite side. Although Master Black's sedan is also a special order sedan, but cannot help the other side of the vehicle is really too much tonnage. So Master Black was hit. Master Black has not yet awakened and is still in the operating room for emergency treatment, Bai Xiaojie said. However, according to the high-definition camera, when Master Black had the accident, he seemed to have answered a phone call. Bai Chio was so scared that his sweat came down. Could it be that Master Black answered that kid's phone call before he was so scared that he couldn't even drive the car steadily? Associated with a dozen people just now together to learn the dog barking, he even unknowingly also learned the chicken barking. Bai Chio scared to make a strong grip on the hair. What did the doctor say? Over here, Fong Jing, who was even more curious about Cui Baoyu and couldn't understand him at all, whispered, What kind of person are you? How can you make the other person bark like a dog? Cui Baoyu faintly laughed. Don't worry, it's not like I'm letting you learn how to bark. Oh, I don't know what exactly happened to Master Black, but I guess that this matter will definitely not be small. Fong Jing gave an ah. You know Master Black? Cui Baoyu didn't answer, but smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you know him or not. This one surnamed Bai is indeed an expert. If you make a move with him, I have a feeling you'll be at a disadvantage. It's not that we didn't do it. Wang Dana had already poured 2 bowls of dumpling soup, then hemmed and hawed. You are a marvelous big man. Wang Dana, remember you. In the future, if you come here to eat dumplings, it will always be free. Cui Baoyu smiled faintly. This place, in fact, is also really close to being demolished, except that the conditions at that time will definitely satisfy everyone. That's fine. Wang Dana's daughter-in-law also walked over and said to Cui Baoyu, I say little brother, be careful, but I have heard that Master Black is a ruthless person. I have heard that he will do anything to demolish the house. Wang Dana waved his hand. Women, what do you know? This little brother is not an ordinary person. The dumplings will be ready soon. Soon. Saying this, he pulled his daughter-in-law to the back and whispered, Didn't you hear? Master Black received a call from this young man and was so scared that his cell phone was turned off. Can he be afraid of Master Black? After finishing the dumplings, Fong Jing came to Cui Baoyu's side of the bungalow, seeing the house where Cui Baoyu lived. Fong Jing once again felt that she couldn't see through Cui Baoyu, obviously having $1 trillion worth of money. But to be able to live in this kind of place was not something that an ordinary person could do. Putting down his cell phone, computer, clothes, etc. for Cui Baoyu, he also asked Cui Baoyu if he needed to come over to pick him up in the morning. Forget it, I'm going to sleep until I wake up naturally, Cui Baoyu said. I didn't sleep well last night. You also hurry to go home early and rest early. Seeing Fong Jing leave, Cui Baoyu called Zhou Yuanhong's phone. Dong Zhou, it's me. I'm asking you about something. It's about Master Black. You said the land outside the 6th Ring Road. How did Master Black get involved? Tell me, what's going on? Chapter 0027, Master Black wakes up to ask for guilt. Yes, this apartment project outside Zhou Yuanhong's 6th Ring Road. This plot of land, is this urban village where Cui Baoyu lives? This is also the reason why Cui Baoyu was willing to buy this project. After buying it, at the very least, he can't shortchange his landlord's aunt. And Master Black suddenly made everyone sign, which in itself was abnormal. Zhou Yuanhang received Cui Baoyu's call and hurriedly said, Oops, I was about to call you. I also have an inside line in the authorities over there. It's a bit complicated to say. I'll be honest with you. This project, although it can be worth more than $100, in fact, my current investment is just a few dimes, less than $1. Also just signed a framework agreement with the local. The next step involves demolition and relocation of all aspects of the matter has not been fully carried out. They told me that it is because they heard that my company's funds are tight. So this Black Master wants to intervene, directly first to the demolition agreement to get their hands on, so that this plot of land, they may get, and by returning the deposit of a few cents to me, the local side will not lose out. After all, They don't want to offend Master Black either, but they can offend me. Mr. Shui, what's going on? Shui Baoyu said indifferently. Tell me everything you know about Master Black. Master Black's side wants to steal business from me. I want to see who gave him the guts. With the supernormal ability of a manufacturing tripod weapon, Shui Baoyu spoke with a bottom line. Opposite Zhou Yuanhang was even more nervous and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Not to put the Black Master in the eyes, this Shui Baoyu's back absolutely has a terrible power. So Zhou Yuanhang told Shui Baoyu everything he knew about the Black Master. Shui Baoyu looked at the time, thinking that he had to go to the landlord aunt. Originally thought to come back in the afternoon. The school side of the situation, and Auntie Fan said, but the result is because of too many things recently, which finally have time. Calling Auntie Fan's phone, Auntie Fan sounded a little tired. Xiao Chui, the matter at Linger's school, how is it being handled? I'm still outside. In the morning, the property side had a meeting and said that this side is going to be demolished as a whole. It also said that a square meter will only give compensation of 3,000 nano. I and a few old neighbors, direct discussion, came to this side of the authorities. As a result, the people here told us that the leaders were not in, and asked us to wait here. This has been waiting for a day, and still haven't seen the leader. Shui Baoyu let out an "Oh, Auntie, it's okay for the time being. The demolition matter has been solved for the time being. If you don't believe me, call and ask the people over here. A bunch of people came to make you sign, but then left again. It's late and you haven't eaten yet, so hurry back. Linger's side is fine. She's already back at school writing her thesis at ease." After hanging up Auntie Fan's phone, Shui Baoyu was also thinking about what he would do in case Bai Qiu came back again tonight. In recent times, Shui Baoyu had gained several boring supernormal abilities, and there was another one, which was that when Shui Baoyu whistled, the other person would get a tummy upset. Like the other psychic abilities, the extent of the diarrhea, the time, and Shui Baoyu's emotions as well as his willpower were related. This ability was also super boring. However, the number of times the ability could be used was upwards of 900 times, which was enough for Shui Baoyu to shock the opponent. After all, this kind of supernatural ability could be used in a group attack, making the other party bark like a dog, like a chicken, like a duck. This ability was able to scare the average person. And if Bai Qiu really wanted to fight Shui Baoyu to the death, Shui Baoyu was prepared to use this ability. In Shui Baoyu's opinion, if he really went into a state of super rage, Bai Qiu would just chop his liver and crouch on the ground and definitely wouldn't be able to get up. Even a more powerful expert who had a stomach upset would have the strength to not be able to use it. Shui Baoyu also had an even more powerful supernormal ability, only that one was too extreme, and Shui Baoyu had always felt that he couldn't use it. Now it seemed that to deal with bad guys, this ability would be used in the future. This was also the reason why Shui Baoyu wasn't afraid of Bai Qiu. Auntie Fan learned that the demolition things over here had stopped for the time being, so she greeted her old neighbors and went home. And when she returned home, she thought of coming to say hello to Shui Baoyu, but when she saw that the light in Shui Baoyu's room was already switched off, Auntie Fan didn't have the good sense to bother Shui Baoyu anymore. Yes, Shui Baoyu didn't sleep all night last night and fell asleep early tonight. When he fell asleep, he had dream after dream. However, this ability of devaluing things 100 million times had not yet ended, so the new supernormal ability, for the time being, had not been opened. Let's talk about Bai Qiu's side. Master Black finally woke up in the early morning after a night of surgery. When Bai Qiu heard that Master He had woken up, he rushed into the hospital room regardless. Master Black, you're awake. Are you okay? Master Black, who had just woken up, closed his eyes for a full 5 minutes before opening them and straining to look at Bai Qiu. Can't die. You said. How are things progressing on the demolition side? This project is worth at least over $100 when it's well run. If it is built into a villa, it will be worth at least more than $300. The reason why I want to get from Zhou Yuanhang. Black Knight took a long breath and then said, I won't say any more gossip. Have all the people signed? Bai Qiu froze and hurriedly said, Master Black. No. Met a strange young man. Hearing Bai Qiu finish the details of what happened, Master Black frowned. The other party can make you learn how to bark like a dog and bark like a chicken? This thing. Master Black was silent for a while. You have his phone. Give him a call. Ask him, what is going on? I don't remember recognizing such a young man. To block my way of wealth. Don't blame me for not being polite. Bai Qiu hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Shui Baoyu's number. Shui Baoyu was woken up by the phone and was a bit upset when he heard that the other party was Bai Qiu. However, he didn't use his ability to make the other party afraid, but instead, he was nonchalant and directly whistled a few times. Master Black, my stomach is not feeling well. It's very uncomfortable. Maybe it's because the takeout I ate last night was not right, Bai Qiu said. I will go to the bathroom first. Wait for me. With those words, Bai Qiu gave the phone to Master Black and rushed into the bathroom of the luxury ward. Master Black picked up the phone. Kid, you. Chui Baoyu was nonchalant and whistled again, lying on the bed. After all, the Black Master, after all, was just operated. The body is weak. Suddenly felt the stomach turned over, as if there is a knife in the stomach churning in general. Come on people, my stomach hurts. Hearing the voice from the opposite side, Chui Baoyu sneered. Surname Black, there are too many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. This territory is mine. Dare to rob my territory, I will make your life worse than death. Remember this for me, if you want to live. Break your mind of moving this turf. Hanging up by Chio's phone, Chui Baoyu once again entered the dreamland, slept back to sleep, and did not open his eyes again until after 8 a.m. By Chio and Master Black, never called again, and the reason was simple. I received a call from the other side, and there was an unspeakable fear in my heart, said Master Black. Now that I think about it, the reason why I had a car accident yesterday was also because I received this kid's phone call, and all of a sudden there was extreme fear in my heart, and the vehicle went out of control. This kid, in the end, what kind of god? He said that the land is his. Contact Zhou Yuanhang for me. I want to ask, Zhou Yuanhang, what the hell is going on here? Chapter 0028 by Zhou came to invite this time. Chui Baoyu thought about accomplishing the task of acquiring a large commercial building today. Zhao Qian had told Chui Baoyu that this commercial building belonged to his friend, and this friend had several large commercial building projects, one of which could be considered for sale. As for the price, Chui Baoyu didn't care at all. If a few $100s didn't work, then $1,000. If $1,000 didn't work, then $2,000. In front of the lure of great benefits, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to be able to refuse. After all, as long as it is a businessman, will consider the interests. The establishment of commercial buildings itself is to make money, only rent not sell, or for long-term interests, and it is believed that one's commercial building will appreciate in value more and more. But there was also another problem. The appreciation of commercial real estate also had a ceiling. As a real estate company owner, naturally, he would do the math. He acquired Huang Yuan store, temporarily do not need their own management. Zhou Yuanhang's a few projects. One is a villa, one is an apartment. In fact, is the land under their feet? Villa side, Zhou Yuanhang gave a few staff, temporarily in the service over there. After all, there are still a few people who go to see the villa every day. As for his side of the project development, Chui Baoyu thought, if you can demolition, as soon as possible demolition. If he is not willing to demolish and relocate, just leave it like this for now. It is actually quite good to have cottages and neighbors. After all, he is also a small landlord, and actually able to collect rent. Automobile 4S store side. Smith temporarily returned to the management. He wants to recruit a general manager, but it is not urgent. Thinking of this, Chui Baoyu got up. Look at his new cell phone, new computer, new clothes. Chui Baoyu also did not unseal, or thinking of moving after. Everything is new. Last night, the information of the cell phone was not imported to the new phone. So today, I went to do the errands first. Going out, I ended up seeing Auntie Fan right in the yard, looking as if she was waiting for Chui Baoyu. But it was still pretending to be an unintentional encounter. Little Chui Linger's matter, what exactly is the situation? Indeed, it was a pitying situation. Even though he had already roughly said it on the phone, Chui Baoyu still smiled. Auntie, it's okay, it's actually a misunderstanding. Linger is doing a part-time job outside, which more or less affects her studies, and her thesis hasn't been submitted, so that's why the teacher called you. After my communication with teacher Linger has already returned to school to write her thesis. Isn't it almost graduation time? My friend has a company that happens to be hiring, and I think Linger would be a good fit, so I'm going to introduce Linger to my friend's company. During the internship period, Linger can earn $8,000 a month, and if she does well, she may earn more than $10,000. Auntie, don't worry. Auntie Fan nodded her head at this point, then whispered again. Last night a few of our old neighbors came back and heard people say that those people who came over to ask for our signatures, they were driven away by you? You even made them learn how to bark like a dog and how to bark like a chicken? What's going on here? It is true that there are a lot of people. A lot of things surprisingly cannot be hidden from people. Chui Baoyu cured laughed. Nothing, I and the other side know. The other side owes me a favor. So this thing is even acted a drama. The demolition of things recently should not have any more big action. Auntie, what do you think? If the demolition compensation, how much is appropriate for 1 square meter? Auntie Fan looked around and whispered. We've also inquired. In previous years the authorities gave more money. Now they give less money. Mainly for houses. My side adds up to more than 1,000 square meters. So it would be good to give more than 1,000 square meters for the house. And then 100 or 200 milliards for compensation. You know, 1,000 square meters is at least 8 houses. I'll live in one set, give one set to Linger, and the remaining 6 sets can be rented out. And for a building of more than 100 square meters, the rent would be expensive. One set of rent would be around 3,000 nanas. The rent for 6 houses would be 18,000 to about 20,000 naira. That's more than 20 milliards a year. Together with the 200 or so milliard that compensates us, Auntie is getting by. She won't have to work so hard in the future. It's enough for Linger and I to live. Chui Baoyu secretly calculated in his heart. If he followed this figure, the cost of the demolition and relocation compensation would almost be within 10 milliards, 10 billion. Because this urban village was almost just a few hundred families. Not every family had 1,000 square meters. Most of the families are only about 500 square meters. Then spend tens of dollars to build up this modern neighborhood. The total cost control should be within $60. Zhou Yuanhan's statement that this project is worth $100 should be scientifically calculated. One could only say that real estate was really an industry where money made money. Auntie, I actually know the leaders of this demolition side and development side. Chui Baoyu laughed. If everyone's demolition conditions are the same as your side, then there's no problem. When I see the other side in the next 2 days, I'll talk to them. Linger's matter is fine. Don't worry. In addition, don't be too tired. A store and a breakfast stall. If you are too busy, you can find another small worker. Anti-landlord's morning stall and store. Only one small laborer, a woman in her 30s, taking care of the small business together with Auntie Fan. It was indeed also rather hard. Chui Baoyu no. Auntie Fan monthly income of a few thousand nanas of rent, plus the store side. A year is also has more than 10,000 of income. In the past few years, Auntie Fan also did some business outside to subsidize her family. When Chui Baoyu couldn't pay the rent, although Auntie Fan also came to urge twice. But no matter whether it is the attitude or from the point of view of being a human being, it is really good enough for Chui Baoyu. Thinking about this, Chui Baoyu thought that he must properly repay this landlady of his. Yesterday, Auntie Fan even gave herself $1,000. This money has to be paid back. However, $1,000 can't repay this sentiment. Saying goodbye to Auntie Fan, Chui Baoyu left the village. At the only village entrance, seeing Fong Jing in the vehicle already quietly waiting at the village entrance, Chui Baoyu was also a bit surprised. One could only say that this service was indeed a bit too good. An organization like a bank, treating big customers could really be said to be trying to do everything possible. You came early? Chui Baoyu smiled in embarrassment. Told you that you didn't need to come over to pick me up. I slept until I woke up naturally. Fong Jing smiled faintly. Her smile was really nice to look at. It's fine. It's only right to serve a big client. And we're going to see the commercial building today. Let's go. Have you had breakfast yet? The car has prepared breakfast for you. I've eaten. Chui Baoyu nodded and was about to get into the car. Just then, a loud roar came from the highway in front of the village. A large off-road vehicle, more than 3 meters tall, rumbled over, and suddenly a sharp brake stopped beside Chui Baoyu and Fong Jing. The car door opened and the person who got out of the car was wearing a black suit today. Knowing that it was already May, the temperature on this side of Dragon City was already almost 30 degrees. People wearing suits were really rare, except for this 1'9" man in front of him, Bai Qiu, who was looking at Chui Baoyu and Fong Jing. Bai Qiu was here to look at Chui Baoyu. Looking at Chui Baoyu. Mr. Chui, Master Black has an invitation. Come with me. Chapter 0029, Black Panther invites Master Wang. Chui Baoyu looked at Bai Qiu and then at Fong Jing, and said indifferently, I'm really busy today and don't have time. Let's wait until after these 2 days. Before Bai Qiu could say anything, the other black-clothed man who came down from the car spoke. Kid, give your face. Bai Qiu's face changed, and he slapped his face. Black Panther, even though you're Master Black's godson, you have to be made to understand the rules today. Mr. Chui is a guest invited by Master Black, so speak to me with some respect. The man called Black Panther had anger in his eyes. Yes, he was Master Black's godson and another vice president of Master Black's company. They also came here last night, and when they learned that the demolition didn't go well, and even that Bai Qiu was teased by the other party, Black Panther became a bit disdainful. In fact, the real reason is still that Master Black does not have a son, who will be in charge of the company in the future. Master Black, or rather, during this period of time when Master Black is in the hospital, who will be in charge of the company? Is it Bai Qiu or Black Panther? In Black Panther's opinion, the company is definitely in his own hands. It didn't matter if Bai Qiu was in charge, but Bai Qiu had actually slapped himself, and Black Panther felt that he couldn't endure it. Surname Bai, you. Looking at Bai Qiu's eyes, the Black Panther took 2 steps back. Surname Chui, hurry up and leave with us. My godfather is waiting over at the hospital. Bai Qiu, why are you staring at me? Master Black instructed. This kid must come with us. Fong Jing looked at Chui Baoyu. Today she is not nervous. After following Chui Baoyu for a day yesterday and seeing Chui Baoyu's bravado, as well as all sorts of miraculous performances. This bank's account manager knew very well. Chui Baoyu was not a simple character. He was definitely not something that Bai Qiu and Black Panther could just deal with. Bai Qiu had if anything a smile on his face. Mr. Chui, Master Black is really inviting you to make a trip. Don't make it difficult for me. Chui Baoyu looked at the time and shook his head. I'm really busy today and don't have time to go over. Since Master Black is in the hospital, there's no rush for these 2 days. Wait until I'm done with these 2 days. Bai Qiu's face was ugly. The person invited by Master Black, even if it was Zhou Yuanhang, even if it was an even more bullish figure than Zhou Yuanhang, he wouldn't dare to say no. After all, in the past 2 years, Master Hei's worth a lot of money, has his own security company, and is also considered to be whitewashed, coupled with Master Black's means. In the entire Dragon City, who would dare not give Master Black face? Only, the opposite side of this kid is really bizarre. The thought of learning to bark like a dog and bark like a chicken. Bai Qiu has some scalp numbness. Just when he was about to say something, Black Panther hemmed and hawed by his side. Bai Qiu, ever since I heard about what happened over here after you went back last night, I knew that you definitely couldn't handle it today. Humph, it looks like this matter still has to rely on me. With those words, Black Panther took out his cell phone and made a call. Master Wang, have you arrived? Then after saying a few words, he hung up the phone and said to Bai Qiu with a cold smile, thanks to my side's early preparations, I invited a master over. No matter what tactics this kid has, as long as Master Wang makes a move, he'll have to obediently follow us. Master Wang, Wang Baoguo, also Master Hei's guest, was said to be a Taijiquan master and a famous feng shui gentleman. Legend has it that he is famous in Southeast Asia. When he settled down in Dragon City these years and stopped going out, he was taken as a guest by Master Black. Soon a not too eye-catching old sedan stopped in front of the crowd. This old-fashioned sedan does look a little old, but seeing this license plate number, people who know what they are doing land up. The first to come down is a big beautiful woman. The beautiful woman turned to the passenger side of the person to open the door. A man wearing a Taoist robe got out of the car. This man was almost 50 or 60 years old, and holding a folding fan in his hand. He did have some immortal style and Taoist appearance. This was Wang Baoguo, the Wang master of the Jianghu. Seeing Wang Baoguo, Black Panther walked over with a fawning face. Master Wang, I'm really sorry to trouble your old man this time. Master Wang nodded gently without knowing if he could or could not, then said, what is the other party's origin? Black Panther pointed at Chui Baoyu. This is the one. This fellow has some tricks up his sleeve. It is said that he can make people learn to bark like a dog. Master Wang looked at Bai Qiu, who was on the side with an embarrassed face, and said indifferently, Master Black is sick? Black Panther hurriedly said, late yesterday, suddenly there was a car accident. I suspect that there is also some relationship with this kid. Grandmaster Wang's eyes changed as he looked coldly at Chui Baoyu. Young man, which sect are you from? Is it from Longhu Mountain? Or is it Mount Qingqing's? Or is it from Amei Mountain? Seeing that you are so young and doing things so viciously, do you know that there are some things that are forbidden techniques that have not been allowed to be used in the world for hundreds of years? The previous Chui Baoyu had absolutely never dealt with Taoist priests or masters, and the so-called masters on the internet nowadays were basically frauds. But in Chui Baoyu's opinion, this Master Wang had a very unique temperament, a temperament that was somewhat unexplained, making Chui Baoyu feel somewhat less like a liar. I'm not the sect you're talking about, Chui Baoyu said softly. Master Wang, I really have something to do today. Pardon me, Manager Feng, let's go. Feng Jing nodded her head. She did know that there were some high-profile people in this world. After all, in the bank, the source of information was also wider, and some of the big names that she came into contact with, they would also talk about some of the hidden things in the Jianghu. Looking at this Master Wang, Feng Jing also knew that this kind of person, it is better not to offend. Looking at Feng Jing and Chui Baoyu about to get into the car, Black Panther was anxious. Master Wang, Master Black said that we must invite this kid over today. You see, Master Wang grunted. Wang Baoguo, don't need you to point out things. Just get on the car. I guarantee that this kid will follow us. At Master Wang's words, both Bai Qiu and Black Panther were a bit surprised. Black Panther is even more delighted. Bai Qiu cannot do things they invited Master Wang did, that the Black Master Company's future management, 1099 will fall on their heads. Thinking of this, he smiled. Master Wang, then let's go? Master Wang nodded. Bai Qiu glanced at Black Panther, smiled and said to Master Wang, Grandmaster, let's just go straight away? Grandmaster Wang nodded and said to the assistant woman beside him who was over 1.7 meters and had an extremely plump and enchanting figure, Shuer, let's go, get in the car. Wang Shui was Wang Baoguo's daughter, also considered his disciple. As a hidden sect, Wang Baoguo was not a charlatan of any Jianghu, but had some real skills. Black Panther had thought of a car with Master Wang, but looking at Master Wang, it's owned some fear, so Still and Bai Qiu got into their own SUV. Master Wang got into the car and said to Wang Shui, "Drive in front of this kid's car and just take him with you." Wang Shui froze. "Father, you're going to use a forbidden art? This forbidden art?" Wang Baogua nodded gently. "Master Black's father was kind to me back then. I have to repay the favor. Let's go. Drive." Chapter 0030 Alien Power Against Master Wang. Fang Jing still looked at Bai Qiu and Wang Baogua's vehicle and whispered, "This Master Wang, it feels a bit different. Are we really going like this?" Cui Baoyu nodded. "In the morning I'm going to look at a commercial building. I need to buy it as soon as possible. I've looked at the location. It's over at the East 4th Ring Road. I kinda like that location. Mainly, it's big enough for a commercial building. It has everything inside. I just happened to register my company in it. Office and whatnot. It's all convenient." Fang Jing also nodded her head. This commercial building that Zhao Qian had contacted for Cui Baoyu was on the edge of Longqing's East 4th Ring Road. The transportation was indeed very convenient. However, Fang Jing still thought to say a few more words. "Mr. Shui, oh, Baoyu. In fact, I've heard that the feng shui of this commercial building is not good. Every year, apart from the ones who jumped off the building, there has been a case of stabbing and wounding. Otherwise, this friend of Chairman Zhao wouldn't have agreed so quickly to transfer this commercial building. After all, if you don't sell it, collecting rent is the business that capitalists are most willing to do." Cui Baoyu also smiled. He had naturally heard some rumors about this commercial building. This commercial building project called Joy Commune had 5 floors, almost 200,000 square meters, and was a super large commercial complex. Almost all of the configurations of a modern commercial building, such as supermarkets, shopping, cinemas, restaurants and children's playgrounds, are available here. There was also a very anachronistic large bookstore. After all, there were very few commercial buildings with bookstores in this era, and this friend of Zhao Qian's, whose name was Dongfang Jane, was rumored to be very simple in his actions as well. "Let's go." Directly to the Joy Commune. Cui Baoyu glanced behind him and saw Master Wang's car suddenly accelerate to the front of his car. Cui Baoyu didn't think much about it. If Master Wang dared to make a move, Cui Baoyu wouldn't mind fighting him. He also wanted to know what kind of result he would have when he, a supernormal ability that could change the world, met the so-called master. "You can have some if you haven't eaten breakfast," Fang Jing added. Looking at the value of the extremely sumptuous breakfast, one could only say that the bank was really too good to its big customers. The price of this breakfast was even higher than the price of an average citizen's weekly living expenses. The price of a cup of coffee was actually around 100 nano, as well as caviar and beef from Kobe. "I'll have a cup of coffee." Cui Baoyu picked up the coffee, and Fang Jing stopped talking and drove forward. However, halfway through the coffee, and after walking out for about 10 kilometers, Cui Baoyu felt that something wasn't quite right. This car of his own, surprisingly, had been following Master Wang's vehicle in front of him. At first, this direction was no problem. It was also the address to Joy Commune. But now, this direction, it seems that it is not going to Joy Commune. Joy Commune is in the East 4th Ring Road, and Cui Baoyu lives outside the 6th Ring Road, which is the village on the far side of Tongzhou. The current direction seems to be going to the north. Manager Fang, Cui Baoyu glanced at Fang Jing before he felt something was wrong. Fang Jing's eyes were straight, looking at Master Wang's car in front. When Master Wang's car was fast, Fang Jing was fast. When the other side was slow, Fang Jing was slow. It was almost as if she was being controlled, following the other party's vehicle without slowing down. Something's not right. Cui Baoyu took out a few cards. These were all the psychic cards that he had gained psychic abilities during this time. There were psychic abilities that would make the other party panic and fear when one called them. There was the ability to make the gambling house bark like a dog and learn the barks of animals. There was the ability to whistle yourself and the other party would have a stomach upset. There was also the purple card that one had acquired. The card that devalued prices by 100 million times, which was displaying a countdown on top of the card. There are 38 hours and 30 minutes left until this price devaluation of 100 million times. Then a screen of time that was flashing. Cui Baoyu hesitated for a moment and took out another red card. This card had an ability that was a bit odd, but also a bit frightening. "This ability is to be used with caution," was the rare sentence, followed by another sentence. "By using this ability, you can make the opponent self-mutilate, and the degree of self-mutilation, as well as the parts, is based on the host's will." Cui Baoyu had never thought of using this alien ability when he obtained it, because such an alien ability was just too scary, and this ability was really hurtful and did not do any good to himself. Looking at the vehicle in front of him, as well as Fang Jing's straight eyes, Cui Baoyu recited a few words in his heart, and flicked a point towards the red card. A red light that was invisible to the others flashed. which meant that the supernatural ability started to activate. On the vehicle in front, Master Wang squinted his eyes. Wang Shui drove unhurriedly, and the direction of the vehicle was precisely the 402 hospital in the North 4th Ring Road. Suddenly, Grandmaster Wang raised his arm and slapped his face as hard as he could. This time, Wang Shui was startled. It was because Master Wang's force was just too great. Not only that, Master Wang kept slapping with more and more force. It was enough to hit a dozen slaps, hitting his mouth bleeding, and in the end, he even knocked down one of his own teeth. At this time, Wang Shui had already parked her car on the side of the road, because the scene in front of her was really a little scary. Fong Jing, who was in the back, suddenly shivered and froze as she looked at the road in front of her. Where is this? It doesn't seem to be the road to Joy Commune. Am I driving on the wrong road? It's because I'm familiar with this road that I didn't turn on the navigation just now. Cui Baoyu looked at the vehicles pulling over in front of him, as well as Fong Jing who had woken up, and said indifferently, "Let's go. Turn on the navigation and go to Joy Commune." Master Wang's car pulled over, and Bai Qiu behind him also pulled over. Seeing Master Wang's face covered in blood and one of his teeth missing, Bai Qiu froze. Black Panther was even scared and took a step back. Master Wang's misery was actually a minor issue, but it was obvious that the other party's vehicle had already driven away. If this was considered a fight, it was obvious that the other party had driven away unknowingly, and Master Wang looked like he had lost. After a full 3 minutes, Master Wang finally stopped his hand. After sobering up for a while, Master Wang looked at the teeth in his hand, and his face suddenly became sad. Bai Qiu, Black Panther, you guys go to the hospital first. Tell Master Black that I'm going to leave Dragon City for a trip in the next few days. I'll stay out of Master Black's affairs for now. Bai Qiu nodded. Black Panther was still a little less than willing. Master Wang, what about this kid's matter? Grandmaster Wang gave Black Panther a hard look, scaring him into taking another 2 steps back. This kid is not something you can deal with. Tell Master Black, don't mess with the other party for now. Wait for me to come back. Bai Qiu couldn't wait for this. After all, he couldn't invite Cui Baoyu himself, while Black Panther was able to invite the other party over using Grandmaster Wang. In Master Black's opinion, his own means would be too bad, since Grandmaster Wang also lost to the other party. Even in front of Master Black, there was an explanation. Let's go. Go back and report to Master Black, Bai Qiu said to Black Panther. If you don't want to go back, I'll go back myself. Watching Bai Qiu and Black Panther leave, Wang Shui hurriedly asked, Father, what's going on? Master Wang looked at the bloody teeth in his hand and let out a heavy sigh. Even though I had a marriage in you, I was around 30 years old and started practicing a secret art, so I haven't lost a single tooth so far, and my blood chi is even more virile than that of a 20-year-old lad. The other party broke my technique and knocked out my teeth, which is the same as breaking my 30 years of cultivation. I must go back to the sect and tell the sect about this. The person who can break my arts has also been searched for by the sect for decades. Chapter 0031 5 minutes to negotiate business. Cui Baoyu naturally wouldn't have thought that he had used his supernatural ability to break a magical technique of the other party. With Fong Jing, they soon arrived at Joy Commune at around 10 o'clock. Chairman Zhao is also there. Fong Jing whispered, they're already waiting in the office on the 6th floor. And the 6th floor? Cui Baoyu was stunned. This building only has a 5th floor from the outside. Fong Jing led Cui Baoyu, turned in a small circle, and went into a corner that was not noticed, a place where there was an elevator that was not available to the general public. In front of the elevator, there was also a security guard. Guest of your old boss in the east, Fong Jing said to the security guard. From the bank, your old boss should have greeted you. This 1-meter-8 tall security guard nodded his head gently. It's Ms. Fong and Mr. Shui, please. Only after entering the elevator did Fong Jing smile. On the 6th floor, there is an office of more than 300 square meters that cannot be seen from downstairs. This is also the way the old boss of Dongfang likes to work. It is said that this office decoration, it cost more than $2. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator door on the 6th floor opened. At the door of the elevator, Zhao Qian and another man in his 40s or 50s were already standing over there with smiles on their faces. It was none other than Joy Commune's boss and Dragon City's famous billionaire, Dongfang Jane. The old boss of Dongfang was wearing a rough cloth outfit that looked simple, but the clothes were definitely all privately customized and the price was definitely not cheap. And seeing Cui Baoyu, Dongfang Jane smiled with an even more joyful look. Mr. Shui, hello, I am Dongfang Jane. Please, go to the office to drink tea. Into the office of Dongfang Jane, Cui Baoyu only understand what is called low-key in the luxury. Whether it's the chairs and tables of gold Nanmu and Wangwali, it's not something that ordinary people can buy. The calligraphy and paintings of celebrities were also just too. However, each painting was priced at a few dimes, tens of millions of dollars, up and down. As for the tea set, in Cui Baoyu's opinion, It was definitely a handmade zisha pot, and the price of a zisha pot was at least a few cents, that is, a few million, or a few hundred milli. Everyone sat down. Dongfang Jane's office. Surprisingly, none of the assistants. He personally poured tea for Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing, smiling. Mr. Cui, you really want to buy this joy commune of mine? Cui Baoyu also liked this way of opening the door, so he also nodded his head nonchalantly. Mr. Dongfang, I really want to buy a commercial building, and I like the location of this commercial building, including the decoration. Just say it, how much can I transfer it? As long as I feel it's suitable, I can immediately sign a contract to transfer it. Cui Baoyu's words, Zhao Qian and Fong Jing were also used to them, and Dongfang Jian also smiled lightly. Originally, all of my business is only for rent, absolutely not for sale to the public. It's just that Chairman Zhao and I are childhood friends, and the two of us grew up in crotchless pants. Chairman Zhao is acting as a middleman, and I have to say that you found a good middleman. Since Mr. Cui is really sincere, I'm prepared to offer this 200,000 square meter commercial building of mine for $1,000. Only, I still have a condition. This office is not for sale. I have time. I am still willing to bring my friends and come over here to drink tea. Cui Baoyu looked at the other party and thought about it. I bought Zhou Yuanhan's villa, over in Xishan Mountain. The price of a set of villa, in $1 or so, even if it's a small one. The area is more than 600 square meters, the largest area of a set of villas I myself have left behind. If Mr. Dongfang likes to drink tea, I would welcome to be my neighbor. I will send you a set of villa with an area of 1,000 square meters, and this top floor office, I will take it as well. Although Cui Baoyu didn't understand feng shui, he vaguely felt that a commercial building of 200,000 square meters with an office on the roof wasn't even his own. It was tantamount to the other party stepping on his own feet, which was more or less indeed a bit inappropriate. That was why Cui Baoyu wanted to buy this office along with it. Dongfang Jane thought about it and hemmed and hawed. Actually, this office isn't worth much, but the decoration and furniture inside, I really am a bit reluctant to part with it. This is a lot of mahogany and rosewood that I've found all over the world. And then I found a person who was said to be the heir of Master Lu Ban to build the furniture for me. Mr. Cui, if you were to send me a villa, I would consider it. Only, the furniture in here? Cui Baoyu smiled faintly. Furniture that you are willing to move away at any time. After all, I don't have any research or even hobby for ancient tomb furniture. Dongfang Jian really smiled. This time, he smiled comfortably. That's good. Since Mr. Cui does things so openly, then $1,000, plus a set of 1,000 square meter villa in West Mountain. I'll transfer this joy commune to you. It was only 5 minutes before and after. A project worth $1,000, 100 billion, was negotiated. Even Zhao Qian had already prepared a contract that the lawyers had read, only to make a small change, and then printed it out directly in Dongfang Jane's office, with Cui Baoyu and the other party signing and stamping on it. Alright, in the next 2 days, I'll move a few of my favorite pieces of furniture. Dongfang Jane picked up a contract. I will also make an announcement. After all, I am a listed company. Mr. Cui, eat here at noon. I've already made all the arrangements. The fish that was specially shipped back from abroad yesterday has just arrived at the hotel, and I just get to eat it 2 or 3 times a year. The other party's heart, Cui Baoyu was able to feel it. After all, more than $100 billion came to hand. Whether it was Dongfang Jian or Zhao Qian, they all had a lot of benefits. Then we will listen to the arrangement of the old boss Dongfang. Dongfang Jane smiled and was afraid to pat Cui Baoyu's shoulder. I say Mr. Cui, in fact, don't be so polite between us. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Brother Baoyu. You can call me Big Brother Dongfang. This joy commune is one of my most heartfelt projects. I also like the fact that this project will be prosperous on Brother Baoyu's side. By the way, I also thought to introduce you to a master's. You know, where we do real estate and business. Behind us must have a master who understands feng shui. This is the truth. In foreign countries, the value of a feng shui metaphysics consultant can be tens of dollars or more. The annual income is also at least $1. It could be said that they relied on their own skills to become billionaires. Cui Baoyu thought about it and laughed. No need. I also know a few masters, and I'll take care of things over here myself. Everyone had an unspoken agreement, so naturally, they would not say. The topic of this commercial building's bad feng shui. Continue to drink tea. Just at this time, Dongfang Jane's cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, Dongfang Jane's face instantly became not so good, because, just a few minutes ago, a young man sneaked onto the rooftop of the 5th floor, which was actually the roof of the 5th floor, just a few dozen meters away from his own office. This young man cried out to jump off the building. The security guards and staff were already confronting the young man. although his own commercial building had already been sold. But just at this time, such a thing happened again. Dongfang Jane also felt disgraced. Looking at the other party's face, Zhao Qian whispered, "Brother Dongfang, if you have something to do, it's fine for us to make an appointment another day. You go and get busy." Chapter 0032 Meeting a Jumper. Dongfang Jane was slightly silent for a while and said softly, "Alas, there are still people who can't look away. Plus I can't always look away from this 5th floor rooftop. There is a young man who can't think straight and wants to jump. Already called the police, but the staff told me that the other party is very agitated." Cui Baoyu was also stunned. It looked like it wasn't exactly a rumor to say that the feng shui of this building was bad. It was because of this legend that was growing. So those young people who really wanted to jump off the building deliberately chose this kind of place. Speaking of which, this was also a so-called siphon effect. Cui Baoyu thought about his supernatural ability and said to Dongfang Jane, "Since this building is mine now, I'll go take a look." Watching Cui Baoyu stand up, Dongfang Jane also stood up. "I'll go take a look as well. In fact, as long as you close all the doors on the rooftop, you'll be fine." It wasn't that there was some humidity 2 days ago, so it might have opened some of the doors. With that said, a few people went out of the office. Coming out from the 6th floor, looking at this office from the roof, it was unobtrusive, and even in the eyes of the general public, it was a warehouse or a utility room. After all, this is a decoration style that Dongfang Jane deliberately engaged in, is to make this office from the outside to see what mystery. And on this side of the rooftop, there were already almost a dozen people, a few security guards and a few building staff. At the edge of the rooftop, more than 20 meters high on the roof of the building, a young man less than 30 years old, one foot had already stepped out of the railing, and the other foot was on this side of the railing. Coupled with the fact that it was a bit windy today, this young man's movements looked a bit shaky, letting people look at it. It was appalling. The staff was still persuading the other party, and the security guard was also a bit at a loss. After all, the security guards were only paid a few thousand nanas a month, and their job was practically a formality. If something serious really happened, this group of security guards were actually of little use. "I don't want to live." The young man struggled to get over the 2-meter-high railing, while still shouting, "There's nothing left. What's the point of living? Don't stop me. You all get out of the way." Cui Baoyu hurriedly approached everyone. The security guard was about to stop Cui Baoyu, when he saw Dongfang Jane beside Cui Baoyu. He hurriedly asked to Dongfang Jane, "Boss, this." Cui Baoyu said faintly, "I'll handle this matter. You all back off a bit." The security guards and staff were still hesitating. Dongfang Jane had already said, "Your new boss has spoken. All of you step back a bit." In fact, the moment the contract was signed, this building belonged to Cui Baoyu. Even if someone jumped off the building, it actually didn't have much to do with Dongfang Jane anymore. When Cui Baoyu came out, he actually thought of a good wording to deal with this guy. Looking at everyone backing off, Cui Baoyu said loudly to the young man who was flipping over the railing, "Hey, dude doesn't want to live, does he?" The young man looked at everyone backing off and slowed down a little bit more in going over the railing, then looked at Cui Baoyu, and with a little more force under his hands, he gripped the railing hard. "No more living, no more living, I don't want to live." Cui Baoyu nodded and said, "In that case, I was thinking that if you don't cause trouble for my commercial building, I'll give you a dime for it. Since you don't want to live, forget it and save me a dime. 10 cents, $10 million? Except for Dongfang Jane, Zhao Qian and Fang Jing. All the other people looked at Cui Baoyu like he was a psychopath. After all, they felt that someone who could say such words was basically a psychopath. The young man who was about to jump off the building also froze when he heard Cui Baoyu's words and spat. "Nervous are you? I think you deserve to die too. I'm like this and you're still joking with me?" Looking at the other party merely gripping the railing, Cui Baoyu once again sneered. "Don't believe it, do you? I have plenty of money. This commercial building, I just spent $1,000 to buy it. The contract is inside my hand. To casually give away a dime to keep people from jumping out of buildings on my side of the commercial building is nothing for me to lose. If you believe it, give me your account number. I'll immediately transfer a dime for you to see." The other party looked at Cui Baoyu, and Dongfang Jane spoke from behind. "Young man, the person opposite you is the new owner of the commercial building. He just bought the commercial building and really doesn't want anything to happen to anyone. But then, if you don't trust him, there's nothing I can do. Brother Paoyak, you should think about it. Can give this kid a dime today, in case the news gets out. I'm worried that someone will deliberately come over here to look for things just for this dime." Dongfang Jian's words are naturally reasonable. People die of wealth, for a dime, to try their luck, or purely to disgust Cui Baoyu. There may also absolutely be this young man who was about to jump off the building. His name is Li Lei. He listened to the conversation between Cui Baoyu and Dongfang Jane, and was not confused. "Lying to me, is it? Oh, liar, I hate liars the most. If you have $1,000, I'll eat every day. Chui Baoyu laughed out loud. Buddy, are you cheated? Want to die, don't you? After all, this is my building. I see you this bear really some angry. If you really want to die, don't die here. I'll buy you a ticket to Dubai, and 7-star sailing hotel accommodation. You jump from the 7-star hotel or not. If you doubt my strength, hurry up and give me your account number. I will transfer money to you. You will see it. Li Lei was silent for half a minute and hummed. I don't dare to ask for your money. At that time, in case you say that I am fraudulent, you take a few steps back and leave me alone. Chui Baoyu looked at the other party and got closer and closer. Only because Chui Baoyu was only one person. The other party's hand grabbed the railing and said loudly to Chui Baoyu, "Get lost, psycho." Chui Baoyu already had a white card in his hand, only 5 or 6 meters away from the other party, and said to Li Lei, "Dude, want to die? You come down and kneel down to talk." As soon as Chui Baoyu's words came out, Li Lei suddenly looked like he was controlled by magic, as nimble as a monkey, coming down from the railing and kneeling in front of Chui Baoyu. This was another supernatural ability that Chui Baoyu had gotten. This ability only had one chance to be used, and that was when Chui Baoyu was extremely angry. The other party would have to kneel to him. This ability was also a bit boring, and it only had one chance to be used. Chui Baoyu also didn't dare to use this ability easily. After all, if he was to use this ability and offend someone, it would be a meaningless thing for Chui Baoyu. But today, in order to save someone's life, Chui Baoyu used this alien ability. Seeing the other party suddenly kneeling on the ground, Dongfang Jian's face changed slightly, and when he looked at Chui Baoyu, his eyes were not quite the same as just now. Just now the eyes, in fact, 100% is polite, is etiquette. After all, 100 billion business partners, one must have enough sincerity. Chui Baoyu the shot. Zhao Qian was also startled. Fang Jing at this time, whispered to Zhao Qian, "Chairman Zhao, Mr. Chui is a person I can't understand at all. He has too many secrets." Chapter 0033, A New Officer's 3 Fires. This side, Li Lei also completely do not know why he knelt on the ground, and kneeling on the ground his body is completely out of control like. "I just said that I can give you a dime," Chui Baoyu said, "but I am very angry. You are young. I think your parents are not very old, but even think of jumping off a building. Give me a hard slap on yourself. Give me 30 slaps, then I will talk to you again." Without hesitation, Li Lei raised his right hand, which had been single for how many years, and slapped his face. Although it wasn't as hard as Master Wang just now, but in the eyes of the crowd, this strength wasn't small indeed. Only after he had been slapping 30 times did Chui Baoyu say to the security guard, "Take him down and find an office. I'll go down and talk to him in a while." Dongfang Jane looked at the frothing security guard and said loudly, "Just now I have already said that Mr. Chui is your new boss. I have already sold this commercial building to Mr. Chui. Soon I will make an announcement. Why don't you guys hurry up and bring the people down?" So a few security guards swarmed up and took control of Li Lei and brought him down. Li Lei's entire body looked like a fool, being taken away by the security guards, completely unable to understand why it was like this. A few staff members gathered around. Dongfang Jane said to Chui Baoyu, "These are the staff of the mall. This is the manager of the mall, Dong Chang, and this is the assistant manager, Yang Lin. This is the public relations manager, Yan Xiao. This is your new boss, Mr. Chui Baoyu." Chui Baoyu looked at a few superficially enthusiastic staff members and gently nodded his head. "I'll go and chat with this young man for a few minutes first. Brother Dongfang, have them gather in the conference room? I'll give them a meeting in half an hour. Manager Dong, I'll give you a task. All the doors and windows that can access the rooftop, immediately add a steel wire door and window for me. It has to be sturdy and air permeable, no matter what the reason. This task must be completed by this afternoon. There's no need to consider the price. Just go directly to the finance to apply." With those words, Chui Baoyu hurriedly followed a few security guards and arrived at one of the security guards' restrooms. The security guards were still controlling Li Lei so that he wouldn't act too aggressively again. "You guys go to work?" Chui Baoyu said indifferently to the few security guards. "I'll just have a chat with him." The few security guards were still hesitating when Chui Baoyu had already said, "As a security guard, the most important thing is to carry out orders. Who is the captain?" A man in his 30s stood out. "Me, security captain, manhwa, 29 years old, veteran. Take your men and go to work immediately," Chui Baoyu said. "Half an hour later, you go to the conference room, attend the first meeting. I'll be in office in a while." Manhwa nodded and left with his people, closing the door. Looking at Li Lei, who was still at a loss for words, Chui Baoyu went forward and gave the other party another hard slap. "Kid, tell me, how old are your parents? You don't want to live at a young age, but have you ever thought for your parents? If you die, what should they do? I really think you deserve to die and don't know what's good for you." Give me your account number and I'll transfer you a dime. Remember, this is what you owe me. It's time to pay back, but I'm sure with that dime you'll be able to solve your current problem. After your problems are solved, come back to me. Lilei passively took out his cell phone and saw that Cui Baoyu really transferred him a dime, and after this dime really arrived in the account, the emotions within his heart were really a mixture of indescribable. This time, Lilei directly knelt on the ground again. Thank you, Mr. Cui. Cui Baoyu shook his head. Just now I let you kneel, but there is no way. Men's knees have gold. Hurry up to solve your things. I believe that your things can be solved with money. Oh, don't want to live? When I was the poorest, I was definitely poorer than you, but I believe that as long as you live there is hope. Why don't you hurry up? Lilei stood up and bowed deeply to Cui Baoyu. Mr. Cui, then I'll go first. I'll contact you tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Cui Baoyu patted the other's shoulder. Don't tell anyone but you about the dime I gave you. Go away and get busy. The other person bowed again and then left in a hurry with his cell phone. Cui Baoyu glanced at the security room, nodded and shook his head, and left as well. Returning to Dongfang Jane's office on the 6th floor, Cui Baoyu laughed. Things are sort of settled. Big brother Dongfang, you have to attend this meeting. Next time, you won't need to come over. Mainly because I'm also getting to know the others and announcing a few disciplines. Dongfang Jian's attitude. It was a bit more respectful. Brother Baoyu is all well and good. I was supposed to organize a meeting. After the meeting, let's eat together. Soon, Cui Baoyu and Dongfang Jian went to the conference room. Zhao Qian also found a reason to leave, while Fang Jing took a shopping card that Dongfang Jane gave her and went downstairs to go shopping. In the conference room, Cui Baoyu also met dozens of staff members of the commercial building. In addition to the ones he had just seen, there were other floor managers, as well as various managers and supervisors from other departments. Learning that there was a new boss, including Dong Chang, they were both a bit surprised, but didn't say much. This was Dongfang Jane's own business, and he was the sole controller. These staff members did not have any shares except for their salaries, or some dividends at the end of the year, and Cui Baoyu became the new boss. His status and position were not something they could even guess at, especially Dong Chang and Yang Lin and a few others. Seeing that Cui Baoyu was able to make a jumper kneel on the ground just now, completely overturned their understanding of this world. Even Dong Chang, in his heart, had long taken Cui Baoyu as a marvelous big shot. After all, Dongfang Jane's own identity was quite uncomplicated, and had said that he would never sell his injuries. But this time, he even sold the commercial building. So it was evident that Cui Baoyu's identity was a person that made even his original boss to be in awe. Dongfang Jane faced Cui Baoyu, and her attitude was indeed somewhat respectful as well, and everyone else could see it as well. Yan Xiaoxiao, the PR manager, was a big beauty and a returnee. As a PR manager of a $1,000 commercial building, she was quite curious about Cui Baoyu. Everyone, the matter of someone jumping off the building just now is absolutely not allowed to go out further, Cui Baoyu said. After installing the steel wire doors, I will recruit a few more security guards to specialize in guarding these external doors and windows. Yan Xiaoxiao, in a moment, you arrange for someone to release some information for me on the internet. Yan Xiaoxiao nodded and recorded the order. Cui Baoyu added, they say it's a new official who sets 3 fires, so I'll light one today. Security Chief Manhwa, let me ask you, your security room, why are there a few pieces of women's underwear? What's going on? Chapter 0034, Meeting a Classmate's Sister. As soon as Cui Baoyu's words came out, Manhwa froze, then suddenly laughed. Mr. Cui, there are 2 female security guards in the commercial building, which was agreed upon by Boss Dongfang. It's only because the commercial building has a limited number of offices, so they share an office. When they changed their clothes, we all avoided it. Maybe the underwear is theirs. Really? Oh, misunderstanding. Dongfang Jane also whispered. Ah, then you said that female security guards should just have a specialized lounge. This matter is still my original ill-considered. Cui Baoyu also laughed when she heard the other party's words. I knew that you security guards shouldn't blatantly do bad things and leave your underwear over there. I'll make some arrangements to find a special restroom for the 2 female security guards. Manhwa, remember, your security team will start training every day from today, and the way to train is to go to the fitness center. I know there's a gym on the ground floor. I'll say hello to the owner of the gym board, and when they're less crowded, you'll train in batches. Each person will train for around an hour each day. Remember? Manhwa nodded, indicating that he knew. After a brief meeting, Cui Baoyu looked at the time and also prepared to go for a slight stroll before going to eat. The main thing was also to look for Fang Jing and see what she was doing. Just now, Dongfang Jane gave Fang Jing a shopping card that could be used as cash. This beauty should have gone shopping as well, letting Dongfang Jane wait for herself in the restaurant. Cui Baoyu, alone, came to the 3rd floor of the commercial building. This was the women's clothing area. Just now, Fang Jing called and told Cui Baoyu that she was on the third floor. 5 floors, an area of more than 200,000 square meters. Each floor has an area of more than 40,000 square meters. This is a big commercial building. Cui Baoyu thought that he had also come here with Qin Dan before, except that at that time, his own monthly salary was only $10,000 or $20,000, and he still had to rent an apartment, and he also had to give some money to his family every year. So the clothes and cosmetics that he bought for Qin Dan weren't really very expensive. Just come here to shop and watch a movie. And by the way, you can also browse the bookstore, but it is really good. Thinking about the fact that he was worth a lot of money, and that the entire building was now his own, Cui Baoyu thought to himself, should he buy something? For example, Cui Baoyu remembered that half of the first floor of this building was gold jewelry and jade. Cui Baoyu thought about buying some gold jewelry for his mom, and also a gift for Fang Jing. After all, she had been accompanying herself for the past 2 days, and had even been scared last night, so she really should give each other a little something in return. A few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, a few threads and millimeters. To Cui Baoyu, it was actually no big deal. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu walked to the entrance of this luxury store that Fang Jing had mentioned. Fang Jing should be shopping here. However, just as Cui Baoyu walked to the entrance of this luxury store, 2 people, to be exact, 2 people who knew each other, saw Cui Baoyu through the glass doors and windows of another store. They were still followed by a few of yesterday's minions, the same gang that was at the car showroom. These 2 people were Ding Yijing and Long Aojuan, whom Cui Baoyu had met yesterday. Ding Yining's sister and prospective brother-in-law. The 2 of them saw Cui Baoyu, and Cui Baoyu did not see each other. This kid Long Aojuan hemmed and hawed, still wearing clothes worth a few hundred ku. He's a liar at first glance. Yesterday when we were at the car showroom, we heard that he was Smith's honored guest. Then I thought about it, it should be a fake. Most likely, it's Smith who has business with the international bank. The real big shot should be that woman, or the big shot behind that woman. This kid, most likely a bodyguard, or a gangster, know a few people, give people lead. I watched the news the other day. A courier, specializing in delivering to one of the most upscale neighborhoods in Longchang, has the contact information of hundreds of billionaires in his hands. So a company invested in him and asked him to introduce the billionaire to some luxury cocktail parties. This kid is salty, directly got hundreds of milliards of investment. This kid should be a similar fellow. Ding Yijing looked at Cui Baoyu and felt more and more that what Long Aojun said made sense. Looking at Cui Baoyu's dress, how does he not look like a rich person? Yesterday, we were going to watch my sister's joke and it was ruined by this kid, Ding Yijing said. I don't know what my big sister said to Grandpa, but when we had breakfast this morning, Grandpa surprisingly didn't say anything about this matter in the family. It proves that this matter is simply irrelevant. It's really infuriating. I'm thinking of dealing with this brat. Aojin, think about it, how to deal with him. Long Aojuan naturally knew very well that Ding Yining's car accident yesterday was such a thing. Just at this time, a little brother beside Long Aojuan spoke. To deal with this kid, isn't it simple? When I came here last time, I knew a security guard. I just asked him to park my car for me. And by the way, I gave him a little tip. And this security guard treated me like a grandpa. He even gave me his phone number and told me that if I came back again, he would still park my car and even carry my stuff for me. I'll give this stupid security guard a call right away to deal with this kid. Humph, this is Oriental Jane's business. You know, the Oriental family. On this side of Dragon City, not many people dare to mess with them. If this kid steals something from the commercial building here, I believe that there will definitely not be a good outcome. Ding Yijing was also happy. After all, this guy was his sister's classmate, and if he couldn't deal with his sister himself, dealing with this kid first would be considered an outlet for his anger. In the family, Ding Yining accounted for all the time and place and people, but also smart. After graduating from university, went abroad to study for 2 years, said to be worshipped to famous financial and marketing experts as a teacher. After returning to the family, a few months of time to prove their ability, he was personally appointed by Ding Yining's grandfather as the executive vice president of the Ding Group, although it was only a vice president, because of Ding Yining's identity, as well as the fact that there were no men in the Ding family's current generation. The position of Ding Yining in the family was becoming more and more stable as he watched the incompetent Ding Yijing. So far it was still a small department manager in the family, which made it really difficult for Ding Yijing to sleep and eat. Alright, in a moment this security guard will come over. This little brother of Long Ao Jun, whose name was Lin Zhuang, had hung up the phone. I promised the security guard that I will give him 9,000 nanas. That's 3 months of his salary, so that he can come out and say that this kid stole something. Hey, better steal the underwear. In a moment, taking advantage of the chaos, it should be a simple matter to hide the underwear on this kid. So, Ding Yijing hurriedly bought a valuable underwear, ready to make a mess in a while, so that Lin Zhuang and the others could put the clothes on Cui Baoyu's body, and fight for the stolen goods. This security guard is called Zhang Fugue, and has been on duty below. So just now when Li Lei jumped off the building, Zhang Fugue has not seen Cui Baoyu. Just now the meeting. He is not qualified. Naturally even more have not seen Cui Baoyu. He just heard that a new boss had come to the commercial building. Zhang Fugue is it? Lin Zhuang looked at the other party and whispered, I suspect this kid is a thief. Just now I saw him secretly steal underwear from the lingerie store. That's why I'm calling you. You catch him. Make sure to search the underwear on her. That lingerie store. But it's my friend's store. Such a person definitely can't let him go. Zhang Fugue froze. But, our male security guards, basically, are not responsible for the security of this floor? There are 2 female security guards responsible for this floor. Chapter 0035, falsely accusing himself of being a thief. Lin Zhuang froze. This was a problem. Zhang Fugue was surprisingly not responsible for the security of this floor, and suddenly having him step in was indeed also a bit out of character. Then tell your coworkers that it's the female security guard, Lin Zhuang said. Stealing the underwear from my friend's store. This matter can never let him off the hook. Zhang Fugue also felt that this matter was a bit strange, but the other party promised to give himself 3 months' salary, and even directly transferred the account. Zhang Fugue hurriedly nodded. I'm also familiar with the female security guards. I'll contact them right away. On our side, we have always treated thieves with abhorrence. As long as it is proven that he stole something from our side, I will definitely make him have no good fruit to eat. Thus, Zhang Fugue began to contact the female security guards. These 2 female security guards, one was called Zhang Jie, Zhang Fugue's native family, and one was called Han Xiaoku. They are both graduates of the police academy. Not too old, but also for this floor. Dongfang Jane order, specially recruited. Height are above 1.7 meters. Image and temperament are good, even just from the appearance. When the stewardess is qualified, that kid, see? Zhang Fugue pointed at Cui Baoyu who had entered the lingerie store. Just now, he actually stole underwear from the lingerie store, and it just so happened that I came up for a bit and saw it. Make sure to catch him and then deter the other thieves. Maybe he has other accomplices. You two be careful. Zhang Jie and Han Xiaoku, both cynical people in their own right, were furious when they heard Zhang Fugue's words. Zhang Jie gripped the rubberized stick in her hand. Don't worry, in a moment I'll go up and give him a direct tackle, find the underwear on him, and get all the stolen goods. Long Aoju and several juniors looked at each other, thinking, in a moment they will also go in, take advantage of the chaos, and put the underwear they just bought on Cui Baoyu's body. As long as all the stolen goods are captured, coupled with Long Ao Jun's back-making efforts, letting Cui Baoyu's reputation be swept away, it is definitely no problem. Long Aojuan has his own advertising company. In a moment he will take a few pictures and send them directly to the internet. With the current spreading power of the internet, Cui Baoyu will definitely become a cyber celebrity. A cyber celebrity who is shouted at by 10,000 people. Recently there are too many such things. As long as the so-called celebrities exposed by the internet, not only will they lose their jobs, but even become street rats from then on. Only, Long Aojuan was not allowed to step in. Lin Zhuang and the others would be fine. Cui Baoyu actually really wanted to buy a few pieces of underwear. Not for Fong Jing, it's not quite appropriate if you give it to Fong Jing. Actually, Cui Baoyu meant to give it to the landlord's aunt. As a junior, he would say that it was a gift from someone else, and the landlady wouldn't think much of it. And with the prices here, I guess the landlord's aunt usually doesn't bother to buy underwear here. So this was also considered a token of Cui Baoyu's appreciation. Just as Cui Baoyu reached out to take a look at an underwear style that was literally thousands of nanas, the 2 female security guards had already rushed over, especially Zhang Jie, with a direct tackle, completely treating Cui Baoyu as a thief and class enemy. Cui Baoyu also really didn't pay attention, and by the time he realized it, he saw a few people rushing over as well. These few people, naturally, are Zhang Fugue, as well as Lin Zhuan. More several people. Lin Zhuan was even more unobtrusive, directly reaching out to Cui Baoyu's pocket, and then pulled out an underwear from his pocket. Look guys, this is the evidence. Hurry up and take pictures. Look at the shameless thief. Zhang Jie and Han Xiaoku, too, were filled with righteous indignation. Shameless, thief, take him to the office. Thief, do you have any accomplices? Thief, accomplices? Cui Baoyu looked at Lin Zhuang, felt a little familiar, suddenly thought of yesterday's events, and it became clear in his heart that this was the other party playing tricks, thanks to the fact that he had now become the boss of this commercial building. In a moment, he just needed to make things clear. However, these 2 women whose face value and figure were online should be the female security guards of the commercial building. You guys are calling me a thief? Cui Baoyu smiled gently. You guys are the security guards over here, right? Oh, nowadays. This side of the commercial building has high-definition cameras. How could I possibly steal from this side? As for the underwear just now, it's really strange. How did you take out the underwear from my pocket? You too, thinking of screwing me? Lin Zhuang hurriedly shook his head to deny it. I saw it all just now when you stole the underwear. This is my friend's store. I was so angry that I told the security guards to catch you. This shameless liar. Oh, Cui Baoyu said to the female security guard. You two believe his words so much? A man has been caught with stolen goods. What else do you have to say? Zhang Jie also said coldly. Go to the office and tell the captain. Just say that you caught a thief. Zhang Fuguei also hurried to add fuel to the fire. It's best to take him and parade him in the commercial building. Tell his accomplices that in the future, if they dare to steal from our side again, this is what will happen to all of them if they are caught. Still want to parade the streets? Cui Baoyu looked at Zhang Fuguei. Are you also a security guard here? Zhang Fuguei raised his head proudly. Being a security guard isn't a disgrace. It's you, a shameless thief, who has disgraced the face of your ancestors. Cui Baoyu was a little upset when he heard this. Hurry up and call your captain and ask him to come over. Zhang Fuguei sneered. Of course we have to tell our captain, but also tell our general manager over here to catch a shameless thief. Just at this time, a big beautiful woman with a lot of charm came out from the fitting room. It was none other than Fong Jing. For the past 2 days, Fong Jing had been wearing work clothes. Just now, Dongfang Jing gave him a shopping card, and Fong Jing thought that this commercial building was owned by Cui Baoyu. As such, this shopping card was also equivalent to Cui Baoyu's, so he didn't politely take it. He took this card and directly thought of buying a dress. Later on, she would also buy a small gift for Cui Baoyu. When she went to try on the clothes, she didn't expect that something would happen over here. What's going on? Fong Jing walked over with a beautiful face that made the air in the entire store change. Especially this brand of underwear made Fong Jing's body even more prominent. Long Aojuan was not far away secretly looking at Fong Jing with a twinkle in her eyes, thinking that the other party is a bank staff, or even a big brother's lover. Long Aojuan's heart is even hotter. Zhang Jie and Han Xiaoke were also stunned by Fong Jing's face value. Zhang Jie looked at Cui Baoyu and said hatefully, "This lady, just now we caught a thief who stole a girl's underwear. Take him to the office right away. You also check. You didn't lose anything, right? I've made you laugh." Fong Jing looked at Cui Baoyu and smiled. "You steal underwear from here?" Then turned to a few security guards. "I'm sure you guys must be mistaken. How could he possibly steal anything from here? The entire building is owned by Mr. Shui. Is it fun for him to come here and steal things? Even if he took something here, there must be a reason for it." Zhang Jie laughed even more coldly when she heard Fong Jing's words. "Just now, we have stolen everything, proving that this is a shameless thief. How dare you say that the entire commercial building is his? Ha ha ha, Xiao Ku, have you ever heard such a ridiculous joke?" Han Xiaoke didn't laugh, but thought of something and whispered to Zhang Jie. "Just now, I heard that the new boss is particularly young and dressed particularly plainly. Could that be it?" Chapter 0036, Long Ao Jun escapes again. Zhang Jie looked at Cui Baoyu and also suddenly hesitated. In case, Cui Baoyu spoke. "Why don't you hurry up and call your captain? I'd like to know, what exactly is the reason for this matter?" Zhang Jie and Han Xiaoke looked at each other, and Zhang Jie asked Zhang Fuguei, "Brother Fuguei, did you see the other party steal anything?" Zhang Fuguei was still talking tough, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. That underwear just now was clearly taken from him. What else is there to say? Fong Jing said coldly. "Who took the underwear from him?" "Who?" Zhang Fuguei pointed to Lin Zhuang and the others behind him. "It's what I just saw. It's you who stole the underwear from my friend's store. What else is there to say?" Cui Baoyu sneered. Fong Jing also recognized Lin Zhuang and the others. She seemed to understand something. "Oh, give your captain the phone. I'll call Dongfang Jane," Fong Jing said lightly. "You few, we'll know what's going on in a moment. You two don't leave either. Security, don't let a few of them leave." Cui Baoyu also said, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. Where exactly this underwear on me came from can be known through the surveillance. Call Dongfang Jane and let him handle this matter." Zhang Jie and Han Xiaoku already felt that something was wrong. Lin Zhuang and a few others weren't afraid to die and were still biting Cui Baoyu, stealing something and not daring to admit it. "You shameless thief. It seems like you need to be sent to the guardhouse before it's too late. I also want to see." In a moment who was actually going into the guardhouse. Cui Baoyu looked at Fong Jing who had already called Dongfang Jian's phone. Zhang Fuguei had also called Captain Meng Hu's phone. Obviously, Meng Hu was worried that the person Zhang Fuguei had identified was Cui Baoyu. Not far away, Ding Yijing and Long Aojuan knew that something was not right. "Withdraw," Long Aojuan said. "It looks like it's still a bit too sudden this time. It's possible that the other side has caught the loophole. Withdraw. Let's go first and just let Lin Zhuang and a few others take the blame." he won't dare to say my name. Ding Yijing gave Fong Jing and Cui Baoyu a hard look. In her opinion, this matter was bad on Fong Jing's side. This girl was too pretty and might have a background behind her that she didn't know about. Soon, Dongfang Jane arrived. After all, he was on the 5th floor, personally arranging for the chef to prepare lunch for Cui Baoyu. A fish worth hundreds of thousands of dollars had just arrived, and Dongfang Jane had to show enough sincerity. Seeing Zhang Jia and Han Xiaoku actually treating Cui Baoyu as a thief, Dongfang Jane's face became ugly. Still don't let go of Mr. Cui. First Dongfang Jane was even a little annoyed. Really annoyed. Not pretending. Mr. Cui is your new boss. I've already told your captain during the meeting just now. Where is your captain? It's surprising that such a simple thing hasn't been conveyed yet. When Manhwa arrived out of breath, he was also taken aback. I am working with Manager Dong on how to install wired doors and windows. Cui Baoyu moved his body and waved his hand. There's no need to explain what happened on your side. They falsely accused me of stealing underwear from this side. Let the other security guards take a look at the CCTV. Where exactly did the underwear on me come from? It's the underwear store next door. This underwear is definitely from next door. Lin Zhuang. Several people looked at each other. They understood by now that they had kicked the bucket again. This guy was actually the owner of this commercial building? This commercial building was worth at least $800, right? Thinking that he had offended a boss worth more than $800, Lin Zhuang shivered all over in fear. He thought of contacting Long Ao Jun, but thought that if he gave Long Ao Jun up at this time, he would really be dead. This matter looks like he can only take the blame himself. Thinking of this, Lin Zhuang closed his eyes, crossed his heart, and prepared to say nothing. The people behind him also knew very well that the reason why Long Aojuan brought up this matter was to count on Cui Baoyu. If they failed to do so, they would all be the backstabbers. The results came quickly from the surveillance side. When they saw Ding Yijing and Long Aojuan from the surveillance, Cui Baoyu and Fong Jing, both of them were clear about the originator of this matter. It was only that a few people, Lin Zhuang, either didn't speak up or just looked at Cui Baoyu in a bad light, that they were deliberately messing with him. Zhang Jia and Han Xiaoku, as well as Zhang Fuguei, were even more at a loss when faced with Cui Baoyu, especially in the surveillance. Seeing Zhang Fuguei and Lin Zhuang once whispering, Cui Baoyu was silent for a few seconds and said to Meng Hu, Zhang Fuguei's matter, you give me an opinion on how to handle it first, to dismiss or not to dismiss, and what kind of dealings are behind it. Tell me in half an hour. Meng Hu nodded and clenched his fists. Cui Baoyu had just taken up his post, had just taken over this commercial building, and there was a problem on his own security side. Speaking of which, he and Zhang Fuguei were still considered distant relatives. This time, Meng Hu knew that he could not protect the other side, and also had to know the truth of the matter. I also gave someone parking last time. Zhang Fuguei was so scared that he almost got a stutter. I parked for the other party, and the other party gave me a tip of 500 nanas. I knew that the other party was a big shot, so I hoped to be able to serve the other party again and get more tips. Just now I received a call from the other party and heard that there was a thief over here, so I was also angry. Meng Hu laughed. Is that so? Take out your cell phone and show it to me. Zhang Fuguei hesitated. Tiger, what I just said is true. As for the other party wanting to frame Mr. Shui, it really has nothing to do with me. Give me the cell phone, Meng Hu said more sternly. I have to know the whole truth about this matter. Looking at Zhang Fuguei's cell phone with an extra 9,000 nanas, which was transferred to Zhang Fuguei by Lin Zhuang, Meng Hu let out a long breath. Brother, blame me. This matter involves Mr. Shui. You received money from the other party, so you have to take the responsibility. After retreating you, I will think of a way to arrange a new job for you. This time you have to go. Zhang Fuguei gritted his teeth and said helplessly, Brother, I really thought I caught the thief. I really don't know anything else. As for Zhang Jia and Han Xiaoku, learning that Cui Baoyu still had to find himself a special lounge and changing room, the two of them still thought of General Cui as a thief, lowering their heads in front of Cui Baoyu, apologizing one after another. Cui Baoyu waved his hand. Obviously this matter is the two of you being taken advantage of, so I won't pursue your responsibility. But you two remember, in the future when you meet something similar, first come and look at the surveillance. Be sure to find out the truth of the matter, and never let any good person suffer. As for Lin Zhuang and the others, Cui Baoyu had such a good attitude as well. They were suspected of causing trouble in their own commercial building, and they also slandered themselves. I'll give you 2 ways. Name the real mastermind behind it. Cui Baoyu said coldly. I can forgive you guys for this matter. Surname Lin. If you bite your teeth and don't say anything, then this underwear can be the one you stole. Lin Zhuang gritted his teeth and insisted on not saying Long Ao Jun's name. Good then, Cui Baoyu said. You stole an underwear worth 2,000 nano in our commercial building. According to the rules of the commercial building, triple the fine and then hand it over to the guardhouse. Lin Juan naturally didn't care about this little fine. As for going to the guardhouse, then find a way to get out as soon as possible is all. Only after dealing with this matter did Cui Baoyu helplessly shake his head. I also didn't think that this sister of my classmate would be so boring. It's alright, big brother Dongfeng, but I've made you laugh. Let's go eat. Just at this time, Cui Baoyu's cell phone rang. Chapter 0037, Zhang Fan can't quit yet. The one who called was Cui Baoyu's classmate, Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan told Cui Baoyu that he returned to the company yesterday before he had the chance to talk about resigning. As a result, the boss of the company called him to the office and asked him if he had something at home recently and if he needed money. Then he asked the finance to directly give Zhang Fan an advance of 3 months' salary. Our boss has actually been very good to me, and even gave me one of the biggest projects of the company. The original department manager resigned, Zhang Fan said helplessly. This project is really important to the company. It can almost create 20 cents profit for the company every year, which is basically equal to half of the company's profit, so I can't even say the words to resign. After hesitating for a day yesterday, I just called you today to tell you that I really can't resign. Although in this advertising agency, the income may not be as much as what you promised me, but facing such a good boss, I really can't leave at this time. Cui Baoyu smiled. According to you, your company's annual benefit is almost 40 cents. If you follow the 20% profit, the annual turnover is $2, right? Zhang Fan nodded. Among the advertising agencies in Longchang, our company is not very big, but our business is also very stable. So the boss is really good to us. Tell your boss that I'll come over this afternoon, Cui Baoyu said. Talk to him about the acquisition of your company. Zhang Fan froze. You want to acquire our company? But this is a company that the boss has founded with great difficulty. He won't sell it. That's what the boss said. Cui Baoyu laughed, especially when the company made it to $1 or $2, thinking that he must make the company to $10. He usually won't sell the company easily. It's okay, I know in my heart. Just tell your boss what I said. I'm sure I'll go over there in the afternoon. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan moved a little apprehensive, but thinking that Cui Baoyu has amazing wealth, if really want to buy their own company, maybe also will offer a suitable price. Go and tell the boss again. Zhang Fan gathered his courage and knocked on the door of the general manager's office. The company that Zhang Fan was working for was a not too big and not too small advertising company with 100 or 200 people. The boss's name was Jin Xiao, so this advertising company was called Jin Xiao Advertising. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Jin Xiao smiled. You said this classmate of yours is very rich? I won't sell my company even if it's very rich. What does your classmate do? If it's party A, it would be good to let your classmate give us a little advertising business. Zhang Fan thought about it. It seems like my classmate just acquired a big hotel, so maybe we need to do some advertising every year. When he comes over later, we can talk to him. Zhang Fan and Jin Xiao were chatting when suddenly a beautiful woman knocked on the office door. This beauty was the marketing manager of the advertisement company, named Hao Yun. Hao Yun glanced at Zhang Fan and hurriedly said, Boss, it's the project that manager Zhang is responsible for. It's the project of this drink. Just now the other party's director secretly told me there may be a problem. The original manager, the manager who just resigned, Wu De, went to Long's Advertising. Long's Advertising is a bit bigger than us, and the other party's boss seems to have a very good background. So this advertising company is ready to steal this client of ours. It is said that in the past few days, the general manager of Long's Advertising has met with the boss of the other party. The other party's boss is also very interested in cooperation with Long's Advertising. It is also because our client has a good relationship that this director of the other party secretly told me the news. This news caused both Zhang Fan and Jin Xiao to be stunned. Long's Advertising? Jin Xiao sighed slightly. I have heard of this company, and haven't bid against this company much. The owner of this company does have some background, but his professional abilities are average. It's fine, I will contact the other party's boss. You guys go and get busy. Zhang Fan, when your classmate comes in a while, directly bring him to my office. When Zhang Fan and the beauty left, Jin Xiao sighed softly and muttered to himself, this Long's Advertising, doing whatever it takes to take a client. This time, it looks like this client is in danger. I have to hurry and contact the other party's boss. However, after talking to the other party's boss on the phone, Jin Xiao's face became ugly, standing up and pacing inside the office. Then his brows were also tightly furrowed. On Cui Baoyu's side, he hadn't originally thought of acquiring an advertising agency either, because the most important thing for himself was to have assets. Acquiring this kind of company without actual assets, he actually couldn't manage it. But classmate Zhang Fan was over here, and Cui Baoyu's money was just too much. So taking out a few dollars and acquiring the company Zhang Fan was in was actually helping his classmate. I'll go to my classmate's company in the afternoon, Cui Baoyu said to Fong Jing. I'll give you a half-day vacation, which is not actually a vacation, but as a customer, take a good look at my commercial building. Giving advice to my commercial building is also considered as doing me a favor. This reason was not easy for Fang Jing to refuse, so she also agreed. Cui Baoyu, on the other hand, took a taxi alone and arrived at Zhang Fan's company. Zhang Fan's company was, surprisingly, only 2 short stops away from this joyful company near the East 4th Ring Road. It was only 4 or 5 kilometers away, in an office building called Sumabang 3000. With such a close proximity, Cui Baoyu felt that after acquiring this company, it might not be so inconvenient to manage it himself. This acquisition, Cui Baoyu didn't think of controlling all of it. He wanted to be a major shareholder just fine. Since this boss is also good to people, it must be good in all aspects of ability. It is better to let this boss manage himself. Thinking about it, Cui Baoyu came to this floor of the advertising company called Golden Bridge. A woman, who happened to walk out from the restroom, saw Cui Baoyu and froze. Cui Baoyu, how come it's you? Cui Baoyu also froze. The woman who walked out from the restroom was none other than another classmate of his, whose name was Fu Xiaoqin. Although they were all classmates, Zhang Fan was his good friend, and did not hesitate to help him when he needed help the most. This Fu Xiaoqin, however, was a different type. How can I put it? It was the standard kind that would come to things, and look at people's dishes. You are also in this company? Cui Baoyu was also a bit surprised. Zhang Fan didn't even mention it to me. Fu Xiaoqin looked at Cui Baoyu's dress and frowned slightly. I'm not in the same department as Zhang Fan. Student Cui Baoyu, since you're here for the interview, how come you didn't bring anything with you and you're dressed so rustic? This is the East 4th Ring Road after all, and we're also a big company in the CBD. Our boss pays the most attention to image and has high expectations of his employees. If you're here for an interview, I advise you'd better hurry up and go change your clothes before coming back. Cui Baoyu took a look at his own clothes and was somewhat helpless. He really didn't have particularly good clothes originally, although the bank had sent him a few clothes, but he always thought that he would change his clothes after moving to a new home, which was also considered a start from scratch. And this body of clothing is also considered to have feelings. Even after wearing new clothes, this body of clothing is not willing to throw away. Why do so many people take people by their clothes and hats and look at what they wear first? I'm not here for an interview, Cui Baoyu said lightly. I came to find your boss for something. You know our boss? Fu Xiaoqin stopped in front of Cui Baoyu. If you know our boss, I feel it's even more impolite to wear these clothes to meet him. It's better to hurry up and change your clothes before coming back. Chapter 0038 Unreasonable Fu Xiaoqin. What kind of clothes I wear? Does it have anything to do with you? As a super rich man worth billions of dollars, Cui Baoyu also had some fire. Fu Xiaoqin, this outfit of mine is also equal to a small half-month's salary of yours, and it's also a few thousand nanas. How much do you earn in a month? Not as much as me. I remember amongst our classmates, other than those rich second-generation and entrepreneurial ones, it seems like my salary is the first one to break through 2 mil, right? Fu Xiaoqin looked at Cui Baoyu and shook her head. Yeah, I remember that your original salary wasn't low. It seems like it was more than 2 mil. My salary was less than 2 mil, a little over 1 mil. And what can I do? At the very least, I won't be sending messages to groups of classmates in the middle of the night, borrowing money all over the place, borrowing hundreds of nanas and not being able to borrow it. Oh, I see. You're here to borrow money from Zhang Fan, right? Ha ha ha. You and Zhang Fan have always been on good terms, but I advise you to leave quickly. Zhang Fan is very busy. In addition, I seem to have heard, his family has something happened, also need money urgently. If you still have a sense of shame, you should hurry up and leave. Don't talk about borrowing money at this time. Cui Baoyu shook his head helplessly, looking at the people who were constantly coming in and out of this company and greeting Fu Xiaoqin. Cui Baoyu said, I'm not talking to you. I'll call Zhang Fan. Fu Xiaoqin reached out to grab Cui Baoyu's cell phone. Sure enough, I guessed it right. It must be coming over to borrow money. You're really shameless. I've already told you. Something happened to Zhang Fan's family, and now he needs money even more than you do. He seems to have gone to the bank to borrow money. If you're a man, find a way to make money on your own or go find a job. Living on borrowed money all the time. Do you think that's really good? Cui Baoyu was a bit speechless when she was stopped by Fu Xiaoqin and had not been able to dial Zhang Fan's number either. Fu Xiaoqin, let me tell you, I'm not here to borrow money. You're so boring. To tell you the truth, I've come over to acquire your family's company. Soon I will become the major shareholder of your company. If you don't want to offend me, you'd better hurry up and get out of the way. Fu Xiaoqin laughed. Ha ha ha, borrowing a few hundred nanas in the middle of the night. I guess you don't even have money for living expenses, and you still say you've come to acquire our company? Liar, do you know how much turnover our company has every year? This year, our company's turnover will be at least $2. Do you have $2? I'm afraid you won't be able to earn $2 in your entire life. Cui Baoyu grunted and took out 2 gold coins from his pocket. This was the change that Chui Baoyu had intentionally placed on his body and did not exist in the bank. In fact, Chui Baoyu also wanted to experience the thrill of carrying $200 million on his body at all times. Here, this is $2. Chui Baoyu showed Fu Shaoqin the gold coins in his hand. A gold coin registered over at the bank with a unique number. You probably haven't seen a gold coin like this before in your life, right? I'm telling you, it's real. Fu Shaoqin laughed even harder and even laughed at the people around her. Look, this one is my classmate who couldn't find a job for several months and borrowed money from our classmate group in the middle of the night. After being laughed at twice by me, he even took out $2 of fake money to cheat me. Chui Baoyu, just look at the clothes you're wearing. If you have $2, I'll eat those $2. That won't do. Chui Baoyu put the money away. Thinking of eating my $2 and taking advantage of me, that won't do. You guys give me a shout for Zhang Fan. Just say that his classmates have arrived. The few people around were naturally Zhang Fan's co-workers. One of the beauties was Hao Yun, the marketing manager just now. You are manager Zhang Fan's classmate? Chui Baoyu nodded. I was going to call my classmate, but it turned out that this Fu Shaoqin is all kinds of rude, so hurry up and tell Zhang Fan that I'm coming. Hao Yun herself didn't like Fu Shaoqin, so she nodded and was about to enter the company. A moment later, she was pulled back by Fu Shaoqin. This person has no money and no job. He came to borrow money from Zhang Fan. Don't bother with him. Hao Yun froze and looked at Chui Baoyu, then added, since you guys are classmates, you have to meet after all when you come here. Even if you don't have any money, it's still proper to meet with your classmates. You let go. I'll go call Zhang Fan. Where are your classmates like you? They are already here and you don't let them see you. And you're so cynical. Che, you are really interesting. Fu Shaoqin also knew that Hao Yun would not listen to her words. At that moment, she helplessly let go of the other party, and Hao Yun smiled at Chui Baoyu and went into the company. Fu Shaoqin hummed. Anyway, if you're borrowing money, I told you not to ask. Chui Baoyu shook his head and stopped ignoring the other party, thinking that he had already bought tens of millions of dollars worth of gold for Zhang Fan's classmates, and even if the other party really needed the money, the difficulties should have been solved. Now was the time to acquire this company and talk about other things later. Soon Zhang Fan and Hao Yun walked out from the company. Seeing Chui Baoyu, Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Coming, the boss said. Let me take you directly to the office. Zhang Fan, is he really here for the interview? Fu Shaoqin added. Even if the boss appreciates you, don't easily recommend people to the company. You have to know that the company has high requirements for its employees. Zhang Fan coldly glanced at Fu Shaoqin and said indifferently, I say Fu Shaoqin, your control is too wide. I heard that Mr. Chui Baoyu came over a long time ago and stopped him at the door to prevent him from entering. He also didn't let him call me. Humph, Chui Baoyu is going to buy our company. If the boss agrees, fellow Baoyu will be the major shareholder of our company. Just based on your attitude just now, you'd better think it over yourself. Watching Chui Baoyu and Zhang Fan walk towards Jin Xiao's office, Fu Shaoqin frowned. Acquiring our company? Ghosts will believe it. Entering Jin Xiao's office, Jin Xiao saw Chui Baoyu's dress and his frown never loosened, but he still had to pretend to smile in a relaxed manner. You are Zhang Fan's classmate Jin Xiao, the boss of the company. Call me brother Jin. Zhang Fan, you said your classmate wants to acquire our company? Chui Baoyu nodded. Big brother Jin. Yes, I know that your company's annual turnover is about $2, and it wasn't easy for you to grow this company from a small size by yourself. But now that there are more and more advertising companies in Longchang, the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. I am going to give you some investment and become a shareholder of the company, and will also introduce you to some business. For example, the international bank's advertising business adds up to $12 a year. Of course this $12 can't all be given to you. There are dozens of companies behind this service. But looking at the size of the company, I don't think it should even be a problem to give you $1 a year for the business. Jin Xiao's face turned not so good as he looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, I'm very busy right now, so if your classmate doesn't have anything else to do, the two of you can go to the conference room and have a chat. I will not accompany you. Chapter 0039 Misunderstanding that Baoyu is a stubborn stone. The moment Chui Baoyu opened his mouth for international banking business, the moment he opened his mouth for a dollar business, as a Jin Xiao who has been in this industry for more than 10 years, the moment he heard it, it was very unreliable. Even if Chui Baoyu wasn't a liar, he was definitely an amateur. Plus, Jin Xiao really had something on his mind, so he just thought straight away that he would hurry up and get rid of Chui Baoyu. Chui Baoyu looked at the nervous Zhang Fan and smiled. What, big brother Jin? You think my words are bragging, right? Well, I'll immediately call the person in charge of advertising on the bank side and ask them to send someone over immediately. After all, they have to have someone in charge of these $10 or so of advertising fees every year. With those words, he took out his second-hand cell phone again. Seeing Chui Baoyu's cell phone, Jin Xiao's brows frowned even tighter. Only, Cui Baoyu had already called Zhao Qian's phone. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected. Cui Baoyu used the speakerphone, so the three people could hear this voice clearly. Jin Xiao directly stood up. Zhang Fan, I'm busy, so take your classmates to the conference room. Also, it's work time now, so if your classmates don't have anything else to do, you shouldn't delay work more than necessary. Go go go. Zhang Fan also stood up and said to Cui Baoyu, Baoyu, this. Cui Baoyu hung up the phone. Mr. Jin, what I said just now was very serious. The phone number I called just now was that of the vice chairman of the International Bank, but for some reason it didn't get through. I'll make a direct call later and have the person in charge of advertising on the other side contact you. In addition, I just acquired the Joy Commune on the East 4th Ring Road, which is the closest one to here, on the edge of the 4th Ring Road. This Joy Commune of mine also has annual advertising fees. Jin Xiao directly closed his eyes and waved his hand vigorously. Zhang Fan, see off the guests. Zhang Fan pulled Cui Baoyu's clothes. Baoyu. Cui Baoyu nodded and sighed softly. Mr. Jin, whether what I said is true or not, soon you will know. Walking out of the office with Zhang Fan, Cui Baoyu called the beautiful PR director Yen Xiaoxiao's phone. Director Yen, it's me. I know you are in charge of the company's advertising business. Give you a task. Yes, immediately. Jin Xiao was frowning in his office, thinking that he would have to talk to Zhang Fan in a while. This classmate of Zhang Fan was really unreliable. Not only was it unreliable, but as a friend, it might cause trouble for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was such an outstanding young man, but this classmate was so unreliable. Just at this time, the door of the office was knocked and the person who appeared at the door was none other than Fu Xiaoqin. Boss, there's something I need to talk to you about. Fu Xiaoqin had just seen Zhang Fan and Cui Baoyu come in and then the two quickly left, so she rushed over. Jin Xiao smiled. Supervisor Fu, if there's something you want to say, just say it directly. Fu Xiaoqin looked at Jin Xiao's expression and also felt that it should be that this classmate introduced by Zhang Fan was unreliable and made her boss unhappy. So Fu Xiaoqin's mood cheered up. Boss, it's this classmate introduced by Zhang Fan just now, who is actually also my classmate. His name is Cui Baoyu. He seems to be someone who doesn't have a job and goes around talking big. Just now, he also said that he wants to acquire our company. I guess I should come over to apply for the job. Boss, I think someone like that definitely shouldn't let him into our company. Jin Xiao nodded. Oh, that's also true. I know in my heart. Ha, you go and get busy. Thank you, Supervisor Fu. Work well. By the way, you go tell manager Zhang Fan to give me the information I asked for as soon as possible. Don't do anything unrelated to work during office hours. Fu Xiaoqin left Jin Xiao's office, laughed a few times in happiness, and hurried to this side of the conference room. In the conference room, Cui Baoyu hung up Yen Xiaoxiao's phone, made another call to the Farhang real estate side, and got the phone number of the housekeeper who was temporarily in charge of his villa side. The housekeeper was also a person from Farhang Real Estate, and was temporarily arranged by Zhou Yuanhang to serve Cui Baoyu's project and buttress it. Although he had already sold the project, as a businessman, he knew very well that he was responsible for Cui Baoyu. The power behind Cui Baoyu is an existence that he absolutely cannot afford to offend. The housekeeper over at the villa area, whose name was Zheng Chang, heard the new boss say that he wanted to place a bit of advertisement, and also hurriedly agreed, and then went to make arrangements. After all, Zheng Chang is also very clear. Cui Baoyu is not bad money. Casually out of a few $100 a year to put $1 of advertising costs, is also deserved. After hanging up Zheng Chang's phone, Cui Baoyu thought, should he give Huang Yuan a call? Although he had acquired the Hope Hotel, he had after all given the other party a promise not to participate in the management of the company for 3 years. If he had just acquired it, he would have to ask the other party to change the advertising agency, which was indeed a bit inappropriate. Therefore, there was no call to Huang Yuan. However, with the business of their own commercial building, as well as the business of the villa, the two businesses combined would be at least $1 or $2 a year. If there was another $1 on the bank side, it would add up to at least $2 or $3, which already exceeded the annual turnover of this advertising company. As to whether or not this company can take all of this business next, it depends on Jin Xiao's own ability. Anyway, his own side was benevolent to the end. Just at this time, Fu Xiaoqin directly pushed the door and walked in. Zhang Fan, the boss said that you should hurry up and get rid of him. Hurry up and give the information to the boss. Cui Baoyu, our boss said that you are not welcome and told you to hurry up and leave. Zhang Fan frowned and was about to say something when Cui Baoyu spoke. Okay, I'll go downstairs. Fu Xiaoqin, when you invite me back in a while, remember to apologize to Zhang Fan and I. Fu Xiaoqin laughed out loud. Why should I invite you back? You liar. Hurry up and leave our company, or I'll have the security guards come and kick you out. Gently shaking her head, Cui Baoyu refused Zhang Fan to send herself and let Zhang Fan go to work, and said that Jin Xiao would soon invite himself back. Yes, Jin Xiao was thinking left and right in his office, thinking about this beverage company matter and how exactly to solve it. Just at this time, the cell phone rang. Looking at the name displayed on the cell phone, Jin Xiao froze. Yan Xiaoxiao's name was familiar to Jin Xiao. Not only that, but his own company had been bidding in the past 2 years. After all, there was more than one project in the East chain, and the annual advertising fee was enough to be around $3. This $3 has also become the fat meat in the eyes of the major advertising companies, and Yan Xiaoxiao was the one responsible for one project, the head of advertising for this joy commune that was very close to her. Thinking of Cui Baoyu's words just now, Jin Xiao hurriedly picked up the phone, and Yan Xiaoxiao's nice voice immediately came over. May I ask if this is Mr. Jin of Jin Xiao Advertising? I'm Yan Xiaoxiao from Joy Commune. It's like this, we just got a new boss today. The new boss said that he just went to your company and felt that your company was good, and asked me to bring people to your company immediately. If it's possible, you can directly participate in our company's advertising competition in the second half of the year. You have to know that a large commercial building has a lot of advertisements and activities every year. In particular, some world-famous brands have to pay us for the activities they cooperate with on our side of the building. These costs add up to almost $1 or so every year. For the second half of this year, we were going to continue to use our original company, but our Mr. Shui means, because his classmate is in your company, so he wants your company to participate in the bidding as well. Mr. Jin, are you listening to me? Chapter 0040, Fu Shaoqin also wants to mutiny. Jin Xiao took a deep breath and made sure that the other party was the Yan Xiaoxiao he knew. Both the number and the voice were fine. Mr. Yan, the new boss you mentioned, is called Cui Baoyu? It's a young man? Yan Xiaoxiao's silver bell-like laughter rang out inside the phone. Yes, our boss is very young, and he's also very low-key. The owner of our company will soon make an announcement about the change of ownership of this joy commune. Now we all have to listen to the words of the new boss. If it's convenient for Mr. Jin, I will immediately bring someone over to talk to you. Jin Xiao pressed down his excitement and hurriedly said, Convenient. I'm convenient. Mr. Yan, you, me, welcome, welcome, welcome Mr. Yan's team to our company to inspect the work. Rushed to hang up the phone. Jin Xiao, surprisingly some hands and feet, was about to go to arrange for people to engage in reception. Mainly, how to face Cui Baoyu. Suddenly the cell phone rang again. Look at the other side of the number is a lucky number. Should not be harassment calls. Jin Xiao hurriedly picked up the phone. The other party was a thick male voice. May I ask if this is Mr. Jin of Jin Xiao Advertising? My name is Zheng Chang. I'm the big project manager of the original Farhang Real Estate. Recently this project, which is worth a few $100s, has just changed to a new boss. Our new boss means that since this villa is also for sale now, it might as well be advertised. And I was given $1 for the right to spend on advertising. Of course this money is from our boss. What our boss means is that he has a classmate in your advertising company, so he hopes that this $1 advertising cost can be taken up by Jin Xiao Advertising. Mr. Jin, if you have time, I can go to your company in the next 2 days, but since the new boss is busy these 2 days, I'll still be in charge of this project for the time being. It's likely that I won't have time during the day, so I'll have to wait until after work to go over and visit. Do you think it's convenient? Jin Xiao was really excited. $1, casually out of the blue. This Cui Baoyu, just how rich is he? Buying the Joy Commune, at the very least a few $100s, and also buying a big project from Farhang Real Estate, at the very least another few $100s. This Cui Baoyu is a world-class level rich man, not? Convenient. I'm convenient very much. Mr. Zheng can come over tonight. I'll wait for you over here to have dinner together. Jin Xiao's eyebrows stretched out. Yes, Mr. Cui just came to our company. The person is very low-key. Finally hanging up on Zheng Chang again. Before he could stabilize his emotions, another call came in. It was his old client and the general manager of the Hope Hotel, Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Mr. Jin, I've heard good news about my boss. Ha, I haven't told you the news yet. My Hope Hotel has a new boss. Although I'm still in charge of this hotel, the new boss is already the absolute majority shareholder. Your project manager was notified yesterday. He said he saw the new boss at the stairway. He. The new boss is a super rich man. If you get on well with the new boss, I wouldn't mind placing more advertisements every year. Jin Xiao listened to Huang Yuan's words and let out an ah. Mr. Huang, I'm hanging up now. I have something urgent over here. When I finish a meeting, I'll call you back. Taking the phone, Jin Xiao rushed out of the office. This Cui Baoyu, in the end, what kind of god is he? He bought so many projects in one shot. The ridiculous thing was that he had thought of the other party as a fraud. This is really too undeserved. Rushing to the conference room, no one was there. Rushing to Zhang Fan's workstation. Zhang Fan, where are your classmates? Zhang Fan sighed. Boss, I'm sorry, my classmate he said he didn't lie to you, but maybe some of the words were a bit big. Just now, Fu Xiaoqin said that you were in a hurry to get information from me, and that Fu Xiaoqin had already kicked him out. Jin Xiao's sweat immediately flowed down. Driven away? Jin Xiao gave a huh. How did you drive away? Still not hurry to call. Let him come back. I, pay Xiaoqin? In the end what is going on? Zhang Fan sighed, put Fu Xiaoqin stopped Cui Baoyu, and mocked him, briefly said, Fu Xiaoqin said that it was your intention for my classmates to hurry up and leave. Jin Xiao wiped his sweat, and then said feebly, I did think that your classmate was a big flake just now, and I really didn't want you to talk to him much, but the words to drive your classmate away, I never said that. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. I naturally know that my classmate is not a liar, but Fu Xiaoqin's words just now were hard to hear. When my classmate left just now, he said that you would come over and invite him right away. He also told Fu Xiaoqin that if he kicked him out, it wouldn't be that easy to invite him back. Jin Xiao also nodded. Yes, having driven away, it really wouldn't be that easy for me to invite him back again. Fu Xiaoqin, Jin Xiao rare, directly shouted out in the office. You come here. Fu Xiaoqin was gloating in front of her desk, and even in her classmate group, posted a message, meaning that Cui Baoyu came to his company for an interview, didn't know what he said to the boss, and was directly kicked out of the company by the boss, and also said to a few other classmates that in case Cui Baoyu went to their company for an interview, never, ever give Cui Baoyu a chance. Suddenly, he heard Jin Xiao shout and thought it was praising himself. He hurriedly stood up. Boss, I'm here. Jin Xiao held back his inner anger. His voice was not too loud or too small. Fu Xiaoqin, when did I say that I would get rid of Zhang Fan's classmates? Did I ever say that? And you're still saying that I said it? Fu Xiaoqin looked at Jin Xiao's face and hurriedly started to weasel out. Boss, I know you really didn't say that, but in my opinion, since the other party is an unreliable person and manager Zhang Fan is busy, the other party also opened his mouth and said that he wanted to acquire our company. I was also furious, so I kicked him out. Jin Xiao grunted. Driven away? Well, you hurry up and think of a way to invite the person back to me. If you can't invite him back, you hurry up and leave your job. Fu Xiaoqin glanced at Zhang Fan, thinking that Zhang Fan had said something bad about him, but it was not good to question him while guarding his boss. Invite back? Boss, you mean, that student Cui Baoyu, I'm going to invite him back, right? Jin Xiao nodded. Yes, you heard it right. Cui Baoyu is indeed thinking of acquiring our company, and I also intend to offer a portion of my shares. Just now, because I had something to do, I asked fellow student Zhang Fan to accompany him for a chat first. As a result, you directly drove the other party away, so now I am ordering you to invite the other party back immediately. Another option is that you can resign immediately. Fu Xiaoqin froze for a few seconds, and picked up her cell phone. Okay, I'll go invite back. Boss, just wait. Fu Xiaoqin rushed out of the office, kept riding the elevator to the floor, and made a call. Wu De, it's me, Fu Xiaoqin. A few days ago, you said that you wanted me to work as an undercover agent in the company, and in the past 2 days, I've also provided you with some information about the company. However, for some reasons, I also want to leave the company. Can you introduce me to Lon's advertising? I want to go to your company. Chapter 0041 Classmate energy is hard to describe. The opposite party, Wu De, who was in his 30s, hesitated when he heard Fu Xiaoqin's words. However, I need someone like you very much to be able to pass your company's intelligence to me in a timely manner. Fu Xiaoqin said, for the intelligence matter, I will arrange for someone who will give me the information, but right now, I want to go to Lon's advertisement, so just tell me one thing, yes or no. If it doesn't work, I'll go to another company. Wonder was on the opposite side, slightly silent for a while. Then I have to report to Boss Long. He didn't come to the company these 2 days. Xiaoqin, in these last few days, you've given good information to the company, so I'm sure the boss is willing to let you come over. However, before you come, can you make another achievement? And get a copy of the company's information on that drink. That is Golden Bridge Advertising's biggest client. That drink called Ideal. To tell you the truth, after I came over here, I've already given Boss Long my word that I'm going to take down Ideal Drinks as a client. Fu Xiaoqin thought about it and nodded. I'll think of a way. You hurry up and talk to your boss. I've stayed here long enough. I'm thinking, if it's possible, I'll go straight to work at the new company tomorrow. By the way, this number of mine will be turned off in the afternoon. I'll give you another number. That number is not known to anyone in the company. It's a new number that I've applied for. Hanging up the phone, Fu Xiaoqin looked at the news in the group of students. Sure enough, there are a few students who have already started to lead the rhythm, especially a student called Hu Lai, who used to not deal with Cui Baoyu. He sent a contemptuous emoticon packet in the group, and then said, "I told you, there must be a reason why Cui Baoyu couldn't find a job for several months. His ability is not good, nor is his character. Even the IQ is not enough. Xiaoqin, or you kindly remind everyone, in the future, classmates must keep their eyes peeled. In case the other party borrows money again, or comes to your company for an interview, don't let a villain in because of the friendship of classmates." This side, down the stairs of Cui Baoyu, in fact, did not go far, in the neighborhood in a cafe, thinking that as long as Yin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Chang call Jin Xiao will soon know the truth. However, Cui Baoyu was still a little surprised when he saw the message from his classmate group. This Fu Xiaoqin and Hu Lai, the two of them were really a bit hokey, completely unaware of what was going on. They started talking nonsense. To even organize all the classmates to block themselves was unbelievable. If Cui Baoyu didn't have these supernatural abilities, or if he was looking for another job, he might really struggle. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu was ready to send out a big red packet in his classmate group to prove his strength. But just at this time, Zhao Qian's call returned. "Oops, Mr. Cui. Sorry, the leader and I went to the vault to take a look. After all, these 2 days to get the gold you want to buy ready for you. There is no cell phone signal on the vault side. I only received a reminder after I left the vault. What is the matter that you are calling me about?" Cui Baoyu smiled and asked about the bank's side of doing activities and placing advertisements every year. Zhao Qianli also smiled. "Although this matter isn't under my direct jurisdiction, I'm ultimately the one who approves it. We have a large number of activities and advertisements every year, totaling more than $10. I think, Mr. Cui, since the other party is your classmate, I'm sure their professional ability won't be bad. I'll immediately arrange for someone to contact your classmate, and I'll be sure to give your classmate a chance in the second half of the year's advertising bidding. As for the final result, I will also have in mind that professional ability is still very crucial. Of course, what Chairman Luo wants, I know better than anyone. As long as I disclose a little bit of internal information, it is also considered a happy cooperation." Sure enough, an old fox Cui Baoyu said, "All well and good. You immediately arrange for someone to contact Mr. Jin. This advertising agency is doing quite well." After hanging up Zhao Qian's phone, Zhang Fan's phone called again. "Baoyu, Fu Xiaoqin was scolded by our boss and told her that she must get you back, and for her to apologize to you. But she went downstairs to look for you and said she didn't find you. Where are you now?" Cui Baoyu laughed. "I'm downstairs not far from the cafe, sitting by the window, so if you go downstairs with a little care, you should be able to find me quickly." "Oh, I believe that Fu Xiaoqin should not want to really find me, so I guess she didn't look for me with all her heart either." Zhang Fan also sighed. In his opinion, since Cui Baoyu had the strength to acquire or invest in the company, this was something he was willing to facilitate. Cui Baoyu's shareholding in his company would definitely be of great benefit to him. Fu Xiaoqin definitely didn't want this to happen. And Zhang Fan also saw the message in the classmates group just now. He was also calling out for Cui Baoyu. "Alas, I didn't expect that Fu Xiaoqin would do something like this." Zhang Fan sighed. "I'll explain to you in the group right away. What's going on here? We've all been classmates together for 3 or 4 years. After all, we all have feelings." Cui Baoyu smiled. "In fact, some things don't need to be explained. When I acquire a controlling stake in your company, everything will be made clear. You tell your boss. Cui Baoyu also has a temper. Fu Xiaoqin, so to me, must give me an apology. Oh, to be honest with you, this half an hour's time, I have introduced a couple of dollars to your company also business. Or I say it, your boss should be very clear about my strength now. That's why he let the careless down to find me." Zhang Fan was shocked. Unexpectedly, half an hour could introduce a couple dollars of business to the company. How capable should this Cui Baoyu be? Zhang Fan has also been working for 3 years and knows very well how much effort the whole company has to put in for a few hundred million, 10,000, of business. The company's 1 or 200 people can only accomplish $1 or $2 of business a year, and the cost they pay is a terrible figure. Cui Baoyu a person, half an hour than the company's more than 100 people's performance is more. Even if it is a company account manager, Cui Baoyu also want to do what account manager, his strength, can be completely their own open a company? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan hurriedly said, "I know, I will go to our boss now, tell him to call you." Zhang Fan hurriedly entered the door of the general manager's office again. When he saw that Jin Xiao had just hung up a phone call, the expression on his face was really indescribable. Before Zhang Fan could speak, Jin Xiao said, "Zhang Fan, where is Fu Xiaoqin? Where is your classmate? Just now, the bank gave me a call. saying that we should prepare immediately and participate in the bank's advertising tender for the second half of the year. The amount of advertising tender is $3. At least $3. There are several other businesses, almost $2 more. You honestly, what is the identity of this classmate of yours in the end? I am really rude. What is the phone number of your classmate? I personally call him, apologize to him, and then, invite him to dinner, invite him to tea. The acquisition of the company, is it? This matter is also good to say. Good to say. Chapter 0042 $10 to invest in a company. Receiving Jin Xiao's phone call again, Cui Baoyu didn't make any pretense, but told Jin Xiao that he definitely wants to acquire this company. And Fu Xiaoqin, too, must apologize to himself, and also apologize to himself in his classmate group. Must, Jin Xiao swore on the phone. Boss Cui, where are you? I will personally come downstairs to pick you up. We'll have lunch together at noon. And by the way, I must also apologize to you for my rudeness just now. Cui Baoyu thought about it and said, you tell Fu Xiaoqin to prepare to apologize to me. By the way, the people from Joy Commune are probably arriving soon, so you'd better get ready and talk to them. Even though I'm the new boss, you guys still have to be professional to talk about professional things. If your score is too low, I won't give you the business. It still depends on the ability of your side. What I'm worried about is that with a few extra dollars of business all of a sudden, you people are definitely not enough. Jin Xiao also hurriedly swore that there is no problem. After all, recruiting people is not a problem. Longcheng side of the most lack of people. Hang up the phone. Jin Xiao arranged Zhang Fan. Immediately prepare the team, computer, and Joy Commune people to meet. In theory, he was Party B, and he should have taken his team to visit Party A. This time is also considered an accident. Party A's public relations manager personally came to visit. One must show some professional scene. Then, Jin Xiao personally went to find Fu Xiaoqin, who had offended Cui Baoyu and had an extremely bad attitude. An apology was also necessary. Fu Xiaoqin seems to have gone to the small conference room with a few other co-workers, said one of the employees. Mr. Jin, I also have reimbursement vouchers on my side that need your signature. Jin Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. I'll sign it, but I'm rather busy right now, so you can find me again when you get off work in the afternoon. Hurriedly coming to the small conference room again, he saw that Fu Xiaoqin was talking with several other employees about something in the conference room. Jin Xiao thought for a moment. This matter is best not guarded from the other employees. It was more or less necessary to give a girl some face. Therefore, Jin Xiao thought about it. It is better to greet the customers first. As for apologizing to Cui Baoyu, let Fu Xiaoqin and himself apologize at the wine table in a while. It is a bit more appropriate than in the office. Thinking of this, Jin Xiao did not bother the few people in the conference room anymore, but arranged for the personnel administration, ready to receive the clients. Then he personally went downstairs and met Cui Baoyu at the cafe and hurriedly extended his hands. Mr. Cui, I'm sorry, it's my eyes that are clumsy and have eyes that don't recognize Tai. Almost misunderstood the great god. In a moment, your subordinates, Joy Commune's people have also arrived, so let's go upstairs to talk about it. And I'll also personally introduce the company and the company's team cases and whatnot to all the leaders. For the other parties' change in attitude. Everything was expected. Cui Baoyu smiled. I won't participate in the meeting. You can just talk to manager Yin Xiaoxiaoyan. Let's talk directly here. I'm thinking of acquiring your company. The company currently has a turnover of around $2 a year. It doesn't matter if I can introduce $5 or $6 of business to the company. First and foremost, it's still for my classmate Zhang Fan. If my classmate was not in your company, but in another company, I certainly would not have introduced him to you. And then there's the fact that I invested another $10 to become the company's major shareholder. I, the major shareholder, actually do not go to participate in the management of the company, but I have a requirement that after 2 years, that is, after Zhang Fan has worked for 5 years, he must become a director of the company, as well as a vice president, holding a portion of the shares for me. What do you think? A $10 investment? And $5 or $6 of business per year? Jin Xiao hurriedly rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming, because no matter which investor, even if they were to buy their own company, they would never offer such generous conditions. To buy one's own company, the most one could offer was $5. Tops. Looking at the other party's expression, Cui Baoyu said, I'm going to buy a company. This is also a task given to me by the family, and I happen to meet Zhang Fan and your side. It is also considered to be a coincidence. Next, I will use my resources to help Mr. Jin as soon as possible so that the company's annual turnover exceeds $10. If Mr. Jin feels that the conditions I proposed just now are okay, we can sign the contract now. Jin Xiao thought for half a minute and nodded vigorously. It's also good for me alone to make the company to a turnover of $10. Originally I planned to take another 3 to 5 years, so all of a sudden it saves me a few years, and with a $10 investment, I won't have any pressure. I wonder how many shares Mr. Chui wants? On my side, I was thinking that I would give up at most 30% of the shares. After all, there are some shares thought as employee incentives. Chui Baoyu gently smiled. I want 40% of the shares just fine, and after 2 years, I want Zhang Fan to hold 10% of the shares. The company's management. I try not to participate. Mr. Jean should be able to understand my attitude. Jean Xiao nervously rubbed his hands together and looked at the time. Why don't we go upstairs? It's still a bit inconvenient to talk here. And Jean Xiao to the upstairs. Jean Xiao looked at their own computer financing program. This is the company 2 years ago. The funds were once tense. To finance a program. To finance $1. Jean Xiao can give up 30% of the shares. After 2 years, the company was able to get $10 effortlessly. With such an investment, there was no way Jean Xiao would not be moved. Just at this time, the office door was knocked on once again. Mr. Jean, Joy Commune's people have arrived. More than a dozen people have come, right in the big conference room. Jean Xiao hurriedly nodded and said to Chui Baoyu, Mr. Chui, you are not attending the meeting? Chui Baoyu shook his head. I really won't be attending the meeting. You go and get busy. Arrange for someone to print out a copy of the contract between us. Today we will sign the agreement for the share transfer and investment. Oh, the villa side, the bank side. You do a good job of receiving them in these 2 days. See, their second half of the advertising bidding is good. Then you. Chui Baoyu smiled. I still have some things. You first busy. We won't eat together at noon. Depending on your time in the afternoon or tomorrow morning, I'll come back to sign the contract. I'll bring my bank and lawyer with me then, to make sure our transaction is standardized. Chui Baoyu didn't say much. After all, he spent $10 to invest in this company. It did seem a bit unbelievable to the general public. The investment of $10, in Chui Baoyu's opinion, is also to maximize the help of Jin Xiao, help Zhang Fan. With this capital, this company can take a big step forward. Advertising company things is considered to be the end. Once again back to the cafe, thinking that must ruthlessly hit Fu Xiaoqin's face. She is not only dog-eyed, but also spread unfavorable news about herself in the group of students. Fu Xiaoqin deliberately avoided herself and didn't give herself an apology. I guess Jin Xiao will also come up with opinions on how to deal with it. As for how to deal with it, Chui Baoyu actually doesn't care too much, because Chui Baoyu really isn't a careful person. He is now worth billions of dollars, and will not be generalized with a person whose salary is less than 2 million. Chui Baoyu thought that the tasks he had given himself, acquiring real estate companies, acquiring Carrefour stores, acquiring large commercial buildings, and buying gold were basically completed. He himself had become a rich man worth at least a few $100 billion. This trillion-dollar fortune hadn't been completely spent yet, but it was almost there. Still need to buy a restaurant of his own. Chui Baoyu thought, this is simple. Just look at almost any store from the internet, with a higher degree of favorable reviews. Then as long as he was willing to spend money and not get involved in the management, it shouldn't be complicated to become a shareholder of this store. However, Chui Baoyu now had another thing to do. It was that he wanted to go see Master Black. If Master Black's matter was not resolved, it would always be a hidden danger to Chui Baoyu. Chui Baoyu didn't realize that Master Black was actually thinking of seeing him. Chapter 0043 Master Black is really hard to bear. In the morning, by Chiu and Black Panther, the two surprisingly failed to invite Chui Baoyu. Even Master Wang failed. In the 402 hospital, Black Knight heard the words of White Autumn and Black Panther. In the hospital bed, a cough. Frightened doctors and nurses rushed to take a look. This patient, they really cannot afford to offend. And the attitude of this patient's subordinates was too bad. The Black Panther was always dirty at every turn. The nurses and doctors dared to be angry. A few of you, if Master Black has an accident on your side, I, Black Panther, guarantee that each and every one of you will not have a good time. Said the words, took out a dagger, directly a plug in the wall. Still and doctors trembling, a doctor boldly said, a few masters, the patient now needs to rest. It is best not to stimulate the patient. Again, get lost. The Black Panther had a bad attitude. Master Black's body is made of iron. You guys just do your thing. Is there 100 years of ginseng? Give Master Black a portion to replenish his chi. The nurse and the doctor looked at each other. This bold doctor said carefully, several masters, 100 years of ginseng. The hospital does not have it for the time being, but we can find a way. Black Panther kicked over. Then don't hurry to think of a way. If the afternoon before the sun sets has not reached 100 years of ginseng, I will directly look for the dean. Let him know. No. Our ain't company's strength. Scared doctors and nurses shivered and went to report to the dean. After all, these years 100 years of ginseng has been rare. In the hands of some really big people. It was impossible for a hospital like 402 Hospital to have 100 years of ginseng. When the doctor and the nurse left, the Black Master slowly said, "Black Panther, with this temperament of yours, you'll suffer big losses in the future. Bai Chio, for the few days that I'm sick, you'll manage the company's affairs for the time being. As long as there's nothing major, you'll decide on everything." This time, Master Wang also missed. "This kid, what's his origin? Give Master Wang a call, or ask him where the other party is?" Bai Chio nodded repeatedly, while Black Panther was on the side, but he was a bit furious, but guarding Master Black, he didn't dare to show it, so he hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Master Wang. Master Wang's phone is off. Learning that Master Wang's phone is off, Master Black was silent for a while and whispered, "Give Zhou Yuanhang a call, let him be the middleman. Bai Chio and Black Panther, you two have a meal together with the other party for me. Remember, this time, the main thing is to explore the other party's background. Do not offend each other for good. If the purpose of the other party is for that piece of land, this time we can give up. Make friends with the other side. Yesterday, Zhou Yuanhang told me that the other party is a big shot that we can't afford to mess with. At first I didn't believe it. Black Panther, you did the right thing in this matter, letting Master Wang make a move. Although he missed, but he also understood one thing. The other party's origin is indeed not simple." Black Panther was happy again. His IQ was always a little bit higher than Bai Chio. Bai Chio had already called Zhou Yuanhang's phone. 3 minutes later, Bai Chio hung up the phone and said coldly, "Master Black, that Zhou Yuanhang kid said that if we really dare to offend surname Chui, there will be heavenly misfortune. Let's take the initiative to bow our heads and also apologize to that kid." When Black Panther heard Bai Chio's words, his fire poured out. "Apologize? Apologize to that kid? Oh, Master Black, why don't I find a killer and just settle that kid directly?" Master Black glanced at Black Panther and gently shook his head. "Black Panther, I, Mo Dong, have been wandering the world for so many years, and have come from nothing to this day, so by all rights, I should be satisfied, but with so many brothers under me, this stall can't be broken up yet. Oops, how so uncomfortable. Call the doctor, call the doctor." Bai Chio hurriedly went to shout the doctor again, but the doctors and nurses of this ward went to the dean's office, and they could not be found for a while. Panther does not care about these. Directly pulling a corridor nurse into the ward. "What's going on? Why is Master Black not feeling well again?" Pulling the knife from the wall, Black Panther forced the knife closer to the little nurse. "Did you use fake medicine for Master Black?" Although the little nurse didn't know what was going on, but for the things in this ward, more or less, she had also heard a few words from her colleagues. Looking at the other party with a knife, the little nurse became a little nervous, too nervous to speak, looked at Master Black's heart ECG machine, carefully said, "The patient cannot be stimulated. It is best to ensure rest. It is best for you to not be here, affecting the patient's rest." Black Panther grunted. "Master Black's body is iron. Where is your dean? Let him hurry over. The 100-year ginseng that I want. Is it there or not?" This little nurse how to know the matter of 100 years of ginseng. The words do not dare to say. Shivering, shaking with fear, Master Black at this time, the body began to tremble, looked very uncomfortable. The Black Panther grabbed the clothes of this little nurse. "Hurry to give the Black Master to see what is going on. If the Black Master in your hospital something happens, I guarantee that your hospital will have to close tonight." The little nurse looked at the entrance of the ward and there was no one who could help her. She whispered, "I'm going to find the attending doctor." "This is going, your voice a little lower, okay? I'm scared." Panther hammed and hawed. "Lousy's voice is this loud. You hurry up and call the attending doctor. Call the dean. Just say, Master Black's side needs them to provide professional care. If Master Black is even a little bit uncomfortable, I will directly burn your hospital down. Believe it or not? I don't believe it." A voice appeared at the entrance of the ward. It was none other than Chui Baoyu who had hurriedly arrived. Seeing Chui Baoyu, Bai Chio inexplicably felt a little nervous. In theory, as an expert, he could fight 10 by himself, and looking at Chui Baoyu's physique, Bai Chio shouldn't be afraid. This kind of fear came inexplicably. Bai Chio did not know why he was suddenly a little afraid. The nurse saw the visitor and felt slightly more secure, but it seemed that the person wasn't from her own hospital either, so she didn't dare to say much in the face of the Black Panther and the dagger in his hand. The Black Panther looked at Chui Baoyu and hemmed and hawed. "Buddy, honoring the wine but not eating the punishment. In the morning, buddies invited you do not come, only now come? Are you worried that Master Black will retaliate against you? To tell you the truth, if you don't come today, tomorrow, I will bring people to your home, let you know what is called fear." Chui Baoyu moved forward, looked at Black Panther, then said to the little nurse, "It's okay here, you can leave first." The little nurse nodded, but the Black Panther was not happy. Looking at the unbearable godfather on the hospital bed, The Black Panther sneered. Leave? Without my order. You can't leave. Hurry up and treat Master Black. As for you kid, tell me, was it you who messed with Master Black's accident? Chui Baoyu looked at Master Black on the hospital bed and smiled. Is Master Black? Tell this brainless one under you to shut up immediately. Chapter 0044 Attending Dr. Kongyud. Master Black finally saw Chui Baoyu and his body was slightly more comfortable. He took a breath, looked at Black Panther and Chui Baoyu and said to Black Panther, you stand down. This is Mr. Chui. Chui Baoyu smiled and nodded, once again saying to the nurse, it's fine, you go out first. Black Panther, in front of Master Black, you'd better not make up your mind. Master Black, you want to see me, right? I'm already here, so if you have anything to say, just say it. Master Black gasped again, glanced at Chui Baoyu, and signaled for Black Panther to step back. Black Panther and Bai Chiu walked from the front of the hospital bed to the back, no longer speaking. Chui Baoyu walked over to the hospital bed and looked at Master Black. Master Black, my purpose here is simple. The piece of land you want is mine. No one can take it from me, not even you, Master Black. The other thing is to have your people, when they see me in the future, show some respect, especially this Black Panther. Be a little more restrained in your behavior. Otherwise, I don't mind giving him a bigger lesson on behalf of Master Black. Master Black gasped and looked at Chui Baoyu, gently nodded, but still asked, Mr. Chui, is my illness going to be serious or not? Chui Baoyu shook his head. First of all, I'm not a doctor. What's the condition of your illness? You have to ask the doctor. The other thing is to be respectful to the doctors and nurses. Otherwise I'll have the doctors just invite you out. Another thing is that you can't afford to offend the characters, so don't think of anything else. Panther, look at me with a little respect. Ha, Bai Chiu, you last night smashed something in my place. I've asked the neighbors to clear it up. You need to compensate 3 milliards of money on your side. Remember to take the money over and settle the matter. Humph, if you don't settle it, don't blame me for not being polite. Bai Chiu glanced at Master Black, who nodded lightly. Bai Chiu also said, 3 milliards of money. I'll transfer it to you later. Just give it directly to your neighbor. That piece of land, we don't want it. Mr. Chui, what Master Black means is that we can actually make friends. No fighting. What happened in the past? It's all a misunderstanding. Chui Baoyu shook his head again. I don't make friends with people whose identity is not clean. Oh, the money you can transfer to me. I'll give it to the neighbors. Master Black, do you have anything else to say? Master Black squinted his eyes, and after half a minute, opened them and looked at Chui Baoyu. Master Wang is my friend. He lost the fight with you, and I, Morden, have heard that there are some high people in this world. Mr. Chui, I used to be of a less than squeaky clean status, but now I'm a businessman. I was thinking, can I condescend and invite Mr. Chui to become a director of my company? That is, an offering. I am willing to take out half of my profits and make offerings to Mr. Chui every year. That is, about $20 per year, and I also hope that Mr. Chui will not look down on this small amount of money. Master Black is definitely a ruthless person, and of course a smart person. Taking out $20 at once to hand over Chui Baoyu as a friend made by Chiu startled. $20 is half of the company's profit every year, so that the rest of the company, including himself, the annual income is also less than half. Of course the one who suffers the most is still Master Black, giving real money to the other party. This is the same as cutting his own meat. Chui Baoyu is also a little surprised. $20 a year, 20 billion, just to know yourself, and make friends with yourself? At that moment, he laughed. I don't like your $20. If you think you are rich, you might as well do more good deeds. Oh, Master Black, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. As for the matter of your car accident, it is also an accident. In my opinion, it is not fatal. Take a good rest for a period of time, so that they do not keep influencing you in the hospital room is good. Bai Chiu hurriedly took out his cell phone, transferred money to Chui Baoyu, and gave Chui Baoyu 3 milliards of money. These brothers under his banner had indeed smashed some things last night in order to scare people. Receiving the 3 milligrams of money, Chui Baoyu nodded and was about to leave. Chui Baoyu didn't expect it. Neither did Bai Chiu and Master Black. Just as Chui Baoyu turned around, Black Panther took out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Chui Baoyu nonchalantly. The two were no more than 10 meters away, and Black Panther's gun was modified. When Master Black saw this scene, his eyes carried killing intent and he didn't say much. When Bai Chiu saw that Master Black didn't say anything, he didn't say anything either. Black Panther sneered and fired his gun. Just then, the door to the ward opened, and the doctor who had just left, the attending doctor who had gone to report to the dean, walked in, just in time to see the scene of the Black Panther shooting. This is called Kong Yud's attending doctor. The scalpel in his hand instantly shot. Kong Yud is not a martial artist, but his hands are extremely stable. and his medical skills are ranked among the top young generation in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The speed of the scalpel was also extremely fast. When the bullet was less than 10 centimeters away from Cui Baoyu, the scalpel miraculously hit the bullet. The bullet that was originally directed towards Cui Baoyu's heart, miraculously deflected 30 centimeters, grazed Cui Baoyu's shoulder, and shot towards the hospital's fence. Only then did Cui Baoyu realize that he had almost been shot in the dark. Turning to look at Master Black's three men, Cui Baoyu coldly said, "Slap your mouths." As soon as the words fell, whether it was Black Panther, Bai Qiu, or Master He who was in the hospital bed, they did not hesitate to stretch out their right hands and ruthlessly slap themselves. Kong Yud was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Cui Baoyu was also a bit scared, looking at this attending doctor and saying a thank you. "Your scalpel, you use it well." Kong Yud smiled. "I've been practicing my accuracy since I was 5 years old. If I hadn't become a doctor, I would have gone to shooting competitions, as well as accuracy competitions. I think my level would have been able to participate in the World Cup." Cui Baoyu also laughed. If it wasn't for Kong Yud's hand, this time he might have been in trouble. Black Panther was naturally the culprit, but Master Black clearly also saw the scene of Black Panther firing his gun, and he surprisingly did not stop it. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu said to Kong Yud, "Discharge them and make arrangements immediately. I don't want anything to happen to the patients in your hospital." Kong Yud froze. The patient's condition right now does not have the conditions to be discharged. Cui Baoyu smiled. "Don't worry, they will sign it themselves in a moment." Hearing that he had to be discharged himself, Master Black was initially adamantly unwilling. He knew very well that by asking himself to be discharged, Cui Baoyu was definitely unsettled and would definitely deal with himself after he was discharged. "Master Black, it's not up to you," Cui Baoyu said. "If you don't agree to be discharged from the hospital, don't hang me to continue to strike." Sure enough, a few people once again slapped themselves, and after a few minutes of learning to bark at dogs, cats, and ducks, Bai Qiu and Master Black could no longer hold back their inner fear, and signed their names on the certificate of discharge, and said that it was their own willingness to be discharged and that everything had nothing to do with the hospital. Watching Master Black, Black Panther and Bai Qiu leave the hospital and get into a car, Cui Baoyu sneered and looked at Master Black and the others. "Black Panther, Master Black, just now it was considered my life. Now it's time to settle the score between us." Chapter 0045 Acquiring a Restaurant and Meeting Again. When he returned to the hospital again, Cui Baoyu specifically came to thank Kong Yud and then asked the other party, "What kind of medical equipment does your hospital need? The most advanced ones? Or the most expensive? Don't be shy. You saved my life. I'll buy some medical equipment for you as a token of appreciation." Kong Yud had a somewhat less convinced expression. In his opinion, Cui Baoyu didn't look like a rich man. However, Kong Yud did feel that Cui Baoyu had a unique aura about him, rather like a high-level person. After all, Master He and the others could only bow their heads in front of Cui Baoyu. Cui Baoyu was really no different from the legendary high person. Looking at the other party's puzzled expression, Cui Baoyu smiled. "Don't doubt my sincerity or my strength. Even though I could just give you a sum of money, it's not like the matter of giving you money is appropriate. Tell me, what does your academy need? What money can do? I will definitely help you do it." Kong Yud asked carefully. "Mr. Cui, you are rich?" Cui Baoyu laughed. "Let's put it this way. Let's give you $30 for purchasing rights. I'll pay for it. I can transfer money to you directly, or I can arrange for a bank and transfer money to your hospital directly." Fang Jing was not with Cui Baoyu today, but the bank side will absolutely cooperate with Cui Baoyu at any time, even a few dozen dollars of business, as long as Cui Baoyu a phone call. Kong Yud was really shocked, but seeing Cui Baoyu showing him the balance of the bank deposit, this doctor only patted his chest and whispered, "We do want to import a few of the world's most advanced medical devices in the past few years as well, and the price of each unit is $3. A series is 3 units, that's $9. $30, we can't spend it, at least in my opinion. This $30 is enough to be able to build another hospital in addition to these 3 devices. The main thing is that these 3 instruments, for some benign tumors, can eliminate the tumor without surgery. It's because the price of the machinery is too expensive, and I haven't been able to buy it in the past 2 years." Cui Baoyu nodded, thinking, this is also doing good. Since the other party said that they could build a new hospital, then go ahead and build a new hospital. Spend your own money and invest in a new hospital. This is really doing good. Then build a new hospital. Cui Baoyu nodded. "I'll take out another $20. That's a total of $50. The new hospital is made into a charity hospital, and in the next 5 years, to allow more ordinary people to be able to afford to see a doctor. Dr. Kong, what do you think?" Kong Yud hesitated for a while, took out his cell phone, and told the dean about it. The dean was directly surprised to the point of standing up from his chair when he learned that someone had given $50 for the investment. $50? This tycoon you are talking about. Which family is it? The other party wants to hold our hospital? Kong shook his head. What the other party means is for us to build a new charitable hospital and target the common people at a low price. Other than that, he has no demands. If it's possible, the other party will immediately have the bank transfer the money. A few minutes later, the hospital's treasurer was confronted with a transfer of $50 and rushed to the bank's phone in fear. Learning that it was getting a $50 investment, this finance hurried to the dean's office again and told the matter. The dean called Chi Yudao was talking to Kong Yud about this matter, and when he learned that the $50 had arrived, he even slapped the table vigorously. This Mr. Shui really is a high-level person. It's a pity that I haven't even met him. Dr. Kong, immediately make arrangements to purchase the most advanced medical equipment in the world. In addition, the matter of the new hospital, I will also immediately apply to the higher-ups. You will also be the shareholder in person in charge of the new hospital. Come with me to take full responsibility. As for this Mr. Shui, if you have time in the next few days, you must meet with him and have a meal together. Shui Baoyu didn't think it was much of a big deal for a $50 investment. Although this $50, $5 billion, was indeed a huge sum of money. For himself, this money was equivalent to the wind blowing. Therefore, Shui Baoyu did feel that this $50 was worth spending. And over the next few years, there would be many people who would benefit from it. Look at the time. It's already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This daytime flies really fast. Thinking about looking at a restaurant from the internet. Not too big and not too small. Directly to the other side of the investment of a few cents. Their own holdings. As for the number of shares, Shui Baoyu actually did not ask. The main thing is that, in the future, they will have one more cafeteria. When Shui Baoyu was a child, his family's conditions were not good, and he could only eat a dumpling with meat at New Year's Eve. With a cafeteria of his own, from now on, not to mention eating dumplings every day, eggs, chicken, ducks, fish and meat, absolutely will not treat his stomach poorly. Therefore, Shui Baoyu was at the roadside, taking out his cell phone, checking out the better-rated restaurants on his cell phone that were closer to his Joy Commune. The reason why Shui Baoyu didn't think of directly holding a restaurant in Joy Commune was because the restaurants in Joy Commune were relatively high-end. High-end restaurants had a problem. Their cuisine was actually relatively homogeneous, and it wasn't too homely. Shui Baoyu preferred home-cooked dishes, such as the simplest dishes like vinegared shredded potatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, and soft fried tenderloin. Thinking about it and looking at the pictures on his cell phone, Shui Baoyu's mouth was watering. Shui Baoyu soon found a small but not too small restaurant called Youthful Nostalgia Home Cooking. Looking at the pictures and the decoration, it really had an extremely youthful and nostalgic flavor. Moreover, this store also specialized in selling nostalgic items, basically from the internet, and the price was not high. Mainly, all the dishes were really just like 20 or 30 years ago, with a strong nostalgic flavor. That's you. Shui Baoyu smiled and reached out to stop a cab. It was already around 5 in the afternoon when they arrived at this youthful nostalgic home cooking restaurant. The business of this restaurant was really good, and the customers were really all families, as well as men and women in love. The main reason was that this restaurant's dishes were really inexpensive, and it also carried the name of a Netflix restaurant, so it really attracted a lot of young men and women. Choi Bo-yul took a look at the decoration outside. The hand-drawn painting style instantly brought people back to that era. Estimated, to invest in this store, at least 60 or 70 cents would be needed. Shui Baoyu, in his heart, touched and calculated. Even if it's $1. This store is so close to Joy Commune, and close to Jinxiao's company, he will come to work in the future. And first of all, he will solve his food problem very well. Thinking of this, Shui Baoyu stepped into the store. Outside the store, there was information written about the recruitment of waiters. So when Shui Baoyu said that he wanted to meet the owner, one of the supervisors on the other side laughed. You're here to apply for a waitress, right? To apply for a waitress, you don't need to meet the boss. Our manager says so. You wait, I'll call the manager right away. Without waiting for Shui Baoyu to explain, he directly took out his walkie-talkie and gave the other party that someone had come to apply for the job. Shui Baoyu had a helpless face. He couldn't say that he was here to acquire the restaurant, right? After all, the other party was also just a supervisor, and this matter still needed to be talked about after meeting the boss. However, just as Shui Baoyu was thinking about how to meet the boss as soon as possible, an extremely exaggerated voice appeared in his ears. Oh, isn't this student Shui Baoyu? If I didn't know about you in my classmate group, maybe I would have actually passed your interview. Thanks to Fu Xiaoqin. Humph, Shui Baoyu, you're applying for a waitress job? Other companies can't find a job and can't get along? You are not welcome in our restaurant. Please leave here immediately. Chapter 0046, Misunderstanding Interview Expelled. This restaurant manager who suddenly appeared was actually his classmate Hu Lai. Cui Baoyu really didn't know that Hu Lai was the manager of this restaurant. Looking at Hu Lai, Cui Baoyu sneered. Classmate Hu Lai, who said I'm here to apply for a job. I want to see your boss and talk to him about an important matter. Where is your boss? Hu Lai circled around Cui Baoyu, looked at Cui Baoyu's attire and shook his head, saying, "Humph, less pretend for me. This outfit. I remember it seems like you bought it when you just graduated. It's been almost 3 years, still wearing this outfit. What about the cell phone? It can't also be bought when you just graduated, right? I heard from Fu Xiaoqin that you went to their advertising agency for an interview, and you bragged in front of the boss, and the boss kicked you out. I still remember. 2 nights ago, you borrowed money in the group. For a few hundred nanas, you borrowed money everywhere. Is it true that you can't get by? So you think of looking for a job that takes care of food and housing? The waitresses in our restaurant are treated really well. After all, our boss is also nice to people, and business is also good. Only, people like you can't be hired. You should hurry up and leave. It's the time for customers to dine. I don't have time to talk to you more, but I still advise you. You can't make it in Dragon City. You'd better go back to your hometown. I remember that your hometown is rural. Now going back to the countryside to farm is also better than you not having a job here." With those words, Hu Lai hummed softly and was about to leave. Looking at Hu Lai's expression, Cui Baoyu shook his head helplessly, and he didn't want to say much to Hu Lai. This person was just like Fu Xiaoqin, dog-eyed. Moreover, after listening to Fu Xiaoqin's words in the group, he felt even more superior. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu didn't say much, directly found a table and sat down. Hu Lai, who was about to leave, saw the scene of Cui Baoyu sitting down, and his eyes changed a little. Just now he had satirized the other party, and the other party directly wanted to dine here, so he might want to make some kind of trouble. Could it be that he wanted to dine here and then find a reason to complain about the restaurant? To know that nowadays the restaurant is actually not very good to do. Once faced with the customer's complaint, maybe it will encounter some crisis. Thinking here, Hu Lai pulled the supervisor and whispered, "This one is here for an interview. I don't think he's qualified. This kid is probably looking for trouble. You keep a close eye on me. If he deliberately messes up, make sure to film the evidence for me. Oh, he is unaware of the boss's background and dares to make trouble here. Watch me make him suffer in a while." The supervisor looked at Cui Baoyu and also nodded. The boss certainly had a background. Moreover, the boss had also instructed them that if they met an unreasonable person and they couldn't solve it, they could call the boss directly. In the past, there were also some unintelligent members of society who thought of coming to eat for free, or in various names, trying to get some benefits. It is said that there are a few, or in the neighborhood everyone cannot afford to mess with the big brother. But after being called to the office by the boss, one by one, all gray left, and never dared to come here. Visible boss background and strength, absolutely have. Cui Baoyu was also really hungry and thought about eating something first. Just at this time the cell phone rang. It was Jin Xiao's call. The other party called, first of all, hoping that the investment of $10 would be signed as soon as possible, and the share transfer agreement was also signed. Having met the people from Joy Commune in the afternoon, Jin Xiao could fully believe that a person who could acquire Joy Commune would definitely bring heavenly benefits to himself. As long as one was good to Zhang Fan, getting a $10 investment and a few dollars a year for the business, one could take at least 10 years less of a detour, even become the biggest advertising company in Longcheng in the next few years. The other thing is to think, eat with Cui Baoyu, call out Fu Xiaoqin, and apologize to Cui Baoyu. Jin Xiao also did have this ambition. Oh, I'll be at Youth Nostalgia Home Cooking. Cui Baoyu laughed. It's in the middle of your company and Joy Commune. It's especially close. Just navigate your way over. Jin Xiao hurriedly agreed, then hung up the phone and went to find Fu Xiaoqin. After looking around, he didn't find anyone and hurriedly asked other colleagues. A colleague who was in Fu Xiaoqin's neighboring seat thought for a moment. "Boss, in the afternoon, that is, around 4 o'clock, I saw Fu Xiaoqin packing up her things. I asked her about it, and she said that she had to go on a business trip recently. I then didn't ask any more questions. It seems like a business trip, right?" Jin Xiao froze. A business trip? Who arranged a business trip for Fu Xiaoqin? Why don't I know? Asked a circle of personnel administration, project department. Learned that there was no arrangement for Fu Xiaoqin to go on a business trip. Jin Xiao really froze and hurriedly walked to another colleague. This co-worker was the one who had a meeting with Fu Xiaoqin in the conference room around noon. Her name was Wang Ying. Fu Xiaoqin? Wang Ying thought for a moment. Before noon, she called me to the office and said she was talking to me about the project. Then she also asked me for some information about Ideal Drinks, saying that it was for reference and that she had a drink client to develop. The rest, I don't know. The other two account managers in charge of Ideal Drinks also said that Fu Xiaoqin also asked them for some information, with the excuse that it was all about developing new clients. Took away Ideal Beverages information and said it was a business trip? Jin Xiao was in deep thought in his office. The project of Ideal Beverage, which used to be a big client of the company, was also in a very delicate one. Losing this customer would have a great impact on the company. Only this was in the past. With Cui Baoyu's customer introduction and investment, losing this customer would have no impact on the company. But Jin Xiao didn't want to lose this client either. Mainly, Fu Xiaoqin had to apologize to Cui Baoyu. If he didn't apologize to the other party, some of his work as a boss was not done. Could it be? Jin Xiao also thought of the worst aspect, sighed and dialed Fu Xiaoqin's number. The number you dialed is off. Please dial again later. Exasperated, Jin Xiao slapped the table vigorously, and seeing that it was getting late, he hurriedly went downstairs and went to see Cui Baoyu. Although the distance is very close, but this time, the road is also quite a lot of people. Along the way, Jin Xiao thought a moment how to explain this matter with Cui Baoyu. Zheng Fan also told Jin Xiao about the news of their classmate group in the afternoon, and in Jin Xiao's opinion, Fu Xiaoqin, as well as Hu Lai, were just too inadequate. When he and Cui Baoyu signed the agreement on the transfer of shares and acceptance of investment, Jin Xiao also thought that he must let Zheng Fan send this message to their classmate group. The first thing to do was to return Cui Baoyu's innocence in the classmate group. Soon arrived at this restaurant. This restaurant, before Jin Xiao also came twice. One of them is still with the staff potluck, is also very familiar. Walking into the restaurant, he saw Cui Baoyu sitting there alone, and hurriedly moved forward. Mr. Cui, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have driven just now. The road was surprisingly a bit stuck in traffic, but I've already called for a chauffeur. Tonight the two of us must have a good drink. Cui Baoyu also smiled. Drinking was not a problem. Cui Baoyu's drinking capacity was still okay. On the other side, the supervisor of the restaurant, the same supervisor who thought Cui Baoyu was interviewing for a waitress at first, whose name was Lu Qi, was a little surprised to see Jin Xiao. The reason why he knew Jin Xiao was because once Jin Xiao brought over more than 100 employees over for a gathering and almost contracted the entire restaurant. Lu Qi naturally knew that this was the owner of an advertising company. It was said to be worth a few dollars. After all, something like worth is a legend for ordinary people. And that night, Jin Xiao spent almost $3 million at the restaurant. So he was indeed also wealthy. If they know each other, this kid doesn't look like he's here to make trouble, Lu Qi hurriedly reported to Hu Lai. After all, he has also been worried about the other party making trouble. And the other party hasn't been ordering food, so he must give Hu Lai a word. Hu Lai, who received the news, froze when he heard that it was Jin Xiao who came. Chapter 0047, it turns out to be a family. Hu Lai naturally knew that Fu Xiaoqin and Zhang Fan were in Jin Xiao's company. In fact, at the beginning, Hu Lai also wanted to apply for Jin Xiao Advertising Company. Only later, for various reasons, he entered this restaurant. The boss is very appreciative of him. Let him be responsible for the image and management of the caretaker. So Hu Lai did 2 years in this company. There is no jumping ship mind. Hu Lai knows very well that Jin Xiao Advertising can be a really big company. Cui Baoyu went to the interview in the morning. Didn't he eat the closed door and was directly driven out by the other side? Hu Lai believed Fu Xiaoqin's news. After all, the matter of Cui Baoyu borrowing money was true. The news that Cui Baoyu had been unable to find a job for the past few months was naturally true as well. Eating directly with the boss? Hu Lai made a mutter. Give Fu Xiaoqin a call to ask. But the result prompted the phone to be turned off. Should I ask Zhang Fan? Hu Lai muttered to himself and was about to call Zhang Fan when suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was the boss's call. The boss told Hu Lai on the phone that he was facing the graduation season soon, and asked him to create a new newspaper for the graduation season, as well as promotional materials, and do a round of promotions targeting students in the graduation season. Hu Lai hurriedly agreed, hung up the phone, and thought about whether to ask Cui Baoyu what the matter was all about. But at this time, an employee below came over and told Hu Lai that the production company came over to settle the bill, and asked him to go and butt in. Hu Lai hurriedly agreed. The production company was the one that made the restaurant's front door for himself, providing different lamps and promotional items. Although the business was only a few $1 million a month, Hu Lai was able to get a few thousand nanas out of it. In the 2 years that Hu Lai had been in charge, he had not only been able to get the benefits from this production company, but also from some other companies. In short, one of the important reasons why Hu Lai stayed with this company and didn't leave was these windfalls. Rushing to meet with the production company, he also put Cui Baoyu's matter to the back of his mind. On Cui Baoyu and Jin Xiao's side, after a few words of small talk, Jin Xiao was a little embarrassed. Mr. Cui, originally I was going to bring Fu Xiaoqin over with me so that he would have to apologize to you. But then I thought that seeing him would inevitably put you in a bad mood, and also affect the meal between the two of us. So I didn't bring her. What I mean is, after we sign the agreement in a while, let Zhang Fan tell your classmates about your investment in our company in the classmate group, and your classmates will understand what's going on. Cui Baoyu thought about it and nodded. Also good. the matter of Fu Xiaoqin. I would have left it alone. After she knows that I invested in your company, she will probably take the initiative to apologize to me as well. Jin Xiao also nodded and didn't continue to talk about Fu Xiaoqin's matter. Then it was time to order food, drink, and talk about things. Learning that Cui Baoyu wanted to acquire the restaurant, Jin Xiao smiled. Mr. Cui, don't you know that this restaurant is owned by the Dongfang family? The owner's name is Dongfang Jia, a woman. It's also the sister of Joy Commune's Dongfang boss. I only got to know it last time when I brought my staff to the gathering. Later, I also knew that the reason why Dongfang Jia opened this restaurant was because she liked home-cooked food, and had followed her grandparents to live in a small town for a while when she was a child. Later, although came to the big city, but still missed the flavor of childhood. So there was this restaurant. In fact, this restaurant is basically not profitable except for daily expenses. This piece of land was also bought by Oriental Jane for her sister. You still don't know that the owner here is Dongfang Jane's sister, right? No wonder. Cui Baoyu also smiled. With the location and land price of this place, the price of this restaurant is so cheap. The first thing is to ensure that the land is his own. Then there was the willingness to operate at a small profit. It was only the Oriental family that could do this. Thinking of this, Cui Baoyu smiled. Rather, it's really the first time I've been over here, so I really don't know about who the owner is. In that case, I'll give Dongfang Jane a call. Cui Baoyu is also not polite. Directly called Dongfang Jane, meaning that he is thinking of investing in a home cooking hall in the neighborhood. Just look at Dongfang Jia's home cooking hall. Thinking of investing, Dongfang Jane was also a little surprised, helplessly laughed. Sure enough, rich people are always different. Mr. Cui, you're not so bad. Investing everywhere. This restaurant of my sister's isn't worth much, but that piece of land can be worth some money. At that time, I spent almost $8 to buy that piece of land and gave it to my sister. My sister ran that restaurant not to make money at all, but to have a cafeteria for herself. She set the price of the food at a level that wouldn't make back the price of that plot of land in 100 years' time. I also didn't expect him to open a restaurant with such low prices. That location, if he opened a high-class seafood restaurant, he would have made a fortune already. Although our family isn't short of money either. My sister is not interested in money. I'm telling you the truth. Don't laugh. This project is my sister taking it for fun. If you want to compete with her for her cafeteria, I guess my sister won't agree. But since you're dining at the store, I'll have my sister come over to toast you later. I have something on my side tonight, so I won't go over. Hanging up the phone, Cui Baoyu thought about it and felt that this world is really coincidental. He also wants to get himself a cafeteria. Dongfang Jia also thinks the same way. I forgot to ask. Dongfang Jia should have other businesses besides this restaurant. Otherwise, she wouldn't be running this restaurant at such a low price. Looking at Cui Baoyu's expression, Jin Xiao laughed. What? The other party is asking for a somewhat high price? Or what? Cui Baoyu shook his head. It's not a matter of price. It's estimated that the other party has sentiments. So they opened this sentimental store. The owner will come over to toast in a while. I'll talk to her before saying anything. With those words, the food was served. It was the most classic fish-scented meat shred. The fish-scented meat shred here. It was really frying meat with fish soup. The flavor was quite okay. Jin Xiao was just about to praise it, when suddenly the phone rang. Hurriedly picked up the phone, said a couple of sentences, felt that the store was a bit noisy, nodded to Cui Baoyu, and walked out of the restaurant. It seemed to have gone outside to make a call. Cui Baoyu's side didn't think so, but suddenly frowned and said to the waiter beside him, "Waiter, what's going on? Why is there a hair inside the dish?" The waiter also froze and looked down, and sure enough, a hair was attached to the fungus at a glance. "I'm sorry, it should be the chef's carelessness." This waiter hurriedly apologized and then prepared to make a new one for Jin Xiao. Supervisor Lu Qi noticed what was going on over here and frowned when he learned that hair was found inside the shredded pork with fish flavor. At the beginning, Hu Lai had said that there was a possibility that Cui Baoyu at this table was looking for trouble, so he kept an eye on this side. Later, when Jin Xiao came, Lu Qi felt that Jin Xiao should not be looking for trouble. After all, they are all in the service industry, and the other party is still a big boss. Now Jin Xiao went out, and when he went out, Lu Qi didn't pay attention. Seeing that it was still Cui Baoyu sitting alone at the table, and then finding the hair again, Lu Qi sneered, "Leave it to me, dare to make trouble in our place. I'll report directly to manager Hu Lai. Maybe we should invite him to the boss's house for a cup of tea." Chapter 0048. When classmates turn against each other, they become haters. Cui Baoyu found hair inside the dish. Naturally it was true, and there was no need for him to make a scene here. Hu Lai learned about Cui Baoyu's side of things, and also heard that Jin Xiao had already left, and really saw Cui Baoyu alone, so he guessed that Jin Xiao should have unintentionally passed by this side just now. Speaking with Cui Baoyu, he should have also educated Cui Baoyu a few times as a senior. Otherwise, With Cui Baoyu's status, how could he be qualified to eat with Jin Xiao? Thinking of this, Hu Lai had an idea. He said that hair was found in the shredded fish and meat. Did he propose any treatment? Want us to pay out money? Or do you want to post the news online? The waiter shook his head. The other party didn't say anything, but I just promised to make him a new one. And this customer didn't seem to say much. Hu Lai laughed. Remake a copy? That would be simple. But, if this hair was put in on purpose, it cannot be a problem of one dish. You go back and ask him, how much does he really want? Remember, you pay attention to the strategy, must let the other party say the price, and then you secretly record. Got it? It seemed that the waiters in the restaurant were all trained as well, so this waiter nodded his head. Returning to Cui Baoyu's table, this waiter whispered, I'm sorry sir, just now you said that you found hair inside our dish, so I promised to remake one for you. Do you have any other requests? If you have any requests, you can just say it. Cui Baoyu thought about it and shook his head. Other requests? There are no other requests. Tell your chef to pay attention to it. In case a picky customer sees it, he might blackmail you. This waiter was stunned. The other party didn't have any other requirements? After thinking about it, he asked again. Sir, do you really have no other requests? Cui Baoyu smiled. It's fine, just redo one, and the other dishes will be faster. You go and get busy. This waiter was still a bit reluctant and asked again. Sir, if you really don't have any other requests, then I won't bother you anymore. Do you really not need any other compensation? From our side? Cui Baoyu felt that this waiter was a bit too careful. It wasn't a big deal, and a meal wouldn't cost much. Why make things difficult for the waiter? So he told the waiter to just hurry up and get busy. This waiter gave the news back to Lu Qi and Hu Lai, who frowned. It really doesn't say we have to compensate or anything? Could it be that he's going to post the photos on the internet and defame our store? You guys pay attention. If he takes photos, tell the other party that photos are not allowed here. The waitress, whose name was Ma Xiaoyun, was a bit surprised to hear Hu Lai's words, because this restaurant of theirs was externally the main youthful nostalgia Netflix store. All the people who came here were young people, and there were even a lot of Netflix who came here specifically to take pictures and shoot videos. There were also a large number of videos on the internet that formed a spontaneous spread. If it was said that the other party was not allowed to take pictures, this was more or less unreasonable. Looking at Ma Xiaoyun's expression, Hu Lai added, just say it's a temporary rule. I said so. Go ahead. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Ma Xiaoyun nodded helplessly and continued to go and get busy. Sure enough, Cui Baoyu saw that Jin Xiao hadn't come back yet, thinking that there must be something to deal with in the company, and he was bored of staying alone. So he took out his cell phone from a few years ago, ready to take a few pictures. Ma Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, walked up to Cui Baoyu, and gathered her courage. Hello, sir, we don't allow photos in our store. Please delete the photos you just took. Cui Baoyu glanced around. Many of the young people around him were taking pictures, and there was even a netizen who was live streaming. Cui Baoyu was then a bit puzzled. Little girl, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to say that photos are not allowed here. Everyone here is taking pictures, and some are even making videos and live streaming. Are you having a problem with me, or are you saying that I have invaded your privacy? Ma Xiaoyun hesitated again and said, this is a temporary rule for today. I'll go inform the other guests right away. Right now, we just don't allow photos here. If you have a problem with it, you can communicate with our manager. Manager? Hu Lai. Cui Baoyu seemed to understand a little something. Could it be that Hu Lai did this on purpose? What did he mean by targeting himself? Well then, call your manager here, Cui Baoyu said. I'd like to ask what is the reason that a Netflix store doesn't allow photos to be taken. Hu Lai thought for a moment and nodded after learning that Cui Baoyu wanted to go there himself. Good, then I'll go and take a look. Coming to Cui Baoyu's side, he glanced at Cui Baoyu and said coldly, I say old classmate, just now you said that you found hair inside our fish-scented meat shreds, and then you also took pictures everywhere. Are you thinking of using this trick to slander our store's reputation? I won't let you pass the interview. Do you have a problem with that? To retaliate? As expected, this Hu Lai's heart is really too small, and Cui Baoyu feels a little helpless in the face of such a careful classmate. It was assumed that the other party still believed Fu Xiaoqin's words, thinking that he really couldn't get along. A person who hadn't had a job for a few months and was still borrowing money from a group of classmates really didn't have dignity and was even targeted. Cui Baoyu shook her head. You're overthinking it. The hair found inside the dish is a small matter, and I won't take it personally. In the future, you guys just pay attention. I'm eating here with my friends. Just serve the dishes quickly. I don't have to lie to you. I'm not looking for a job here. You'll know when you ask your boss. Hu Lai sneered. Cui Baoyu was talking nonsense with his eyes open. Suddenly looked at the menu and was shocked, because it was Jin Xiao's idea to order food just now. Not only did he order a few hard dishes, he also ordered a bottle of red wine. The price of food here was cheap, really home-cooked food, but the price of red wine was not cheap. Not many guests came here to drink red wine. Jin Xiao ordered a bottle of red wine worth 2 milliards. Although this is not the most expensive red wine here, just now, Cui Baoyu stopped Jin Xiao and didn't let him order the most expensive bottle of red wine worth tens of milliards. But in Hu Lai's opinion, Cui Baoyu ordered 10 or so dishes and also ordered a bottle of red wine worth 2 milliards, which in itself is not normal. So Hu Lai sneered, "Oh, I see. You're trying to eat a king's dinner? Deliberately find hair in the dish, then lead not to hair. Wait until a moment when the checkout and then say it. Want to drink our side of the value of 2 millimeters of red wine for nothing, but it is a good calculation. Old classmate, not that I want to laugh at you, but your method is a bit too low. If you really have no money, I think, go to the side of the road to move bricks. Can also eat 3 meals a day? To make trouble in our place. You know, our boss is a background person. How many social big brother want to come to make trouble, and finally can only gray away? Oh, I advise you to get lost. Don't make trouble here again. If you have this kind of idea, don't blame us for being nonchalant." Just at this time, the waiter had already sent the wine over. Seeing the already opened red wine, Hu Lai froze. "Who told you guys to open the wine? In case the other party doesn't pay the bill, who will pay for the loss of this bottle of wine?" Ma Xiaoyun froze, and before she could speak, a voice rang out. "What? I ordered the wine. Can't I ask the front desk to open it for me? No bill? Who said that? Am I, Jin Xiao, someone who doesn't pay for dinner?" Chapter 0049, Hu Lai falsely accuses Cui Baoyu. Hu Lai turned his head and saw Jin Xiao, who came back with a phone, froze and subconsciously greeted him. "Mr. Jin, how are you?" Jin Xiao sat down and coldly looked at Hu Lai. "What did you mean by your words just now? Saying that I'm not going to pay the bill? When did I say I want to not pay the bill? The red wine I ordered, I don't have the right to open it?" Hu Lai was a bit coy and was about to explain when Jin Xiao said to Cui Baoyu again, "Mr. Cui, I'm sorry, the company's finance called just now and delayed for a few minutes. Serve the food. Don't serve the food yet." Hu Lai looked at Jin Xiao and said carefully, "Mr. Jin, hello, I would like to have a word with you alone." Jin Xiao froze. "You know me? What's the word? Say it here." Hu Lai thought about what happened in the group, as well as Fu Xiaoqin's words, and gathered his courage. "Mr. Jin, this guest across from you is a classmate of Fu Xiaoqin and I. Fu Xiaoqin is an employee of your company and a supervisor. His name is Cui Baoyu, a classmate of mine, has been unable to find a job for several months, and even borrowed money everywhere in our classmate group. He's not a Mr. Cui. You don't want to be fooled by him." Jin Xiao directly by the other party's words to get some broken defense, seemingly laughing at Hu Lai. "Oh, this way. What is your name?" "My name is Hu Lai. I'm the manager here." Hu Lai showed his work license to Jin Xiao and then whispered, "Mr. Jin, I didn't want to say what I said just now, but since my classmate is in your company, I'm really worried about you being cheated." "So?" Jin Xiao smiled and glanced at Cui Baoyu, who also had a playful expression, as if he was watching a play. Thinking about how he met Cui Baoyu in the beginning, he also almost didn't recognize the great god, and the other party mentioned Fu Xiaoqin. This matter Jin Xiao originally felt angry. Fu Xiaoqin was a guy who didn't do enough to accomplish anything but did more than enough to do bad things. In the afternoon not only find all kinds of reasons to take away some of the company's information, and now people cannot be contacted. It was likely that it was intentional, just not wanting to apologize to Cui Baoyu. Thinking of this, Jin Xiao smiled and looked at Hu Lai. "Manager Hu, then what do you think? What is the other party going to lie to me about?" Hu Lai thought about it. "Mr. Jin, it's hard to say. I've been working in this restaurant for more than 2 years and have seen too many drunken braggarts, though I've also seen a lot of cheating at the drinking table. It's the people who are so quick to say that they have a few $100s for a project that needs tens of thousands of nanas of startup capital. These people are also cheat those who have no culture, or think of getting something for nothing." On Jin Xiao's face, a helpless smile appeared. "Manager Hu, you mean that I, Jin Xiao, am also that kind of person? Are you saying that I am uneducated? Or am I thinking of getting something for nothing?" Hu Lai hurriedly waved his hand. "Naturally not. Jin Xiao is always insightful and capable. I guess that this classmate of mine, who has also worked in an advertising agency before, must know a few clients as well. He must have said he could introduce you to clients, so he asked you to treat him. In fact, he is just giving you a few useless numbers. After all, he is not even working himself, so the so-called clients he introduces to you are actually better than you letting the marketing department contact them themselves. Mr. Jin, am I right?" Hu Lai didn't seem to be a stupid person, and being able to make such a guess in such a short period of time was also in line with general common sense, because with Cui Baoyu's current situation, there was really no other possibility. using the name of introducing clients to the boss of the advertising agency to cheat food and drink, and even win the favor of the other party, maybe even go to the other party's company as a manager. This is Hu Lai's judgment of Cui Baoyu. Even Hu Lai was a bit pleased. If this matter was hit by his own words, Cui Baoyu, this meal is certainly not eaten. Then he sent this matter to his classmate group. This classmate of his will be completely stigmatized, and even in the whole industry will not be able to mix. Jin Xiao gently knocked on the table and looked at Hu Lai. The feelings of your classmates. It seems that they are not very good. Hu Lai hurriedly denied it to prove his innocence. Mr. Jin, you've misunderstood. Our classmates have always had good feelings for each other, and all the classmates are in a group, and will send red packets during the New Year holidays. But Hu Lai is also a person with a sense of justice. To see my classmates cannot find a job, young and unprofessional, and even cheat food and drink. I can't stand it. I really can't. Mr. Jin, my words are all true. You can ask Fu Xiaoqin for confirmation. Jin Xiao nodded and said, I know. Serve the food. Mr. Shui, the taste of this bottle of wine should be okay. Just now you didn't let me order the most expensive one. Let's drink this one. Hu Lai froze. He had already made his words clear, but Jin Xiao surprisingly still didn't understand, and called the other party Mr. Shui, and also invited the other party to drink. Listening to Jin Xiao's meaning, he originally ordered the most expensive wine here, which was a 50 milliard bottle of red wine, and could actually only sell 1 or 2 bottles out each year. The rest were all drunk by the boss himself. However, Hu Lai quickly realized that although Cui Baoyu was cheating food and drink, he definitely didn't dare to cheat that much. If he really ordered 50 milligrams of red wine, and the customer he introduced to Jin Xiao was a subtle one, maybe Jin Xiao would get angry and pull the plug on him, ordering only 2 milligrams of red wine. To Jin Xiao, it was like an ordinary person drinking a few dozen dollars of wine without a little bit of pressure. This was also the mastery of a con man. As for Jin Xiao, he was also a person of status, and the reason why he didn't leave right away was to give the other party a little bit of face. I believe that Jin Xiao next, and Cui Baoyu's so-called cooperation, there is not much sincerity, and even as long as Cui Baoyu does not do things generously, Jin Xiao will also understand what Cui Baoyu is, and their own purpose will be achieved. Thinking of this, Hu Lai smiled and said to Jin Xiao, Mr. Jin, I'll pour you a drink. I hope you have a pleasant meal here with us. Jin Xiao shook his head. I'll drink with General Manager Cui. You guys just go and get busy. Mr. Shui, come, I'll pour you some wine. Seeing Jin Xiao pouring wine for Cui Baoyu, Hu Lai laughed even more coldly. With Jin Xiao's identity, to be able to pour wine for the other party, this was clearly intentional. The relationship with Cui Baoyu, that's where it ends. Thinking of this, Hu Lai smiled faintly and prepared to leave, thinking about how to send this message to his classmates group in a while. As for offending Cui Baoyu, Hu Lai had no worries. A con man who cheated food and drink. What was there to worry about? However, just as Hu Lai was about to leave, he saw a woman in her 40s with a long and graceful style, wearing a very unique long dress, hurriedly walking over to this side. While walking, she was also looking around among the dining guests. In fact, upon seeing this middle-aged girl, many people had already secretly opened their cameras and started to secretly take pictures and videos of this woman. This woman's temperament was just too unique. It was simply Zhu Yin in her 30s. This was none other than the owner of this store, Dongfang Jane's younger sister, Dongfang Jia. She heard her brother say that a big shot had come to her restaurant, the new owner who had bought Joy Commune for $1,000, and thought of coming over to get acquainted. Boss, you're here. Hu Lai hurried forward to greet her. There's a man named Cui Baoyu. At which table? Mr. Cui, Dongfang Jia asked. I see it, over there. Bring me a bottle of the most expensive red wine in the store. Hurry up. I want to give Mr. Cui a toast. Chapter 0050, Cui Baoyu has feelings too. Cui Baoyu could tell at a glance that Dongfang Jia was Dongfang Jian's sister, and the two really had some similarities in their faces and temperaments, and the workmanship of the clothes. It is also obvious that they are all from a private customization. Dongfang Jia, who thought she had seen countless people, could not see the depth of Cui Baoyu. The unique temperament on Cui Baoyu's body was with an indescribable flavor. Hu Lai started to freeze when he heard that the boss was going to take the most expensive wine in the store and also toast Cui Baoyu. Seeing Dongfang Jia already sitting beside Cui Baoyu, he was even more stunned. Seeing Dongfang Jia's attitude towards Cui Baoyu, it was even more difficult to understand. Manager Hu, why don't you hurry to get the wine? Hu Lai nodded and hurried to go, but still did not understand. His boss and Cui Baoyu know each other? If they knew each other, why did they just say that they wanted to meet their boss, and still didn't have Dongfang Jia's contact information? There is something wrong with things, but where exactly is it wrong? Hu Lai really doesn't understand. Over here, Jin Xiao looked at the go-get wine and Hu Lai faintly smiled. I say Dongfang boss, this manager who of yours, and Mr. Chui are classmates. Dongfang Jia, a little surprised, laughed. The two of you are actually classmates. What a surprise. Hu Lai's ability is good. After all, he graduated from a prestigious school, and has been on my side for the past 2 years, rising from supervisor to manager. I leave a lot of things in the restaurant to him, since he's a classmate. Then in a while, I'll have him come over to accompany you guys for a drink as well. Jin Xiao shook his head and said indifferently, although classmates are classmates, but it seems that their feelings are very general, and this Hu Lai, it seems that he has a problem with our Mr. Chui. Oh, said that it was total Chui who came to me to cheat food and drink. Even want to tell all the classmates about Mr. Chui cheating on food and drinks. Dongfang Jia's face changed. Just now her brother came to the phone. Not only told her that the other party, also known as Chui Baoyu, acquired their own company. Chui Baoyu is also a legendary high person. Two Oriental Jia must have a good relationship with each other, and Chui Baoyu is also interested in combining with Oriental Jia, know how to cooperate. Oriental Jane also respect the sister's opinion. However, as a brother, he still felt that if his sister was able to work with Chui Baoyu, it would definitely be a good thing. After all, a place that invested several dollars, has been losing money. The sister to the family has actually been unable to explain. What kind of person is Dongfang Jia? In Jin Xiao's 2 short sentences, she heard the clues. A slight sigh. Mr. Chui is really too low-key, and was misunderstood by his classmates. This Hu Lai, I will definitely criticize him properly. Mr. Chui, you buying my brother's Joy Commune is really a big deal. What? Thinking of buying my restaurant too? But my restaurant is really not for sale. If it was for sale, I would have already given it to my brother to run. Chui Baoyu nodded, no longer talking about Hu Lai, but about the restaurant. I'm like you, Oriental boss. That's such a strange title. Dongfang Jia laughed. I'm a bit older than you. Call me sister. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Brother Baoyu, I know you have money. I really don't sell here. This is just one of my canteens. Chui Baoyu looked at Hu Lai who brought the wine over. Not speaking again, Hu Lai opened the wine while whispering to Dongfang Jia. Boss, I have something urgent to say to you. Is it convenient for your side? Dongfang Jia faintly smiled, saying that your classmate is a liar, right? Do you know what kind of person your classmate is? What kind of power does he have? Hu Lai blushed. He really knew nothing about this issue. He knew that naturally Chui Baoyu had no job for several months and was still borrowing money from his classmates group. Moreover, Chui Baoyu was the first one inside his classmates to earn more than 2 milliards a month by virtue of his own efforts. Although now Hu Lai's annual salary is also about 30 milliard, but that's because of the bonus at the end of the year. The real salary is just more than 1 milliard. As for Zhang Fan and Hu Lai's annual salary is almost the same. Fu Xiaoqin's monthly salary is also about 1 mil, compared to their own or a little worse. Looking at Hu Lai, Dongfang Jia said faintly, you go and get busy. Remember to get the planning of the graduation season right. I'll have a drink with Mr. Chui. Mr. Jean. Hu Lai still thought of saying something more, but looking at this appearance, it seems like there are some things that he really doesn't know. If he said more words would be lost. It would be best to contact Fu Xiaoqin to make sure of the relevant information. So he helplessly put down his wine and left. Looking at Hu Lai's back as he left, Dongfang Jia laughed. Mr. Chui, my brother told me that you're not bad. According to me, it shouldn't be a big problem to just acquire a restaurant in his Joy Commune. Why do you fancy this home-cooked restaurant of mine? Chui Baoyu smiled. Sister, I won't hide it from you. I didn't have my eye on any of those restaurants. And like you, I actually want to find my own cafeteria. When I'm tired from work, I come over to eat something. And if I'm working late, I might just want to come over for a bowl of hot soup and a cup of tea. I love the taste of home cooking, the fireworks of the earth, and having a serving of vinegared shredded potatoes with my meal. Or a hot dumpling when it's raining and snowing. Of course it has to have minced garlic and soy sauce. I also like to meet a few friends on weekends for a drink, a chat, and a chicken stew with mushrooms and vermicelli, or a goose stew in an iron pot. The period decor of the place and the unpretentious price of the food really appeal to me. Those high-end restaurants in Joy Commune are not suitable for my cafeteria. Importantly, this location is just a few minutes walk from Joy Corporation, and it's only a half-hour walk to Mr. Jin's company. You don't know yet, do you? I'm already preparing to cooperate with Mr. Jin and invest in him, sort of investing in another advertising company. Jin Xiao also nodded. My company, which has achieved a turnover of $2 a year, is also considered to have passed one of the most difficult stages. Originally, I didn't want to accept any investment, and even if I did, I would at most give up 30% of my shares. However, Mr. Chui's conditions were really hard to refuse, so I agreed to give 40% of the shares. Moreover, I have a wish. in the next 3 to 5 years, to make my company the largest advertising company in China. The annual turnover, to be $20. Mr. Chui, what do you think? Chui Baoyu nodded his head. With his $10 investment, and these clients that he had introduced, there really wasn't much difficulty for Jin Xiao to realize this wish. A $20 advertising agency, if you don't count other businesses, is indeed the largest advertising agency in China. Dongfang Jia also knew that Chui Baoyu had spent $1,000 to buy his brother's Joy Commune, so buying another advertising agency and spending a dozen or so dollars would be a trivial matter. Brother Baoyu, wanting to invest so badly, Dongfang Jia laughed. As you know, when I opened this store, I wasn't thinking of making money. In addition to the wages given to the employees, I myself don't even take wages from this side. All the profits are given to the employees. Jin Xiao was a bit surprised. As an entrepreneur, he knew very well what profit meant to a company. Although the other party was from the Eastern family, but a not-so-small restaurant that didn't make any money every year. This beautiful boss was really something. Chui Baoyu gently shook his head. Sis, who said that if you do sentiment and low prices, you can't make money? I even think that low prices and sentiment can precisely bring in huge profits. I do have an idea for the graduation season event you just mentioned. Chapter 0051 Ancient Family Deterrent. Chui Baoyu was the one with the best academic performance within his classmates, and also the one with the strongest professional ability. Before losing his last job, he was also the earliest to become a department manager. His professional ability was definitely not comparable to someone like Hu Lai. Dongfang Jia smiled. Brother Baoyu, I'm not involved in promotions or planning. It's all managed by Manager Hu. Let's talk about your acquisition. If it's not possible, I'll introduce you to a few stores. After all, I'm also from the Restaurant Association. I know several bosses thinking of investing. If you give them an investment, they will definitely raise their hands in welcome. Chui Baoyu gently shook his head. I do have money and can invest in many people, but when it comes to restaurants, I really have my eye on this one. It's sister's store. Let's do it this way. I know that for this piece of land, your brother spent around $8 and you don't make a profit every year. I'll give a direct investment of $10 to pay back your brother's investment money first. Then there's $2 more. And I'm not talking about buying the restaurant down there. So consider me becoming a super customer here. When you want to come over to eat, you arrange a chef to serve me at any time. Just as I said earlier, I may work overtime at night or come over on weekends. I'll give you the appropriate menu before each visit, and I won't ask you for any abalone or sea cucumber. Just home-cooked food. These $2, consider it as me recharging here. Jin Xiaoal felt that Chui Baoyu really didn't take the money currently. This wasn't $2, it was $10. $10, if you open a restaurant. You can also open 10 quite prestigious restaurants in Dragon City, and the location is still within the 3rd ring road. If opened outside the 4th ring, this $10, open dozens of restaurants. No problem at all. Chui Baoyu took out $10 just to have one more cafeteria for himself. And with the price of food here, when would he be able to eat back? Dongfang Jia froze for a while, and also laughed. I say brother, you can't be? It can't be that you're deliberately making fun of your sister, right? If you recharge $10, not to mention looking for a cafeteria, it is estimated that you can become a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel. Why do you have to spend money with me? Although you come to spend money at my place and sister is also happy, but taking $10 over to recharge, sister feels it's really not cost effective. Chui Baoyu did feel that it was cost effective. The investment of $10, in fact, in exchange for nothing but a cafeteria after that. The more important point was that Chui Baoyu believed that he had a way to make this restaurant earn money, and could even become a very effective enterprise. Dongfang Jia is a smart person, can be said to be quite smart, but his time and energy are not on this side. A lot of things let Hu Lai to do. Hu Lai also didn't have the sense of a boss. Plus Dongfang Jia should have also told them that this store was good even if it didn't make money. So all the planning and costs, including some promotions, have gone in the direction of not making money. After investing $10 himself, he would then get involved in the management of the company, such as event planning and whatnot. Dongfang Jia thought that he wouldn't object. Another thing, Chui Baoyu also knew that if he didn't spend his money, there was still more than a day to go before he had to waste it. Taking this money to make more friends, investing more, and letting the money in his hand give the value it deserves is the most important thing. $10 is $10 to Chui Baoyu, although in the eyes of others, it is 10 billion. At that moment, he smiled faintly. Sister, I'm really sincere, so I'll give you $1 billion investment, as long as I still feel that your brother sold Joy Commune to me, and it's considered that I've accomplished one of the family's tasks. I should thank your brother for that, since I call you sis. Your brother is also my brother. Returned big brother Dongfang's $8 investment to him, and then, I also have a long-term cafeteria, Maybe, I will bring a lot of people over to eat every day. Sis, you can't underestimate my circle. I now have several companies under my hand. Maybe I'll bring a few hundred people over every day. This $10 investment, maybe it will be eaten up in a few years' time. Dongfang Jia laughed out loud, smiling a little sunny. I say brother, $10 you come every day right? Even if you come every day to consume 10 milligrams a day, it will take 30 years to consume your $10. I can't really believe that you don't get tired of coming over here to eat every day. Moreover, people like my brother fly around the world. Maybe going abroad or traveling is just for a few months. According to this calculation, in 40 years' time, you won't be able to finish spending your $10. This is a good calculation, but Cui Baoyu still smiled. Since that's the case, it's a deal. I'll give my sister $10 for the investment. Make arrangements for me here. I'll come over for dinner anytime. Although I don't participate in the management of the company, but after all, I used to be a planner, so maybe I'll give some advice sometimes. Sister won't object, right? Dongfang Jia pondered for a moment. If it wasn't for her brother's instructions, and the fact that the other party's real money had already bought her brother's joy commune, Dongfang Jia would have thought that the other party had another purpose. Now, in Dongfang Jia's opinion, the other party's purpose was to invest and acquire. So perhaps this was really the family's mission to Cui Baoyu. As the daughter of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Jia, like Dongfang Jane, knew that there were some worldly masters and some ancient families in this world. Cui Baoyu was undoubtedly a descendant from an ancient family. Technically, the Dongfang family was also an ancient family, but it had long since broken ties with the Hidden World family. The family had a record that once one met a Hidden World family that had entered the world again, one must maintain the necessary respect. One must never offend an ancient hidden family. If one can become a friend, it is a great chance for the family. This is the family's iron law. Cui Baoyu, as an ancient family having entered the world, must have an important mission on his body. As for buying a few companies, they were just some basic tools to gain a foothold in the world. His brother's Joy Commune and Jinxiao's advertising company were undoubtedly tools for Cui Baoyu to use in the world. As for giving advice to his restaurant, it was likely that Hu Lai had offended Cui Baoyu, and Cui Baoyu was going to use his own methods to deal with the other party. Just because Cui Baoyu was a worldly man did not mean that they were also temperamental. On the contrary, people from ancient families, using their means, were much more ruthless and superior than the average person. Thinking of this, Dongfang Jia laughed. You're really going to give me dollars as your canteen $10 It's a bit inappropriate if I don't want it. It would be even more inappropriate if I really accept the $10 and don't give you a share. Why don't we do it this way? If you give me $10 of investment, I'll make you the general manager of the restaurant. Then every year, you'll be responsible for the management of the restaurant. And if you really make money, you'll be the one to distribute it. This is my cafeteria. I have a special chef. And even I sometimes bring my sisters over to eat in my office. My office is huge and specially equipped with a dining table. When the time comes, I'll also assign you the same office that can seat 30 people. Brother, what do you think? General manager? Cui Baoyu smiled. If I were to be the general manager, this store, having a profit of a few cents a year, that would be no problem. Sister, let's make a deal then. I'll be involved in the daily management of this store from now on. Guarantee that at the end of the year, you will also have a share of the dividend. Although both of us don't care, but this restaurant can make money. It can also prove the ability of both of us, right? Jin Xiao also nodded repeatedly. Cui Baoyu's words spoke to his heart, especially as a man. A company being able to make money was definitely a sign of ability. Dongfang Jia smiled and raised her wine glass. Brother, Mr. Jin, come on, for the sake of our friendship and cooperation. Cheers. Chapter 0052, It's not the grievers who don't get together. According to Dongfang Jia's meaning, since Cui Baoyu was willing to invest and was also willing to take on the role of general manager, it was necessary for him to make an introduction to his staff. Let's talk about it in a few days. Cui Baoyu was in no hurry. I have too many things going on these days and won't be coming over often for a while. When I'm done with some of my things and I have time to come over, I'll give everyone a meeting together. Sister, don't worry. I've already arranged for the bank to transfer $10 to your company account early tomorrow morning. The contract you also prepare a copy. Wait for me to come over in 2 days to sign or good. $10 of investment. So easy, even not afraid of Dongfang Jia receive money again. Dongfang Jia more and more believed that Cui Baoyu is the ancient family people. Only someone from the ancient family would have this confidence. Even Dongfang Jia, giving the $10 to the partner first, was a little uneasy. It had to be the contract that was signed first. Cui Baoyu naturally because of the expiration date of this money. Tomorrow he had more important things to do. Give the money. His $10 is $1 billion. Get the identity of the general manager of the youthful nostalgia restaurant, as well as the right to manage. since the matter is settled. Dongfang Jia is also very happy, and Cui Baoyu is very kind to drink 2 cups, and then find a reason to leave, to talk to his brother about this side of things. Cui Baoyu also did not stay. He and Jin Xiao still had things to say. Naturally, it was for the clients he introduced and some of his thoughts. The main thing was the expectations and arrangements for Zhang Fan. In the next 2 years, Zhang Fan was going to be a shareholder of the company. Don't worry about Zhang Fan, Mr. Shui. I have the numbers on my side, Jin Xiao swore. Although his current position is only key account manager, but my company's side is also more vertical. I have 2 directors underneath me, and then the key account manager. There's also no vice president, no other shareholders. Oh, it's because of the simple management that we've grown relatively fast in the past 2 years as well. With Mr. Chui's $10 investment, I believe the next development will be even faster. This is something that Cui Baoyu believes in. Once a man has the motivation to do something, along with the necessary conditions, it's like a small train with full horsepower. Cui Baoyu was the same in the past 2 days. He couldn't find a job some time ago, so he laid around the house swinging and studying the golden light small tripod in his body, a divine artifact that shone within himself. In the end, what kind of artifact is this tripod? Cui Baoyu actually knows nothing. The only thing he knows is that it's like a supernatural supermarket. Suddenly a skill came out for his own use. At that moment, he also nodded his head and expressed his reassurance at Jin Xiao's promise. Joy Commune, as well as Zheng Chang's side. It's all up to me, Cui Baoyu said. I've basically determined that I can give you the business. Because just now, Yan Xiaoxiao also gave me a report, saying that there's no problem with your side's ability. Then hurry up and recruit hard. Recruit more people. Your business will be huge next. Let Zhang Fan introduce you to more people. He knows a lot of peers. Originally, I also know many people, but in these few months, I'm estranged from them. Plus I'm really busy lately. I can't take care of your company's matters. But if your company once meets a problem that can't be solved, remember to contact me. Although Jin Xiao didn't know about the so-called ancient family, in his opinion, Cui Baoyu was also someone with skills. The problems that he himself could not solve, Cui Baoyu thought that he must be able to solve them. At that moment, he also nodded, indicating that he might also trouble Cui Baoyu more in the future. Just at this time, Cui Baoyu saw a few acquaintances walk into the restaurant. These few acquaintances were really familiar. It was none other than the group of people led by Black Panther. In the afternoon, Cui Baoyu had thought of scrapping Bai Chiu, Master Black and Black Panther. Relying on his supernatural abilities, Cui Baoyu had the ability to do so. As a result, Master Black expressed his willingness to rely on Cui Baoyu, which was equivalent to handing over the Mozi group to Cui Baoyu. Master Black and said that when he got better, he would announce his retirement from the Zhenghu, and the Ink group would be completely turned over to Cui Baoyu. Master Black didn't even ask for any pension, stating that his future would be enough to retire. As for Bai Chiu and Black Panther, Master Black said that he would give them strict discipline. Black Panther wanted to kill Cui Baoyu, and Master Black wanted Bai Chiu to break one of Black Panther's arms and confine him for 3 months as punishment. It seems that this Black Panther still hasn't listened, because although he had broken an arm, Black Panther was wrapped in gauze, but he was still followed by dozens of juniors around him, looking a bit flaunted. One of the juniors even shouted loudly, "Can't you see that Master Black is here? Do you have a private room here? Hurry up to pack a private room. Our Black Master can't dine with these poor people." This little brother's words caused the anger of the crowd. One of the netizens is live broadcasting. This netizen also has a few hundred milliards or more income a year. The environment here is suitable for live broadcasting. It can attract popularity. Therefore, it also attracts many netizens to come over to play. The netizen called Elizabeth stood up angrily when she heard the man's words. Even if you're rich, you can't look down on people and insult them. You said that we're all poor and that you won't dine with us. In that case, you guys better go to a 5-star hotel. I rather think you shouldn't be welcome here. This little brother, who was the same as the Black Panther, heard Elizabeth's words, angrily went forward, and directly took the other party's cell phone that was live streaming, and slammed it on the ground with force. Seeing a cell phone being smashed into smithereens, this little brother sneered again. Live broadcast? Believe it or not, Master Black will go up to your company tonight and make your company completely block you. Which company are you from? What's your name? One of Black Panther's subordinates, who often watched live broadcasts, whispered to Black Panther. Master Black, I know this woman, Elizabeth, seems to be a live streaming company called Fishing. Their company is quite big. However, it seems that I heard that this female is the kind that can be asked out. Elizabeth was really beautiful, that is, in her 20s, with a slender body, mainly because after becoming a netizen, she had a professional stylist, so she looked no less than a star. Black Panther looked at Elizabeth and his eyes lit up. Tell this internet star to accompany me for a drink in a while. If you don't comply, Go directly to their company tonight and have his boss personally pour me a drink to make amends. A few subordinates nodded their heads, and the little brother who had just dropped his cell phone, directly said to Elizabeth, "Little girl, why don't you hurry up and accompany our black master to drink a couple cups in a while?" Elizabeth's assistant, also a little girl, her name is Melon, seeing that her netizen was slammed with a cell phone, and the other party was also unreasonable, so she thought to reason with the other party. "Are you guys being reasonable or not? We have a lot of information in our cell phones that are worth a lot of money. You dropped the cell phone, you have to compensate for the money. And Elizabeth does not accompany alcohol. Even if you are a big brother of the list one, how much money you brushed the gift? At most, you can participate in our annual meeting. We will not meet with the big brother of the list one individually." Black Panther sneered, "And I pretend right? Tell you guys, tonight I, Black Panther, put my words here, if you don't drink with me, I'll let you guys walk out of the store. Brothers, take out your knives and show them to these two little girls." Dozens of Black Panther's subordinates, each of them lit up a foot-long dagger. Even a few of the junior brothers, directly stuck their daggers on the table, causing a few of the dining guests to shriek in fear. Seeing this scene, Melon also took 2 steps back in fear. "Call the boss," Elizabeth said to Melon. "Tell the boss to come over and settle things over here." "Call?" The one who had just slammed his cell phone grabbed another handful of Melon's cell phone and lifted it up, about to slam it on the ground when a voice rang out. "Don't move, if you don't want to die. Don't move." Chapter 0053, Black Panther kneeling and still not convinced. This person who spoke was naturally Cui Baoyu. Although Cui Baoyu didn't know Elizabeth nor Melon, but seeing Black Panther so flighty, he knew that he was still too soft-hearted. He should have punished the other party properly a long time ago. In the morning, he wanted to kill himself, but he was so soft-hearted that he let him go. I don't know what Master Black was thinking, accepting such a person as his godson. In Cui Baoyu's opinion, Master He was indeed a villain and a triad member when he was young, but now he does want to be a legitimate businessman as well. It's just that it's hard to change old habits. Bai Qiu and Black Panther are still used to using barbaric methods to deal with and solve problems. Jin Xiao was startled. He saw out that the other party was not coming from a good place and was definitely not an ordinary person. This one who called himself Master Black must have a close relationship with the legendary Master Black. Even though Cui Baoyu was rich, a person with bare hands had to face so many people. The other party was also holding a long knife. This was not a smart person's choice. However, seeing Cui Baoyu's Black Panther, his face immediately changed. When he thought of one of his arms, which was broken by Bai Qiu because of this Cui Baoyu, the Black Panther's heart was filled with hatred. Tonight, the Black Panther called out for people to come out. In fact, he was also thinking of seizing power. Remove Bai Qiu and directly seize the power of Ink Company. In any case, Ink Company's annual profit of a few dozen dollars could never be handed over to anyone else. A few of Black Panther's subordinates, a few of them had also seen Cui Baoyu before, and thinking that they had once learned how to bark in front of the other party, they were unconsciously a little afraid. However, the one who just smashed Elizabeth's cell phone was called Weasel, and amongst the Black Panther's subordinates, he was the baddest and most cunning one. He was also the Panther's #1 hitman. He hadn't seen Cui Baoyu before, and seeing a young man dare to stand out and provoke them, Weasel held a knife. He smiled, and walked up to Cui Baoyu. "Kid, it looks like you haven't been beaten up by society yet. You don't learn good things, but you want to learn from others to see justice. If you want to die, you'd better go jump off a building." Master Black's side of the business. "You less meddling, I just want to drop this cell phone. What can you do to me?" With those words, he lifted the cell phone up again, ready to ruthlessly smash it. Looking at his cell phone in the hands of the other side, Melon Harte cried out. But the other side of the crowd, the hands and holding a knife, the little girl really do not dare to say anything more. Only, the cell phone still did not fall on the ground, because the angry Cui Baoyu directly used a very reluctant to use the supernatural ability. That was the other party's self-mutilation. While Cui Baoyu was very angry, Weasel simply couldn't control himself, and the cell phone was snatched away by Cui Baoyu's hand. Weasel, on the other hand, raised his dagger and ruthlessly stabbed himself in the leg. With an Weasel cried out in pain. Everyone in the restaurant screamed in fear when they saw the scene, including the staff. Lu Qi and Hu Lai actually saw the scene. Hu Lai had already urgently contacted Dongfang Jia. This matter had to be reported to the boss. Weasel's pain was visible to all, but Weasel's movements didn't stop. Instead, he raised his knife and stabbed himself in his other leg again. Blood rushed out, and everyone felt that their thighs hurt a little. The Black Panther who saw the scene realized that he had made another big mistake. It was just a matter of flying off the handle and bullying people, and then meeting Cui Baoyu. It really wasn't an enemy. Thinking of this, Black Panther lowered his head, said nothing and turned around to leave. "Stop!" Cui Baoyu looked at Black Panther. In the afternoon, Master Black told me to lock you up for 3 months. Tell me, what's going on? You sneaked out. Does Master Black know about it? Black Panther stood still, stuttering a little nervously. The Black Master doesn't know. Really don't know. I shut my confinement in this neighborhood, thinking to come over here to eat a meal. Eat? Chui Baoyu looked at the bloodied weasel, grunted, returned the cell phone to the melon and approached the Black Panther. It looks like breaking one of your arms is too light a punishment. Black Panther, call Master Black and tell him I'm looking for him. Black Panther, who had always been high and mighty, fell to his knees with a thud. Master, I'm wrong. Please don't tell Master Black. I'm really wrong. My lord, you're generous. This time, just spare me. Dongfang Jia, who was coming down from the second floor, saw this scene and stopped at the stairway, looking at this scene downstairs. Although Dongfang Jia didn't know Black Panther, Dongfang Jia was aware of Master Black's reputation. This group of people were obviously Master Black's people. Dongfang Jia was not afraid of Master Black, but when meeting this kind of thing, it would take some effort to handle it properly. The fact that the Black Panther directly knelt down to Chui Baoyu made Dongfang Jia even more convinced that Chui Baoyu was definitely a person who could not be offended. Black Panther was not a good person at first glance. With dozens of people dancing with swords and guns, even if he faced dozens of experts, he would not kneel so easily. Chui Baoyu didn't want to be soft anymore, mainly because Black Panther had to be punished. If you don't want to call Master Black, that's fine, Chui Baoyu said coldly. Break the other arm as well, and the other 2 legs as well. You will live in a wheelchair from now on. Do you think I'll do it? Or do you want your subordinates to do it? Weasel had already poofed to the ground, having stabbed himself twice just now. Under Chui Baoyu's control, he didn't fall down. When Chui Baoyu ignored him, this pain could no longer be controlled, so he directly fainted. The others? There were still a few who hadn't seen Chui Baoyu. They were still thinking of making a move. Seeing the Black Panther directly give a knee, all of them were so scared that they threw their knives directly on the ground. Black Panther knelt on the ground and looked at Chui Baoyu. Inside he was desperate. You really want to make things worse? Black Panther gritted his teeth. If you really fight for your life, man, there are dozens of people on my side. It might be possible to break one of your arms or something as well. Chui Baoyu gently shook his head. You can't do it. Just don't fool yourself. What I said just now, either you live in a wheelchair from now on, or you call Master Black. I'd like to see how Master Black deals with you. Don't bully yourself. Black Panther stood up and faced Chui Baoyu. If you're thinking of fish death, I'll go for it. Expose myself? Chui Baoyu shook his head again. You fired a cold shot from behind, and you didn't even hit me. I haven't heard of a bull's head in years. I haven't heard a cow mooing for years. So learn a few sounds for me. With Chui Baoyu's words, the Black Panther who had originally taken out a stance to fight Chui Baoyu to the death, suddenly mooed. This cow mooing sound was so similar that Dongfang Jia, who was at the stairway on the second floor, couldn't help but clench her fists when she saw this scene. Ancient families, truly terrifying existences. As for Chui Baoyu's classmate, Hu Lai had been dumbfounded when he saw this scene. If it wasn't for the scene where the weasel stabbed himself with a knife, Hu Lai would have thought that this was a scene that Chui Baoyu had directed himself. I'll fight with you, another Black Panther subordinate with a knife. Seeing this scene, and not knowing what to think, picked up the knife on the ground and rushed towards Chui Baoyu. Chapter 0054, Black Panther finally becomes a wreck. In a frontal, not counting a sneak attack, not to mention a small punk. Even a world champion of free sparring would not be able to get close to Chui Baoyu. As expected, when this punk was still 5 or 6 meters away from Chui Baoyu, he stabbed himself in the leg and then also knelt down. When Chui Baoyu faced this punk who was going to fight for his life, it was even more important to shock the crowd. So this punk was even worse than the weasel just now. Directly and ruthlessly stabbed himself 3 times, and the last knife was directly stabbed in the stomach. Seeing that the intestines were coming out, scared Melon and Elizabeth closed their eyes and turned around. Yelled out. The Black Panther who saw this scene, completely lost his fighting spirit to fight with Chui Baoyu. He once again fell to his knees. Big brother, spare me. I have saved up some money over the past few years, and I also have almost hexagonal money. I will give it all to you. Please spare my life. Call Master Black. Chui Baoyu said still faintly. After all, you are Master Black's person. I promised Master Black, so I will give him a few points of face, and listen to how Master Black punishes you. Black Panther looked at Chui Baoyu, knowing that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. After all, Master Black is his godfather. He can only beg his godfather to see if he can spare his life. So, called the phone. Godfather, Master Black, it's me, Panther save me Chui Baoyu picked up the phone. Master Black, it's me, in the afternoon, I spared your godson's life for your sake. You also promised me to lock him up for 3 months, but this evening, The Black Panther again appeared in my friend's restaurant, and spoke out of turn, but also in the restaurant side of the oppression of the guests, molesting the little girl. This matter, you look at it. Master Black was silent for half a minute and said, I'm on the other hospital side. The Black Panther thing, I really don't know. I immediately let Baichio go over to implement the family law. The family law is, let the Black Panther from now on, can only be an invalid, that is, the hands and feet and the following all broken. Mr. Shui, you think so? Deal with how? In fact, it does not matter to kill him, but he died on Mr. Shui. You also do not have any use. I left him alive also to show others that although he is alive, he is worse than dead, and being alive is more useful than being dead. Chui Baoyu nodded. There are others. There are more than 30 people. Let Baichio see to it. Master Black, I'll only give you one last chance. Next time something like this happens, I won't be looking for them. I'll be looking for you instead. Master Black was so scared that he broke out into another sweat and hurriedly agreed. Then he called Baichio and asked him to come as fast as possible to enforce the family law. When he learned that he was going to execute the family law, Black Panther had already fainted. The others, with the exception of Weasel and the gangster who had just sneaked up on Chui Baoyu, everyone else also had a look of despair on their faces. Around half an hour later, when Baichio arrived, Chui Baoyu and Jin Xiao had already settled the bill. Dongfang Jia originally didn't allow Chui Baoyu to settle the bill, but Jin Xiao said that tonight was his treat, so this bill had to be settled. Dongfang Jia didn't insist anymore. Only the 50 milligrams of red wine was Dongfang Jia's treat, and he didn't let Jin Xiao pay the bill. Baichio came alone. He came in a hurry, and knowing that Chui Baoyu was here, he didn't worry about the Black Panther pulling any stunts. Looking at the minions kneeling on the ground, as well as the guests watching, Baichio also gave a knee. Mr. Shui, this bastard disturbed you. Master Black asked me to come over to enforce the family law. Chui Baoyu nodded and said, take them out of here. Then after you execute the family law, just give me a video. Black Panther, don't think of anything else, otherwise, your end will be even worse. Black Panther pretended not to be awake despite having just woken up, and didn't dare to say a word more as he was led away by his little brother and Baichio. After leaving the restaurant, Black Panther whispered to Baichio, surnamed Bai, do you really dare to make a move on me? Baichio sneered, this is Master Black's order. If you want to disobey, Master Black will send people after you tonight. Just think clearly. Black Panther thought about it and lowered his head, not saying anything more, but inside, he began to despair. Watching Baichio and the others leave, the guests in the restaurant began to applaud. Elizabeth, who had her cell phone dropped, was grieving when Dongfang Jia had arranged for someone to come over. This young lady, your cell phone was damaged in our store. Our boss has said that he will compensate you for a brand new cell phone, and I hope that you will come back to our restaurant next time. I also hope that this experience will not cause you some unnecessary psychological impact. Elizabeth was also considered to be in a state of shock, especially since she got enough compensation, so she didn't say anything more. However, Chui Baoyu still said, the photos and videos just now involve some personal privacy. It's not good for children to see them, so it's better to delete what should be deleted. Never send them online. Sending them out might be blocked. Most people understood that the scene they saw today really couldn't be put on the internet. After all, there were some people they really couldn't afford to offend. When Dongfang Jia saw the scene, she understood more about her brother's cooperation with Chui Baoyu. She even thought that she must take this opportunity to become good friends with Chui Baoyu. A disciple of an ancient family with power behind him would be of great benefit to both the family and herself. The only one who was lost and even somewhat skeptical of life was naturally Hulai. He saw that Baichio's gang unexpectedly left in disgrace, and Chui Baoyu turned out to be a person he could not see through at all, and began to wonder if Chui Baoyu's intentional lending of money was a test for his classmates. Manager Hu, from now on, your classmate is the general manager of this restaurant of ours, Dongfang Jia said as if casually. In the future, apart from eating here, I won't care much about the store. It's all managed by your classmate. The reason why Dongfang Jia said so is also very simple, is to think, the management of this store to Chui Baoyu, to see how in the end he can toss. Originally, they opened this store is not to make money, the other side to invest $10. Let yourself this store temporarily turn a loss into a profit, counting their own take advantage of a great bargain. Plus to make friends with each other, so just casually Chui Baoyu to play it. Just think of this store as a network between friends. These words were a bolt from the blue in Hulai's ears. Chui Baoyu, becoming his own top boss, the general manager? When Hulai still wanted to ask something, Dongfang Jia had already turned her head and left. Hulai also knew that Dongfang Jia had a terrifying power behind her, something he could never afford to offend. The scene of her drinking with Chui Baoyu just now, Hulai had naturally watched it. I hope that what I did before will not be known. Hulai can only silently pray in his heart, no matter what the reason. He has long offended Cui Baoyu. The other party became his general manager. Really can only leave to find a new job. These 2 years' annual salary of 30 milliards, plus some other income. The annual income is actually almost more than 50 milliards. Hu Lai just bought a house over here in Longchang. If he loses this job, not only the pressure to pay back the loan is great, maybe he will also encounter an economic crisis. It's all because of you looking at Cui Baoyu not far away. Hu Lai's eyes carried an inexplicable hatred. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Chiu sent a video of the execution of the family law, and in the video, Bai Chiu broke off Black Panther's hands and feet, as well as his little brother. From then on, it was a true invalid. The other little brothers who followed Black Panther were also more or less broken arms or legs, and then either expelled from Master Black's company, or confined to 3 months of confinement. This time, the confinement was real. Anyone had to stay inside a house for 3 months, absolutely not allowed to go out. However, this night, Cui Baoyu was sleepless. Chapter 0055 International Banks Meeting. Returning to his bungalow outside the 6th Ring Road, Cui Baoyu was also in an uproar. These 2 days of life were really a bit of a mystery. If he hadn't gotten these supernormal abilities and hadn't opened the supernormal abilities of this small tripod, he would really be penniless and wouldn't even be able to pay the rent. As for being laughed at by his classmates, it was actually not a big deal. To a young man of Cui Baoyu's age, being laughed at was all too normal. The main thing was, after Cui Baoyu had 10,000 worth of money, his temperament and mentality had actually changed without him realizing it. He even dared to face people like Bai Chiu and Black Panther, Master Black. Without these abilities, with Cui Baoyu's identity being chopped into mincemeat by Master Black, it is estimated that he can only recognize his own bad luck. The scene at noon in the hospital when Black Panther took out his gun and was about to shoot himself was constantly circling in Cui Baoyu's mind. If it wasn't for his good luck, Cui Baoyu felt that today's luck was indeed better. He might have really been shot through the heart, and it would have been difficult for the gods to save him. With so much wealth, as well as some somewhat funny-looking supernatural abilities, Cui Baoyu was naturally not satisfied. His own real strength was actually rather pathetic. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that his own origin, as well as his background, although a person with a mind to investigate would realize that there was actually nothing. As the saying goes, thick virtue, wealth is like a tiger coming down from the mountain. Cui Baoyu began to feel that all this wealth of his own, these few companies of his own, actually pressed on himself, a little inattention, will hurt himself. To how to improve their own strength, just obtain the friendship of Zhou Yuanhang, Zhao Rich, Dongfang Jane, Jin Xiao, Dongfang Jia and other people, or far from enough. Even though he didn't go the way of the Black Club, Cui Baoyu also knew that he had to have his own people. Master Black said that he was giving his company to Cui Baoyu, and Cui Baoyu was also thinking about how to utilize Master Black's company to accomplish his own strength. After all, Master Black had a security company, and this security company had more than 10,000 people. It was considered a force to be reckoned with. In addition, one's own villa project, the demolition project also needed people. One had to have a company of one's own. Just put the company together with Joy Commune for the time being. After all, that project was mature and had a considerable profit every year. And there was actually a great deal of space in itself that one could utilize. Some businessmen didn't renew their leases when their contracts expired, and Cui Baoyu also thought that instead of continuing to rent it out, he could make it his own office. The people of Joy Commune itself still managed Joy Commune, but on their own real estate side, they would have to recruit new people. As for the projects that he acquired and did not participate in the management, let Huang Yuan and Jin Xiao temporarily manage them, and he himself will just take a portion of the dividends when the time comes. Cui Baoyu was still thinking about the shareholding in the international bank that he promised tomorrow. He had more than $11,000, and had spent less than $2,000, leaving more than $9,000, promising to put $9,000 into the international bank and gain the status of a major shareholder. Although Cui Baoyu didn't know why Zhao Qian must want his shares, but since he had promised the other party, this $9,000 should really play its due value, so he also agreed. What Cui Baoyu didn't realize was that when he gave Zhao Qian a phone call, indicating that he had decided to invest in the shares, the international bank side held a meeting overnight. The content of the meeting was naturally the Luo Tianhua-led matter of a few old guys quitting the board of directors and even selling their shares. Any world-class bank actually had some really old guys and big bankers behind it. This was also the reason why Luo Tianhua, the chairman of the board, was virtually useless. Even a few old guys were able to remove Luo Tianhua if they didn't see eye to eye with the chairman, as long as they raised their hands. A few old guys, there were 5 or 6 of them. They represented certain interest groups, occupying more than 60% of the bank's shares. They were several big families: Dongfang Ren of the Dongfang family, Duke Shiman of the Shiman family, Nangong Chouyue of the Nangong family, and Beitang Jichu of the Beitang family. There was also Zhongshu Mirage of the Zhongshu family, as well as a super family that was rumored to have close ties with the ancient family, Zhuge Hui of the Zhuge family. These 6 people, the youngest was in his 70s, and the oldest, middle uncle Mirage, was a full 90 years old. However, Zhongshu Mirage and Zhuge Hui, who were both in their 90s, looked like the 2 youngest people. The spirit and chi and blood were like that of an old man in his 60s. This time, Luo Tianhua had a meeting with the idea that he would remove all the shares and directors of the 6 major families, take good control of this bank himself and then develop this bank according to his own ideas. Previously, Luo Tianhua had also greeted 2 of the big families, namely the Nangong family and the Beitang family, hoping that they would support his decision. However, when he arrived at the conference room, with the aura of the 6 old men, as well as thinking about the shares they held behind them and the strength behind them, Luo Tianhua was still a little nervous. Although as the nominal chairman and chairman of $1 million, trillion, market capitalization company, Luo Tianhua's surface scenery, in reality, it was still the 6 families that truly held the international bank, as well as the powerful interest groups behind them. At first, Luo Tianhua said a few polite words, then quietly turned to the main topic. Several uncles, elders, last year, several elders were interested in transferring the shares of the bank, saying that it was because the family's investment had to be liquidated, only because the amount of money involved was just too large, so my side was not capable of being able to liquidate your shares, so it has been delayed for a year. I'm really sorry to the several elders. I called everyone to this meeting because I was thinking that if a few uncles and elders really want to realize the shares in their respective hands, we just happened to sit down and talk about this matter. The Nangong family's Nangong Choyue, an old lady, had always appreciated Luo Tianhua, and even the Nangong family and the Luo family had some kinship. Therefore, Nangong Choyue was the first to say, "Little Luo our 6 families, each family holds 10% of the shares. Do you know how much cash you would have to take out if you were to truly realize this 10% of shares? If you don't have that much cash, I advise you, it's better not to mention this matter. Oh, after all, although these years the international financial form is not good, the annual dividend is also less and less, but holding these shares has also been the family's mission all these years. After all, only when the finance is safe, our entire Dragon Kingdom can be safe." Nangong Choyue's words. A few old men nodded their heads. Also Beitang Jichu, who had communicated with Luo Tianhua in advance, was a thin old man. Who would have thought that this usual-looking old man was actually in control of 10% of the shares of the Dragon Country International Bank? That's a real $1,000, more than $100 billion. Beitang Jichu also smiled slightly. "Xiao Luo, if you are thinking of acquiring the shares in our hands, our Beitang family can consider it. Only, this price, you have to consider it well. If this price is unsatisfactory to our old men, we will probably hold a temporary meeting tonight to dismiss you as the chairman of the board." Luo Tianhua's sweat then flowed down. He this time is also a backwater, after all, holding $10,000 of wealth, but has been a puppet. Luo Tianhua really wants to control his own destiny. A few old men were also silent. They were all old foxes. Naturally they wouldn't easily expose their bottom line. Even what Luo Tianhua was going to do, they could probably all guess a little. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere at the scene became even more condensed. Luo Tianhua gritted his teeth. "Several uncles, elders, I, Luo Tianhua, can acquire the shares in your hands, according to this year's market value, 1-to-1 acquisition, 10% of the shares. The acquisition price is $1,500. Chapter 0056. A sentence determines a person's life and death. The current market capitalization of the Dragon Country International Bank was almost $15,000 billion. Although the market capitalization was said to be a bubble, but as a financial institution, no one could deny the value behind the market capitalization. Take out $9,000, 60%. That is, 9,000. The acquisition of the shares in the hands of the big families is also Luo Tianhua's only condition. Luo Tianhua was also very clear in his heart. In the face of these few old men, there was no need for him to haggle. Any form of haggling would make the few old men dissatisfied. They all bought things at one price and did not tolerate any questioning. So Luo Tianhua also directly stated his bottom line in cards. As long as the other party was willing to sell the shares in his hand, he would have a head start in the negotiation. Hearing Luo Tianhua's words, several old men looked at each other. Some were a bit surprised. Some seemed to have anticipated this scene. After a minute or so of silence, Duke Shiman spoke. He was also in his 80s, but he was a big fat man, sitting together with Beitang Jichu, a stark contrast. "Xiao Luo, are you going to acquire the shares of our 6 great families, or are you going to acquire 1 or 2 of them? If you were to acquire the shares of all 6 families together, the price required would be $9,000. Oh, As far as I know, 9,000 in cash. The international banks don't have that in reserve? You're going to use the gold in the vault? Do you realize that even if you were the chairman of the international bank, or the 6 of us old guys, we wouldn't have the right to use so much gold? Gold is, after all, a strategic material, and is not strictly within the jurisdiction of you, the bank. What the old man said was right. The gold in the vault was not strictly under the direct jurisdiction of the bank, so a few old men also nodded, meaning that the shares would not be sold without enough cash. I don't need to use the gold. Luo Tianhua was also prepared to throw his weight around. I will directly use cash, $9,000, to acquire all the shares in the hands of several uncles and elders. And several uncles and elders have to withdraw from the board of directors and no longer participate in the bank's important decisions. Although I acquired a few uncles and elders in the hands of all the shares, but in the next few years, if the bank side of the profit, my side still have the right to give a few uncles and elders some dividends. I have already prepared the money for the acquisition of the shares. If the uncles and elders agree, we can sign the share transfer agreement this evening. Silence, really silence. A few of the elders looked at Zhuge Hu. Although Zhuge Hu also only held 10% of the shares, he was actually the backbone of the 6 families. On important matters, Zhuge Hu had a veto power. Zhuge Hu was over 90 years old, but his voice was like a middle-aged man, with plenty of middle air. Xiao Luo, you want to acquire the shares in our hands, and you also want us to withdraw from the board of directors. Is it that simple? Is it that you feel that this chairman of the board of directors to do more aggrieved, want to take control of the whole situation? Oh, to be honest with you, throughout history, there have been many young people who wished to get rid of the old man's constraints, but it was later proven that they all made a huge mistake. That's why both the banks and the old families have inherited the system of old men in charge. I, Zhuge Hu, will vote against your acquisition of our shares. However, seeing as you were able to raise $9,000, this chairman's position is still yours. There is also no idea of changing the chairman for the time being. What do you all think? With Zhuge Hu's words, several other old men nodded their heads in succession. Nangong Choyue smiled and said to Luo Tianhua, "Little Luo, see how good your uncle Zhuge is to you. If it was someone else who wanted to do this chairman's position would definitely be gone. Brother Zhuge, with this $9,000, is the bank going to make some important investments this year? For example, start the biological research that has been terminated for 20 years? The reason why this research was terminated in the past was to develop people's livelihood. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is rich and strong, I feel that it is time to start this research." Luo Tianhua, who walked out of the conference room, had his entire shirt drenched in sweat. Although he himself had gotten enough money, he could only maintain the status quo because of Zhuge Hu's words. Several other old men, even if they were on good terms with each other, did not say another word in support of themselves. This Zhuge Hu, one sentence can decide the life and death of countless people. Luo Tianhua is no exception. If it wasn't for the 6 great families having rules that family disciples weren't allowed to directly participate in the management of the bank, himself, a wizard of international finance, wouldn't have been able to become the chairman of the international bank. Failed. Luo Tianhua sighed helplessly. The shares he promised to give to Cui Baoyu, naturally, also failed. However, Cui Baoyu's $9,000 existed on his bank side, get a large amount of interest. Indeed, no problem at all. After all, the bank had a specialized interest system for large customers. Cui Baoyu's side almost didn't sleep all night, and when it was almost midnight, he finally fell asleep. Vaguely it seemed like he had a dream, but what exactly did he dream about? He didn't have any impression after waking up. Today go to the bank, put all the contracts again in their own safe. In addition, promised Zhao Rich and the bank chairman of the matter, that is, $9,000 into the bank's things, also to sign a contract. After arriving at the bank, he learned that the matter of the bank's shareholding was unlikely for the time being. However, Zhao Qian still gave Cui Baoyu a promise that his $9,000 on the side of the international bank would be able to have an interest of 5% per year. This $9,000, the annual interest would be almost $450, $450 billion, even averaged out over a day. It's still more than $1. This interest was already about 3 times the interest outside. Regarding this interest rate, Cui Baoyu also felt that he didn't have any opinions. Zhao Qian and the bank had also helped himself a lot in the past few days. And if Cui Baoyu needed money urgently, as long as it didn't exceed $2,000, the entire bank would activate the emergency system, and within a few minutes, it could be processed. Cui Baoyu didn't have any opinion on these, but what he was puzzled about was that this money existed in the bank, and after today, it was still 9,000, or 900 billion. It is reasonable to say that one holds trillions of dollars of purchasing power, and global prices have depreciated 100 million times. Only 3 days, and there are only less than 20 hours from now. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning. That is, only 14 hours. 14 hours later, everything returns to the original world. Their own real estate companies, Car 4S stores, as well as their own acquired industry should be their own. But what exactly becomes of this money? Cui Baoyu actually does not have an answer yet, but vaguely feel that things are not so simple. These money should still be their own. Only what kind of fantasy they still have to face, Cui Baoyu can only say. After today they may know the answer. Dealing with the bank. Thinking that by tomorrow if this money is still $900 billion, one's whole life will really not worry. Seeing that it was noon, refusing the request to have lunch together, Cui Baoyu prepared to go and look at his villa this year. The villa with the largest area. Cui Baoyu had already reserved it by himself and was also ready to move in the next few days. In fact, there was nothing to move. He had just graduated 3 years ago. There was no furniture, only a few pieces of clothing, and some simple luggage. Then there are the gifts that the bank sends itself. A van would be able to move it. Before going to the villa, Cui Baoyu thought about going to his own Carrefour store to get a car. After all, with all the luxury cars he had to give himself one. Soon, arriving at his own car showroom, Cui Baoyu looked at the gate had been repaired, and the vehicle that Ding Yining had crashed had been sent for repair. It seemed that although Smith had sold the showroom to himself, there was absolutely no problem doing things. He was about to contact Smith and give everyone a meeting in the meantime, when suddenly, a reprimand came from Cui Baoyu's side. Security! Security! What's going on with you guys? How did you see a beggar in such a high-class automobile showroom? Looks like, this beggar's clothes, at least a few days have not been washed, right? The guards. Chapter 0057 Nangong Family Daughter-in-Law. Cui Baoyu has been busy these days, really didn't wash his clothes, thinking that after moving in these 2 days, all the old clothes won't be worn in the future, and it's also considered to be a souvenir. And these days is the end of May. A few days without washing clothes. Cui Baoyu's clothes really also some old, plus their own in the city village. Clothes really also have some dust, but to say that it is a beggar, it is also true that it is a bit exaggerated. Looking at this imposing young woman, Cui Baoyu also helplessly backed up 2 steps, thinking that it is better to call Smith. He gave the staff a meeting. The first meeting, Smith is required to participate, and after this meeting, Cui Baoyu also has a plan to link his several projects. People who buy luxury cars and villas, after all, are all in the same category, and are also their own target customers. This young woman's voice got louder as she watched Cui Baoyu take out an old cell phone and make a call. Security guards, why don't you hurry up and drive this beggar out? I am a member of the Nangong family. I came to your side to buy a car, but I even met a beggar. It's really unappetizing. Nangong family? The average person wouldn't have heard of this family, but the security guards and staff, a few of them, recognized Cui Baoyu, especially the temporary acting manager, whose name was Song Debao. He had seen with his own eyes that Lin Sun had been sacked and investigated. Song Debao was temporarily acting as the acting manager of this showroom because the new boss hadn't yet given everyone a meeting and hadn't yet appointed a new manager. Seeing the new boss being scolded, Song Debao was also a bit anxious, hurriedly asking the others to step back. Song Debao trotted over to Cui Baoyu's side. Boss, what brings you here? Cui Baoyu looked at the young woman who was still bossing her around and said indifferently, I came here today to give you a meeting, and drive a car on the way. Which of the cars here have formalities? Song Debao was about to answer when the young woman had already rebuked loudly. What's going on? Why don't you let this beggar get lost? If I, Luo Bingbing, am not happy, do you believe that I will close your store in minutes? Luo Bingbing is actually the younger sister of Luo Tianhua, the chairman of the Dragon Country International Bank, married into the Nangong family and is the daughter-in-law of the Nangong family. Her brother was the chairman of the bank, and behind him was the Nangong family, so Luo Bingbing had always been eyeing higher than the sky. This morning, she heard that the bank's dividends might increase at the end of this year, and with a few projects she invested in earning some more money, so she rushed over to buy a new car. As a result, he saw Cui Baoyu in the showroom, and was instantly in a bad mood, and thought it was a beggar entering an automobile showroom, and demanded that Cui Baoyu be driven away immediately. Song Debao hurriedly approached this young woman and whispered, This honorable guest, you've misunderstood. This young man in his usual clothes is our boss. Your boss? Luo Bingbing still didn't understand and looked at Song Debao. What company are you? Your boss is a beggar? You also hurry to get out together. It's the boss of this car showroom. Song Debao helplessly showed his work card. Honorable guest, if you buy a car, I can introduce you. Our boss has always kept a low profile, but I've made you misunderstand. Hearing that Cui Baoyu was the boss of the car showroom, Luo Bingbing hummed. Your boss? It's too incongruous with the aura of this place. It directly affects the image of your car brand. I'm in a bad mood today. I want to buy a car. Give me a discount. Being greedy for a bargain is a woman's nature. Even the daughter-in-law of the Nangong family likes to haggle over prices when purchasing luxury cars that cost a few hundred or a few thousand dimes, millions or tens of millions. Looking at Luo Bingbing, who was far away from herself, lest she could not avoid it, Cui Baoyu faintly smiled and said, "All the vehicles inside the showroom, not for sale for the time being, wait until after I take an inventory of the vehicles." Song de Bao hurriedly nodded his head. There must be a reason for the new boss to do this. However, hearing that the vehicles were unexpectedly not for sale, Luo Bingbing felt that she had offended the other party, and that the other party had done it on purpose. So Luo Bingbing took out a black card and flicked it at Song de Bao and Cui Baoyu. "See? The black card of the Dragon Country International Bank. Do you guys know? What does this card mean?" "Oh, just the owner of an automobile showroom. Probably the rich second generation of some small family. Humph. I want to buy something. Don't sell it to me. Believe it or not, I'll directly contact your Ross-less headquarters, so that your boss will have to step down as well." Speaking of which, the Nangong family really has this strength. If Cui Baoyu is a professional manager, the Nangong family, which holds 10% of the shares of the Longhua Bank, has some words to say, and many international brands are required to give face. Only, Cui Baoyu is not a professional manager. This store is he spent real money to buy down. At that moment, he coldly glanced at Luo Bingbing and said faintly, "Manager Song, notify the executives to have a meeting. Half an hour later, wait for me in the conference room. I will go to meet Smith first." Watching Cui Baoyu leave, Luo Bingbing showed her Dragon Country Bank black card. Once again, to Song de Bao, "Manager? I'm a black card user of the Dragon Kingdom Bank, and the amount of money swiped on this card is a full $10. Do you know that in the Dragon Kingdom, any brand that sees this card must offer as supreme service? This owner of your store, what is his name?" Seeing the other party's black card, Song de Bao also felt a little tricky. It was reasonable to say that the black card users of the Dragon Country Bank, they really couldn't afford to offend themselves. In fact, this card of Luo Bingbing's was just a secondary card, and the amount of money swiped was not $10, but only 50 cents. But the black card and the secondary card were identical in appearance. Even Song de Bao couldn't tell the difference. Song de Bao was hesitating when Cui Baoyu turned back and said, "Remember what I just said. All vehicles are not for sale for now. Hurry up and notify the management for a meeting." Looking at Cui Baoyu's back, the angry Luo Bingbing took out her cell phone, and after thinking about it, it was a bit inappropriate to call her own family about this matter. So she called her brother, Luo Tianhua. "Brother, I'm being bullied." Luo Tianhua, who was going through a big robbery-like negotiation, was shocked to receive his sister's call in his own office. "Sister, how old are you? Did you have a fight with Nangong Wugu? You two settle your own matters. I can't and don't dare to interfere. Besides, all of you are adults. You can discuss things. I as a brother can't control your family affairs." Luo Bingbing hummed. "Luckily you're still the chairman of the international bankers. I'm not because of family matters. I was at a car showroom on this side of the Third Ring Road, wanting to buy a car. As a result, I met a person dressed like a beggar, who is actually the boss of this car showroom, and it seems like the boss who just took office. I don't know which small family's rich second generation, even said the car won't be sold to me. I still have your bank's black card? This is disrespectful to your bank. After all, within the entire Dragon Kingdom, those who hold this black card automatically become the supreme customers of luxury brands. Humph. I want you to find a way for me to check if this car brand and your bank have any cooperation, especially this store. If there is cooperation, you must find a way to sanction them. Let this beggar boss personally come over to apologize to me, and then take the car that I've looked at, and sell it to me in a hurry." Chapter 0058, Juga Family's First Miss. Hearing his sister's words, Luo Tianhua was startled. Luo Tianhua was aware of this automobile showroom, and even the purchase price was clear to Luo Tianhua. The contract to acquire this showroom was in the bank's safe, and that person dressed like a beggar. Naturally Cui Baoyu was undoubtedly. His own sister even had a conflict with Cui Baoyu. In Luo Tianhua's opinion, it must be that his sister had no one in her sight and offended the other party. From the tone of voice can be heard, his sister did not take Cui Baoyu seriously at all, as a soft persimmon to be pinched at will. Ordinary people would be just like that. Luo Tianhua might really help his sister out. After all, even if it was a character like Zhou Yuanhang, as long as Luo Tianhua made a phone call, the other party would have to kneel. But, what is Cui Baoyu? In the mouth of Zhao Qian, Cui Baoyu is not only a super rich man who holds more than $10,000, but also should be the descendant of an ancient family. Even for his own shareholders, the 6 major families, there is only one Zhuge family, which is still slightly connected to the ancient family. Zhuge Hu of the Zhuge family, who was over 90 years old, had an aura so powerful that even Luo Tianhua didn't dare to object. It was said that these great families were like slaves when they met the people from the ancient families. It could be seen how terrifyingly deep these ancient families really were. Luo Bingbing had offended Cui Baoyu. If the other party really had an opinion and wanted to retaliate against his sister, even affecting the Eastern family and Luo family. Thinking about this, Luo Tianhua felt even more nervous than last night. When he was about to speak, Luo Bingbing suddenly hung up the phone. Brother, I have a call. I'll answer the phone first. I'll call you later. When his sister suddenly hung up the phone, Luo Tianhua felt that things were a bit not so good. It was better to hurry up and give Cui Baoyu a call to explain. However, at this time, Cui Baoyu is in contact with Smith. It turns out that Smith did not receive the news that Cui Baoyu came to the store. He went out. Yes, it was hard to be able to retire 10 years early and soon return to his country. Smith, who had been busy, was finally relaxing. Going out for a walk or shopping was normal. Learning that Smith was out of town, Cui Baoyu, who was going to give a meeting to his employees, changed his mind. It was better to make an appointment with Mr. Smith, and it was best for the first meeting to be attended by the other party as well. The other thing is the new general manager. This Song Debao looks good, and it doesn't really matter if he is the store manager for the time being. Cui Baoyu got this store, as well as the store's luxury car worth tens of dollars. In fact, it is not to sell. It was to be able to get hold of fixed assets himself and then make some friends along the way. If Luo Bingbing's attitude was better just now, especially after knowing that he was the boss, if his attitude changed to respect himself, he wouldn't mind selling a car to the other party. After all, with this store, he was more or less a businessman. Businessman is to make money, although Cui Baoyu does not care about the profit of a car. But just like a certain netizen surnamed Luo, it is still possible to make a friend. It was a pity that Luo Bingbing's attitude really upset Cui Baoyu, so he just didn't sell the car to the other party. Luo Bingbing, who was on the phone, saw that Cui Baoyu was back again, and was ready for a while, to make sure to teach the other party a good lesson. At least let the other party know. He as the other party cannot afford to offend the big man. The phone that Luo Bingbing picked up was a girlfriend's phone call. She told Luo Bingbing, tomorrow night, the Zhuge family had a reception. It's an event organized by the Zhuge family, and the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family, who has been back from abroad for a year, has officially become the family's executive president. Although it hasn't been announced to the public yet, it's not exactly a secret among the several big families. The 6 great families, the East, Westgate, Nangong, North Hall, Zhongshu, and Zhuge, with Zhuge as the honor. For nearly 100 years the 6 great families have been in the same breath. And the matter of the Zhuge family's first lady, as a woman, even though she is the daughter-in-law of the Nangong family, Luo Bingbing must also attend. After saying a few more small talk with her best friend and hanging up the phone, Luo Bingbing looked at Cui Baoyu. Kid, which family are you from? Do you know that I'm from the Nangong family? By the way, you probably don't even know the Nangong family. Do you know about the Luo family? I'm the first lady of the Luo family and the daughter-in-law of the Nangong family. I have my eye on one of your cars today, and I'm asking you to hurry up and sell it to me, immediately. If you don't sell it to me, I'll give my brother a call. Maybe your store will have to close today. Luo family? Cui Baoyu was stunned. He did know about the Luo family recently, and he also knew that the chairman of the Longgui International Bank was a Luo family member. Only, Luo Tianhua had never met with himself, and Zhao Qian was in charge of everything in between. In fact, Luo Tianhua was supposed to meet with Cui Baoyu today. After all, according to his planning, Cui Baoyu was going to become a shareholder of the International Bank. But because of what happened last night, Luo Tianhua felt a little embarrassed, so he still entrusted Zhao Qian to come out today. Cui Baoyu looked at Luo Bingbing and said with a smile, "Ms. Luo, do you guess if I'm afraid?" "Oh, I bet you're scared." Luo Bingbing proudly raised her neck. "Why don't you hurry up and sell me the car? Although you look like this, it affects the image of this car brand. But since I've looked favorably on this car, which is worth $3, is mine." "Oh, kid, buying a 3-cent car, I think your profit is almost 10 cents. Why don't you hurry up and give me a little discount? This is my Longhua Bank black card." "You kid, I guess I have not seen a few times it." Luo Bingbing was really too proud, thinking that the other party might be someone from Luo Tianhua's family. Cui Baoyu smiled and waved his hand. "Ms. Luo, since you have money, go out and just go to whichever car station to stop or for store. My side of the vehicle, for the time being, is not for sale. Even if I sell, I will only sell to my friends. With an attitude like yours, such as a discount, or a higher price, I won't sell it to you." Cui Baoyu's words really angered the other party. Luo Bingbing stretched out her finger and pointed at Cui Baoyu. "Good, you really are from a small family. I guess you don't even know the Nangong family. Even the Luo family, do you know who my brother is? As long as you deal with the bank, as long as I have a phone call, I guarantee that your car dealership closed. And even this car brand, in our dragon country later may not exist. Chui Baoyu also not spoiled her, faintly laughed. You try it. Then he said to Song Debao, Mr. Smith is not here today, so the meeting will not be held for the time being. You guys get busy. Since the vehicles won't be sold in the next few days, I'll arrange for you to do one thing. Take the past customer information and organize a copy for me. And don't give them a hard time about customers like this, especially users who think they have money and want a discount. Tell them that there is no precedent for this. Luo Bingbing hummed and was about to speak, thinking of saying her brother's name and position to completely subjugate the other party. At this time, Chui Baoyu's cell phone rang, and it was Luo Tianhua who called. Chui Baoyu hurriedly picked up the phone. Luo Tianhua on the other side hurriedly said, Mr. Chui, hello, it's me, Luo Tianhua. Just now I received a call from my sister. This unintelligent sister of mine seems to be in your car showroom, seems to still have some misunderstanding with you. This sister of mine, pampered since childhood, and married to the Nangong family, is a big family, one of the 6 big families on this side of Dragon City. I'm sure Mr. Chui doesn't put the 6 big families in his eyes at all, so for someone like my sister, I also ask you to be generous and not to see eye to eye with her. Chapter 0059 Luo Bingbing finally gives into softness. The 6 great families, Chui Baoyu really didn't know, because these great families are hiding behind the curtain, and the ones that are really in the open are all vassals of the family, or simply use another identity. Because of this, Luo Tianhua didn't even dare to investigate Chui Baoyu's identity, so he believed that Chui Baoyu was also a descendant of an ancient family. Hearing Luo Tianhua's words, Chui Baoyu was a bit surprised. This Luo Bingbing had already called her brother, and must have asked Luo Tianhua to deal with herself. Luo Tianhua should also have some speculations about his identity, and he was also afraid of the forces behind him. The tone and attitude of the other party was very clear, that is, letting himself not be generalized with the woman on the opposite side. Chui Baoyu let out a helpless sigh. You'd better talk to her directly. Look at your sister's appearance. She has a lot of opinions about me, mainly, at the beginning, treating me as a beggar, and later thinking that I haven't seen the world. Oh, Luo Dong. This sister of yours, if she really meets the big family people will be at a disadvantage. Luo Tianhua nodded repeatedly. Chui Baoyu didn't want to bully people too much, so he held up the phone and said to Luo Bingbing, aren't you thinking of letting your brother deal with me? Your brother's phone. You talk to your brother. Looking at Chui Baoyu's old cell phone, Luo Bingbing, fearing to avoid it, hurriedly took 2 steps back and smiled coldly. Kid, you know who my brother is? Return my brother's phone. Don't think I'll be afraid if you find a triad to threaten me. I'll tell you, the black sharks that can threaten me in the Dragon Kingdom haven't been born yet. Why don't you hurry up and sell me the car? I'm not happy. Smash your car dealership. You can't do anything about me, believe it or not. Luo Tianhua, who was on the opposite side, was so scared that he almost rolled to the ground directly from his chair. He hurriedly said to Chui Baoyu, turn on the speakerphone. I'll talk to this little cutie. Say a few words. Chui Baoyu opened the speakerphone, and Luo Tianhua's voice came out from the phone. Luo Bingbing, are you looking for death? It's fine for you to go around causing trouble because you're not intelligent enough yourself. Don't drag me into it. The Mr. Chui across the street. Even if I met him, I would have to respect him by 8 points. You're the daughter-in-law of the Namgung family. What kind of rich person are you pretending to be with a few cents worth of hacker's vice card? You have to know that Mr. Chui can mobilize thousands of dollars from international banks with one phone call, and we have to serve him 24 hours a day on our side. Even me. You think rich people are like you, wearing their money on their backs, right? Mr. Chui is the supreme customer of our international bank and my good friend. If you offend Mr. Chui, even the Namgung family can't save you. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chui? Hearing her brother's voice on the other side of the phone, Luo Bingbing was a little less willing to believe it as she hummed. Finding someone to mimic my brother's speech and thinking I'll believe it. Humph. I won't buy the car. I'll never buy your car again. I'm also going to tell my best friend and a few of my friends that I'll never buy your cars again. After saying her words, Luo Bingbing turned her head and left. Just now, she was really weak-minded. She wasn't very stupid and knew that the words just now should have been said by her brother. This Chui Baoyu, the owner of this car showroom, should be someone that even her brother was afraid of. If that was the case, she had offended the other party and really had to apologize to the other party. But Luo Bingbing is a very face-loving person, and definitely won't apologize with the other party, so she found a reason to leave. Luo Tianhua, who was on the opposite side, didn't think that his sister would be such a scoundrel. He hurriedly hung up Chui Baoyu's phone, and then directly called Luo Bingbing. Luo Bingbing didn't want to answer the phone, but Luo Tianhua directly sent a message. If you don't answer the phone, I'll tell Nangong Mugui that you've offended someone you shouldn't have and stop your credit card. Luo Bingbing saw the message and hurriedly picked up the phone. Brother, what is it? Luo Tianhua was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone. Luo Bingbing, you are still pretending to be confused. Just now I didn't make it clear in Mr. Chui's phone call. Hurry up and turn back to me. Apologize to the other party. To apologize to the other party? Luo Bingbing was still talking tough. Brother, isn't the other party just a rich man's descendant? A car showroom is worth a couple $100 at most. Why should I apologize to him? Luo Tianhua suppressed his anger. It's enough for you to know that the other party has more than $10,000, 3 points more than even your Nangong family's wealth. As for the other reasons, you won't understand even if you say it. If you refuse to apologize, in case the other party takes it out on me, I might not even be able to keep this position. Luo Bingbing shivered in fear. The other party had over $10,000? This terrifying figure made Luo Bingbing feel that Cui Baoyu's aura was immediately different, as if the other party's clothes were also a style that she couldn't understand. This is what is called the ability to pay money. Luo Tianhua added. If you offend Mr. Cui, I can't protect you. Even if someone from the Nangong family steps in, it's useless. Luo Bingbing was scared. What she had always relied on was her brother, and the identity of the Nangong family's daughter-in-law. Since the other party couldn't even offend her brother, if she was rude again, she would be really stupid. If she was rude again, she would be really stupid. If she got her brother involved, her mother-in-law's family would definitely not let herself go. Thinking of this, Luo Bingbing was ready to go soft. Just at this time, the car showroom. More than one person, exactly, is Luo Bingbing and brother telephone. Showroom, came to a super beauty, the age of the beauty. In fact, then Luo Bingbing also 2 years older. But because the reason is not married, so whether it is the body or temperament, are crushed Luo Bingbing head. This beauty, Cui Baoyu naturally recognized. Not only that, Luo Bingbing also recognized it. It was the founder of youthful nostalgia cuisine, Dongfang Jane's sister, Dongfang Jia. Dongfang Jia had other business and had made an appointment to come to the neighborhood in the morning to talk about things. After things were talked about, they passed by the automobile showroom of Ross Rice. Dongfang Jane had once told her sister that Cui Baoyu had also acquired an automobile showroom, just this side of the East 3rd Ring Road. Dongfang Jia so knew that the owner of this store was now Cui Baoyu. When Dongfang Jia saw the person at the door, it was Luo Bingbing whom she knew. She wanted to come in to say hello, and by the way, she also wanted to buy a car. After all, the contract hadn't been signed yet, and this morning the company had received a $10 transfer from Cui Baoyu. Having credited $10, even Dongfang Jia was somewhat happy. Sister Bingbing, how come it's you? Luo Bingbing looked at Dongfang Jia with a complicated mood. In fact, she was 2 years younger than the other party, and as children, they were considered to have grown up together. Even in the beginning, the Nangong family intended to marry the Dongfang family. Only, at that time, Luo Bingbing had used some of her mind to win the approval of the then old lady Nangong Choyu and married into the Nangong family. Since then, Dongfang Jia hadn't fallen in love and had even remained single. Dongfang Jia, looking at you, I thought, you're 10 years younger than me. Luo Bingbing put on a lost look and turned her head to look at Cui Baoyu, thinking that she had to apologize to the other party, and she was a bit helpless. Mr. Cui, you're here. Luo Bingbing smiled when she saw Cui Baoyu. I passed by here and came in to take a look. By the way, I also want to buy a car. Chapter 0060, giving Dongfang Jia a car. Buy a car? Cui Baoyu smiled faintly. There are a few global limited edition ones that I kept for myself. For the others, you can choose one at random. I'm giving it to you. Dongfang Jia was stunned and Luo Bingbing was shocked. The other party knew Dongfang Jia. It seemed to be a big shot that he didn't know, and his brother's words were, indeed, right, and here's by the way a car. There is no less than a few cents, a few million. Cui Baoyu casually sent a car one. It seems that the financial strength is not comparable. Really giving it to me? Dongfang Jia looked at a car worth triangular money, the very one that Luo Bingbing had just looked at. I heard that this car has bulletproof function. I think it's not bad. Why don't you give it to me too? Cui Baoyu nodded and said to Song Debao by his side, Manager Song, hurry up and take this Miss Oriental to go through the formalities. This car is transferred to the other party's name. Song Debao could only say that this new boss was too much of a character. A car worth a few cents, said to give it away. However, they also knew that this car store, the new boss seemed to have bought it for $100. The boss with so much money, casually sends a car to a beautiful woman, and he or she can only rush to do the job. Only Luo Bingbing, looking at their favorite a car. Luo Bingbing did not spend a penny to get. The heart aggrieved. thinking to say a few more words, but looking at Cui Baoyu's expression, the heart is a little afraid up. And Dongfang Jie was also something he couldn't afford to mess with. After all, he was only a relative of the Nangong family, while Dongfang Jie was a member of the real Dongfang family. If he or she really offended the other party, his or her in-laws would definitely not be toward him or her. Cui Baoyu looked at Luo Bingbing with a smile. "Ms. Luo, what did your brother say to you just now?" Luo Bingbing gritted her teeth, gathered her courage and bowed her head. "Mr. Cui, I'm sorry, just now I had eyes but didn't recognize him. Tai, I offended you. I apologize to you." Luo Bingbing's action. Dongfang Jane froze, then saw Cui Baoyu's dress, as if she understood something. However, Dongfang Jie didn't bother to be a good old boy, and even looked at Luo Bingbing's apology with a hint of playfulness at the corner of her mouth. "Oh, Ms. Luo, don't take people by their clothes and hats in the future," Cui Baoyu said lightly. "I can give my car away, but I'm not selling it for now. You are not my friend, so I am not going to give it to you. As for Dongfang Jie, she is both my partner and my friend. So, if I'm happy, I'll give her one." Luo Bingbing was ashamed and angry, but knowing that she couldn't afford to mess with the other party, she hurriedly found a reason to leave. When Dongfang Jie came back after completing the formalities, she saw Luo Bingbing leaving and laughed in a small voice. "Bingbing offended you?" Cui Baoyu shook his head. "Not really an offense. I can only say that it's a dog's eye view, and I also looked at her in a bad light. Otherwise, sending her a car is nothing." Luo Bingbing smiled. "Then thank you for sending the car. Right, I also figured out. Youth Nostalgia Restaurant. You look at it. You give me $10. That restaurant I also send you. When it's time to sign the contract, I'll just transfer it to you directly. But I made a deal. My office is still to be kept for me. After all, it's still my cafeteria." Cui Baoyu smiled. "That's fine. No problem. In that case, at that time that cafeteria will be run on my terms." Watching Luo Bingbing leave, Cui Baoyu also chose a car that could go on the road, a car that was worth about 10 cents, not particularly noticeable, and drove to his villa to take a look. Before going, he also called Zheng Chang. Arriving at the west mountainside, Cui Baoyu saw this villa area, built just right, even more beautiful than the video on the internet, mainly because of the weather at the end of May. Today's weather was very sunny again. In front of so many courtyards, peonies were blooming, as well as moonflowers. The peonies were originally planted by Mr. Zhou's letting, Zheng Chang said. "On this side of Dragon City, many big families like peonies. If Mr. Cui doesn't find it suitable, he can replace it with other flowers." Cui Baoyu shook his head. "Other flowers? It's not necessary. The current look is all fine. How many people are still over here? Starting this month, I'll have to pay you all." Thinking that starting tomorrow, his money would be knocked back, Cui Baoyu was also somewhat helpless. The Joy Commune side was fine. Relying on rent collection itself, it was able to maintain the entire commercial building well. But over here, the villa hadn't been sold yet, and a lot of the expenses had to be taken care of by himself. Reporting to the boss, Mr. Zhou said that it's this side that will continue to be managed, so he left a dozen people behind. Zheng Chang said, "What Mr. Zhou means is that if there are some people that Mr. Cui doesn't think are suitable, he can let them go at any time, including me. The latest thing is that there are people coming to see the house, as well as some basic policing. The parking lot around it, as well as the public green space, was bought by Mr. Zhou, along with a few green workers. It adds up to a total of 20 people. 20 people If the average salary per person is 20,000, after today, the salary is 20,000. The salary for a month is 400,000. However, as long as one buys a villa, the price is at least $50 million or more, or even $100 million. These 20 people's wages, it's not a problem. There was also the logistical support given to him by the Joy Commune side. Cui Baoyu didn't have too much pressure for the future management operation. "Are there many people coming to see the house?" Zheng Chang shook his head. "Because our villas are the highest end on this side of Dragon City, there are actually not many people who can afford to buy a villa. So the people who come to see the house are actually just a few people every day. A while ago there are peers over, but I do this for a long time. Is not a peer at a glance can see. Oh, we also don't refuse peers to come over. But then, if they keep coming over to delay us, I don't think it's too good either." Cui Baoyu nodded. "Yes, just 20 people. Such a big piece of villa area. There are hundreds of villas. If one look at several different types of households, it is true that it also delays a lot of time. If it is a peer," Cui Baoyu said, "you can directly tell them that if they give introductions to customers, they can be given a certain amount of commission if they end up closing the deal. As for the commission figure, you can just set it. After all, you're more familiar with this industry than I am, and this side will be managed for the time being. As for the biggest villa, give me the key, I'll keep it for myself and prepare to live by myself. Zheng Chang nodded and took down a large set of keys from the car, handing a few of them to Cui Baoyu. The keys to the front door, the front of the villa, the back, and the inside of the room are all inside the room. Mr. Cui, I'll accompany you to take a look. The biggest set of villas, over on the hillside, not particularly close to this side. Cui Baoyu shook his head. I'll just go and take a look by myself. You're busy over here now. My car's chassis is a bit low. Give me an ordinary car and drive straight over there. Zheng Chang looked at the luxury car worth 10 cents and smiled. Mr. Cui, this place is well built and your car can drive over to the villa. It's just that this chassis is indeed a bit low. If the technology is not good rubbing into the road teeth, the cost of repair is also quite a lot. Said the words, took out a car key. This is a substitute car for security patrols, sanitation workers, and also left here by General Manager Zhou. You drive this car over. Chapter 0061 Cui Baoyu's original company. This is a real mobility car. The price is just about 100,000 milli, and the degree of newness and oldness is not optimistic. After all, usually most of the security guards are driving it. Cui Baoyu also didn't have any politeness and drove the car towards the highest set of villas. This is the entire villa area, the largest area, a set of villas with more than 3,000 square meters. At the beginning, also listen to the words of a feng shui master. Zhou Yuanhang put the villa's eye of the formation cover here. If this villa is sold, the price is more than $3. The property fee for 10 years, as well as professional housekeeping services. Despite driving a car, Cui Baoyu also spent almost 10 minutes to drive from the sales office to this side of the villa. It could be seen that this villa area, which was worth several $100 billion, was indeed not small in size. Thinking that this villa area is now his own, Cui Baoyu was also a little happy, parked the car outside the villa, took out his cell phone. Cui Baoyu is still using his old cell phone. A lot of information is still in here. These days, because of busy reasons, has not been put the information in the new phone. Cui Baoyu was ready to take a few photos, to show his parents. Cui Baoyu also thought, when summertime, pick up his parents to come over to see life for a while. This place had a nice environment, and there was even a way to grow vegetables inside the yard. Although it was planned as a garden in the beginning, Cui Baoyu knew very well that when his own mother came over, she would definitely want to change the garden into a vegetable garden. The Longhua people's habit of liking to grow vegetables could not be changed. Just as Cui Baoyu was taking pictures, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The reason why it was familiar was that this was a voice that Cui Baoyu had often heard before. Cui Baoyu's original company was also an advertising company. After 3 years, Cui Baoyu had reached the position of director. Unfortunately, because of borrowing money to Cui Hao, coupled with the breakup of his ex-girlfriend, Cui Baoyu was in a trance. And when the proposal was made, not only did he take the wrong information, but the version of the proposal to the client was not the finalized version, which led to the vice president of the advertising company directly reporting to the boss. And then Cui Baoyu was dismissed. Then Cui Baoyu's bonus and other things, all cancelled, but also fine Cui Baoyu $10,000. Cui Baoyu's advertising company is bigger than Zheng Fan's company, with an annual turnover of $500 or $600 million. In the industry, it is considered a relatively large company. And when Cui Baoyu heard this voice, it was the voice of Vice President Han Feng. Sure enough, when he turned his head to look, it was the former Vice President, Han Feng, and the actual controller of the company, Luo Yang. Luo Yang is in his 40s, and his advertising company is called World Advertising. Originally, there were no other shareholders in World Advertising, but because Han Feng was said to have some high-end resources, and after arriving at the company last year, he did introduce a few big clients to the company. Later, Luo Yang made Han Feng the vice president of the company, and also prepared to give Han Feng shares. Even Luo Yang also thought of giving Cui Baoyu and a few other directors a certain share incentive. Later on, Cui Baoyu left the company because he made a mistake. To be exact, he was dismissed, and the matter of the shares must have been left unsettled. Han Feng and Luo Yang also saw Cui Baoyu. Beside Cui Baoyu was none other than the vehicle that the security guard often drove, and Han Feng smiled at Luo Yang when he saw this scene. Our company's former employee, Cui Baoyu. Look, even working as a security guard over here, Luo Yang had a deep impression of Cui Baoyu, and had reused Cui Baoyu in the beginning. Seeing Cui Baoyu's clothes, cell phone, Luo Yang laughed. Baoyu, you this big talent how to do security, really too bad. Why don't you join the company again? The company has been developing well lately, and the turnover will be more this year. You return to the company or start as a department manager. Soon you will be the director of the company. If Cui Baoyu didn't get Xiao Ding, facing Luo Yang's invitation, he might really go back. Only, just as Luo Yang issued the invitation, Han Feng's face changed slightly, which was captured by Cui Baoyu. It seemed that this vice president, who had only arrived at the company last year, had quite an opinion of himself. The previous Cui Baoyu hadn't been this sensitive, but Cui Baoyu now seemed to be a lot more sensitive than before. Besides, with Cui Baoyu's current status, it would really be a waste of time if he went back to an advertising agency as a manager. At that moment, he smiled and shook his head. Mr. Luo, I'm quite well these days, I won't go back to the company. Mr. Luo, are you preparing to buy a villa? Luo Yan nodded. Yes, I have some savings in my hand after all, and I see that the villas over here are really good, so I want to come over and buy a set. This is the biggest of them all, right? It seems to have more than 3,000 square meters. Cui Baoyu also nodded his head. This set of villas should be able to be bought with Luoyang's strength. It would be even more of a problem if the installments were paid in installments. It was just a pity that this set of house would never be sold by himself. It was his own self-reservation, and he also wanted his parents to come over and live there. Mr. Luo, this is the number 1 villa in the villa area, worth $3. Cui Baoyu smiled. Only, this villa is not for sale now. It should be left by the owner himself. Luo Yang looked at this 5-story villa and was envious. The price is also really expensive. I'm going to buy a villa of about 1,000 square meters here. Baoyu, since you are a security guard here, you are also a staff member here. If I buy a villa from you, isn't it true that you will also have a corresponding reward? If there's a reward, I'm prepared to sign the order from your hand. It's also a way to give you a favor. Luo Yang was a good person. Even though Cui Baoyu had made a mistake in leaving his job, he even thought of helping Cui Baoyu. So Cui Baoyu also had the idea of returning the favor and smiled. Mr. Luo, if you have your eye on the villa, I'll talk to the boss here and maybe give you the biggest discount. It's also possible to send you a few more years of property fees. For the villas here, the property fee is more than 100,000 milli per year, and by tomorrow, it will definitely be more than 100,000. Luo Yang gave an oh-so-sweet sound and said to Cui Baoyu, that's a good sentiment. You're familiar with the boss? Before Cui Baoyu could speak, Han Feng spoke. Mr. Luo, this kid has at best come over to work for 2 or 3 months. How can he be familiar with the boss? It's actually internally that they have promotional policies, and those policies are available to everyone. You should ask more. Ask the other sales managers, maybe you can even get better deals. Cui Baoyu looked at Han Feng and knew that he was doing it on purpose, so he didn't say much more at that moment, but took out his keys and was ready to go into the villa to take a look. Just then, Han Feng spoke. Cui Baoyu, this is a villa worth $3. Although you have a key from being a security guard here, it seems like you can't sneak in without permission from your superiors. You should know that a random light here is worth tens of milliards. There are also some future owners who are cleanliness freaks. What if you go in and urinate and defecate inside? I have the phone number of your sales department's manager Zhang. This is the 3rd time that Mr. Luo and I have come here. If you dare to go in, I'll complain to your manager. Cui Baoyu coldly glanced at Han Feng. It was reasonable to say that he didn't have any conflicts with the other party, who targeted him at every turn, especially when he was resigned 3 months ago. It was Han Feng who made things difficult for him in all sorts of ways, giving Cui Baoyu all sorts of offenses, causing Cui Baoyu to have to leave. Luo Yan looked at the villa and said to Cui Baoyu, Little Cui, you should be aware of the suspicion of Guotianli. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate for you to enter this villa alone. In case you go down for a few days and say that something is lost inside this villa, you as a security guard can't afford to pay for it. Luo Yang's words were good words. Cui Baoyu had a number in his heart. Looking at Luo Yang and Han Feng, Cui Baoyu said lightly, I came over here. I've already talked to the sales manager. There won't be any suspicion of Guotianli. Thank you, Mr. Luo. As for Han Feng, does it matter to you if I come in or not? Watching Cui Baoyu open the door and enter the villa, Han Feng grunted, Kid, I'm really still young. If I complain about you, I guess you'll lose this half-month's salary again. Chapter 0062 Cui Baoyu finally moves home. Luo Yang waved his hand. Forget it, this is their internal matter. Since we have the key we don't care. I have my eye on a villa down there. Ask what professional services I can get. After all, $1 for a villa. I'm still very careful. Luo Yang and Han Feng then left, but Han Feng had a sneer in his eyes and looked like he was really going to complain about Cui Baoyu. Cui Baoyu entered the villa, looked around the courtyard for a while, and then opened the door of the villa before realizing that this villa had everything inside. All the home appliances and kitchen items were ready-made, and even the firewood, rice, oil and salt and whatnot had already been prepared. It was still dated in the last few days, and it looked like this was prepared by Zhou Yuanhang, who knew he wanted this villa and had his men prepare it. It really was just a matter of carrying a bag and living in it. Choosing the date, looking at this big villa, Cui Baoyu prepared. in the afternoon, to find a van to move the home directly, then take a good shower and welcome the new life. Although he didn't know what kind of tomorrow, but today, Cui Baoyu was satisfied. After all, he had such a career before the age of 30, which he had never dared to dream of before. Driving the security guard's car back to the sales office and learning that he had indeed been complained about by a man named Han, Cui Baoyu smiled. When Luo Yang comes to buy the villa, give him a 10% discount. Just say that this is the boss's intention. He's my former boss, and he's actually not bad to me. Zheng Chang froze. Then that one surnamed Han? Cui Baoyu shook his head. I guess it should be because he's worried that I've taken his position or am a threat to him. At that time, I was the director of the company and had been with the company for 2 or 3 years. He only arrived last year, then became the vice president. I guess it was a deliberate attempt to take me on. It's all in the past. The person who bought the house is Luo Yang. It's time to take care of it. I will move over in the afternoon. I looked. The villa has everything inside. You and General Manager Zhou have taken the trouble. I am very satisfied. Zheng Chang nodded and said with a smile, this is all as it should be. Even if this villa is not for the boss's own use, any person who buys this villa, we should still provide professional housekeeping services. Boss, how many things do you have? I'll arrange for 2 people to help you move. Cui Baoyu gently shook his head. I don't have much stuff. A van will fit. I'll rent a car and just pull the stuff over. Zheng Chang hurriedly waved his hand. A van is it? There are 2 of them here. They are also used by the sanitation cleaners on this side of the villa. I'll hurry up and call and have them bring the car over. Then send another person over with the boss. Cui Baoyu thought about it and asked, it won't delay their work, right? No delay. The work over here. If you want to do it you can't finish it every day. Zheng Chang smiled and said, boss's matter is very important. I will arrange it right away. Soon a van drove over. The driver was also a security guard. His name was Zhang Gang. Zheng Chang introduced Zheng Gang to Cui Baoyu. This is one of my little brothers, also retired from the army, just because I'm over here, so he followed me over. This is our boss, Boss Cui. You and the boss go and move a house. Remember to be diligent. No problem, boss. How much stuff is there? Do you want to call on 2 more brothers? Cui Baoyu looked at the burly Zhang Gang, smiled and patted his shoulder. Let's go. Just the 2 of us. Manager Zhang, we'll be back in more than 2 hours. I guess. The villa. I've left the windows open. Try to pay attention. Saying that, together with Zheng Gang, he drove back to his place. Zheng Gang was a bit surprised to see that his new boss was living here. This is also my land, Cui Baoyu said with a smile. It's also the one I bought from Boss Zhou. This place is also about to be demolished. Zheng Gang, haven't bought a house in Dragon City yet, right? Zheng Gang got a little embarrassed. I only have a salary of 4,000 nanas a month. If I want to buy a house in Dragon City, it'll be 100 years later. I can't afford it. Cui Baoyu and him laughed as they moved things around. Do well. A person who works hard will always have a chance. To tell you the truth, I used to be a poor boy too. Zhang Gang hemmed and hawed again. After all, he couldn't believe the fact that his new boss was a poor man. Before leaving, Cui Baoyu was going to say hello to Auntie Fan, and also send the other party a gift. That is, the clothes and cosmetics that he bought. He also had to tell the other party that the place was about to be demolished. Auntie Fan saw that Cui Baoyu was going to move out, and didn't say much. Even the matter of rent, didn't mention it, and when she saw the gift that Cui Baoyu handed to her, she was stunned. This is? Cui Baoyu smiled. It's a gift from a friend. I can't use it, and I saw that it's all for girls. Auntie, just give it to you. Auntie Fan thought about it. That's a bit precious. Xiao Cui where are you moving to? Zheng Gang spoke up from behind. The Voyage Villa on the west mountainside. Auntie Fan froze. Villa? Xiao Cui, you're not falling for someone else's tricks, are you? Don't do illegal business. Those illegal businesses seem to make money fast, but they can really harm people. If you don't have any money, just stay on Auntie's side first. Auntie won't be in a hurry to ask for rent from you. Cui Baoyu waved his hand, signaling Zheng Gang not to speak as he smiled. Auntie, this place is also really close to being demolished. It's the demolition conditions that you and I talked about last time. It's definitely not a problem. You'll get at least 200 milliards in cash compensation in addition to 1,000 square meters of house compensation. Wait for a good life. Auntie Fan was somewhat seemingly convinced, and Cui Baoyu smiled. Auntie, the key has been given to you, and I've already cleaned the room. Then I'll leave first. If you and Linger have anything, just call me anytime. Watching Cui Baoyu leave, Auntie Fan took a few pictures of the gifts Cui Baoyu had given herself, then sent them to Fan Linger. Linger, help Mom see how much these clothes and cosmetics are worth? This is a gift from a friend. After a few minutes had passed, Fan Linger's phone call came directly. One must know that normally handling rather rarely called Mom, and even rarely contacted her besides asking for money. Mom, who gave you the gift? Fan Linger exclaimed. Where did you buy it? Did some old man look at our house? Auntie Fan smiled helplessly. Where did the old man come from? It's which Xiao Chui. Chui Baoyu sent it to me. He said he bought it from Joy Commune. It should be true. Fan Linger screamed from across the room. Then it must be true. This guy is actually a rich man, deliberately pretending to be poor. Mom, those cosmetics. If you don't like to use them, leave them here for me. I quite like them. Damn. It seems like Chui Baoyu also promised to give me a cell phone. Then I forgot to ask him for it. Auntie Fan laughed. Daughter, the cell phone he also put here. Also said it was a gift from a friend. Promised to give it to you. Cell phone? Fan Linger became even more excited. Then I will go home in the afternoon. The cell phone for me to keep. This is a global limited edition. A value of 2 milliards of money it. Hearing that the price of this cell phone is 2 milliards, Auntie Fan was shocked. Although she didn't ask for the other party's rent for this month or so, the other party even sent such an expensive gift. Chapter 0063 Ding Yining's dinner date. On Chui Baoyu's side, he once again returned to the villa, packed his suitcase once, and threw all his previous clothes into the washing machine and then the dryer. He himself also rushed into the bathroom and took a good shower, changed into new clothes sent to himself by the Dragon International Bank. New clothes worth several tens of $10,000. A full set of new clothes from the inside to the outside. Looking at himself inside the mirror, Chui Baoyu felt that the world was full of hope, but the hair was a bit long. It looked like it needed a haircut. Just at this time, the cell phone rang. It was Ding Yining's call. Picking up the phone, Ding Yining's nice voice came from the opposite side. Chui Baoyu student. It's me, Yining. Thank you for sending me the car these 2 days. My car is also repaired. It is your store. Expedited 24 hours for me to repair. Thank you. Are you at the store? I want to send the car back to you tonight. Chui Baoyu looked at the time. Good. What time to go over? I'll go over there too. Around 6 in the afternoon then. Ding Yining said. If it's convenient for you, the two of us can also have a meal together. Chui Baoyu suddenly became a little bit slightly excited, and hurriedly agreed. After all, his current identity was not from back then. Back then, Chui Baoyu, who was born in the countryside, saw Ding Yining's limousine transportation to and from school, and directly chose to back down, but also ended a hazy relationship. In the blink of an eye is 6 or 7 years of time. Chui Baoyu is also considered to have endured some social beatings. He is now worth billions of dollars, although he does not know what will happen tomorrow, but these few companies of his own, certainly still his own, there would be a chance with Ding Yining. Thinking of this, Chui Baoyu hurriedly drove and went to a nearby barber store to get a haircut. Looking at the time, it was almost time to go to his own car showroom. Along the way, Chui Baoyu was also thinking that he absolutely couldn't let a beautiful woman treat him. Although he had basically deposited all his money in the bank, he had a black gold card from the Longboy International Bank, and he had left a few $100s on him, a few tens of billions of dollars, so he must treat Ding Yining to a meal tonight. If possible, the two could also talk about their hearts. Thinking of this, Chui Baoyu's heart was even hotter, and the car drove fast. In less than 2 kilometers from their own car showroom, a car actually grabbed the road. Chui Baoyu also too late to react. This car directly grazed Chui Baoyu's vehicle, and then did not stop, as if nothing directly drove away. Pulling over to the side of the road, Chui Baoyu saw his own car, which had been rubbed out with a visible mark. This is a luxury car worth $10 million, although this mark is actually not big, but to really repair it, it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The spray paint of the luxury car is basically a full-body spray paint, and absolutely does not allow any color difference. Chui Baoyu wrote down the other party's license plate number, sighed helplessly, and drove back to his showroom. Tell Song DeBeo in the showroom that the car will go to spray paint as soon as possible, and Song DeBeo didn't say anything more. The boss drove the car was scrubbed. They should do what they do. Less ask why is good. Ding Yining also quickly arrived this side, returned the car, smiled and said to Chui Baoyu, Go I'm hungry, go eat together. Chui Baoyu thought about it. Let's go. Said yes, my treat because I've gotten rich recently, and you really helped me a lot with the 10,000 nanodollars you lent me. I have to show my gratitude to you. Ding Yining wrinkled his nose and hummed. Boss Chui, don't make fun of me, with such a high stature, borrowing money in the middle of the night in a group of classmates. It should be on purpose, right? 10,000 nanodollars. In your old man's eyes, I guess it's not even pocket money. I hate your car, but it's worth more than $1. Your old man even didn't ask me to pay compensation. I should just thank you. Chui Baoyu also laughed. Some things really couldn't be explained. One couldn't say that without the other party's $10,000, it would be impossible for him to buy this automobile showroom and several companies. But he didn't argue either and said with a smile, What do you want to eat? Really? I have money, and it's polite for me to treat you. Ding Yining thought about it. Let's go. I have a friend that opened a very nostalgic restaurant. The stuff there is actually really affordable and tastes good. Let's go eat there. The two didn't drive either, but took a cab and soon arrived at that youthful nostalgic restaurant. Dongfang Jia is your friend? Ding Yining was also stunned. Cui Baoyu, you know Dongfang Jia? Cui Baoyu and Ding Yining walked into the restaurant, found a table and sat down, then whispered, yesterday, I bought this restaurant as well. At first, Dongfang Jia was not for sale. Even when I spent $10, I was only given the position of general manager, as well as the right to manage it. However, when I gave her a car this morning, she loosened up and directly gave me this restaurant. Ding Yining froze for a moment, speculating on the true component of this sentence. After all, he also knew very well that this restaurant really wasn't for sale. $10 for a car? Ding Yining could only smile helplessly in the end. Rich man, since you're the boss here, fine, I'll drink the best red wine here. Drinking red wine was naturally no problem. Cui Baoyu hurriedly asked the waiter to serve the wine and then ordered the food. In fact, Hu Lai had already seen Cui Baoyu coming. Even at noon today, Dongfang Jia had also told Hu Lai that this store was already owned by Cui Baoyu. In other words, in the future, Dongfang Jia would not care about anything other than coming to dine at this store. The real boss became Cui Baoyu. On what grounds? Hu Lai was secretly dissatisfied, letting the waiter do a good job of entertaining. He was not ashamed and did not want to see Cui Baoyu. Not only did he not want to see the other party, he was even ready to jump ship. It was that Fu Shaoqin who couldn't be contacted in the past 2 days. The phone has been turned off, and there has been no news from the group, so I don't know what has happened. On Cui Baoyu and Ding Yining's side, it was also considered a reunion of old friends. Looking at this face that had appeared in his dreams more than once, Cui Baoyu really felt like everything was a dream. Clothes changed. Very handsome Ding Yining laughed. Why are you still using an old cell phone? Cui Baoyu looked at the cell phone on the table and laughed. The new cell phone is also there. It's at home. Because the past 2 days have been too busy, I haven't been able to direct the information over. So when I go home tonight, I will definitely change to a new cell phone. Save to go wherever is looked down upon. Oh, the new clothes are okay, right? Ding Yining nodded. Not bad. Looks good. Where do you live? Cui Baoyu hesitated for a while. Should he tell the other party the truth? Eventually deciding that it was better to be honest. The other party was also someone who drove a luxury car, so he shouldn't think he was pretending. And as long as he kept a low profile as a person, living in a villa and being rich was not a mistake. Just as Cui Baoyu was about to tell the truth, Ding Yining's cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, Ding Yining's face slightly looked a little bad. Chapter 0064, Cui Baoyu's meddling. Tomorrow night, a party with you? This was an invitation issued by Ding Yining after he answered the phone. What kind of party? Ding Yining raised his cup, then whispered, it's just a party organized by my family, and in the past 2 days, Grandpa made me the family's executive president. Oh, my parents don't have a son. Originally, according to the family rules, daughters can't inherit the family business. But these past few years, my performance was not bad, and I won Grandpa's approval, so I can become the executive president, which is kind of a test for me, giving me a chance. But then, they want to introduce me to a boyfriend, or someone I dislike very much. We're both old classmates, so just help me out for once, okay? Pretend to be my boyfriend. If you help me, I'm in charge of my family's business, so I might be able to help you in the future too. Although it sounds a bit cheesy, I'm sincere. Hearing the word family once again, Cui Baoyu believed that Ding Yining was indeed from a large family. This was because when Dongfang Jane worked with herself, she had talked about big families. Luo Bingbing had also talked about families. The Luo family, the Nangong family and whatnot. Dongfang Jane, Luo Tianhua, were all marvelous figures in the Dragon Kingdom. Although Cui Baoyu didn't know how many shares Luo Tianhua truly held in the international bank, but thinking about it, his worth wouldn't be low. Family? A very big family? At Cui Baoyu's question, Ding Yining thought about it. Sort of a big family, but with your current status, and the company you own, you also know the Dongfang Jane siblings, so it's appropriate to attend my party. Anyway, if you attend the party tomorrow, you will definitely meet a lot of young people. Of course there might also be some provocations from young people, so if you don't dare to go, forget it. Cui Baoyu looked at the other party and smiled slightly. Rather, there's nothing I don't dare to do. Well, since it's a favor for an old classmate, I'll go. What kind of gift should I prepare? If it's money, I have it. Gifts? Ding Yining turned his face sideways and was thinking. Suddenly, he saw Dongfang Jia and hurriedly waved at Dongfang Jia. Auntie Jia, it's me. Dongfang Jia was a little surprised to see Ding Yining, and was even more surprised to see Cui Baoyu sitting with Ding Yining. The seniority of the two of you? Chui Baoyu's question made Dongfang Jia a little embarrassed. I am indeed Auntie's age, and according to the generations of several families, Yining does call me Auntie. How did you two meet? After learning that the two were classmates, Dongfang Jia smiled slightly. Good, my boss Chui. He really is deep in the world and knows all the big shots. Yining, tomorrow afternoon's party. I'll go over there as well. Auntie has prepared a gift for you. I hope you like it. Chui Baoyu was a little upset. I say, if classmate Yining calls you Auntie, wouldn't I also become a junior? Dongfang Jia then laughed. What did you think? Originally you were a junior, but now you're the boss here. I have an appointment with a few to come over for dinner as well, so when the time comes, you'll sign the bill for me. Chui Baoyu also laughed. Sign what bill? Ah? Just tell them, this restaurant is for the two of us anyway. Yining, tomorrow night's party. Where is it? Dongfang Jia looked at Chui Baoyu and really got interested. You're also attending Yining's party? Ding Yining's face was slightly red, not knowing if it was because of the drinking or something else. Looking at Ding Yining's expression, Dongfang Jia seemed to understand something, and thinking of Chui Baoyu's identity, she didn't find it strange anymore. I'll leave you two alone then, Dongfang Jia said. A few of my friends are coming soon as well. Yining, boss Chui, see you tomorrow night. Watching Dongfang Jia leave, Ding Yining said, no one knows about letting you pretend to be my boyfriend yet. Anyway, you have to be prepared. Just say that the two of us have been dating since I returned to China, and have been dating for almost a year. Is that okay? Choi Boyuk thought about it and laughed. If I had a girlfriend like you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Classmate Yining, you still haven't said. What kind of family are you from? Is the business big? Sort of big. Ding Yining laughed back. Anyway, you'll know tomorrow night when you go. Me and the Eastern family, we're very familiar. When I was little, Auntie Jia even hugged me. Rather, it's you that I'm full of curiosity about. I always thought you were a countryside child, a phoenix man. Now it looks like I was wrong. You should also be from a big family, right? This question was really a bit complicated. Chui Baoyu was naturally not a descendant of any big family, but it was also troublesome to explain. Chui Baoyu simply didn't explain and said with a smile, sort of, my grandfather's grandfather. It seems like he was a big official in Dragon City. Chui Baoyu was telling the truth. His family and the county records have records. Chui Baoyu grandfather's grandfather, when he was in the Qing dynasty as an errand boy, he did make it to a very big official. Only, when Chui Baoyu grew up, the pillars of lapis lazuli, pagodas and whatnot, were all destroyed in a special era. A lineage. Ding Yining smiled. That's good. Have you heard of the 6 great families when you did business with the Dongfang Jane siblings? That is, my uncle, aunt? I've heard of them a few times. Chui Baoyu laughed. Behind these 6 great families, they should have great power, right? Ding Yining nodded his head. Yes, the 6 great families hold the international banks, hold the trading of gold, and hold dozens of listed companies. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were rich and deep. Actually, it's all just a number. Ding Yining also said lightly. Classmate Chui Baoyu, anyway, you promised me. Keep your word. Go over a little earlier tomorrow. The location of our party tomorrow. It's near the 4th Ring Road, near the manor that was originally a park. I'll give you the location and navigation in a moment. After having dinner with Ding Yining, this beautiful woman took a taxi and left. Chui Baoyu was ready to take a good look at the restaurant. After all, this was his business, and he was thinking that he must make this restaurant profitable. See outside the restaurant, and in the installation of a new neon lights, Chui Baoyu some interest. It was a neon projection of a theme related to the graduation season. Busy, Choi Bo Yul greeted the workers. It's a busy time, so be safe. Try to install it when there are fewer customers in the future. Although this place is open 24 hours a day, there are fewer people in the middle of the night after all. The several installation workers glanced at Chui Baoyu and did not say anything. It was probably because Chui Baoyu's words made them feel uncomfortable. Chui Baoyu didn't say anything more, but watched them continue the installation, thinking that in the future, it must be stipulated that in the middle of the night between 6 and 11 o'clock, as well as in the morning when they were having their meals, the installation should never be carried out. Looking at the people coming in and out of the doorway, it was really a bit dangerous. He became the boss of this place, and hadn't given the staff a meeting yet. It seems that Dongfang Jia really doesn't care about things, and should have been a shirker in the past as well, because Chui Baoyu suddenly found that the color of this neon light was a little too pink. The pink was somewhat like the color of some barber stores. Can we change the color? Chui Baoyu said to a few workers. The color of this neon light doesn't seem to fit a restaurant very well. The few workers glanced at Chui Baoyu and didn't want to pick a fight, but Chui Baoyu added, really, the color is wrong. It's too pink. If you can debug it to red or another color. If it can't be debugged, change the plastic lamp. In short, this color will never work. A man who was directing the workers to work glanced at Chui Baoyu. Dude, do what you need to do. Can't you see that a few of us are working? This is what manager who asked us to do. Does it have anything to do with you? Chapter 0065, Installation Company Smashes Injuries. Who manager? Whose idea? Chui Baoyu laughed. Sorry, I'm in charge of this restaurant now. You call manager who over. Just say that the new boss said that this neon light doesn't work. The one who directed everyone to work was the manager of this pretend company called Hu Daming, and Hu Lai is also a family. These years big work small work. No less to Hu Lai benefits. Hu Lai also therefore came up with all sorts of promotions, and then spent money so that he himself was profitable. Looking at Chui Baoyu, Hu Daming was somewhat disdainful. Dude, drunk, right? Here who is the general manager we know very well. And here things are basically who manager say. I and who manager relationship is good. If you're the new boss here, if you're capable, you can tell manager who that this place doesn't work. Anyway, we took the money and asked for the neon sign to be installed tonight. You said that this neon light is not the right color, but this is manager whose personal signature to come. Chui Baoyu nodded. Alright, then I'll go talk to manager who. You guys don't rush to install it first. Wait for me and manager who to come back. Watching Chui Baoyu enter the store, Hu Daming shook his head. Brothers, it should be a drunken brat. Don't mind him. Hurry up and get to work. There is another job waiting for us to go over tonight. Chui Baoyu entered the store and saw a waiter. Where's Hu Lai? This waiter was none other than the supervisor, Lu Qi, who was also one of the few people who knew that Chui Baoyu had become the new owner of this store. Especially yesterday, Chui Baoyu was able to make dozens of black sharks kneel down. Manager who was in the back kitchen, Lu Qi said. I'll go call him right away. Tell him to come straight to the door. Chui Baoyu said. Just say that I said so, and tell him to hurry up. Lu Qi hurriedly went to the back kitchen to find Hu Lai. Chui Baoyu also no longer say more, hurried back to the entrance of the store. However, he saw that something had happened at the front of the store. Several installers were working in a hurry, and one of them didn't put a wrench properly. A big wrench, directly smashed in the head of a customer. The blood flowed down. Several installers, including Hu Daming, were startled. This person who was smashed is also a teenager, is a young boy. The boy's parents saw their son being smashed and directly shouted, "What's wrong with you guys? How to be so inattentive? Hurry to call the hospital. Where is your boss? Call your boss. This matter must give us a statement." Hu Daming is also a bit overwhelmed. Hurriedly call Hu Lai. After all, he is working for the other side. This matter must Hu Lai appear only good. The phone call had just gone through when the cell phone rang at the door. Hu Lai's figure had already appeared at the door. Seeing the scene at the door, Hu Lai was also a bit surprised. Seeing Chui Baoyu's serious expression, Hu Lai his heart was also extraordinarily apprehensive. Let's deal with the matter of smashing people first, Chui Baoyu said. The installer you found smashed someone's little friend. Hurry up and give the other party a compensation opinion. This big brother, big sister, what do you think? How much compensation is more appropriate? The other party looked at Chui Baoyu. The man was called Li Ciji, the injured child, called Li Zishuan. Li Ciji glanced at his wife and said loudly, "Medical expenses. My daughter-in-law and I missed work. After all, the child was injured. We both have to take care of it together in the hospital. The most crucial thing is that we don't know if the child's brain is injured. If it affects the IQ, we want you to take care of the child for the rest of your lives." Chui Baoyu also knew what happened and nodded. Looking at Hu Lai, manager Hu, you tell me, how should this matter be handled? Hu Lai let out a long breath and looked at Hu Daming. What happened to you guys has nothing to do with our store. You guys can talk about the compensation money first. This big brother, first say a figure for compensation, so that this manager of the installation company will first pay you the money. When Hu Daming heard this, he was a bit upset and looked at Hu Lai. Manager Hu, it was the carelessness of the workers on my side. We admit this matter, but just now it is also this kid who has been meddling on the side, not even letting us install it, and also causing our workers to be a bit frazzled. If you want to compensate, you have to let this kid compensate as well. Looking at the kid Hu Daming was talking about, Hu Lai grunted. Manager Hu, you say a few words less, big brother, or not. First give 5,000 na, if you think it is appropriate. First send the child to the hospital. Go to the hospital. If the doctor says more money is needed, our side will also find a way. Hu Daming, you follow to the hospital and make sure to fix things. Hu Daming glanced at Hu Lai, who looked at Chui Baoyu. Chui, boss, what do you think of this? Chui Baoyu looked at the injured child inside. 5,000 nanas is less. First give the other party $1 million. We and manager who each contribute half. Big brother, I'll transfer the money to you right away. If it's not enough you can say any time. Let the child go to the hospital first. The civil aviation hospital is very close to here. Hu Lai, have this place shut down for a while. The neon lights must be changed. No pink. I'll accompany the child's parents to the hospital as well. Hu Daming looked at Hu Lai and realized that this kid was really the new boss. Manager Hu, installing this neon light, we can't earn a total of 5,000 nano. This time something happened. It's better to ask Manager Hu to help out more. After all, your store is rich and powerful, and you don't care about so little money. Chui Baoyu sneered. What kind of words are these? Our store is rich, and giving you half of the burden is already considered generous. This matter is due to your people. Big brother, sister-in-law, we don't need to wait for the car. Hurry and go to the hospital first to give the child a look. Li Siji looked at his daughter-in-law, and Li Siji's daughter-in-law looked at Chui Baoyu. Are you the boss here? Chui Baoyu nodded. Yes, I'm the boss over here. I'll go with this Manager Hu to the hospital with you. You don't have to worry about the money. If there is any other damage to the child, I will also be responsible. Li Siji's daughter-in-law then nodded and said to Chui Baoyu, we have a car. 4 seasons, hurry up and bring the car over. Let's go to the hospital. Hu Daming also said, I also have a car, although it's a van. Boss, look, can I not go over there? There are still things over here. Chui Baoyu looked at Hu Daming and hummed. If you don't go over, don't want to work with us in the future, and this matter is because of you, you have to go over with me. Hu Lai gave Hu Daming a wink. Hu Daming sighed helplessly and went to drive his van. Chui Baoyu got into Li Siji's family's car, watched Hu Daming follow him, and hurriedly apologized to Li Siji's family. Li Siji was a reasonable person. Strictly speaking, this matter is the responsibility of the installation company. Your attitude as the owner of the restaurant is already good, but the child was injured this time. You have to be really responsible. You have to learn a lesson. Li Siji's daughter-in-law also nodded repeatedly. With so many people coming in and out, it would have been wrong to install it at this time. Zi Xian, are you alright? Li Zixuan covered his head and said, Mom, I hurt. I'm dizzy. With those words, Li Zixuan was in the car and fainted. Chapter 0066, 3 days are over. Li Siji and his wife were also in a hurry and drove the car to the fastest speed possible, even running 2 red lights. In 10 minutes or so, they arrived at the Civil Aviation Hospital over here. Li Siji hurriedly held the child, rushed into the hospital. Chui Baoyu went to pay, and then directly registered the expert number. The best ward. Money is good. Soon Li Zixuan lying in the best ward inside. There are also hospital experts to come forward to Li Zixuan do a comprehensive diagnosis. Outside the hospital room, Li Season's husband and wife, anxious and angry. Chui Baoyu is also a little anxious, in case the other child is really smashed brain. This matter cannot be dealt with. After waiting for more than 10 minutes again, Chui Baoyu thought, that installation company's manager who, why didn't he come? Li Siji's husband and wife also felt that things were not quite right. Li Siji's daughter-in-law sighed, I hope Zi Xian is fine. If something is wrong, I will definitely sue them. This boss, you are a good person. However, you must be responsible for our Zi Xian's matter to the end. Chui Baoyu nodded and took out his cell phone, calling Hu Lai. As a result, Hu Lai's phone couldn't be reached either, so Chui Baoyu felt a little curious. In fact, the truth of the matter is that Hu Daming drove halfway and saw that Li Siji ran a red light and couldn't catch up himself. The heart then had a new idea and directly called Hu Lai. Manager Hu, in these years you have taken a lot of benefits from me, counting at least 3 to 5 million, 10,000. This matter, I admit that it is our workers who are not careful, but this time your new boss made the work stop and made us pay compensation. I lost quite a bit of money. As the manager of the store, you can't let me lose money. If you have to pay out 5,000 naira this time, you do it. If you don't, I'll tell your new boss about the gifts you've been receiving. Oh, Manager Hu, every time I transfer money to you, I have a record of it. Hu Lai really panicked in his heart when he heard Hu Daming's threat. Ever since he knew that Chui Baoyu had become the new manager of the store, he was afraid that the matter of him taking favors everywhere would be exposed. If the real thing was known by Chui Baoyu, coupled with the fact that he used to target the other party at every turn, he would definitely not be able to gain any benefits. He might even have to go to jail. After all, his own bribes added up to more than 20 mil. This number can be really quite a lot. If he was sentenced, he would have to be sentenced for at least 3 years. This Hu Daming really was causing trouble for himself. You come back. Hurry back and take your people with you, Hu Lai said. The money matter, you won't have to be responsible for it. I'll handle it. As for this installation, I will also find a way to give you the money. I won't let you lose money. So Hu Daming went straight back to the meeting and left with his own people. After all, this matter, Hu Daming also felt that it was the smartest choice for him to hide far away and leave things to Hu Lai. Hu Lai also turned his cell phone off, just not wanting Chui Baoyu to contact him again. On this side of the hospital, Li Zixuan's minor surgery was performed for more than an hour, and the doctor told Lee Siki that the child just suffered some minor injuries, and it was nothing serious. But your child has blood sickness, said the doctor. Pay attention. Don't let him see blood. The child's recovery is strong. It should be fine soon. Lee Siji's daughter-in-law hurriedly asked. Doctor, the child did not hit the brain, right? The doctor smiled. It's fine. It won't be that fragile. Hospitalized for 3 or 5 days. Don't worry. Chui Baoyu and Lee Siki couple also breathed a sigh of relief. And then when they learned that the medical expenses added up, that is to spend 3,000 nano, Chui Baoyu still transferred 10,000 nano to the other party, and then said, no matter what the reason is, the child still needs to spend money. Just contact me. I promise to be responsible to the end. Lee Si-ji couple looked at each other, then nodded. After all, the other party had such a large restaurant in place, and definitely couldn't run away. And the money given by the other party was already completely enough to make up for the two people's lost wages, as well as the child's medical expenses. After dealing with this side of things, Chui Baoyu was ready to go back to the store to take a look. Hu Lai didn't answer the phone, and Hu Daming didn't go to the hospital. This matter, in itself, was not normal. Chui Baoyu returned to his youthful nostalgia restaurant, and it was already past 10 p.m. Learning that Hu Lai had already gotten off work, Chui Baoyu was even a little angry. Off work so early? Supervisor Lu Qi hurriedly walked over. Manager who said he had something urgent to deal with, so he left early today. Usually he leaves after 12 o'clock. Chui Baoyu looked at the construction site at the entrance that was hastily dealt with and sighed helplessly. Alright, when you guys see Manager Hu tomorrow, make sure he calls me back. Right now his phone is not working. Tell him that I have something urgent to find him. Seeing Lu Qi nodding, Chui Baoyu came to the door again, and suddenly remembered that in his own Joy commune, there was an installation team. Yes, a large commercial building has its own installers. After all, commercial buildings have some installation and repair business every day. Immediately call Dong Chang, the manager of the commercial building, and ask him to send someone over to make the construction site look good. This Dongfang Jia was really a shirker. Obviously there was a construction team on her brother's side, but she didn't care about anything, handed everything over to Hu Lai, and let Hu Lai toss it around. The captain of this construction and installation team, called Shen Tang, is a northeasterner with a super good personality. It was also to behave well in front of the boss, so his men were really sharp as well. For this project, the cost is a few hundred na. Shen Tang said to Chui Baoyu. And look at the neon tubes used by the other side. They are the worst, and the color will not look good in less than 2 months. It's better for us to do it. I measure the size on my side. Boss, what kind do you need on your side? Tomorrow night I will be able to give a good installation. Chui Baoyu smiled. There's no rush. Just take care of this place. When the time comes, I'll formulate a good promotional policy. I'm sure I can't do without having you come over to help. Hey, I say boss. This is not helping. It's carrying out the boss's orders. Shen Tang wrapped up, then said, Boss, it's been taken care of. If you see if it's okay we'll go back. When Chui Baoyu returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning, but thinking that he was going to Ding Yining's party tomorrow, he hurriedly connected his cell phone and transferred the data from his old phone to the new one. The next day, he slept until 10 in the morning. When Chui Baoyu woke up and looked at the peonies outside the window before realizing that it was already the next day, his own wealth, and the new psychic ability? 3 days had passed, and so had the devaluation of global prices by 100 million times. He had been so busy last night that he had forgotten about it. What Chui Baoyu wanted to know was what exactly had become of his $9,000 deposit in the bank now. After all, looking at his credit card from the Longboy International Bank, he still had it, and when he called, he knew that the credit card's limit was unlimited. That is to say, tens of billions of cash can be swiped out, and the few $100s in the phone that hadn't been spent yet had literally become a few $100s. It had also lost the purchasing power of tens of billions of dollars. Should I ask Fang Jing about my savings? Chui Baoyu fell into a brief moment of contemplation, and suddenly, his cell phone rang. Chapter 0067, The World 3 days later. The cell phone was a call from the International Bank of the Dragon Kingdom. It was a nice female voice, but it wasn't Fang Jing. It belonged to the manager of a certain department of the International Bank. In the Dragon Kingdom, anyone who became a certain department naturally had great power. The other party told Chui Baoyu that for his 900 billion deposits in the International Bank of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the gold he had purchased, etc., the International Bank side would provide superb butler services, and would strictly keep it a secret for the depositors. Also told Chui Baoyu, this money in accordance with the bank's latest regulations, has been converted to a fixed term, a period of 5 years. Regular 5 years of regular. Chui Baoyu then thought, 900 billion surprisingly still 900 billion is the next 5 years, he possibly cannot use this money, but it doesn't matter. He has a few companies that can bring him a good income every year, even if he doesn't have bank deposits. As long as he manages it properly, the next few years of his life is not bad, and these villas of his own, at the very least, are worth tens of billions of dollars. To sell some of the villas as soon as possible, he will have money. As for today's supernormal ability, Chui Baoyu closed his eyes and looked at the small tripod inside his body, and saw lines of fonts appear on the small tripod. This time, there were a lot of fonts that appeared, and it took Chui Baoyu more than 10 minutes to read through the words on it. After reading it, Chui Baoyu secretly said a fluke, because according to the settings of this system, within 3 days, Chui Baoyu had to spend all the money in his hand, and if he couldn't, not only would all the money be knocked back to its original form, but he would even have to accept the corresponding punishment. Only, Chui Baoyu stopped a demolition and saved the future happiness of hundreds of families, as well as donating a hospital, equating to saving countless people in the future. The other thing was that when dealing with the Black Panther, he didn't do anything himself to avoid getting bloodied. After all, only big people deal with things without having to do anything themselves, and this matter also did praise to Chui Baoyu. So in the end, the system not only didn't give Chui Baoyu a punishment, but also gave rewards. The first reward was a deposit of $900 billion, and although it couldn't be easily utilized in the next 5 years, this money belonged to Push Baoyu. The interest alone was tens of billions of dollars per year. This number was terrifying. There was also the new supernatural ability acquired today, which was even more interesting. It was the lengthening and shortening of time. The longest time can be made 10,000 times longer. It sounded a bit metaphysical, but in fact, it was that within a second of time in this world, Chui Baoyu could make time lengthen and turn it into 10,000 seconds. That is, it becomes more than 2 hours. This supernatural ability was somewhat interesting. A second of time, many people don't care about, and can't even do anything. In Chui Baoyu's case, it was more than 2 hours. The other thing was that what the predecessor needed 2 or 3 hours to do, Chui Baoyu could actually do in 1 second. This supernatural ability could definitely save one's life if at the right time and place. For example, if the other party wanted to assassinate him or her, even if the bullet reached him or her in 0.01 second after that, Chui Baoyu could make that time become 100 seconds, or just over a minute, for him or her to dodge the bullet. Of course, more effects, Chui Baoyu had to explore, and the number of times one could use this alien ability was up to 100 times, which was considered a super reward. In addition, the small card of the original alien ability that was obtained also did some upgrading. Upgrades weren't just white turning into red or yellow. Functional upgrades were naturally the most important. For example, the first supernormal ability, calling the other party to make them fearful, directly became talking to the other party. The other party could feel fear. For example, making the other person learn animal calls. Combined with the first supernatural ability, it was the ability to make any animal rush into fear and make horrible sounds and movements. Well, Chui Baoyu was happy. 3 days had passed and he had not only gained companies and assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars, he also had $900 billion in the international bank. 3 days had changed his fate, and Chui Baoyu was in the villa, having a beautiful meal. Opening his new cell phone, he saw that the information had all been transferred. In the classmate group, both Fu Xiaoqin and Hu Lai hadn't spoken for a few days, especially Fu Xiaoqin. Even Jin Xiao's side couldn't contact her anymore. Chui Baoyu thought about it and prepared to send a red packet. Although he only had a few $100s in savings, the credit card limit was sufficient. Moreover, one had the bank's interest, which was a few $1 billion every month, enough to offset the amount one swiped on the card every month. Sending red envelopes in the classmate group is actually a voice for himself. After all, Fu Xiaoqin and Hu Lai's denigration of himself a few days ago, Chui Baoyu was really not happy. Just when he was about to send out the red packets, his cell phone rang. It was Hu Lai calling. Hu Lai told Chui Baoyu that he had a bit of an emergency last night. It was that Hu Daming's car crashed into the roadside railing and almost had an accident. He went over to solve it. Then Hu Daming's company is a small company after all. That's why he installed something for his side. He also felt embarrassed. So it was thought that it was better to give the material and installation fee to the other side. Chui Baoyu also didn't know if what Hu came to say was true or false, and smiled. The engineering fee this time. How much is it? It's okay to give it to them. Hu Lai laughed right across the phone and said to Chui Baoyu, "Boss, the other party used the best materials, and the cost of the workers for the installation and so on. It was originally $6,000, but this time something happened. I'm going to deduct him 1,000. Give him 5,000 is fine." 5,000? Chui Baoyu remembered very clearly. Last night Chen Tang had said that the worst materials used by this installation company cost a few $100s. Even if you add the cost of installation, this project to the other side of $3,000, it is also the top of the sky. On Hu Lai's side, It turned out to be the best material, and it was doubled as soon as he opened his mouth. After contemplating for a while, Chui Baoyu said, "There is no rush. Wait for me to look at the material list and pay after signing." "Is Hu Daming alright?" "It's fine. It's just that the van broke down." "I guess the loss is not small," said Hu Lai. "Our side is not short of money." "I mean," Chui Baoyu hummed, "what I mean is, wait until after I sign. In the future, all of the company's expenditures, even if it's just $1, need to be signed by me first. Understood?" Hu Lai felt an inexplicable pressure, nodded helplessly and hung up the phone. Then he opened the computer's job search software, thinking, it's time to leave. Chui Baoyu hung up Hu Lai's phone and had an idea about Hu Lai's offer. Rushed to call the finance and ask the finance to see his signature before payment. In addition to all the foreign construction since these 3 years, especially Hu Lai handled the business. Give yourself a copy. The finance was originally recruited by Dongfang Jia, and had always been a person who was only responsible for paying. However, since Chui Baoyu was the new boss, she was naturally clear that she would listen to her new boss. Sure enough, the finance called Yang Xiaoyan had just hung up the phone when Hu Lai walked over with a few sheets of paper. "Manager Yang is like this. Yesterday the installation company gave us neon lights to install. The cost is a total of $5,000. I've already talked to the new boss, and the boss said to reimburse it in a hurry." Yang Xiaoyan looked at Hu Lai and smiled. "Manager Hu, the new boss just called me and said that the reimbursement must have his signature in the future. Has the new boss signed?" Hu Lai knew that his plan had failed again, so he hurriedly said, "Why don't we have Boss Dongfang sign? How about that?" Yang Xiaoyan laughed again. "Yesterday, Boss Dongfang said that she no longer cares about the store in the future, leaving it all to the new boss. Shall I give Mr. Chui a call?" Hu Lai waved his hand and hurriedly left. It looks like this money is going to come out of his own pocket. It was also good. He had gotten a lot of benefits in these years. These few $1,000s didn't matter. Although Hu Lai quoted Chui Baoyu 5,000. In fact, on Hu Daming's side, receiving $3,000, they should be satisfied. After all, the entire construction was not yet completed, and a lot of their materials, too, had not been used up. Now the biggest problem is to find a new job. After all, their mortgage still have to pay. As long as the matter of his bribe does not leak out, the other things can be solved slowly. Chapter 0068, Master Wang Zhuge Family. On Chui Baoyu's side, after a 3-day fantasy trip, he thought that his main job for this period of time would be to sell villas, then Joy Commune and Youthful Nostalgia Restaurant. They also need to run them well and bring in good earnings for themselves. On the landlord's aunt's side, as long as she sells a few villas out and has enough cash flow, she will hurry to arrange for the demolition. The cost of demolition in the early stage is more than 1 billion. As long as the demolition after, with their own strength in the bank side, the bank will immediately arrange loans. A year from now, this urban village outside the 6th Ring Road will become a high-rise. So came to the sales office, ready to give everyone a meeting to arrange the recent sale of villas. When he came to the sales office, he found that Zhou Yuanhang was also there. Seeing Chui Baoyu, Zhou Yuanhang laughed loudly and walked over. "I heard that you moved yesterday, so I came over to take a look. It's reasonable to say that moving should depend on a good day, so you and I should say something. Although I can't help, it's time to send a gift." As he spoke, Zhou Yuanhang took out the gift he had prepared. "This is a brave soldier I bought a few years ago and has been in my office. Isn't this when you moved? So I sent it to you." "Oh, it was seen by a master. It's definitely something good." Chui Baoyu laughed. He hadn't even bought his own gift for Ding Yining yet, and as a result, Zhou Yuanhang had sent a bravery. "Alright, then I'll take it." Chui Baoyu laughed. "It's just right to have a small meeting for everyone. Mr. Zhou, since you're also here, let's join together. In fact, it's mainly about the recent sale of villas. If there aren't enough people, I'll find a way to transfer a few people over." The people Chui Baoyu was talking about were naturally the people from Joy Commune, and there were a few over there who were also experts in sales. Over here, after a small meeting, it was already noon. Zhou Yuanhang over here said that he had something else to do in the afternoon and had left early. Chui Baoyu thought, to go to Ding Yining to buy a gift, and then have to go to the Joy Commune. Ask who was willing to come over to temporarily help him sell villas. It was important to know that there was a high commission for selling villas. Yan Xiaoxiao, the public relations manager of Joy Commune, was surprisingly the first to sign up. "Boss, when our Joy Commune started out, I was in charge of business, and the rental of stores. I know a lot of bosses, and I can also make appointments over there for them to see the villas. Let me go over there and work for a few days. Don't worry, the work over here can't be delayed." There were a few more who signed up, so Chui Baoyu thought about it and agreed. Then he found an unused tool room for the 2 female security guards and had the security guards pack it up so that the 2 female security guards could rest and change their clothes inside. Then, Chui Baoyu was ready to buy a gift for Ding Yining over at Joy Commune. Ding Yining becoming the family's executive president was indeed something worth celebrating. As for what kind of gift to give, clothes or something else would definitely be inappropriate. Walking over to the gold jewelry side of the first floor, Cui Baoyu thought that it should be possible to buy a piece of gold jewelry for the other party, but the price can't be too low. After all, looking at Ding Yining's costume and vehicle, if the price is too low, maybe let people laugh. After all, he was playing the role of Ding Yining's boyfriend today, so he must buy a present that he could hold. Cui Baoyu's side was buying a gift, but he didn't know that the person he had offended had already returned. This person who came back was Master Wang Baogua. Wang Baogua was a person who belonged to an ancient power, and he had to enter the world because he couldn't cultivate for various reasons. It was also that powers contact in the world. Even contacting Master Black in the name of repaying his kindness was actually Master Wang's way of collecting information about this world and then plotting further. However, after being broken by Cui Baoyu's supernatural power, Master Wang returned to his division a few days ago and reported the matter. Upon learning that Master Wang's technique had met an enemy, and that the other party had managed to break Master Wang's technique without even realizing it, even causing Master Wang to lose a tooth, the elder of this power pondered for a long time. According to the sect's records, our ancient arts that can be easily broken is an even more ancient family or sect. Maybe it's the immortal art we're looking for. If you're talking about a young man, maybe that young man is also from an ancient family. Oh, this existence, we have also been looking for hundreds of years. This time, there is finally a clue. So we absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. You hurry back and find a way to investigate everything about this young man. By the way, the side surnamed Black, you are also considered to repay the favor. In the future, do not contact them, their strength is really too weak. You take our sex token and go directly to the Zhuge family. Oh, Zhuge family, is our spokesman in the world. In the world is still some capital. Their current head of the family, called Zhuge Yu, but is a puppet. The real person in charge, is Zhuge Yu, a 90-year-old man. Only Zhuge Hu has the credentials of our sect. If you find Zhuge Hu, you can call on all the power of the Zhuge family to investigate everything about that young man. Remember, if that young man is from an ancient family, don't alarm the other party for now. Wait for my side and a few other elders for further instructions. Thus, taking the sect's token, Grandmaster Wang left the sect and returned to Dragon City once again. The Zhuge family had its own manor, on the edge of the fourth ring of Dragon City, and the general public wouldn't know that it was a family's residence. Looking at the sign that exempted idlers from entering, Wang Baogua walked in front of a railing, and a few young men in plain clothes had already surrounded him. Can't you see that idle people are exempted from entering? Wang Baogua coldly looked at the other party. I'm looking for Zhuge Hu. A few young men looked at each other. Zhuge Hu's name was something they had naturally heard of, but the old man hadn't appeared for many years. In the opinion of the several young men, the person in charge of the entire family now was naturally Zhuge Yu. Zhuge Hu, a young man, who was a full 1 meter 9 in height and also a national champion in free sparring, by the name of Zhuge Meng, looked at Grandmaster Wang with cold eyes. Looking for our old ancestor. Not here. Here idle people are exempted from entering. You'd better leave this place. This afternoon we will come here with a lot of noble guests. Old man, you don't want to affect our side to receive guests. Grandmaster Wang looked at the few young men and once again sneered. It looks like you guys don't know who I am. If Zhuge Hu is not here, let Zhuge Yu come out to meet me. Zhuge Meng said unconcernedly. Old man, if you want to see the family head, call our family head directly. Without our family master's order, it is better for you to leave here. Grandmaster Wang's temper came up. He had been practicing for the past few years, and had never even met an enemy. Just a few days ago, he was broken the art, lost a tooth, and could be said to have broken his invincible body. So when faced with a kid who didn't know how to honor his old age, he was intent on teaching his opponent a lesson. The point was that Grandmaster Wang knew that no matter how much he lectured the other party, the Zhuge clan couldn't do anything about it. Kid, it looks like you're a bit unintelligent, Grandmaster Wang said and struck a pose to strike. A few other young men laughed out loud. How many years has it been since I met one who dared to come over and cause trouble? Oh, Brother Mang is a champion of free sparring, and even fought black boxing for a while. Looking at this old man's appearance, it is estimated that even Brother Mang can't afford to take a punch. Where to use a punch? Another said cheerfully. In my opinion, as long as Mang casually waved his hand, this old man may fall down bumper. Only on our side bumper. How to die do not know. Zhuge Mang also thought to give each other a little lesson. Dare to make trouble in their own family side, really is not too long life. Only, when Zhuge Mang was just about to throw a punch, a few other people saw a silhouette was directly slapped and sent flying, a full dozen meters away. And this person who was slapped away was none other than Zhuge Mang. Chapter 0069 Master Wang controls the whole situation. What? Someone is causing trouble at the entrance of the family and injured a few of our security guards? Zhuge Yu, who received this news, his face sank. Zhuge Mang isn't here? Who exactly is the other party? Reporting to the family master, the other party is an old man. In his 50s, this subordinate hurriedly reported. Brother Mang couldn't even pass half a move under the other party, and was directly slapped away by the other party. The other party also said they wanted to see you, and have already barged in. Should we use hot weapons? An old man beside Zhuge Yu froze. Zhuge Mang couldn't get past half a move under the other party? Could it be a half-step grandmaster? This old man, also the Zhuge family's envoy, was called Zhuge Yin. His strength had reached the half-step sovereign realm, and could be said to be the first expert of the entire family. The 6 great families, the highest strength is definitely not Zhuge Yin, but the obvious first expert is Zhuge Yin. Sovereign? Zhuge Yu shook his head. Aside from the ancient hidden families, where else in this world is there a patriarch? Zhuge Mang must have been careless and fell into the path of the other party. Since the other party dares to be rude in our Zhuge clan, let's go and take a look together. No need, I'm already here. With those words, Grandmaster Wang had already walked in with a big horse and then looked at Zhuge Yu condescendingly. You are Zhuge Yu. Where is Zhuge Hua? Tell him to hurry and come see me. Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Yen, seeing Grandmaster Wang, knew that the other party was an expert. Zhuge Yu told a few others to step back and clasped his hands. I wonder where your excellency is from. How did the Zhuge family offend your excellency? Master Wang sneered. That's not true, but I come from a mysterious place. There are some things I need to see Zhuge Hua and talk to him. A mysterious place? Zhuge Yu froze, and Zhuge Yan's face changed. Your excellency, what is your name? Just call me Grandmaster Wang. Grandmaster Wang sat directly on the chair in the center hall and then said, as for my name, you are not qualified to know it yet. Zhuge Yu hurriedly said, I will go and call the old master. Your excellency, have some tea first. Our old master will be here soon. Zhuge Hui was writing, when he heard that someone was looking for him. At first he continued to write. After all, he hated being disturbed when he was writing, but as soon as he heard that this person was most likely from a mysterious ancient power, he was so scared that he directly threw his brush onto the rice paper, and a word was directly destroyed. Zhuge Hu didn't even change out of his casual clothes and hurriedly walked from his study to Zhuge Yu's side. When Master Wang saw Zhuge Hu, he laughed. Zhuge Hu, you have received a lot of support from us over the years. You have indeed cultivated well. Do you recognize this thing? Seeing Grandmaster Wang take out a golden token, Zhuge Hu's face changed and he said to Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Yen and the others, you guys go out, I have something to say to this lord. When Zhuge Yu and the others went out and closed the door, Zhuge Hu directly knelt on the ground. Zhuge Hu pays his respects to Lord Emissary. I did not know that Lord Emissary was coming. I have missed the welcome. Please forgive me, Lord Emissary. Grandmaster Wang smiled and put away the token. It seemed that the deterrent power of the ancient power was just too great. He just took out this token, and the other party didn't even dare to look at it more than once, and directly knelt down. After all, Master Wang had been in the secular world for many years, and was very clear about the power of the Zhuge family in the world. It can be said that the Zhuge family a sentence, that is, Zhuge Hu a sentence, a lot of companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars, really minutes to close down. To say that Zhuge Hu is a big person who decides the life and death of many people is not an exaggeration at all, but it was such a big shot that saw a token and knelt down without hesitation. Get up. Master Wang nodded. In the recent period of time, I'll have to take a small stay on the family side. The other thing is to use the power of the family to help me investigate a young man. Zhuge Hua slowly stood up and said, Lord Emissary, please rest assured, our Zhuge family still has some skills in the world. The person that Lord Emissary wants to investigate, my side will use all means to give Lord Emissary all of his information. I promise not to let you down. If we are required to take action, my side will also arrange for people to make the other party absolutely restless. Grandmaster Wang nodded slightly, then said, that's good. Pay attention. It's best not to startle the other party. It is also possible that the other party is also an expert. In addition, I came from that place, and I have had some saddle work in the past 2 days. Every day, I need to drink a little bit of virgin's essence blood, that is, fresh blood taken from the heart or the top of the head. 100 milliliters per person is fine. That's the amount I drink every day. It will also not cause damage to the other person. Make sure to send me the essence blood this afternoon. Zhuge Hua's face remained unchanged as he nodded his head. Don't worry, Lord Emissary. 100 milliliters of virgin essence blood. It will be delivered in a moment. Walking out of Zhuge Yu's office, Zhuge Hu hurriedly instructed to have someone spend money to buy the virgin's essence blood. With the strength of the Zhuge family, buying 100 milliliters of virgin's essence blood naturally is not a problem. After all, this is not really much harm for a girl. Only Thinking about his granddaughter's party in the afternoon, Zhuge Huai was a little nervous. Mainly, Ding Yining was simply too beautiful to look at, and some of Ding Yining's friends were also all as beautiful as flowers. If they were to be looked at by this messenger, and this messenger then had some unorthodox thoughts, he himself would never dare to refuse. In a moment, let the messenger go to the hotel to rest, thought Zhuge Hu. If the messenger likes women, there are too many women in this world that are willing to sell everything for money. As for money, our Zhuge family has plenty of it. Hundreds of thousands, millions. Prepare a few more girls. It should be able to satisfy this Lord Emissary's appetite. Then, Zhuge Hu instructed the entire family to maintain the necessary respect when they see this Master Wang, and to act as if they were seeing themselves at all times. As for the few security guards who were injured, other than a slight compassionate treatment, they could only say that they had their own bad luck. However, Master Wang laughed when he learned that he had to go to the hotel by himself. I'll be fine right here. I like it here very much. Don't go to the hotel. Prepare a room for me. For meals and stuff. I'll dine by myself. Prepare some more equipment for me. I can use it for training during the day. And report to me every day about this young man. This young man's basic information. Wait for me to give it to you in a while. The first thing Grandmaster Wang wanted to do to give Cui Baoyu's information to the Zhuge family was to get someone from Master Black's side to give the information to himself. Grandmaster Wang was not going to contact Master Black again. He directly contacted Black Panther. When Black Panther received Master Wang's call, he learned that Master Wang might have dealt with Cui Baoyu, and hurriedly told Master Wang the information he knew. After all, Black Panther was the most hopeful that Cui Baoyu would be cleaned up, sitting in a wheelchair, losing all hope. Even the Black Panther, who couldn't be a man, gritted his teeth and said, Master, this person is called Cui Baoyu, bought the project of the Farhang Real Estate Villa, and is familiar with the boss of Farhang Real Estate. In addition, lives in that urban village. The specific address I will give you in a moment. When Zhuge Hu got Cui Baoyu's information, the afternoon party was about to start. There were already guests arriving over here one after another. In a large quadrangle on this side of the family, a luxury car was parked at the entrance of the quadrangle. It was also this place that had enough space. If it was a normal hutong, it really wouldn't be able to park so many cars. And Grandmaster Wang, who had just drank the young girl's essence blood, suddenly felt some fire in his heart. The kung fu that Master Wang had previously practiced was the so-called non-leakage body from the age of about 30. Although it was said to be the body of non-leakage, a man who had been married had to start practicing it before the age of 30. It was tantamount to going against the grain and returning to being a teenager. Master Wang is also an important test subject for the family. After 30 years of practicing this kung fu, Master Wang hasn't touched a woman again. After being broken by Cui Baoyu's supernatural power, without thinking about it, his body started to crave for women. In order to avoid the evening party being disturbed by Master Wang, Zhuge Hu ordered this party to be temporarily chosen in another quadrangle of the family. This quadrangle and the original location set is not far away. Coupled with the guidance of the staff, the guests who come will not be too much of a nuisance. While Master Wan was in the original Zhuge Hu's house, the two were almost a kilometer apart. Visible Zhuge family's manor. The area is really too big. After listening to Zhuge Hu's report, Grandmaster Wang suddenly said, Zhuge Hu, I seem to have heard that your family is having a gathering tonight. Oh, I would like to go and take a look as well. Chapter 0070 Master Wang's Heart on Fire. Zhuge Hu smiled slightly when he heard Master Wang's words. Lord Emissary, it's all a gathering of some small children. In case any of the small children speak inappropriately and put Lord Emissary in a bad mood. Besides, Lord Emissary has worked hard. It is better to rest well. Grandmaster Wang sneered and reached out to strangle Zhuge Hu's neck. Old thing, Grandmaster Wang, don't allow you to say anything about what I do. Since I want to go to this party, even the gods can't stop me. This party, I'm sure there are some ladies, right? Zhuge Hu breathed a little nervously. After all, he was an old man in his 90s. In the moment, he could only nod his head repeatedly. Lord Emissary, it is Zhuge Hu who is thinking for your lordship, and it is also Zhuge Hu who is too talkative. Since Lord Emissary wants to go, then please go. Grandmaster Wang smiled coldly, slowly loosened his stranglehold on Zhuge Hu, and said indifferently, Old thing, if you didn't have our support for these 100 years, your Zhuge family, at best, would be just an ordinary family. Don't think that just because you are now the old ancestor of the Zhuge clan, you have forgotten your identity. In front of our forces, you are nothing more than a dog. Zhuge Hu nodded his head, turned around, and led Grandmaster Wang towards the front, towards another courtyard. However, between the corners of his eyes, Zhuge Hu carried a faint worry. The most feared thing had still happened. Looking at Master Wan's appearance, his face was blazing and his breathing was rapid, clearly a sign of excess yang qi. and asked if there were any female family members. Not to mention that Ding Yining invited a lot of friends and girlfriends, just the two sisters, Ding Yining and Ding Yining, both of whom are rare great beauties. They were also the only two young people in the Zhuge family's generation. As for Ding Yining and Ding Yijing not being surnamed Zhuge, the reason was actually simple, because they were girls, and according to the family rules they were not supposed to inherit the family business. After all, the real family business of the Zhuge family, who actually inherited it, was still up to the forces behind Master Wang. They even launched a boy, said Zhuge family descendants, can be the logical inheritance of the Zhuge family trillions of dollars of wealth and in the world terrible power. Only for many years, the forces behind the Zhuge family rarely took the initiative to contact the Zhuge family. Zhuge Hu thought, should be behind the forces simply do not see their own in the world of these things. Ding Yining performance in the past 2 years is also really good. Zhuge Hu want to let Ding Yining slowly on the throne. Today came a living ancestor. This Master Wang met his 2 granddaughters? Zhuge Hu didn't even dare to think about it. If you want to sacrifice your own granddaughter, Zhuge Hu can only secretly sigh in his heart. This matter can only be left to fate, because if one resists, with one's own strength, together with Zhuge Yan and Zhuge Yu, it is possible to have a battle with this Master Wang. But after the fact, how horrible the power behind Master Wang is. Zhuge Hu saw it with his own eyes decades ago. It could be said that amongst that power, people like Master Wang abounded. If one really offended the other party, one's own family could be said to be annihilated with the overlapping of one's hands. One's own life is over 90 years old. There is actually nothing left to stay. But these poor children. Old thing, it looks like, you're a little less than happy. Master Wang said sorrowfully from behind. Zhuge Huo wouldn't dare. Zhuge Huo said, Lord Emissary, in case the juniors are impolite and offend Lord Emissary, please atone for your sins. Over here, Cui Baoyu bought Ding Yining a good gift, and after thinking about it, he bought 2 more gifts for the elderly. After all, there should be old people in Ding Yining's family. Ding Yining kept mentioning his grandfather. Who was this grandfather? Must be the person in charge of Ding Yining's family. Speaking of which, what company Ding Yining was actually in? Cui Baoyu actually didn't even know. The Zhuge family, as the top of the 6 families, had more than a dozen listed companies under its banner alone. Ding Yining hadn't told Cui Baoyu more information before because it was the family's request. Ding Yining was also prepared to tell Cui Baoyu about himself tonight, as the female guest of honor, or the female number 1 tonight. Ding Yining had drawn an exquisite makeup and looked even more charming. Even her younger sister, Ding Yijing, had to admit that the Zhuge family's lineage was just too strong, and her own sister was the sole recipient of 7 points of the family's good genes, only leaving the remaining 3 points to herself. Of course, this was Ding Yijing's own thoughts. In fact, in Zhuge Yu's opinion, this Ding Yijing didn't even have a tenth of her sister. IQ is pathetic. Not to mention, the most difficult for people to remember to accept has been to their own sister all kinds of opinions, find all kinds of reasons to say bad things about their sister. Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Hu are smart people. The reason why hurry to the position of executive president to Ding Yining, in fact, is not want to sisters have a greater contradiction. Ding Yining's vehicle accident, after scientific identification, is someone secretly in the braking system to do tampering? Ding Yining naturally told her grandfather about the incident. Hearing this thing, Zhuge Hu, after a night of thinking, there is a Ding Yining to support the family business, become CEO, and change back to Zhuge surname of this party. Once the name Zhuge Yining was established, it meant that the heir to the Zhuge family could basically be settled. It was only a pity that there was an extra Master Wang tonight. As he watched, Zhuge Huo walked with Grandmaster Wang to the large courtyard of this gathering, a large courtyard of 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. There were already quite a few guests at this moment. There were 2 people who greeted the guests at the entrance, and one of them was none other than Ding Yijing. The other was a woman called Shiman Meng, someone from the Shiman clan. Ding Yijing was arranged by her family to be the welcoming guest, and was initially very unhappy, but Zhuge Yu told her that being the welcoming guest here, in case someone sends a red packet, it's the same as getting married, and the elders of these 6 great families have the habit of sending red packets as well. The red envelopes received all went to Ding Yijing, so this girl, whose IQ was indeed worthy of sympathy, also stood at the entrance of the quadrangle wearing a cheongsam. Shiman Meng was naturally a cute girl, just in her 20s and still a college student. With the mature and bewitching Ding Yijing, they were 2 extremes. Seeing Ding Yijing and Shiman Meng, the fire in Master Wang's heart unconsciously burned even more. He glanced at Zhuge Huo without a care in the world. Send these 2 women to my room in a moment. Remember to instruct them well, and be a bit more disciplined when the time comes. If they don't know what they're doing, I don't mind if blood flows here tonight. Hearing Master Wang's words, Zhuge Huo's body couldn't help but tremble a little. Originally thinking of refusing, but thinking of his family's 100-year-old foundation and the hundreds of people up and down the family, he smiled and nodded his head at that moment. Lord Emissary, please come in. There are many more women here tonight. If Lord Emissary has his eye on the others, it may be possible. The girls who welcome the guests are actually all just average in terms of posture. Grandmaster Wang grunted, and a slap hit Zhuge Hua's face. Old thing, you didn't understand when I spoke. I asked you to send it over. In a moment you will send it over to me. Besides, this woman has the bloodline of the Zhuge family. You think I can't tell? I'm sure this is your granddaughter. Ha ha ha, I like it. Just at this time, Ding Yining walked out from the courtyard. She had received a call from Cui Baoyu, learned that the other party had arrived at the door, and came out to greet them. This woman? Master Wang looked at Ding Yining and froze slightly for half a second before a fire burned in his eyes. Zhuge Hu, this woman. Send her to my room now. Send me the heart blood of 10 more young lads. I'm going to stay awake tonight. Chapter 0071 Ding Yining's Miserable World. Zhuge Hua's face was pale. What he had feared the most had finally happened. If he had known this, he wouldn't have organized this gathering no matter what. And had he known that Master Wang was this kind of person, he should have sent the sisters abroad earlier, and it wouldn't have mattered if the others, even Zhuge Yu's wife, were given to this Master Wang. Tonight's Ding Yining was just too beautiful. As a grandfather, Zhuge Hu had to admit that Ding Yining's beauty had gathered almost all of the family's aura, which was why she had a sister with a worrisome IQ. Lord Messenger, when Zhuge Hu still had to speak, Master Wang had already reddened his eyes. In fact, a few people had already seen the scene just now. It was only that not many young people knew Zhuge Hu, so they did not realize what the scene just now meant. Zhuge Hu sighed, then said towards Ding Yining, Yining, go with Grandpa, and this Lord Messenger, to Grandpa's room. Grandpa has something to say to you. Ding Yining didn't see the scene of his grandfather being beaten and said to Zhuge Hu with a smile, Grandpa, my boyfriend is already almost here. I'll pick him up over here. Would it be alright if you wait a bit? Zhuge Hua was filled with bitterness. Tears were almost flowing down his face as he thought about the scene his granddaughter would have to face tonight. Master Wang looked at Ding Yining, his heart even more filled with burning fire. In addition to Ding Yining's own heavenly fairy-like face, Grandmaster Wang could see that Ding Yining was an extreme body that came along once in 1,000 years. If he could double cultivate with this woman, he might be able to make up for the accident of his damaged arts, or even go to the next level. After all, even for ancient hidden families, a young girl with an extreme body was 1 in 10,000. If I had known that this family had such a woman, I should have come over a few years earlier to take a look. Grandmaster Wang thought darkly. Ding Yining had also looked at Grandmaster Wang. Grandpa, may I ask if this one is your friend? Zhuge Hua didn't dare to speak, but Grandmaster Wang had already spoken. Little girl, my name is Wang Bagua. Oh, tonight you are mine. Understand? Double cultivation with me. Do you know what double cultivation means? If you don't know, I'll have to teach you a good lesson tonight. Hey, Zhuge Hu, your granddaughter. I'll take it away. This one is fine. The others are not needed. Next to him, Ding Yijing, was seeing this old man beating his grandfather just now. In Ding Yijing's eyes, his own grandfather was a marvelous existence in this world. How many bigwigs met their grandfather as if they were meeting the emperor? Even the chairman of the Dragon International Bank, Luo Tianhua, an existence that many billionaires revered as a god, was actually just a puppet of his grandfather. As long as grandfather a word, the other party may have to step down. Now the little girl's impression. The sky collapsed. Grandpa is also calm and collected. Never let grandpa feel difficult things. But this old man, grandpa seemed to be very scared. Ding Yijing was a little stupid, but not completely without intelligence. She knew that this old man, perhaps the legendary family behind the dependents, that is, someone from the ancient hidden family, only someone from there could make grandpa smile even after being slapped. And what Grandmaster Wang had just said, Ding Yijing had also heard. In the afternoon, when she learned that her sister had invited her boyfriend, and that this boyfriend was Cui Baoyu, Ding Yijing was both a little surprised and not too surprised. After all, Cui Baoyu should have some money, and not just any money. As for whether or not he could match his sister, it was also up to his grandfather. Now, this old man, who looked much older than his father, wanted to double cultivate with Ding Yining, causing Ding Yijing to be overjoyed. Her own sister had always stood tall, like a proud swan. Tonight was supposed to be one of her sister's most memorable days, but with the appearance of this old man, it looked like things had changed. Just at this time, Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Yan appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. This time the family's big event. As the head of the family, Zhuge Yu was sure to attend. Go to my room with Grandpa, Zhuge Hua said again. Yining, this is for the family's consideration. Ding Yining seemed to understand something as well. Looking at his grandfather who loved him the most, he pulled on his grandfather's hand. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I really need to wait for my boyfriend. he's almost here. Tell him, don't let him come. Zhuge Hu didn't dare to say more. Pulling Ding Yining's hand, he was about to go back to his room. Ding Yining looked at Master Wang's eyes, and instinctively felt a little bad as well. Grandpa, who exactly is this person? What he just said was really rude. Shut up, Zhuge Hu hurriedly said. Yining, you're the only one who can save the clan tonight. If you listen to Grandpa, don't say anything else. Do whatever this Lord Emissary tells you to do. Do you understand? Ding Yining shook his head vigorously. Grandpa, I don't understand. Dad, Uncle Yen, what's wrong with Grandpa? Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Yan looked at this scene. They vaguely knew that this Master Wan was going to be unfavorable to their child. Only, the two also already knew the identity of Master Wang. Zhuge Yu looked at Zhuge Hua, and there was also a struggle in his eyes, to have his daughter accompany this old man. This old man who was even older than himself. Zhuge Yu also felt that it was also a bit unfair to his daughter. Master Wang glanced at Zhuge Yu and said coldly, Zhuge Hu, if you dare to say any more nonsense, I'll let you be a family chicken and dog tonight. Hurry up and bring your granddaughter over. I can't wait. Yes, Master Wang's qi and blood surged darkly, and from the moment he saw Ding Yining, his qi and blood could no longer be controlled. 30 years of cultivation, 30 years of not being close to women. In fact, Grandmaster Wang's qi and blood was even more vigorous than a young man's. Seeing a woman who was more beautiful than a heavenly fairy, an extreme physique that was hard to come by in 1,000 years, Grandmaster Wang absolutely could not let go of this opportunity. If the existence of Ding Yining was known within the sect, goods like Grandmaster Wang wouldn't have a chance at all. Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Hua looked at each other with despair within their eyes. Both father and son knew very well that on one side was the child's chastity, and on the other was the fate of the entire clan. Sacrificing Ding Yining would save the entire family. Yining, the fate of the entire family is at your whim. Zhuge Hu was in tears and was about to say something when Master Wang became impatient. He reached out and pulled Ding Yining's hand, carrying him on his shoulder in one go, and in the midst of Ding Yining's exclamation of surprise, he trotted directly towards Zhuge Hu's room. Seeing this scene, Ding Yijing's eyes were filled with joy. According to her thoughts, with her sister's character, she would definitely hang herself from a beam or commit suicide tonight. From now on, the family's legacy would only be her own. As for Zhuge Hua as well as Zhuge Yu, as well as Zhuge Yan, the three of them clenched their fists before gently unclenching them. Just at this time, a figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. It was none other than Cui Baoyu, who had hurriedly arrived, carrying several gift bags in his hands. It's here, isn't it? Cui Baoyu said with a smile. Ding Yijing, ah, I'm Cui Baoyu, your sister's boyfriend. Chapter 0072 Cui Boyuk changes time. Che, are you really my sister's boyfriend? Ding Yijing bristled. What kind of car did you drive here? Don't think you're great just because you acquired a car dealership. Cui Baoyu? Zhuge Hua was even more stunned. This was the person Master Wang wanted him to investigate. In fact, just now, Zhuge Hu had already gotten a few pictures of Cui Baoyu. After all, with the strength of the Zhuge family, it really wouldn't take long to investigate someone. This was Cui Baoyu. There really was a special aura about him. The person who can make even Master Wang to investigate is his granddaughter's boyfriend? Cui Baoyu laughed. I said sister. I took the subway to come here because I'm afraid that parking at this location is inconvenient. What? Coming by subway? You're not welcome? I'm a VIP invited by your sister. Ding Yijing looked at the direction her sister had left, and at this moment, Ding Yining and Master Wang were no longer visible. Zhuge Yu looked at Cui Baoyu and said indifferently, young man, the Zhuge clan doesn't welcome you, so hurry up and leave. Humph. Cui Baoyu froze and looked at Zhuge Yu. Uncle, I'm a guest invited by Yining and Yining's boyfriend. You are Yining's? Zhuge Yu looked at the tearful Zhuge Hua and said more coldly, I am Yining's father. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Cui Baoyu frowned and took out his cell phone, calling Ding Yining's number. The call went through quickly, only to hear a help me ah from the other side, and then completely lost its voice. When he called again, the phone was already off. Something happened to Yining? Cui Baoyu looked at Zhuge Yu. Something must have happened. She was screaming for help on the phone. Where is she? Why don't you hurry to save her? Zhuge Yu's face became even more ugly, and Ding Yijing's IQ started acting up again, pointing at Grandpa Xiaolu and heckling. I say surname Cui, my sister is in that small building. He, only that small building is very dangerous inside. If you go over there you might lose your life. Hearing Ding Yijing's words, Cui Baoyu's face changed. Really? Yining is over there? What the hell is going on? What Ding Yijing meant was that this person's grandfather couldn't even afford to offend him, and if Cui Baoyu was completely unaware of the heights of heaven and messed with such a big shot, he would definitely not have a good ending. Only, Zhuge Hua was startled. Yijing, less talk. This, Ni is Yining's grandfather. The family really does not welcome you. It is better to leave. Cui Baoyu felt that things were a bit wrong. Ding Yijing's IQ, Chui Baoyu answers also understood some. After all, last night when he himself and Ding Yijing had dinner, he had also said a few words about his sister's IQ. Thinking that Ding Yijing wouldn't lie, he recited time change in his heart and walked towards Zhuge Hu's small building. In less than a few seconds, Zhuge Hua and Zhuge Yu were in disbelief when they saw Chui Baoyu and Ding Yijing appear in front of them. Rubbing their eyes, they felt that the scene just now was a bit unbelievable. No one would know that in Chui Baoyu's world, it was already more than 2 hours that had passed. When he rushed to the small building, Ding Yijing had already been completely controlled by Grandmaster Wang, and his entire body was already lying on the bed in the bedroom. And Master Wang had already stripped off his clothes and was chanting excitedly. Seeing this scene, Chui Baoyu, without any hesitation, directly used his strongest means of attack on Master Wang, self-mutilation. Directly blind yourself. In fact, Grandmaster Wang also saw Chui Baoyu, and even right when Chui Baoyu entered the door, Grandmaster Wang had already sacrificed a flying sword. This sword was only a dozen centimeters, and it was the largest flying sword that Master Wang could manipulate. This flying sword, of course, was also one of the sect's greatest treasures. This time, Grandmaster Wang also got it without any difficulty as a protective treasure. The speed of the flying sword was 1 point faster than a bullet. It was only a pity that Chui Baoyu, who was in another time rule, was as slow as a child's toy kite when he watched this flying sword fly, and at this time, Chui Baoyu's alien energy had already been unleashed. Under the alien energy, the entire world could change the rules, let alone a tiny Master Wang. So Master Wang didn't hesitate, and used it directly, hammering his own eyes blindly. Then, again, Chui Baoyu unceremoniously made him continue to self-harm until he was out of breath. Before and after about half an hour, Chui Baoyu never moved his hand since the beginning, and the small sword that had lost control was also taken by Chui Baoyu. Seeing that Master Wang was dead, Chui Baoyu then stepped forward and saw that Ding Yijing had only fainted. Plus once Master Wang was dead, the spell to control Ding Yijing had also failed. Just as Chui Baoyu rubbed Ding Yijing's human center twice, Ding Yijing had awakened. Beast, I'll kick you to death. Thanks to the fact that it was still within Chui Baoyu's time rules, Ding Yijing, who had practiced taekwondo, was able to easily dodge this kick by Chui Baoyu. Baoyu, how come it's you? Ding Yijing touched his body. Where's that dead pervert? He waved his hand at me and I fainted. Chui Baoyu pointed to the ground. Dead, dead beyond death. Only then did Ding Yijing wake up a little, looking at the few clothes on her body and blushing. How did my clothes get ripped? You turn your head. I'll change my clothes. This is Grandpa's room, and I don't have my clothes with me. We'll talk about the clothes later, said Chui Baoyu. Does your family have a boiler room? Ding Yijing froze. What do you need a boiler room for? Chui Baoyu said with a smile. To burn this dead pervert. Ding Yijing suddenly felt backlash. This dead pervert should have a terrifying power behind him. It seems like my grandfather is afraid of him. You got him killed. This matter, it's better to tell Grandpa in a hurry. Chui Baoyu laughed. It's fine. Your grandpa won't know about it. As long as I burn it, there will be no evidence of death by then. Don't worry. No one will know. Ding Yijing looked at Chui Baoyu and pointed out the window. Over there is our family's boiler room, but there are people over there all year round. Chui Baoyu smiled, then shouldered Master Wang's corpse, and before Ding Yijing could blink his eyes, he saw Chui Baoyu standing in front of him. Take my hand and go change. Ding Yijing froze. Where did you put that dead pervert's body? Didn't you say you were going to the boiler room? Chui Baoyu laughed. The change in the rules of time. This matter was really not easy to explain. He himself had already poured into the boiler room and threw the corpse into the boiler room to burn it before returning. More than an hour had passed, but in the eyes of the others, it was less than half a second. Chui Baoyu didn't explain much, and returned with Ding Yijing to Ding Yijing's room and changed his clothes. After putting on another simple makeup, Chui Baoyu looked at Ding Yijing, who had regained her divine appearance again, and laughed. There's no rush. There's still more than half an hour left. So tell me, what kind of family are you? And what happened to that pervert just now? Thinking about how his grandfather and father behaved just now, Ding Yijing was also a little sad, thinking that since his grandfather and father didn't save him, his life was still saved by Chui Baoyu. Even if he didn't go to the party, it was nothing. So he told Chui Baoyu about his family situation, and the scene just now, and then added, our Zhuge clan. We have always been connected with ancient clans in the hidden world. My grandfather has only told me once or twice that we are as small as an ant in front of the ancient hidden families. That pervert, he must be from the ancient hidden family. He said that if I didn't obey him, he would leave our family with no chickens or dogs. Mr. Baoyu, thank you. Originally, I said you were my boyfriend just to get you to help me. Looks like I'm going to be serious this time. You can be my boyfriend? Chapter 0073. Chui Baoyu also has a love rival. Chui Baoyu couldn't help but nod in the face of the other party's completely irresistible looks. Ding Yijing then cheered up. My grandfather and my father's actions really made me sad. since this is the case, it doesn't matter if I don't become the family's executive president. Anyway, I know that you have money to support me now. I'll break away from the family and follow you in the future. I can be a department manager at your side of the car dealership. Cui Baoyu laughed. What are you saying? Miss Zhuge, the eldest miss of the 6 great families, I can't let you elope with me. Let's go. Go and say hello to your grandfather. Father, say something to you. You feel like a long time has passed, right? Look at your cell phone. Ding Yining shook his head. The cell phone was just thrown away by that pervert. Cui Baoyu handed the phone to the other party. I've already found it for you just now. Surprisingly, it hasn't been broken yet. How is it not broken and why is it only 5:30 p.m.? I remember it was almost 5:30 p.m. when I went to greet you. At the very least, you've been over there for an hour or two, right? How come it's still 5:30 p.m.? I was saying that the party had started long ago. Cui Baoyu took out his own cell phone. It's really 5:30 p.m. I can change the rules of time. I'll explain it to you later. In your grandfather and father's world, it was less than a second that passed. When the time comes and they ask, just say that when I went to your grandfather's room, that Master Wang had already disappeared. No one but us will know what happened. And with just 1 second of time having passed, no law will say that we've harmed anyone. That dead pervert deserved the bad luck of meeting me. Anyway, you and I will just keep this secret and not tell anyone. As for your grandfather and father, they were trying to kick me out just now, and I realize now that it was also for my protection. Don't complain about them. In front of great power, humans sometimes really can only make helpless choices. They love you. Ding Yining thought about it, as if she had somewhat thought about it. Mainly, she hadn't been harmed, and Cui Baoyu and her were about to start a sensational love affair, which also diluted the little girl's sadness. You're also from an ancient family, aren't you? Ding Yining took the initiative to pull Cui Baoyu's hand. It feels like you have so many secrets in your body. I have secrets, but I'm not considered a person from an ancient family. Cui Baoyu laughed. Let's go. Don't delay tonight's celebration. That was all that happened within a second. So when Zhuge Hu saw his granddaughter Ding Yining and Cui Baoyu appear in front of him again, he was truly dumbfounded. Where is that Lord Messenger? Looking at her anxious grandfather, Ding Yining let out a secret sigh in her heart, but she still brought out her talent as an actress. Grandpa, I was knocked out by that dead Messenger Lord, and then when my boyfriend arrived at your room, he looked at myself over there. Lord Messenger has disappeared. Who does not know where he went? Zhuge Hu froze some surprise, but also some complex emotions. Rushing back to his room, really did not find any clues. After all, just now Cui Baoyu let the other party self-mutilation, also did not shed a drop of blood. Lord Messenger has disappeared? Zhuge Hu muttered. Could it be that this Lord Messenger doesn't dare to see Yining's boyfriend? He asked us to investigate Cui Baoyu, who should be Yining's boyfriend without a doubt. It seems that this one surnamed Cui might not have a simple identity either. To be able to make Lord Messenger not dare to meet this, it seems that we can only take one step at a time. Messenger Lord, wait for you to come back. I will give you an explanation. Signal that my granddaughter is fine. And when Cui Baoyu pulled Ding Yining's hand and came to this side of the courtyard, she immediately became the center of attention in the room. Of course, the first thing was that as the female number one, Ding Yining was simply too beautiful. All of the women present, even though they were all beautiful women one by one, they all dimmed a few points in front of Ding Yining. The other thing was the appearance of Cui Baoyu. The two of them were actually holding hands, and there were a few acquaintances present. Dongfang Jie, and Dongfang Jane, who was drinking in the corner. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Jane, even though he had already heard his sister say the news, he still couldn't help but scratch his head. This brat unexpectedly won the heart of this great lady. No wonder, with a strengthened background like his, only this big miss can be worthy of him. Another acquaintance was Luo Bingbing. Seeing Cui Baoyu and Ding Yining together and looking very close, Luo Bingbing froze for a few seconds before recognizing Cui Baoyu. That beggar from yesterday? Surprisingly, he is Miss Zhuge's boyfriend? The woman beside Luo Bingbing, a young woman in her 30s with an extremely powerful figure, looked at Luo Bingbing. What beggar? Bingbing, what are you talking about? This young woman was the daughter-in-law of another family, the middle uncle family, called Shu Qingqing. Although the family name Shu is not the 6 major families, it is also considered as the subordinate family of the 6 major families. Shu's group assets are also tens of billions of dollars. It is the more famous enterprise group in the Dragon Country. Dongfang Jie glanced at Luo Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, if you can't control this mouth and make the other party angry, the people here tonight, it is estimated that no one can save you. Luo Bingbing thought about the strength of the Zhuge family and looked at Cui Baoyu, who had changed his clothes. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This news really made it hard for Luo Bingbing to accept. Just at this time, Luo Tianhua walked over and whispered to Luo Bingbing, find an opportunity in a while, go over and say another apology to Mr. Shui, I'll join you. Luo Bingbing shook her head, brother, I already apologized yesterday, and on what grounds? Yesterday his appearance, you are not seen. Luo Tianhua's face sank, yesterday was yesterday, and yesterday, I didn't know that Mr. Shui was this Missy's son-in-law. The way Miss Zhuge and the other party were holding hands was definitely not a disguise. The two of them must have extremely deep feelings. Offend the Zhuge family and Mr. Shui, you're waiting to be expelled from the family. Frightened, Luo Bingbing put the red wine in her hand on the table and said helplessly, being rich is rich, and you're still wearing that kind of clothes, causing me to think it's a beggar? Brother, when I apologize in a while, you help me, make sure the other party forgives me. Luo Tianhua nodded his head, but just at this time, a man in his 30s, wearing a black suit with a very cold expression, walked over. Brother Tianhua, the person beside Miss Zhuge, who is he? It seems like I've never seen this kid before, and it doesn't seem like he's from one of the 6 great families, and I don't remember that there's a Chui great family in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Luo Tianhua couldn't help but frown lightly when he saw the visitor.